What Brecht called science is thus in a larger sense a figure for non-alienated production in general. It is what Bloch would call a utopian emblem of the reunified and satisfying praxis of a world that has left alienation and the division of labor behind it. The originality of the Brechtian vision may be judged by juxtaposing his figure of science with the more conventional image of art and the artist which, particularly in bourgeois literature, has traditionally had this utopian function. At the same time, it must also be asked whether Brecht's vision of science is still available to us as a figure today, or whether it does not itself reflect a relatively primitive stage in what has now come to be known as the Second Industrial Revolution. Seen in this perspective, the Brechtian delight in science is rather of a piece with Lenin's definition of communism as the Soviets plus electrification, or Diego Rivera's grandiose Rockefeller Center mural, repainted for Bella's Arts, in which, at the intersection of microcosm and macrocosm, the massive hands of Soviet new man grasp and move the very levers of creation. Together with his condemnation of Lukács's formalism and his conception of a union of science and aesthetics in the didactic work of art, there is yet a third strain in Brecht's thinking, in many ways the most influential, which deserves attention. This is, of course, his fundamental notion of Verfremdung. It is the so-called estrangement effect which is most often invoked to sanction theories of political modernism today, such as that of the Telkel Group. Point 4. The practice of estrangement staging phenomena in such a way that what had seemed natural and immutable in them is now tangibly revealed to be historical, and thus the object of revolutionary change has long seemed to provide an outlet from the dead end of agitational didacticism in which so much of the political art of the past remains confined. At the same time it allows a triumphant reappropriation and a materialist regrounding of the dominant ideology of modernism, the Russian formalist making strange, pounds make it new, the emphasis of all the historical varieties of modernism on the vocation of art to alter and renew perception as such, for the ends of a revolutionary politics. Today, traditional realism, the canon defended by Lukács, but also old-fashioned political art of the socialist realist type, is often assimilated to classical ideologies of representation and to the practice of closed form, whereas even bourgeois modernism, Christova's models are La Tremont and Mallarmé, is said to be revolutionary precisely to the degree to which it calls the older formal values and practices into question and produces itself as an open text. Whatever objections may be made to this aesthetic of political modernism, and we will reserve a fundamental one for our discussion of similar views of Adorno, it would seem most difficult to associate Brecht with it. Not only was the author of On Abstract Painting as hostile to purely formal experimentation as was Lukács himself, that might be held to be a historical or generational accident, and simply to spell out the limits of Brecht's personal tastes. Point 5. What is more serious is that his attack on the formalism of Lukács's literary analyses remains binding on the quite different attempts of the political modernists to make ideological judgments, revolutionary/bourgeois, on the basis of the purely formal characteristics of closed or open forms, naturality, effacement of the traces of production in the work, and so forth. For example, it is certainly the case that a belief in the natural is ideological, and that much of bourgeois art has worked to perpetuate such a belief, not only in its content but through the experience of its forms as well. Yet in different historical circumstances the idea of nature was once a subversive concept with a genuinely revolutionary function, and only the analysis of the concrete historical and cultural conjuncture can tell us whether, in the post-natural world of late capitalism, the categories of nature may not have acquired such a critical charge again. It is time, indeed, to make an assessment of those fundamental changes that have taken place in capitalism and its culture since the period when Brecht and Lukács spelled out their options for a Marxist aesthetics and a Marxian conception of realism. What has already been said about the transitional character of Nazism, a development which has done much to date many of Lukács's basic positions, is not without its effect on those of Brecht as well. Here it is necessary to emphasize the inextricable relationship between Brecht's aesthetic and the analysis of the media and its revolutionary possibilities worked out jointly by him and Walter Benjamin, and most widely accessible in the latter's well-known essay The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. 6. For Brecht and Benjamin had not yet begun to feel the full force and constriction of that stark alternative between a mass audience or media culture, and a minority elite. Modernism, in which our thinking about aesthetics today is inevitably locked. Rather, they foresaw a revolutionary utilization of communications technology such that the most striking advances in artistic technique effects such as those of montage, for instance, which today we tend to associate almost exclusively with modernism as such, could at once be harnessed to politicizing and didactic purposes. Brecht's conception of realism is thus not complete without this perspective in which the artist is able to use the most complex, modern technology in addressing the widest popular public. Yet if Nazism itself corresponds to an early and still relatively primitive stage in the emergence of the media, so does Benjamin's cultural strategy for attacking it, and in particular his conception of an art that would be revolutionary precisely to the degree to which it was technologically, advanced. In the increasingly total system of the media societies today, we can unfortunately no longer share this optimism. Without it, however, the project of a specifically political modernism becomes indistinguishable from all the other kinds. Modernism, among other things, being characterized by its consciousness of an absent public. In other words, the fundamental difference between our own situation and that of the 1930s is the emergence in full-blown and definitive form of that ultimate transformation of late monopoly capitalism variously known as the Société de Consommation or as post-industrial society. This is the historical stage reflected by Adorno's two post-war essays, so different in emphasis from the pre-war materials. It may appear easy enough in retrospect to identify his repudiation of both Lukács and Brecht, on the grounds of their political praxis, as a characteristic example of an anti-communism now outmoded with the Cold War itself. More relevant in the present context, however, is the Frankfurt School's premise of a total system, which expressed Adorno's and Horkheimer's sense of the increasingly closed organization of the world into a seamless web of media technology, multinational corporations, and international bureaucratic control. 7 Whatever the theoretical merits of the idea of the total system, and it would seem to me that where it does not lead out of politics altogether, it encourages the revival of an anarchist opposition to Marxism itself and can also be used as a justification for terrorism. We may at least agree with Adorno that in the cultural realm, the all-pervasiveness of the system, with its culture industry or, Enzensberger's variant, its consciousness industry, makes for an unpropitious climate for any of the older, simpler forms of oppositional art, whether it be that proposed by Lukács, that produced by Brecht, or indeed those celebrated in their different ways by Benjamin and by Bloch. The system has a power to co-opt and to diffuse even the most potentially dangerous forms of political art by transforming them into cultural commodities. Witness, if further proof be needed, the grisly example of the burgeoning Brecht industry itself. On the other hand, it cannot be said that Adorno's rather astonishing resolution of the problem is any more satisfactory. He proposes the classical stage of high modernism itself as the very prototype of the most genuinely political art. This is not a time for political art, but politics has migrated into autonomous art, and nowhere more so than where it seems to be politically dead, and suggests that it is therefore Beckett who is the most truly revolutionary artist of our time. 8 To be sure, some of Adorno's most remarkable analyses, for instance, his discussion of Schoenberg and the 12-tone system in the philosophy of modern music, document his assertion that the greatest modern art, even the most apparently or anti-political, in reality holds up a mirror to the total system of late capitalism. Yet in retrospect, this now seems a most unexpected revival of a Lukács-type reflection theory of aesthetics, under the spell of a political and historical despair that plagues both houses and finds praxis henceforth unimaginable. What is ultimately fatal to this new and finally itself once more anti-political revival of the ideology of modernism is less the equivocal rhetoric of Adorno's attack on Lukács or the partiality of his reading of Brecht, than very precisely the fate of modernism in consumer society itself. 9 For what was once an oppositional and antisocial phenomenon in the early years of the century, has today become the dominant style of commodity production and an indispensable component in the machinery of the latter's ever more rapid and demanding reproduction of itself. That Schoenberg's Hollywood pupils used their advanced techniques to write movie music, that the masterpieces of the most recent schools of American painting are now sought to embellish the splendid new structures of the great insurance companies and multinational banks, themselves the work of the most talented and advanced modern architects, are but the external symptoms of a situation in which a once scandalous perceptual art has found a social and economic function in supplying the styling changes necessary to the société de consommation of the present. The final aspect of the contemporary situation relevant to our subject concerns the changes that have taken place within socialism itself since the publication of the Expressionism debate in Das Wort some 40 years ago. If the central problem of a political art under capitalism is that of co-optation, one of the crucial issues of culture in a socialist framework must surely remain that of what Ernst Bloch calls the Urbi, the question of the uses of the world's cultural past in what will increasingly be a single international culture of the future, and of the place and effects of diverse heritages in a society intent on building socialism. Bloch's formulation of the problem is obviously a strategic means of transforming Lukács's narrow polemics, which were limited to the realistic novelists of the European bourgeois tradition, and of enlarging the framework of the debate to include the immense variety of popular or peasant, pre-capitalist or primitive arts. It should be understood in the context of his monumental attempt to reinvent the concept of utopia for Marxism and to free it from the objections correctly made by Marx and Engels themselves to the utopian socialism of Saint-Simon, Owen, and Fourier. Bloch's utopian principle aims at jarring socialist thought loose from its narrow self-definition in terms that essentially prolong the categories of capitalism itself, whether by negation or adoption. Terms like industrialization, centralization, progress, technology, and even production itself, which tend to impose their own social limitations and options on those who work with them. Where Lukács's cultural thinking emphasizes the continuities between the bourgeois order and that which is to develop out of it, Bloch's priorities suggest the need to think of the transition to socialism in terms of radical difference, of a more absolute break with that particular past, perhaps of a renewal or recovery of the truth of more ancient social forms. The newer Marxist anthropology, indeed, reminds us from within our total system of the absolute difference of older pre-capitalist and tribal societies, and at a historical moment when such an interest in a much more remote past seems less likely to give rise to the sentimentalizing and populistic myths that Marxism had to combat in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The memory of pre-capitalist societies may now become a vital element of Bloch's utopian principle and of the invention of the future. Politically, the classical Marxian notion of the necessity, during the transition to socialism, of a dictatorship of the proletariat, that is, a withdrawal of effective power from those with a vested interest in the re-establishment of the old order, has surely not become outmoded. Yet it may emerge conceptually transformed as soon as we think of it together with the necessity for a cultural revolution that involves collective re-education of all the classes. This is the perspective in which Lukács's emphasis on the great bourgeois novelists seems most adequate to the task, but it is one in which the anti-bourgeois thrust of the great modernisms also appears inappropriate. It is then that Bloch's mediation on the Urbi, on the repressed cultural difference of the past and the utopian principle of the invention of a radically different future, will for the first time come into its own, at a point when the conflict between realism and modernism recedes behind us. But surely in the West, and perhaps elsewhere as well, that point is still beyond us. In our present cultural situation, if anything, both alternatives of realism and of modernism seem intolerable to us. Realism because its forms revive older experiences of a kind of social life, the classical inner city, the traditional opposition city/country, that is no longer with us in the already decaying future of consumer society. Modernism because its contradictions have proved in practice even more acute than those of realism. An aesthetic of novelty today already enthroned as the dominant critical and formal ideology must seek desperately to renew itself by ever more rapid rotations of its own axis, modernism seeking to become postmodernism without ceasing to be modern. Thus today we witness the spectacle of a predictable return, after abstraction has itself become a tired convention, to figurative art, but this time to a figurative art so-called hyperrealism or photorealism that turns out to be the representation, not of things themselves, but of the latter's photographs, a representational art that is really about art itself. In literature, meanwhile, amid a weariness with plotless or poetic fiction, a return to intrigue is achieved, not by the latter's rediscovery, but rather by the pastiche of older narratives and depersonalized imitation of traditional voices, similar to Stravinsky's pastiche of the classics criticized by Adorno's philosophy of modern music. In these circumstances, indeed, there is some question whether the ultimate renewal of modernism, the final dialectical subversion of the now automatized conventions of an aesthetics of perceptual revolution, might not simply be realism itself. For when modernism and its accompanying techniques of estrangement have become the dominant style whereby the consumer is reconciled with capitalism, the habit of fragmentation itself needs to be estranged and corrected by a more totalizing way of viewing phenomena. 10 In an unexpected denouement, it may be Lukács wrong as he might have been in the 1930s who has some provisional last word for us today. Yet this particular Lukács, if he be imaginable, would be one for whom the concept of realism has been rewritten in terms of the categories of history and class consciousness, in particular those of reification and totality. Unlike the more familiar concept of alienation, a process that pertains to activity and in particular to work, dissociating workers from their labor, their product, their fellow workers, and ultimately from their very species being itself, reification is a process that affects our cognitive relationship with the social totality. It is a disease of that mapping function whereby the individual subject projects and models his or her insertion into the collectivity. The reification of late capitalism, the transformation of human relations into an appearance of relationships between things, renders society opaque. It is the lived source of the mystifications on which ideology is based and by which domination and exploitation are legitimized. Since the fundamental structure of the social totality is a set of class relationships, an antagonistic structure such that the various social classes define themselves in terms of that antagonism and by opposition with one another, reification necessarily obscures the class character of that structure, and is accompanied, not only by enemy, but also by that increasing confusion as to the nature and even the existence of social classes which can be abundantly observed in all the advanced capitalist countries today. If the diagnosis is correct, the intensification of class consciousness will be less a matter of a populist or Fourierist exaltation of a single class by itself, than of the forcible reopening of access to a sense of society as a totality, and of the reinvention of possibilities of cognition and perception that allow social phenomena once again to become transparent, as moments of the struggle between classes. Under these circumstances, the function of a new realism would be clear: to resist the power of reification in consumer society and to reinvent that category of totality which, systematically undermined by existential fragmentation on all levels of life and social organization today, can alone project structural relations between classes as well as class struggles in other countries, in what has increasingly become a world system. Such a conception of realism would incorporate what was always most concrete in the dialectical counter-concept of modernism, its emphasis on violent renewal of perception in a world in which experience has solidified into a mass of habits and automatisms. Yet the habituation that it would be the function of the new aesthetic to disrupt would no longer be the matized in the conventional modernistic terms of desacralized or dehumanizing reason, of mass society and the industrial city or technology in general, but rather as a function of the commodity system and the reifying structure of late capitalism. Other conceptions of realism, other kinds of political aesthetics, obviously remain conceivable. The realism/modernism debate teaches us the need to judge them in terms of the historical and social conjuncture in which they are called to function. To take an attitude of partisanship toward key struggles of the past does not mean either choosing sides or seeking to harmonize irreconcilable differences. In such extinct yet still virulent intellectual conflicts, the fundamental contradiction is between history itself and the conceptual apparatus, which, seeking to grasp its realities, succeeds only in reproducing their discord within itself in the form of an enigma for thought, and aporia. It is to this aporia that we must hold, which contains within its structure the crux of a history beyond which we have not yet passed. It cannot of course tell us what our conception of realism ought to be, yet its study makes it impossible to us not to feel the obligation to reinvent one. 1977. 7. Marxism and Historicism. The relationship of Marxism to historicism is part of a larger problem, that of a properly Marxist hermeneutic, which cannot fully be dealt with here. Let us merely observe that the two thematic paths along which this problem is generally approached, that of historicism and that of an interpretive master code form, along with the third and more distantly related theme of representation, the three major polemic and ideological targets of most forms of post-structuralism today, even though full-dress philosophical onslaughts on these three concepts have rarely been mounted. Still, the work of the Telkel group, Barthes, Derrida, Baudrillard, Lyotard, and others, presupposes this polemic at the same time that it contributes locally to this or that aspect of it, whereas the most systematic statement of the repudiation of historicism has been made by Foucault, in The Order of Things 1966 and The Archaeology of Knowledge 1969, and the most systematic statement of the repudiation of interpretation is expressed in the Anti-Oedipus, 1972, of Deleuze and Guattari. All these statements, however, presuppose a more basic master text, namely, Althusser's Reading Capital, 1968, which, owing to its explicitly Marxist framework, is probably less familiar to American readers than other texts in French theory today. Althusser's attacks on Marxist historicism and on classical hermeneutics, which he calls expressive causality, are therefore basic reference points in what follows, even if we cannot here engage Althusser's fundamental work directly. Point 1. As for interpretation, I can only assert here what I will argue more systematically in another place, namely the semantic priority of Marxist interpretation over the other interpretive codes that are its rivals in the theoretical marketplace today. Point 2. If indeed one construes interpretation as a rewriting operation, all the various critical methods or positions may be grasped as positing, either explicitly or implicitly, some ultimate privileged interpretive code in terms of which the cultural object is allegorically rewritten. Such codes have taken the various forms of language or communication, in structuralism, desire, as for some Freudianisms but also some post-Marxisms, anxiety and freedom, in classical existentialism, temporality, for phenomenology, collective archetypes, in Jungianism or myth criticism, various forms of ethics or psychological humanism, in criticism whose dominant themes are the integration of the personality, the quest for identity, alienation and non-alienation, the reunification of the psyche, and so forth. Marxism also proposes a master code, but it is not, as is sometimes commonly thought, either that of economics or production in the narrow sense, or that of class struggle as a local conjuncture or event, but rather that very different category which is the mode of production itself, which we may therefore expect to make its appearance at the conclusion of the present argument. For the moment, suffice it to say that the concept of a mode of production projects a total synchronic structure in terms of which the themes and the concrete phenomena valorized by the other methods listed above necessarily find the appropriately subordinate structural position. This is to say that no intelligent contemporary Marxism will wish to exclude or repudiate any of the themes listed above, which all in their various ways designate objective zones in the fragmentation of contemporary life. Marxism's transcendence of these other methods therefore does not spell the abolition or dissolution of their privileged objects of study, but rather the demystification of the various frameworks or strategies of containment by means of which each could lay claim to being a total and self-sufficient interpretive system. To affirm the priority of Marxist analysis as that of some ultimate and untranscendable semantic horizon, namely the horizon of the social, thus implies that all other interpretive systems conceal a seam which strategically seals them off from the social totality of which they are a part and constitutes their object of study as an apparently closed phenomenon. Thus, for instance, the powerful closed hermeneutic of the Freudian psychic models is unexpectedly and dialectically reopened and transcended when it is understood that such models ultimately depend on the concrete social reality of the family as an institution. As to the final state, in all the post-structuralist critiques of interpretation, in which allegorical rewriting always presupposes some ultimately privileged form of representation in the present instance, presumably, the representation of something called history itself, we can merely assert here that it is precisely in this respect that a Marxist hermeneutic can be radically distinguished from all the other types enumerated above, since its master code, or transcendental signified, is precisely not given as a representation but rather as an absent cause, as that which can never know full representation. I must here limit myself to a formula I have proposed elsewhere, namely that history is not in any sense itself a text or master narrative, but that it is inaccessible to us except in textual or narrative form, or, in other words, that we approach it only by way of some prior textualization or narrative, reconstruction. These preliminary remarks about the problem of interpretation would therefore seem to have restructured in advance the other related problem that is our official subject here, namely that of historicism, to which we now turn. I will speak in a moment about the curious destiny of this term, which cannot today be pronounced without furtively turning up one's lapels and glancing over one's shoulder. Let us for the moment construe this problem in a more empirical or common-sense fashion as being simply that of our relationship to the past, and of our possibility of understanding the latter's monuments, artifacts, and traces. The dilemma of any historicism can then be dramatized by the peculiar, unavoidable, yet seemingly unresolvable alternation between identity and difference. This is indeed the first arbitrary decision we are called on to make with respect to any form or object from out of the past, and it is a decision which founds that contact, so that on the one hand, as with Sartrine freedom, we cannot not opt for one or the other of these possibilities, even when for the most part we remain oblivious of a choice made in an unthematized and unreflexive way, while on the other, the decision itself, since it inaugurates the experience, is something like an absolute presupposition that is itself beyond any further philosophical argument. Thus, we cannot appeal to any empirical findings about the past, since they are themselves grounded on this initial presupposition. That this is meanwhile an intolerable option may quickly be conveyed by an oversimplified demonstration, if we choose to affirm the identity of the alien object with ourselves if, in other words, we decide that Chaucer, say, or Astyatopigus Venus, or the narratives of 19th-century Russian gentry, are more or less directly or intuitively accessible to us with our own cultural moyens du bord than we have presupposed what was to have been demonstrated, and our apparent comprehension of these alien texts must be haunted by the nagging suspicion that we have all the while remained locked in our own present, the present of the Société de Consommation with its television sets and superhighways, its Cold War, and its postmodernisms and post-structuralisms, and that we have never really left home at all, that our feeling of Verstehen is little better than mere psychological projection, that we have somehow failed to touch the strangeness and the resistance of a reality genuinely different from our own. Yet if, as a result of such hyperbolic doubt, we decide to reverse this initial stance, and to affirm, instead and from the outset, the radical difference of the alien object from ourselves, then at once the doors of comprehension begin to swing closed and we find ourselves separated by the whole density of our own culture from objects or cultures thus initially defined as other from ourselves and thus as irremediably inaccessible. The status of the classical world has long been paradigmatic of this dilemma. When Greek forms and Latin texts were considered classical for us, what was affirmed was not merely the identity of these formal languages and sign systems with our own aesthetic values and ideals, but rather also, and through the symbolic medium of the aesthetic experience, a whole political analogy between two forms of social life. We are in a position to grasp this better today, when Greek forms and the ideal of classical beauty that derives from them and of which the art of Raphael has generally been taken as the supreme embodiment come to be viewed as insipid, and when the temptation arises to rewrite them more strongly in terms of difference. Then the Nietzschean reassertion of the Dionysian and of the orgiastic counter-religion of the mysteries, the ritual studies of the Cambridge School, Freud himself, and Levi Strauss's rewriting of the Oedipus legend in terms of primitive myth, decisive reversals in classical scholarship, such as the work of George Thompson, Dodds's The Greeks and the Irrational, and the newer French classical scholarship, and above all, perhaps, contemporary aesthetic reinterpretations of the Greek fact, such as Karl Orff's opera Antigone, all converge to produce an alternative Greece, not that of Pericles or the Parthenon, but something savage or barbaric, tribal or African, or Mediterranean sexist, a culture of masks and death, ritual ecstasies, slavery, scapegoating, phallocratic homosexuality, an utterly non- or anti-classical culture to which something of the electrifying otherness and fascination, say, of the Aztec world, has been restored. That this powerful counter-image is no less conditioned by our own collective fantasies than the edel Einfalt und still gross of the Apollonian classicism which it replaced may be deduced from its kinship with other persistent historical motifs, such as the constellation of totalitarian fantasies expressed in 1984, images of Wittfogels' Oriental despotism, popular representations of Stalinist bureaucracy and of the cyclical return, particularly in science fiction, of various images of imperial domination and of archaic power systems. Nonetheless, the content of these new motifs allows us to re-evaluate the older vision of the classical world, which now proves to be less a matter of individual taste than a whole social and collective mirror image, in which the production of a new artistic style neoclassicism comes to serve as the vehicle for political legitimation. Now it is a whole dominant social class, the English aristocratic oligarchy, as it persists as a privileged enclave within the hostile environment of industrialization and commerce, and the alien element of a brutalized and mentally and corporeally alienated proletariat, which contemplates its own ideal image in and is validated by the culture of a slave-holding aristocratic polis from which only the cultural forms themselves triumphantly survive. It is clear that these two images of the classical world, that of identity and that of difference, that of the harmonious polis and that of the Orientalism of a radically alien form of social life, float side by side as alternative worlds that can never intersect. That both are profoundly ideological visions should not encourage us too rapidly to conclude that a value-free and henceforth scientific historiography is capable of freeing us from the binary opposition of identity and difference, and of piercing such ideological representations in order to replace them with an objective account of the realities of the ancient world. Perhaps, on the contrary, we need to take into account the possibility that our contact with the past will always pass through the imaginary and through its ideologies, will always in one way or another be mediated by the codes and motifs of some deeper historical classification system or pensée savage of the historical imagination, some properly political unconscious. This is at any rate the hypothesis we now want to explore. 2. I begin by suggesting that the traditional solutions to the dilemma of historicism are fourfold, and indeed organize themselves into something like a combinatoire or structural permutation scheme. It is, however, sufficient to enumerate these possibilities, which I call antiquarianism, existential historicism, structural typology, and Nietzschean anti-historicism, to note that two of these positions amount essentially to refusals or repudiations of the problem itself. This refusal may be observed most immediately in simple antiquarianism, for which the past does not have to justify its claim of interest on us, nor do its monuments have to present their credentials as proper research subjects or furnish appropriate reasons for a passionate commitment to the Fairy Queen or to 19th-century industrial novels, which now validated as sheer historical facts with the irrevocable claim on us of all historical fact lead a ghostly second existence as mere private hobbies. One is tempted to say that this position solves the problem of the relationship between present and past by the simple gesture of abolishing the present as such, and that its emblem might well be found in Melville's late consumptive usher to a grammar school who loved to dust his old grammars. It somehow mildly reminded him of his mortality. The graduate school anxieties of the first scene of Goethe's Faust sufficiently express the asphyxiating distress of this position, to which Nietzsche's use and abuse of history then comes as a fairly predictable dialectical reaction and counterblast. Yet it should not be thought that the antiquarian position is utterly without theoretical justification, even though such justification may take the form of the repudiation of theory as such. It is in fact the cultural equivalent and afterimage of a far more powerful ideology in the realm of historiography itself, namely of empiricism proper. It should not be necessary today to rehearse the many powerful indictments that have been made by empirical and empiricist historiography, which can be resumed by the twin diagnosis that the repudiation of theory is itself a theory, and that the concept of the objective fact is itself a theoretical construct. I will therefore limit myself to observing that the empiricist position is essentially a second-degree, reactive, critical, or demystifying one, a form of what Deleuze and Guattari conveniently term the decoding of pre-existent, conventionally received interpretive codes, whether they be those of folk and popular legend, as in ancient historiography, or essentially theological visions of history, as in Enlightenment historiography, of the naive chronicle narratives of the deeds and destinies of the great, as in the nascent social history of the 19th century, or of a hegemonic Marxian vision of history in the present day. 3 If this is so, however, then empirical historiography or antiquarianism is never a first-degree position in its own right, but rather presupposes for its own vitality as a stance the existence of those other visions of history which its mission lies in subverting. 3. The first theoretical stance toward the past that has genuine content will therefore be what we here call existential historicism, a term which, now designating an ideological position in its own right and a whole theoretical program rather than a conceptual dilemma, demands, owing to the well-nigh universal stigmatization of these words, some preliminary comment. 4 The post-contemporary reader can still sense something of the irony of this reversal by juxtaposing Auerbach's celebration of German historicism with Althusser's canonical onslaught on what he understands this term to imply. It will then be seen that something quite different is meant by these two authors, but that the term has, for better or for worse, become an ideological and polemic battleground whose framework must, at least for the moment, be respected. The post-structural attack on historicism, which emerges from a no less problematic affirmation of the priority of synchronic thought, can best be resumed in my opinion as a repudiation of two related and essentially narrative forms of analysis which can be termed the genetic and the teleological, respectively. This second term may be resumed most rapidly, for it amounts to little more than the reappearance, within a Marxian, and also, today, a post-Marxist, framework of that critique and repudiation of the idea of progress which for rather different reasons characterizes bourgeois thought as well from Henry Adams and H. G. Wells down to the anti-utopian end of ideology thinkers of our own Cold War period. Teleology here designates the belief in any positive future or end of history in whose name you might be expected to be willing to sacrifice your own present. Salvational, humanist, or Stalinist, such spurious images of the future are then denounced as symptoms of an essentially theological, and totalitarian, mode of thought. As desirable as it may be to rid Marxism of any vestiges of a properly bourgeois notion of progress, it would seem a good deal less desirable nervously to abandon any Marxian vision of the future altogether, an operation in which Marxism itself is generally abandoned in the process. Meanwhile, if this is what teleology means, it will be possible to show that what we here call existential historicism does not presuppose it in the least. As for genetic historicism, while it may well be ideologically linked to teleological thought, which can then be seen as the former's projection and its metaphysic, in its strict form this kind of analysis which we will examine as a specific trope of a certain 19th century thought is not necessarily wedded to the idea of the future and of progress either, although there are narrative similarities between the two forms. What teleological thought reads as a narrative progression from a fallen present to a fully constituted future, genetic thought now displaces onto the past, constructing an imaginary past term as the evolutionary precursor of a fuller term that has historical existence. Because the example of 19th century historical linguistics, and Saussure's revolutionary synchronic reaction against it, is well known, I will give the rather different illustration of Bachofen's reconstruction of some original matriarchy, which precedes the patriarchal classical culture evident to us in classical texts and artifacts, and which is, in Bacofen's hypothesis, affirmed as a genuine historical event or stage, in all the myths relating to our object of study, we find inscribed the memory of real events which happened to the human race. These are not fictions but historical destinies which people really experienced. 5. Bacofen's theoretical defense of this hypothesis is the exemplary expression of the genetic or evolutionary method. A genuinely scientific epistemology consists not merely in answering the question about the nature of the object. It finds its completion in discovering the source of the object's emergence and connecting the latter to its subsequent development. Knowledge is only then transformed into understanding when it has been able to encompass origin, development, and ultimate fate. 8. The genetic trope should, however, not be consigned to the ashcan of history without a few preliminary qualifications. For one thing, in spite of the unself-conscious use of the term origin, this trope is quite distinct from the characteristically 18th-century fascination with absolute origins, as in the debates about the contractual origin of society, the origin of language, the creation of the universe, or pre-Darwinian evolutionism, a kind of speculation to which Kant may be said to have put an end once and for all. 19th-century historicism, even of the genetic kind, is, in the sense of Edward Said's convenient distinction, less concerned with absolute origins than with beginnings, and its historical narratives, whatever their ideological inspirations, organize a world of facts from which the problem of origins has been excluded from the outset and in which we must deal instead with more properly Althusserian Tujers-Desjardins. On the other hand, it must also be observed that the genetic approach is quite different from the seemingly analogous dilemmas of a more properly structural historiography. The former works with a single term in order artificially to construct a merely hypothetical preliminary opposite term, as in Bacofen's notion of matriarchy, Morgan's notion of savagery and promiscuous group marriage, and the linguistic hypothesis of Proto-Indo-European. Structural historiography, on the other hand, works with two already fully constituted terms, such as feudalism and capitalism. It does not seek to reconstruct the former as a newer stage of the latter, but rather to build a model of the transition from one form to the other, and this is no longer then a genetic hypothesis but rather an investigation of structural transformations. Finally, in order to forestall still further confusions, it seems important to affirm, with Althusser, that Marx's Capital is not a genetic construction of this kind but rather a synchronic model. Indeed, even though the reproach of evolutionism generally accompanies that of geneticism, it seems appropriate to observe that Darwin is also, in contrast to earlier evolutionisms or later Darwinianisms, synchronic in this sense, and that the whole scandalous force of the synchronic mechanism of natural selection, as a rigorously meaningless and non-teleological process, is lost when it is appropriated for the cornerstone of some vast divine master plan. What must be added to both these affirmations is that such synchronic models do not discredit history in any absolute sense as an object of study and representation, but rather determine a new and original form of historiography, a structural permutation in the latter's narrative form or trope. It is this new antigenetic form which Nietzsche will then theorize as the genealogy, and Foucault as the archaeology, namely the narrative reconstruction of the conditions of possibility of any full synchronic form. Thus, to return to Capital, Marx's discussions of commerce and merchant capital, and his analysis of the stage of primitive accumulation, are reconstructions of what, once capital is fully emergent as such, can now be rewritten as the latter's preparatory requirements, it being understood that within feudalism these phenomena were not anticipatory of anything, since in that synchronic system capital as such did not yet exist. With these qualifications, we are now perhaps in a better position to raise the more interesting problems posed by the genetic trope, which do not involve its truth or falsity but rather arise only after we have decided that this form of thinking is ideological or inadequate. Saussure's own expression of impatience, much against my own inclination. All this will end up with a book in which I will explain without any passion or enthusiasm how there is not a single term used in linguistics today which has any meaning for me whatsoever. 6 suggests a more satisfactory way of historicizing the genetic trope, namely to ask ourselves what this particular meaning effect or understanding effect must have been in the first place, and how it was that intelligent people felt satisfied with the kind of historical narrative it provided them. At that point, it might well prove possible to grasp the genetic trope as the conceptual hypostasis and phenomenological projection of a life experience unique to the industrializing nations of 19th century capitalism, of the gradual dissolution of the older pre-capitalist Gemeinschaftern of traditional village life and their replacement, within the unity of a single lifetime and a single biographical experience, by the nascent industrial city. For subjects whose life experience thus includes both these terms and spans two distinct social formations unlike the inhabitants of relatively static pre-capitalist societies, and unlike those of the post-natural société de consommation of the present day, it would not seem far-fetched to suppose that the empty form of the genetic trope might have provided a satisfying way of thinking the two terms together and thereby of resolving, by way of something like a conceptual narrative mechanism, the lived contradiction of modernization itself, as the bourgeois cultural revolution is often euphemistically termed today. However this may be, such regrounding of the false consciousness of the genetic trope in a concrete historical situation has the additional merit for us, in the present context, of suggesting a historicizing operation and a model of a different possible historicism which has nothing in common with the genetic approach itself. 4. With such a model we may now leave genetic or teleological historicism behind and examine that quite different theoretical stance which is existential historicism proper. Its theoretical origins may no doubt be fixed in the work of Dilthey, and beyond it, perhaps, in Ranke's great dictum that every age is immediate to God, or, in other words, that every culture is immanently comprehensible in its own terms. The fundamental practitioners of existential historicism are then surely the cultural historians, linguists, and iconologists of the great and now virtually extinct tradition of German philology, of which Auerbach and Spitzer, and in the history of art, Panofsky and the work of the Warburg Institute, remain the most vital presences in English language cultural study. But we must not forget to mention the original forms taken by this historicism in other national traditions, most notably in the work of Croce, Collingwood, and the important Spanish variant expressed in that of Ortega and Americo Castro. Yet from an institutional point of view, the most powerful and authoritative monument to existential historicism is not to be found in the official humanities, but rather in American anthropology, in the school of Franz Boas, explicitly anti-genetic and anti-evolutionist, in which the range of historical experience open to existential historicism is broadened to include the whole range of primitive cultures as such. 7 This is perhaps also the place to observe that, however teleological the form in which Hegel's histories proper are narrated, as the realization in matter of world spirit, the much maligned concept of absolute spirit cannot accurately be assimilated to some final stage of history, but rather is meant to describe the historian's mind as it contemplates the variety of human histories and cultural forms. Such names in particular that of Boas should warn us then that existential historicism does not involve the construction of this or that linear or evolutionary or genetic history, but rather designates something like a trans-historical event, the experience, rather, by which historicity as such is manifested, by means of the contact between the historian's mind in the present and a given synchronic cultural complex from the past. This is to say that the methodological spirit of existential historicism may be described as a historical and cultural aestheticism. On the one hand, as in classical German aesthetics itself, all praxis is in this experience suspended, whence the well-known Hegelian formulas of the Sunday of life, and the dusk in which Minerva's owl takes flight. Meanwhile, the quality of rapt attention that existential historicism brings to the objects of its study texts as expressions of moments of the historical past, or of unique and distant cultures is essentially that of aesthetic appreciation and recreation, and the diversity of cultures and historical moments becomes thereby for it a source of immense aesthetic excitement and gratification. These twin constitutive strengths of existential historicism are also, as we will see in a moment, the places of its theoretical and ideological flaws. Already, in the face of the well-nigh infinite variety of cultures, it is clear that existential historicism requires some principle of unity in order to prevent its vision from collapsing into the sheer mechanical and meaningless succession of facts of empiricist historiography, where history, as one expert remarked, is just one damned thing after another. This principle of unity, or, in other words, the ideological underpinning of existential historicism, is then derived from German Lebensphilosophy, in which the infinite multiplicity of human symbolic acts is the expression of the infinite potentialities of a non-alienated human nature. The experience of historicity then restores something of this richness to a present in which few enough of those potentialities are practically available to any of us. For existential historicism, then, the past has vital urgency for us, and this urgency, which distinguishes such a stance from that of simple antiquarianism, surely needs to be retained in any more adequate solution to the dilemma of historicism proper. In this sense, whatever its theoretical contradictions, existential historicism must be honored as an experience, indeed, as the fundamental inaugural experience of history itself, without which all work in culture must remain a dead letter. There can indeed be no cultural investigation worthy of the name, let alone any history proper, that does not breathe something of the spiritual enthusiasm of this tradition for the traces that life has left behind it, something of its visionary instinct for all the forms of living praxis preserved and still instinct within the monuments of the past. Nor does the past itself remain unmodified by this experience. Rather, the historicist act revives the dead and reenacts the essential mystery of the cultural past, which, like Tiresias drinking the blood, is momentarily returned to life and warmth and allowed once more to speak its mortal speech and to deliver its long-forgotten message in surroundings unfamiliar to it. As I have mentioned the Germans and the Spaniards, the Italians and the English, it may be appropriate to dramatize this astonishing moment of the exchange of forces between present and past through the voice of its supreme French embodiment, and to reread the lines in which Michelet, arriving at the night of August 4, 1789, in his great narrative, at the sudden and irrevocable dissolution of the ancien regime and the feudal world, and the unexpected emergence of modern times, salutes a past become present once again. Que vous avez tard, grand jour. Combien de temps nos Paris vous ont attendu et rêvé. L'espoir que leurs fils vous verraient enfin pu seul les soutenir, autrement ils n'auraient pas voulu vivre, ils seraient morts à la peine. Moi-même, leur compagnon, labourant à côté de yeux dans les cylindres de l'histoire, buvant à leur coupe-mire, qui m'a permis de revivre les douloureux Moyen Age, et pourtant de n'en pas mourir, nsce pas vous, au beau jour, premier jour de la délivrance. J'aive que pour vous raconter. 8. How late you are in coming, great day. How long our forefathers had to wait for you and dream about you. Only the hope their sons would see you sustained them, otherwise they would have cursed life and died at hard labor. And I myself, their comrade, toiling beside them in the furrow of history and drinking from their bitter cup, what was it that allowed me to relieve the agonizing Middle Ages and to emerge alive, if not you, O glorious day, first day of our freedom? I lived but to tell your story. Yet if the past is thus construed as a kerygma, as a voice and a message and an annunciation which it is the historian's vocation to sense and to preserve, there must also come a falling cadence as the supreme event begins to fade and normal time returns. So Michelet, evoking that other supreme moment of his history which is the Fête de la Fédération of July 1790, and finding its documents burning, after 60 years, as though written yesterday, love letters, now expresses the pathos of the downward slope and the withdrawal from his vision. Ainsi finit le meilleur jour de notre vie. Cemot que les fêteurs d'un village écrivant l'histoire de la fête à la fin de leur récit, j'ai et tout pres de l'écrire moi-même en terminant ce chapitre. Il est fini et rien de semblable n'y reviendra pour moi. J'ai laissé un irréparable moment de ma vie, un parti de moi-même, j'ai le sens bien, qui restera là et me suivra plus, il me semble que j'en vais se pauvre et diminuer. H. 412. So ended the best day of our life. This sentence, inscribed at nightfall by the fetters of a village at the close of their narrative. I almost wrote it again myself at the end of the present chapter. It is over, and nothing of the sort will ever happen to me again. I leave here an irreparable moment of my life, a part of myself, which must, I sense, remain behind and follow me no further. It seems to me that I am thereby impoverished and diminished. Such dramatic outbursts, comparable only to the great trumpet call of Fidelio which signals the deliverance from the crypt of the Ancien regime and the resurrection of the dead, ratify the vocation of the historian as custodian of the past and of the nameless generations of human life that have vanished without a trace. At the same time, there is already in Michelet something that inflects the stance of existential historicism in an unexpected direction, and which may allow us to sense a way out of its contradictions, which can now thereby be more accurately formulated. For existential historicism, as we have suggested, the experience of history is a contact between an individual subject in the present and a cultural object in the past. Each pole of this experience is thereby at once open to complete relativization. To take up for the moment only the subjectivity of the historian, it is clear that given the tastes and receptivities of the individual subject, an infinity of possible histories is conceivable. It is this threat of infinite relativization which the more properly ideological presuppositions of existential historicism are then called upon to limit and to conjure. These consist, as we have said, in a certain psychology of human nature, or, better still, in a certain anthropology, the notion of some full development of human potentialities, as it is expressed diversely in Schiller, Humboldt, or the early Marx, which, as an ontological presupposition, cannot be satisfactory to us today, no matter how much sympathy we may have for its vision. Here the Althusserian critique of humanism, and Althusser's systematic dissociation of the early anthropological or existential Marx from the later structural and synchronic model of capital, is powerful and timely. We may in our present context rewrite Althusser's thematics of humanism as a warning that any anthropology, any statement about human nature, is necessarily and irredeemably ideological. This position can perhaps be grasped most immediately and practically on the polemic level, where it is clear that to any given anthropology or presupposition about human nature, any other may with equally peremptory force be opposed, as, for instance, the Hobbesian view, revived by Robert Ardrey and others, of the innate aggressivity of the human animal. It should not be thought, however, that this dilemma can be adequately solved by way of the post-structuralist critique of the centered subject. That existential historicism in its canonical form posits the historian as a centered subject of this type is evident, and were it not, the critiques of Hegelian absolute spirit from the most varied philosophical standpoints would be enough to demonstrate it. Yet as we have suggested, what is essential in this experience is less the construction of the subject itself than its enthusiasm, the spark of recognition, what would today be called its reception of unique intensities. Quite unexpectedly, therefore, we find, in the midst of the most powerful contemporary celebration of the decentered subject, a call for what can only be called a decentered, schizophrenic equivalent to existential historicism. Klossowski has admirably demonstrated in his commentary on Nietzsche the presence of the Stimmung as a material emotion, constitutive of the most lofty thought and the most acute perception. The centrifugal forces do not flee the center forever, but approach it once again, only to retreat from it yet again. Such is the nature of the violent oscillations that overwhelm an individual so long as he seeks only his own center and is incapable of seeing the circle of which he himself is a part. For if these oscillations overwhelm him, it is because each one of them corresponds to an individual other than the one he believes himself to be, from the point of view of the unlocatable center. As a result, an identity is essentially fortuitous, and a series of individualities must be undergone by each of these oscillations, so that as a consequence the fortuitousness of this or that particular individuality will render all of them necessary. The forces of attraction and repulsion, of soaring ascents and plunging falls, produce a series of intensive states based on the intensity equals zero that designates the body without organs, but what is most unusual is that here again a new afflux is necessary, merely to signify this absence. There is no Nietzsche the self, professor of philology, who suddenly loses his mind and supposedly identifies with all sorts of strange people. Rather, there is the Nietzschean subject who passes through a series of states, and who identifies these states with history's various names. I am all the names of history. The subject spreads itself out along the entire circumference of the circle, the center of which has been abandoned by the ego. At the center is the desiring machine, the celibate machine of the eternal return. A residual subject of the machine, Nietzsche as subject garners a euphoric reward, voluptas, from everything that this machine turns out, a product that the reader had thought to be no more than the fragmented over by Nietzsche. Nietzsche believes that he is now pursuing, not the realization of a system, but the application of a program, in the form of residues of the Nietzschean discourse, which have now become the repertory, so to speak, of his histrionics. It is not a matter of identifying with various historical personages, but rather identifying the names of history with zones of intensity on the body without organs, and each time Nietzsche as subject exclaims, "They're me. So it's me." No one has ever been as deeply involved in history as the schizo, or dealt with it in this way. He consumes all of universal history in one fell swoop. We began by defining him as homo natura, and lo and behold, he has turned out to be homo historia. This long road that leads from the one to the other stretches from Hölderlin to Nietzsche, and the pace becomes faster and faster. The euphoria could not be prolonged in Nietzsche for as long a time as the contemplative alienation of Hölderlin. The vision of the world granted to Nietzsche does not inaugurate a more or less regular succession of landscapes or still lives, extending over a period of 40 years or so. It is, rather, a parody of the process of recollection of an event. A single actor will play the whole of it in pantomime in the course of a single solemn day because the whole of it reaches expression and then disappears once again in the space of just one day, even though it may appear to have taken place between December 31st and January 6 in a realm above and beyond the usual rational calendar. Point 10. Schizophrenic historicism does not change the basic terms of the historicist situation, for it still opposes an individual subject, here to be sure an individual effect of subjectivity rather than a fully constituted bourgeois-centered subject, to an essentially collective object. Yet it now allows us to widen the range of effects or intensities that are thereby implied, now not merely enthusiasm of an aestheticizing type, or Nietzschean euphoria and exaltation, but also the whole gamut of quite different stimmungen. Dizziness, loathing, depression, nausea, and Freudian dicathexis are to be numbered among the possible modes of some authentic contact with the cultural past. In this sense, indeed, our contemporary distance from aesthetic historicism itself may be unexpectedly re-evaluated, and the Althusserian exasperation with Michelet's rhetoric of the resurrection of the dead, the passionate repudiation of the vico and of existential phenomenology as well as of Hegelian expressive causality, indeed, the more general malaise and revulsion we may sometimes feel for the supreme and placeless sovereignty with which a, most often Germanic, bourgeois world spirit dips into the cultures of the past and organizes them into imaginary museums for its own delectation. All these feelings signal some electrifying and authentically historical, indeed properly historicist contact with that present of existential historicism itself, which has now become but another moment of our own past and which we live, in the no less vital mode of the negative, or of repulsion. From this vaster perspective, then, it would seem that only indifference suspends a lived relationship to the past that can be registered in intensities of any conceivable quality, for even boredom, in its strong Baudelarian form, is a way of sensing and living the specificity of certain moments of the cultural past. If this is the case with boredom, however, as a resistance of the organism to culturally alien and asphyxiating forms, we may want to take into consideration the possibility that indifference is itself ultimately also a mode of relationship, something like a defense mechanism, a repression, a neurotic denial, a preventive shutting off of affect, which itself finally reconfirms the vital threat of its object. In that case, the nightmare of history becomes inescapable. We are everywhere in relation to it, even in its apparent absences, and the therapeutic Nietzschean forgetfulness of history is fully as reactive to the fact of history as is Michelet's resurrection. How are we to understand this absent cause, Althusser, to which we cannot not react with the whole range of our affective intensities, and which at the same time would seem to be so charged with dread as to make the occasional prospect of its occultation, its repression or its amnesia come before us like a momentary relief? It does not seem to me that the immemorial record of violence and the most brutal as well as the most intangible forms of domination are sufficient to motivate this mental flight, these ingenious subterfuges. Violence is a sheerly ideological category, as the popularity of this concept in American social criticism today testifies, and as for domination, social Darwinism and neo-fascism make it plain that under certain circumstances this phenomenon can also be contemplated with complacency or even a somber exhilaration. For Marxism, indeed, the categories of power are not the ultimate ones, and the trajectory of contemporary social theory, from Weber to Foucault, suggests that the appeal to it is often strategic and involves a systematic displacement of the Marxian problematic. No, the ultimate form of the nightmare of history is rather the fact of labor itself, and the intolerable spectacle of the backbreaking millennial toil of millions of people from the earliest moments of human history. The more existential versions of this dizzying and properly unthinkable, unimaginable spectacle as in horror at the endless succession of dying generations, at the ceaseless will of life, or at the irrevocable passage of time itself are themselves only disguises for this ultimately scandalous fact of mindless alienated work and of the irremediable loss and waste of human energies, a scandal to which no metaphysical categories can give a meaning. This scandal is everywhere known, everywhere repressed en secret de tout connu. It is, for example, instructive that the text of Tolstoy upon which the Russian formalists founded their canonical theory of artistic defamiliarization should be a text about work. Indeed, contemporary feminism makes the recognition of this labor as housework, women's work, the oldest form of the division of labor, quite unavoidable. I was cleaning a room and, meandering about, approached the sofa and couldn't remember whether or not I had dusted it. Since these movements are habitual and unconscious, I could not remember and felt that it was impossible to remember, so that if I had dusted it and forgot, that is, had acted unconsciously, then it was the same as if I had not. If some conscious person had been watching, then the fact could be established. If, however, no one was looking, or was looking on unconsciously, if the whole complex lives of many people go on unconsciously, then such lives are as if they had never been. 11. This waste of human life, what Tilly Olson has called the silences into which such large parts of so many people's lives, and not merely women's lives, disappear, is evidently not rectified by the self-consciousness by which the formalists, and perhaps Tolstoy himself, proposed to recuperate it. The whole classical doctrine of aesthetics as play and a non-finalizable finality, and the persistent ideological valorization of handicraft production, are also desperate attempts to think away the unthinkable reality of alienated labor. The latter finally grounds the phenomenon of reification itself, described, for instance, by the Telkel group as the effacement of the traces of production on the object, yet even here the category of production remains a still too tolerable and recuperable one, which in a pinch any modernist would be willing to salute. The deeper hold of reification lies in its promise to obliterate from the object world that surrounds us the dizzying and culpabilizing presence of the stored alien labor of other people. Neither the complacent aestheticizing contemplation of existential historicism proper, nor the more manic and Nietzschean exaltation of schizophrenic historicism, resolves the fundamental imbalance of such views of historical experience, which oppose the response of an individual subject to the collective realities of any moment of the past. It is precisely at this point that Michelet's inflection of such historicism suggests a rather different solution. In Michelet, indeed, the present of the observer historian, far from being placeless, is doubly inscribed in the text as a concrete situation. It is above all the present of August 4, 1789, the present of the Revolution, which resurrects the lost silences of medieval labor, not through any objective historiographic reconstruction, but by the vital novum of praxis. Meanwhile the politically committed stance of the historian Michelet during the legitimation crisis of the final years of the July monarchy, the politically symbolic value of his own historiography, which will earn him suspension from the Collège de France on the very eve of the Revolution of 1848, reduplicates this reinvention of the past by an active present and allows Michelet himself to resurrect that very present the night of August 4th, which has become his own past. What needs to be stressed here is that we no longer have to do with the contemplative relationship of an individual subject to the past, but rather with the quite different relationship of an objective situation in the present with an objective situation in the past. Indeed, insofar as Marxism is itself a historicism, not, to be sure, a geneticism or a teleology in Althusser's sense of this word, but rather, as I have termed it elsewhere, an absolute historicism, its historical grounding is analogous, and Marx takes pains at various places in Capital to underscore the objective and historical preconditions of his discovery of the labor theory of value in a social situation in which for the first time labor and land are fully commodified. The capitalist epoch is therefore characterized by the fact that labor power, in the eyes of the worker himself, takes on the form of a commodity which is his property, his labor consequently takes on the form of wage labor. On the other hand, it is only from this moment that the commodity form of the products of labor becomes universal. 12. Marx's personal discovery of this scientific truth is therefore itself grounded within his system and is a function of the originality of a historical situation in which for the first time the development of capital itself permits the production of a concept, the labor theory of value, which can retroactively recover the truth of even the millennia of pre-capitalist human history. What Marx's analytical method reveals and concretely demonstrates is the historical character both of the realities that thought analyzes and of the concepts such thinking constructs to explain them. Marx's method thus excludes from the outset any possibility for theory to alienate itself speculatively in its own ideational products by presenting them either as ideal realities without a history of their own or as idealities that refer to a reality that would itself be non-historical. 13. Still, in our present context, there must remain something scandalous about this conjunction between an absolute scientific truth and its enabling situation in contingent, empirical history. The Althusserian resistance to such an absolute Marxist historicism evidently springs from the fear that, as an existential historicism generally, science must necessarily thereby find itself relativized. This scandal is perhaps usefully intensified by that contemporary Marxist thinker who has reflected the most consequently on the experience of the past expressed in our quotes from Michelet. History is the subject of a structure whose site is not homogeneous, empty time, but time filled by the presence of the now jetzt seat, or Ernst Bloch's novum. Thus, to Robespierre ancient Rome was a past charged with the time of the now which he blasted out of the continuum of history. 14. Benjamin's own version of the resurrection of the past. Only that historian will have the gift of fanning the spark of hope in the past who is firmly convinced that even the dead will not be safe from the enemy if he wins, and his vision of the present every second of historical time is the straight gate through which Messiah may enter, clearly lead us out of existential historicism, and of its well-known dilemmas, into a different space in which for the first time the missing term, the utopian future, is pronounced. 225, 264 Theses 6 and 18b. V. Before we explore this new historical space even in a tentative way, we must return to the enumeration of the more conventional theoretical options on the relationship to the past with which we began. The emphasis of existential historicism on the subject of the historical experience seemed to precipitate the latter's object into an optional heterogeneity and multiplicity of possible pasts and cultures which were distinguished from the random additive multiplicity of empiricist history only by libidinal investment. It is then predictable enough to find a dialectical counterposition emerge in which it is the logic of the historical object, rather than the intensity and authentic experiencing of the historian subject, that organizes our relationship to the past. This hypothetical logic of the historical object then generally organizes itself into a typology whose semic content and mechanism varies with the level of abstraction in which cultures or moments of the past are therein described. Such a typology can take the quite different forms of Dilthey's psychological types, or Mannheim's, of the stylistic oppositions of the great late 19th century art historians, such as Wulfflin, of the operative mechanisms of the Weberian ideal types, of Spengler's stylistic classification of cultures, or, in our own time, of Lotman's tropological typology of cultures, which will serve us as our principal exhibit here. Point 15. It should not be assumed, however, that these classification schemes or combinatoires here all loosely designated as forms of structural typology necessarily express a radically different or incommensurable impulse from those at work in existential historicism. On the contrary, semiotic analysis of such texts generally discloses the operation of deep semic oppositions, a kind of historical pensée savage which can usually be found to project a whole structural typology of cultures imperceptible at the surface of the text and disguised or displaced by the emphasis on the sensitivity of the individual historian subject. The importance of Dilthey was his sensing of the necessary interrelationship between synchronic Verstehen and a more general typology of historical moments or cultures, even though he formulated this in the psychological terms of various worldviews. Meanwhile, it is clear in the work of a historicist like Auerbach that his series of synchronic moments is intersected, albeit very imperfectly, by the structural opposition between paratactic and syntactic styles which inaugurates his work and whose historical status is never fully articulated. In much the same way, the masterpieces of Beausian anthropology, such as Ruth Benedict's well-known patterns of culture in spite of their ideological stress on the infinite diversity of human cultures, can be shown to be articulated by a cultural classification system that is far from innocent. Lotman's work is exemplary for us in the present context because it would seem to have drawn the methodological consequences of this apparently unavoidable, yet generally unformulated, tendency toward typology in existential historicism, and to have projected the most self-conscious and ambitious program for cultural classification that we yet have. In anthropology proper, such programs are generally hampered by the institutional restriction of ethnological materials to so-called cold or primitive societies, that is, they operate within an unreflected previous and far too global typology which is simply the division between primitive and historical social forms. The work of Lotman and his group would appear to take its point of departure in the Marxian problematic of social reproduction. Indeed, the initial definition of culture as the non-hereditary memory of the collectivity suggests a perspective in which the various possible mechanisms of cultural storage will be analyzed in terms of their function to reproduce a mode of production of a determinate type, SM 213. This is not the direction taken by Lotman's work, however, nor does the preliminary restriction of his studies to the field of Slavic or Russian cultural history compel this perspective, insofar as such materials thereby find themselves reduced to documents from only two modes of production, feudalism and capitalism. I do not know of any cultural typological work of this school on artifacts from the socialist period proper. Thus, Lotman's initial definition of culture operates at once to bracket the whole question of the infrastructural function of culture and to determine a framework in which the various cultural mechanisms can be studied in isolation. These prove essentially to be twofold and to generate a kind of dualistic vision of history. It is possible to distinguish between cultures directed mainly towards expression and those directed chiefly towards content, SM 217. Both types of culture they are explicitly correlated with the medieval ritualistic and the modern rationalistic or scientific, respectively are organized around textual constructions, or better still, around processes of textualization. But the first type of culture that organized around the plane of expression posits a master text, scripture, to which the other texts of culture and social life are assimilated. The basic evaluative mechanism of such a cultural mechanism will be the distinction between correct and incorrect, and the world will be articulated according to this binary opposition, in which the true text or true culture, the culture of belief, is opposed to the false texts and cultures of heresies, superstitions, and the like. Meanwhile, a certain conception of textuality organizes modern or rationalistic culture as well, but in this case, the opposite of the equivalent master text, scientific rationality, is not another heretical text, but merely the non-textualized, entropy, or disorder. Here the reproductive mechanism of culture is not directed toward the replication of the sacred text, but rather toward the imperializing transformation of everything that is as yet a non-text into the new master text of scientific rationality, and the evaluative system of such a mechanism is based on conceptions of rules and method, rather than conceptions of correctness or incorrectness, an opposition that might be reformulated in terms of the ethical binary of good and evil. It is apparent that this global opposition is a more complex expression of the classical linguistic or tropological distinction between metaphor and metonymy associated with the name of Roman Jacobson. The cultural production of a culture organized around a master text or scripture will then be a process of metaphorical ordering, whereas that of a culture of textualizing rules will reveal the mechanism of a kind of metonymic reclamation, in which ever greater quantities of content are drawn into the system. The obvious danger of such a stark opposition lies in its recuperation by this or that natural or metaphysical dualism. Thus, in Jacobson himself, in the inaugural work on aphasia, the temptation is ever present to fold the opposition of these master tropes back into some more fundamental division of mental processes, into the analogical and the associative, and beyond that, into specific zones of the brain itself. Yet tropological classification need not be a dualism, as the variety and multiplicity of tropes and figures in any manual of rhetoric might suggest. In the case of Lotman's own work, indeed, it will be observed that other types of cultural mechanism, touched on in passing, suggest that this particular tropological opposition need not constrict Lotman's fundamental project of a description of cultural universals and the elaboration of a grammar of the languages of culture which will furnish, it is to be hoped, the basis of that structural history which is one of our future tasks. 16. On the other hand, a closer inspection of the exception noted above Lotman's account of neoclassicism shows that this promise of variety may well be illusory. Neoclassicism occupies something like an intermediary position between a culture based on a master text and one based on scientific rules. Ostensibly a culture of rules and canons, it nonetheless posits an ensemble of classical texts that have the authority of the older sacred master text. The theoretical models were thought of as eternal and as preceding the actual act of creation. In art, only those texts considered correct, that is, corresponding to the rules, were recognized as texts, i.e., having significance. The bad in art is whatever breaks the rules. But even the violation of the rules can be described, in Boileau's opinion, as following certain incorrect rules. Therefore, bad texts can be classified. Any unsatisfactory work of art serves as an example of some typical violation. SM 218-219. Thus, in Lotman's view, neoclassicism does not present us with some new and original form of cultural mechanism, or some new trope that would break us out of the dualism of metaphor and metonymy. It is merely a structural permutation of the two older types in which the rationalistic mechanism of cultural and scientific production by rules finds itself organized around a true/false, correct/incorrect, good/bad system of evaluation of an older sacred culture. Nor is there anything particularly surprising in this. Griama's semantic rectangle shows us that any initial binary opposition can, by the operation of negations and the appropriate syntheses, generate a much larger field of terms which, however, all necessarily remain locked in the closure of the initial system. The stark and mythical Jacobsonian dualism, as soon as it is articulated into semic variables of the type of Lotman's truth versus rules, becomes similarly capable of generating a more complex combinatoire or permutation scheme. At this point, however, it becomes interesting to ask ourselves what further permutations the Lotmanian typology can produce, and in particular how we might describe the missing fourth term of this particular closed system. Very schematically, we may suppose that to a culture that organizes its rules according to ethical or truth categories, there might logically be opposed a culture that organized its truth categories and its ethics according to rules and methods, that is, a culture that systematically rewrote what used to be ontological categories, being, meaning, goodness, and the like, in terms of the sheerly operational ones of rules of transformation, transcoding, infinite semiosis, and the like. The kinship Lotman has underscored with Foucault's enterprise, in the order of things, confirms the suspicion that his fourth and still hypothetical type of culture can be none other than the structuralist moment celebrated in prophetic enunciation at the end of Foucault's work and sociologically unmasked by Jean Baudrillard as the very logic of consumer society itself, an auto-proliferation of signifiers that have freed themselves from the myth and the ballast of all natural signifieds. The moment of meta-theory, in which theories generate more theories, and of some new and postmodern, properly textual or schizophrenic aesthetic, in which sentences generate other sentences and texts still further texts, CSM, 230, and 5. The purpose of this hypothetical exercise is not to impute to Lotman a view of history that he might well not wish to endorse, but rather to demonstrate that underlying every such structural typology, whether it is grounded in the mechanism of linguistic tropes or in some other way, there can be found something from which the system was intended to free us, namely a narrative, and perhaps even teleological, vision or philosophy of history. As far as the tropes themselves are concerned, they are clearly unavailable for the construction of a typology or structural combinatoire unless their initial empirical multiplicity has been systematically reduced to some basic generative mechanism. This is indeed what we may observe in such contemporary rhetorical systems as those of the M group and in Hayden White's Tropics 17. It will therefore come as no surprise to find that, whatever the official terms of the second underlying system, it must necessarily be of another order of abstraction than the multiplicity of forms that it is called upon to organize and to order. We must then suspect that, even if this underlying system is described in terms of master tropes which organize surface tropes or figures, the status of such master tropes must ultimately be sought in a wholly different system altogether. My own experience suggests that this second, or deep, system can always be grasped and rewritten in terms of something like a narrative or teleological vision of history. Thus the structural attempt to reduce the multiplicity of empirical moments of the past or of other cultures to some fundamental typology or system would seem to be a failure, insofar as the surface categories of such narrative history find themselves smuggled back into the typology to lend it a generally disguised content. Nonetheless, even this apparent failure takes us a step forward, for if such categories are unavoidable, one may at least make a virtue out of necessity and propose a structural system that articulates them explicitly for the first time. As we will see shortly, such a system is that which is projected by the Marxist concept of the mode of production. Meanwhile, we must conclude this discussion of the option of a properly structural typology of history or culture by observing the inevitable, that the emphasis of this position on the logic of the historical object determines an imbalance in that feature which was strongest in the counterposition of existential historicism, namely the position of the historian subject. The very conception of science, whether it be the science of some semiotic yet to be constructed or another kind, depends for its constitution on the mirage of that placeless scientific subject of knowledge which Lacan has conveniently termed the sujet suppose savior. Nonetheless, a certain reflexivity is posited in Lotman's scheme, insofar as the place of the semiotician is presumably to be reckoned into the metonymic moment of a rationalizing and scientific culture. Yet far from being the structuralist equivalent of some properly dialectical self-consciousness, this kind of reflexivity would seem to confront us with the logical paradox of a class that is a member of itself. The utopian fourth culture of Foucault, a properly structuralist culture beyond the conventional scientific rationalistic one, is surely at least partly motivated by the attempt to break out of this bind, yet neither the problem of the historian's place or self-consciousness, nor that of the utopian moment, can be adequately dealt with within these systems. 6. We must now mention, pour mémoire, the final option after antiquarianism, existential historicism, and structural typology, which we have termed the Nietzschean position. Like the first of the series, of which it is in effect the inversion, this final option solves the dilemma of historicism by refusing the problem. In effect, for antiquarianism the problem of the relationship between past and present did not arise, since for it the present had no particularly privileged status. But was it not Hume who suggested that nothing but our own prejudices would be changed by the hypothesis that the world was created a mere instant ago, and that the whole archival and sediment wealth of the past's traces, including Hume's complete works themselves, along with the documents that register this writer's historical existence, are nothing but an immense illusionary trompe-l'oeil built into a synchronous present. Upon the foundation of Hume's paradox, then, there rises the ultimate position on the dilemmas of historicism, namely the view that the problem of the past is not a problem for the simple reason that the past does not exist. What is the object of history? It is quite simply, despite all the elaborations, equivocations, and qualifications of historians and philosophers, whatever is past, and yet, by definition, all that is past does not exist. To be accurate, the object of history is whatever is represented as having hitherto existed. The essence of this representation is preserved records and documents. History's object, the hitherto existing, does not exist except in the modality of its current existence, as representations. What the past is determined by the content of the various ideological forms which operate within the parameters of historical knowledge. The content of the past, its nature, its periods, and problems, is determined by the character of a particular ideological form. The particular modes of writing history invest this or that body of representations with the status of a record. Artifacts, washing lists, court rolls, kitchen middens, memoirs, are converted into texts, representations through which the real may be read. The text, constituted as a text by its reading, is at the mercy of this reading. Far from working on the past, the ostensible object of history, historical knowledge, works on a body of texts. These texts are a product of historical knowledge. The writing of history is the production of texts which interpret these texts. Point 18. This position, which draws the ultimate conclusion from structuralism's inaugural perception of the incommensurability between synchrony and diachrony, is to the conventional practice of the historian as a modernist, or, better still, a postmodernist. Properly textual aesthetic is to the aesthetic of traditional realistic representation. Indeed, the introduction of the very theme of representation into the discussion throws its terms and givens into a fresh light, subsuming it under an even broader theoretical and philosophical problem. For these writers, for example, Lenin's one great historical work, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, is only apparently a work of historiographic representation. Nor does their argument turn on the economic and statistical content of Lenin's text. Arthur Danto demonstrated some time ago that non-narrative types of historical writing can always be transformed into essentially narrative or storytelling propositions. Point 19. Lenin's work does not aim in this sense to reconstitute a more adequate representation of the past. Rather, such apparent representations are part of a theoretical, but also a political, practice in the present, and insert themselves into an ongoing polemic. Lenin's book is a theoretical demolition of the arguments and evidence of narratism and evolutionism. Empirical material, in fact, statistics and information, collected according to definite problems, by definite techniques, and within definite political and social purposes. Lenin had no illusions or fetishes about their purity, functions in this book as the object of criticism or as a source of illustration of a theoretical point. Pp. 323. To replace this interpretation of Lenin in a more familiar context, we may say that the older view according to which this particular textual signifier stands for and represents a particular signified or even a particular referent is here replaced by the view that the meaning of a signifier is generated by its work on previous signifiers alone. The classical view of this textual model of theory is, of course, Althusser's own. Theoretical production is neither the representation of some real object nor direct work on the latter. Science always works on generalized material even when the latter takes on the form of a fact. It always works on pre-existent concepts, on Vorstellungen. It does not work on some pure and objective datum which would be that of pure and absolute facts. On the contrary, its business consists in elaborating its own scientific facts by means of the critique of ideological facts elaborated by the more properly ideological theoretical practice that has preceded it. Point 20. Now, however, Hindus and Hurst draw the ultimate conclusion from this position, a conclusion Althusser has not been willing to take himself, and, thereby reproblematizing their own important book, provocatively close it with the following declaration. The study of history is not only scientifically but also politically valueless. The object of history, the past, no matter how it is conceived, cannot affect present conditions. Historical events do not exist and can have no material effectivity in the present. It is the current situation which it is the object of Marxist theory to elucidate and of Marxist political practice to act upon. All Marxist theory, however abstract it may be, however general its field of application, exists to make possible the analysis of the current situation. PM 312. But if this is what historiography does anyhow without realizing it, or under the delusion that it is representing past realities, then perhaps we can go on writing history as we did before, and it is conceivable that the Humean paradox would change nothing whatsoever in our life in what has become something of a Potemkin present. Much of the same conclusion can be drawn from more explicitly Nietzschean contemporary versions of this position. Let Jean-François Lyotard, in his attack on current reinventions of Rousseau, serve as the spokesman for this view. Confronted with the polemic appeal to the radical social and cultural difference of primitive or tribal society, expressed, in this case, in the work of Jean Baudrillard, Lyotard is willing to take the ultimate step. There never were any primitive societies to begin with. Non-decidement, il faut le dire clairement, il n'y a pas du tout de sociétés primitives aux sauvages, nous sommes tous des sauvages, tous les sauvages sont des capitalistes capitalizes. Point 21. There has never been anything but capitalism as far as the eye can see in time and space. There has never been anything but the present. Yet Lyotard's own call for a new paganism, for a political revival of the old heterogeneity of the pagan gods, or intensities, 22, as well as his strategic reaffirmation of the oppositional underside of hegemonic classical philosophy, his defense of the sophists and the cynics against the dominant Platonic or Aristotelian tradition suggests much the same libidinal practice of the past, and of its names of history, whose program, whose schizophrenic historicism, we have already seen. Outlined in Deleuze. 7. The reader will already have suspected that the Marxist solution to the dilemma of historicism outlined here will consist in squaring the circle we have already traced, in positing a mode of identity that is also one of radical difference, and in producing a kind of structural historicism, in which the vital and, if one likes, properly libidinal investment of existential historicism in the past is somehow derived from or positioned within a conception of the logic of historical and cultural forms more satisfactory than that proposed by structural typology. We have already suggested that such a conception is to be found in the Marxian notion of the mode of production, whose various forms are conventionally enumerated as follows: hunting and gathering, primitive communism or the horde, Neolithic agriculture or the gens, the Asiatic mode of production, or so-called Oriental despotism, the polis, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and communism. These distinct forms are no longer to be considered states in some linear or evolutionary narrative which would be the story of human history, nor are they necessary moments in some teleological historical process. The local and empirical transition from one of these forms to another, as in the two great loci classici of Marxist historiography, the transition from primitive communism to power societies, and the transition from feudalism to capitalism, demands reconstruction, not as a narrative of emergence, but rather, as we have already suggested above, as a genealogy. Meanwhile, each of these synchronic forms designates, not merely a specific type of economic production or labor process and technology, but also a specific and original form of cultural and linguistic, or sign, production, along with the determinate place of the other traditional Marxian superstructures of the political, the juridical, the ideological, and so forth. It thus subsumes models like that of Lotman which seek to deal with cultural mechanisms in isolation, leaving aside here the fact that Lotman's is a model of cultural reproduction rather than of cultural production proper. Nor is there any reason that a contemporary Marxian model of social structure should not make a determinate place for the psychoanalytic instance, the construction of a particular psychoanalytic subject in this or that mode of production, and for the phenomenological in particular the phenomenology of space and the organization of Lebenswelt or daily life in a given social formation. What needs to be stressed, however, is that all these various instances are dialectically modified according to the structural place assigned to them in the various modes of production. There cannot, therefore, be any question of the projection backward into radically different social formations of a concept of production drawn from capitalism, any more than a dialectical perspective can accept the ahistorical assumption of certain psychoanalytic schools that the constituted subject, the unconscious, the Oedipus complex, desire, and the like, all theorized from modern or bourgeois psychic materials, remain constant throughout history. 23. As with my initial remarks on interpretation, I cannot do any more here than assert answers to problems about the nature of a mode of production which I will argue in more detail elsewhere. Chief among such problems is the status of this concept itself, about which it has been observed in a number of critiques of the formulations of this concept in Althusser and Balibar that it is something like Spinoza's eternity, a timeless structure which must apparently effortlessly reproduce itself without change across the empirical vicissitudes of human history. 24. Nor is the conventional Marxist appeal to the complementary concept of a social formation the empirical historical society or culture in which a given mode of production realizes itself any more satisfactory as theoretical solution, since it merely reintroduces that empiricism which it was the mission of a dialectical approach to discredit and to replace. A solution to this problem can be sought in two directions. On the one hand, as we have already suggested, the Marxian concept of a mode of production is essentially a differential one, in which the formulation of a single mode of production, as, for instance, Marx's own model of capital, at once structurally projects the space of other possible modes of production by way of difference, that is, by a systematic variation in the features or semes of any given initial mode. This is the sense in which each mode of production structurally implies all the others. What is important about this from our present standpoint is that the contemplation of any given mode of production, or the replacement of any cultural artifact within its specific mode of production, must always implicitly or explicitly involve a differential relationship to all the others. But one can also argue this differential interrelationship in a non-structuralizing way. From this second standpoint, the hypothesis of a structural combinatoire is unnecessary, since each more advanced mode of production includes the earlier ones, which it has had to suppress in its own emergence. These are therefore sedimented within a mode of production like capitalism, in which the earlier forms, along with their own specific forms of alienation and productivity, persist in a layered, cancelled fashion. But not only is it vanquished modes of production from the past that thus survive in the non-synchronicity of the present mode, it is also clear that future modes of production are also at work in the present and can be detected most visibly in the various local forms of class struggle. 25. If this is so, however, it becomes evident not only that no mode of production exists in any pure state, but also that we need a concept of the same level of abstraction to designate this contradictory overlay and structural coexistence of several modes of production in tension with one another. I suggest that this concept has been made available to us by the Chinese experience, and that this larger form, which subsumes the individual modes of production, be called cultural revolution, it being understood that the recent Chinese practice of cultural revolution is merely one distinct historical type of cultural revolution, of which one must assume that there have existed quite different structural embodiments at all moments of human history. Thus, for instance, to draw only on familiar and traditional examples, Bacofen's hypothesis of the triumph of patriarchy over matriarchy is an attempt to thematize a properly Neolithic cultural revolution. Max Weber's analysis of the Protestant ethic is a contribution to the study of a properly bourgeois cultural revolution, and so forth. Let me add in passing that this new unifying category of historical study seems to me the only one in terms of which the so-called human sciences can be reorganized in a properly materialistic way. Yet it would seem that this system of modes of production and cultural revolutions at best regrounds only one of the options discussed above, that of structural typology, or of the logic of the historical object, in some more satisfactory and totalizing way, and that we have not yet shown how it is able to provide a more adequate formulation for the problem of the place of the historian subject, or of the present, as this imposed itself in our counter-discussion of existential historicism. We have already touched on the way in which Marxism, as an absolute historicism, grounds the possibility of a comprehensive theory of past societies and cultures in the structure of the present, or of capitalism itself. Yet this would seem at best to reinvent some place of truth, some ethnocentric privilege of our present as inheritors of world culture and as practitioners of rationalism and science, which is not visibly different from the imperializing hubris of conventional bourgeois science, and which would tend at the same time to confirm the current line of the nouveau philosophes on the innate or intrinsic Stalinism of the Marxian worldview. This ultimate dilemma, which turns on the status of the present and the place of the subject in it, needs to be restructured in three ways. First, we must try to rid ourselves of the habit of thinking about our aesthetic relationship to culturally or temporally distant artifacts as being a relationship between individual subjects, as in my personal reading of an individual text written by a biographical individual named Spencer or Juvenal, or even my personal attempt to invent an individual relationship to an oral story once told by an individual storyteller in a tribal society. It is not a question of dismissing the role of individual subjects in the reading process, but rather of grasping this obvious and concrete individual relationship as being itself a mediation for a non-individual and more collective process, the confrontation of two distinct social forms or modes of production. We must try to accustom ourselves to a perspective in which every act of reading, every local interpretive practice, is grasped as the privileged vehicle through which two distinct modes of production confront and interrogate each other. Our individual reading thus becomes an allegorical figure for this essentially collective confrontation of two social forms. If we can do this, I suggest that a second reformulation of the nature of this contact between present and past will gradually impose itself. We will no longer tend to see the past as some inert and dead object which we are called upon to resurrect, or to preserve, or to sustain, in our own living freedom. Rather, the past will itself become an active agent in this process and will begin to come before us as a radically different life form which rises up to call our own form of life into question and to pass judgment on us, and through us on the social formation in which we exist. At that point, the very dynamics of the historical tribunal are unexpectedly and dialectically reversed. It is not we who sit in judgment on the past, but rather the past, the radical difference of other modes of production, and even of the immediate past of our own mode of production, which judges us, imposing the painful knowledge of what we are not, what we are no longer, what we are not yet. This is the sense in which the past speaks to us about our own virtual and unrealized human potentialities, but it is not an edifying lesson or any leisure matter of personal or cultural enrichment. Rather, it is a lesson of privation, which radically calls into question the commodified daily life, the reified spectacles, and the simulated experience of our own plastic and cellophane society, and this not merely on the level of content, as in Marx's familiar opposition of the object world of Greek epic to the contemporary world of the locomotive and the telegraph, but in the very experience of form and linguistic production itself, where the primacy of collective ritual, or the splendor of uncommodified value, or even the transparency of immediate personal relations of domination, at once stigmatizes the monetization, the privatized and instrumentalized speech, the commodity reification, of our own way of life. On this view, then, as for existential historicism, our concrete relationship with the past remains an existential experience, a galvanic and electrifying event, yet one that is far more disturbing and unsettling than in the comfortable aesthetic appreciation of the practitioners of late 19th century historicism. Now, on the contrary, it is the past that sees us, and judges us remorselessly, without any sympathy for our complicity with the scraps of subjectivity we try to think of as our own fragmentary and authentic life experience. Yet it is not only the past that thus judges us, and with this final rectification we touch at the originality of the Marxist position with respect to the other options that have been evoked above. For if the proper articulation of any concrete mode of production structurally implies the projection of all other conceivable modes, it follows that it implies the future as well, and that the hermeneutic contact between present and past outlined here cannot fully be described without the articulation within it of what Ernst Bloch has called the utopian impulse. Among the conditions of possibility of Marxism itself as a new type of dialectical thought was, as we have indicated above, the commodification of land and labor completed only by the emergence of capitalism, but if this were its only historical precondition, it could be argued that Marxism as such was merely a theoretical reflection of early or classical capitalism. It is, however, also the anticipatory expression of a future society, or, in the terms of our discussion above, the partisan commitment to that future or utopian mode of production which seeks to emerge from the hegemonic mode of production of our own present. This is the final reason why Marxism is not, in the current sense, a place of truth, why its subjects are not centered in some possession of dogma, but are rather very precisely historically decentered. Only the utopian future is a place of truth in this sense, and the privilege of contemporary life and of the present lies not in its possession, but at best in the rigorous judgment it may be felt to pass on us. The fullest and most terrifying form of a Marxist hermeneutic act can therefore best be conveyed by those great moments in Sartre's Condemned of Altona, when the implacable gaze of the alien and incomprehensible inhabitants of the 30th century burns unanswerably upon a present steeped in torture, exploitation, and blood guilt. Habitants masques de plafonds, décapodes, siècles, voici mon siècle, solitaire et difforme, elle accuse. Mon client est ventre de ses propres mains, ce que vous prenez pour un lymphe blanche, c'est du sang. Répondez donc. Le trenchem ne répond plus. Peut-être nyrtil plus de siècles après le notre. Peut-être tu un baume aura souffle les lumières. Tout sera mort, les yeux, les juges, les temps. Nude. Au tribunal de la nude, toi qui fus, qui seras, qui es, jaiet. Jaiet.26. Masked inhabitants of the ceilings, decapods, centuries, here is my own century, solitary, misbegotten, the accused. My client disembowels himself before your very eyes. What looks like lymph is really blood, answer me. The 30th century no longer answers. Maybe there are no centuries after this one. Maybe a bomb blew out all the lights. Everything will be dead, eyes, judges, time. Night. O great court of the night, you who were and always will be, who are I have been. I have been. Yet Franz's appeal to a silent and unimaginable posterity, with all its echoes of a more properly existentialist pathos, is not the only possible figure for this fullest relationship to history. Sartre's crabs are after all our own grandchildren or great-grandchildren, Brecht's Nachbarn, and it is therefore fitting to conclude with the evocation of a rather different type of political art. Alan Tanner's film Jonah, who will be 25 in the year 2000, with its play of post-individual collective relationships around the absent center of birth and of a new subject to come to convey the sense of a hermeneutic relationship to the past which is able to grasp its own present as history only. On condition it manages to keep the idea of the future, and of radical and utopian transformation, alive. 1979. 8. Periodizing the 60s. Nostalgic commemoration of the glories of the 60s and abject public confession of the decade's many failures and missed opportunities are two errors that cannot be avoided by some middle path that threads its way in between. The following sketch starts from the position that history is necessity, that the 60s had to happen the way it did, and that its opportunities and failures were inextricably intertwined, marked by the objective constraints and openings of a determinate historical situation, of which I thus wish to offer a tentative and provisional model. To speak of the situation of the 60s, however, is necessarily to think in terms of historical periods and to work with models of historical periodization, which are at the present moment theoretically unfashionable, to say the least. Leave aside the existential fact that the veterans of the decade, who have seen so many things change dramatically from year to year, think more historically than their predecessors. The classification by generations has become as meaningful for us as it was for the Russians of the late 19th century, who sorted character types out with reference to specific decades. And intellectuals of a certain age now find it normal to justify their current positions by way of a historical narrative. Then the limits of Althusserianism began to be evident, etc. Now, this is not the place for a theoretical justification of periodization in the writing of history, but to those who think that cultural periodization implies some massive kinship and homogeneity or identity within a given period, it may quickly be replied that it is surely only against a certain conception of what is historically dominant or hegemonic that the full value of the exceptional, what Raymond Williams calls the residual or emergent, can be assessed. Here, in any case, the period in question is understood not as some omnipresent and uniform shared style or way of thinking and acting, but rather as the sharing of an objective situation, to which a whole range of varied responses and creative innovations is then possible, but always within that situation's structural limits. Yet a whole range of rather different theoretical objections will also bear on the selectiveness of such a historical narrative. If the critique of periodization questions the possibilities of diachrony, these involve the problems of synchrony and in particular of the relationship to be established between the various levels of historical change singled out for attention. Indeed, the present narrative will claim to say something meaningful about the 60s by way of brief sketches of but four of those levels: the history of philosophy, revolutionary political theory and practice, cultural production and economic cycles, and this in a context limited essentially to the United States, France, and the Third World. Such selectiveness seems not merely to give equal historical weight to base and superstructure indifferently, but also to raise the specter of a practice of homologies, the kind of analogical parallelism in which the poetic production of Wallace Stevens is somehow the same as the political practice of Che Guevara, which have been thought abusive at least as far back as Spengler. There is of course no reason why specialized and elite phenomena, such as the writing of poetry, cannot reveal historical trends and tendencies as vividly as real life, or perhaps even more visibly, in their isolation and semi-autonomy which approximates a laboratory situation. In any case, there is a fundamental difference between the present narrative and those of an older organic history that sought expressive unification through analogies and homologies between widely distinct levels of social life. Where the latter proposed identities between the forms on such various levels, what will be argued here is a series of significant homologies between the breaks in those forms and their development. What is at stake, then, is not some proposition about the organic unity of the 60s on all its levels, but rather a hypothesis about the rhythm and dynamics of the fundamental situation in which those very different levels develop according to their own internal laws. At that point, what looked like a weakness in this historical or narrative procedure turns out to be an unexpected strength, particularly in allowing for some sort of verification of the separate strands of the narrative. One sometimes believes, especially in the area of culture and cultural histories and critiques, that an infinite number of narrative interpretations of history are possible, limited only by the ingenuity of the practitioners whose claim to originality depends on the novelty of the new theory of history they bring to market. It is more reassuring, then, to find the regularities hypothetically proposed for one field of activity, example the cognitive, or the aesthetic, or the revolutionary, dramatically and surprisingly confirmed by the reappearance of just such regularities in a widely different and seemingly unrelated field, as will be the case with the economic in the present context. At any rate, it will already have become clear that nothing like a history of the 60s in the traditional, narrative sense will be offered here. But historical representation is just as surely in crisis as its distant cousin, the linear novel, and for much the same reasons. The most intelligent solution to such a crisis does not consist in abandoning historiography altogether, as an impossible aim and an ideological category all at once, but rather, as in the modernist aesthetic itself, in reorganizing its traditional procedures on a different level. Althusser's proposal seems the wisest in this situation, as old-fashioned narrative or realistic historiography becomes problematical. the historian should reformulate her vocation not any longer to produce some vivid representation of history as it really happened, but rather to produce the concept of history. Such will at least be the gamble of the following pages. Third World Beginnings. It does not seem particularly controversial to mark the beginnings of what will come to be called the 60s in the Third World with the great movement of decolonization in British and French Africa. It can be argued that the most characteristic expressions of a properly First World 60s are all later than this, whether they are understood in countercultural terms drugs and rock or in the political terms of a student New Left and a mass anti-war movement. Indeed, politically, a First World 60s owed much to Third Worldism in terms of politico-cultural models, as in a symbolic Maoism, and, moreover, found its mission in resistance to wars aimed precisely at stemming the new revolutionary forces in the Third World. Belden Fields has indeed suggested that the two First World nations in which the most powerful student mass movements emerged, the United States and France, became privileged political spaces precisely because these were two countries involved in colonial wars, although the French New Left appears after the resolution of the Algerian conflict. The one significant exception to all this is in many ways the most important First World political movement of all, the New Black politics and the Civil Rights Movement, which must be dated, not from the Supreme Court decision of 1954, but rather from the first sit-ins in Greensboro, North Carolina, in February 1960. Yet it might be argued that this was also a movement of decolonization, and in any case the constant exchange and mutual influences between the American black movements and the various African and Caribbean ones are continuous and incalculable throughout this period. The independence of Ghana, 1957, the agony of the Congo, Lumumba was murdered in January 1961, the independence of France's sub-Saharan colonies following the Gaullist referendum of 1959, finally the Algerian Revolution, which might plausibly mark our schema here with its internal high point, the Battle of Algiers, in January, March 1957, as with its diplomatic resolution in 1962, all of these signal the convulsive birth of what will come in time to be known as the 60s. Not so very long ago, the Earth numbered 2,000 million inhabitants, 500 million men and 1,500 million natives. The former had the word, the others merely had use of it. 1. The 60s was, then, the period when all these natives became human beings, and this internally as well as externally, those inner colonized of the First World minorities, marginals, and women fully as much as its external subjects and official natives. The process can and has been described in a number of ways, each one of which implies a certain vision of history and a certain uniquely thematized reading of the 60s proper. It can be seen as a decisive and global chapter in Croce's conception of history as the history of human freedom, as a more classically Hegelian process of the coming to self-consciousness of subject peoples, as some post-Lukácsian or more Marcusean, New Left conception of the emergence of new subjects of history of a non-class type, blacks, students, Third World peoples, or as some post-structuralist, Foucauldian notion, significantly anticipated by Sartre in the passage just quoted, of the conquest of the right to speak in a new collective voice. Never before heard on the world stage, and of the concomitant dismissal of the intermediaries, liberals, First World intellectuals, who had hitherto claimed to talk in your name, not forgetting the more properly political rhetoric of self-determination or independence, or the more psychological and cultural rhetoric of new collective identities. It is, however, important to situate the emergence of these new collective identities or subjects of history in the historical situation which made that emergence possible, and in particular to relate the emergence of these new social and political categories, the colonized, race, marginality, gender, and the like, to something like a crisis in the more universal category that had hitherto seemed to subsume all the varieties of social resistance, namely the classical conception of social class. This is to be understood, however, not in some intellectual but rather in an institutional sense. It would be idealistic to suppose the deficiencies in the abstract idea of social class, and in particular in the Marxian conception of class struggle, can have been responsible for the emergence of what seem to be new non-class forces. What can be noted, rather, is a crisis in the institutions through which a real class politics had, however imperfectly, been able to express itself. In this respect, the merge of the AFL and the CIO in 1955 can be seen as a fundamental condition of possibility for the unleashing of the new social and political dynamics of the 60s. That merger, a triumph of McCarthyism, secured the expulsion of the communists from the American labor movement, consolidated the new anti-political social contract between American business and the American labor unions, and created a situation in which the privileges of a white male labor force take precedence over the demands of black and women workers and other minorities. These last have therefore no place in the classical institutions of an older working class politics. They will thus be liberated from social class, in the charged and ambivalent sense that Marxism gives to that word. In the context of enclosure, for instance, they are separated from the older institutions and thus released to find new modes of social and political expression. The virtual disappearance of the American Communist Party as a small but significant political force in American society in 1956 suggests another dimension to this general situation. The crisis of the American Party is overdetermined by its repression under McCarthyism and by the revolution in the Soviet bloc unleashed by Khrushchev's de-Stalinization campaign, which will have analogous but distinct and specific equivalents for the European communist parties. In France, in particular, after the brief moment of a communist humanism, developed essentially by philosophers in the eastern countries, and with the fall of Khrushchev himself and the definitive failure of his various experiments in 1964, an unparalleled situation emerges in which, virtually for the first time since the Congress of Tours in 1919, it becomes possible for radical intellectuals to conceive of revolutionary work outside and independent of the French Communist Party. The older attitudes, we know all about it, we don't like it much, but nothing is to be done politically without the CP are classically expressed in Sartre's own political journalism, in particular in Les Communistes et la Paix. Now Trotskyism gets a new lease on life, and the new Maoist forms, followed by a whole explosion of extra-parliamentary formations of all ideological complexions, the so-called groupuscules, offer the promise of a new kind of politics equally liberated from the traditional class categories. Two further key events need to be noted here before we go on. For many of us, indeed, the crucial detonator a new year the palpable demonstration that revolution was not merely a historical concept and a museum piece but real and achievable was furnished by a people whose imperialist subjugation had developed among North Americans a sympathy and a sense of fraternity we could never have for other third world peoples in their struggle, except in an abstract and intellectual way. Yet by January 1, 1959, the Cuban Revolution remained symbolically ambiguous. It could be read as a Third World Revolution of a type different from either the classical Leninist one or the Maoist experience, for it had a revolutionary strategy entirely its own, the Foucault theory, which we will discuss later. This great event also announces the impending 60s as a period of unexpected political innovation rather than as the confirmation of older social and conceptual schemes. Meanwhile, personal testimony seems to make it clear that for many white American students, in particular for many of those later active in the New Left, the assassination of President Kennedy played a significant role in delegitimizing the state itself and in discrediting the parliamentary process, seeming to mark the decisive end of the well-known passing of the torch to a younger generation of leadership, as well as the dramatic defeat of some new spirit of public or civic idealism. As for the reality of the appearance, it does not much matter that, in hindsight, such a view of the Kennedy presidency may be wholly erroneous, considering his conservatism and anti-communism, the gruesome gamble of the missile crisis, and his responsibility for the American engagement in Vietnam itself. More significant, the legacy of the Kennedy regime to the development of a 60s politics may well have been the rhetoric of youth and of the generation gap which he exploited, but which outlived him and dialectically offered itself as an expressive form through which the political discontent of American students and young people could articulate itself. Such were some of the preconditions or conditions of possibility both in traditional working-class political institutions and in the arena of the legitimation of state power for the new social forces of the 60s to develop as they did. Returning to these new forces, there is a way in which their ultimate fate marks the close of the 60s as well. The end of Third Worldism in the US and Europe largely predates the Chinese Thermidor, and coincides with the awareness of increasing institutional corruption in many of the newly independent states of Africa and the almost complete militarization of the Latin American regimes after the Chilean coup of 1973. The later revolutionary triumphs in the former Portuguese colonies are henceforth felt to be Marxist rather than Third Worldist, whereas Vietnam vanishes from American consciousness as completely after the ultimate American withdrawal as did Algeria from French consciousness after the Evian Accords of 1963. In the first world of the late 60s, there is certainly a return to a more internal politics, as the anti-war movement in the United States and May 1968 in France testify. Yet the American movement remains organically linked to its Third World occasion in the Vietnam War itself, as well as to the Maoist inspiration of the progressive labor-type groups which emerge from SDS, such that the movement as a whole will lose its momentum as the war winds down and the draft ceases. In France, the Common Programme of the Left, 1972, in which the current socialist government finds its origins, marks a new turn toward Gramscian models and a new kind of Euro-communist spirit which owes very little to Third World antecedents of any kind. Finally, the black movement in the US enters into a crisis at much the same time, as its dominant ideology, cultural nationalism, an ideology profoundly linked to Third World models, is exhausted. The women's movement also owed something to this kind of Third World inspiration, but it too, in the period 1972 to 74, will know an increasing articulation into relatively distinct ideological positions: bourgeois feminism, lesbian separatism, socialist feminism. For reasons enumerated above, and others, it seems plausible to mark the end of the 60s around 1972 to 74. The problem of this general break will be returned to at the end of this sketch. For the moment we must complete our characterization of the overall dynamic of Third World history during this period, particularly if it is granted that this dynamic or narrative line entertains some privileged relationship of influence on the unfolding of a First World 60s, through direct intervention wars of national liberation or through the prestige of exotic political models, most obviously, the Maoist one, or finally, owing to some global dynamic which both worlds share and respond to in relatively distinct ways. This is, of course, the moment to observe that the liberation of new forces in the Third World is as ambiguous as this term frequently tends to be. Freedom as separation from older systems. To put it more sharply, it is the moment to recall the obvious, that decolonization historically went hand in hand with neocolonialism, and that the graceful, grudging, or violent end of an old-fashioned imperialism certainly meant the end of one kind of domination, but evidently also the invention and construction of a new kind symbolically, something like the replacement of the British Empire by the International Monetary Fund. This is, incidentally, why the currently fashionable rhetoric of power and domination, Foucault is the most influential of these rhetoric eons, but the basic displacement from the economic to the political is already made by Max Weber, is ultimately unsatisfactory. It is of course politically important to contest the various forms of power and domination, but the latter cannot be understood unless their functional relationships to economic exploitation are articulated, that is, until the political is once again subsumed beneath the economic. On the other hand, particularly in the historicizing perspective of the present essay, it will obviously be a significant historical and social symptom that, in the mid-60s, people felt it necessary to express their sense of the situation and their projected praxis in a reified political language of power, domination, authority, and anti-authoritarianism, and so forth. Here, Second and Third World developments with their conceptions of a primacy of the political under socialism offer an interesting and curious cross-lighting. Meanwhile, something similar can be said of the conceptions of collective identity, and in particular of the post-structuralist slogan of the conquest of speech, of the right to speak in your own voice, for yourself, but to articulate new demands, in your own voice, is not necessarily to satisfy them. And to speak is not necessarily to achieve a Hegelian recognition from the other, or at least then only in the more somber and baleful sense that the other now has to take you into consideration in a new way and to invent new methods for dealing with that new presence you have achieved. In hindsight, the materialist kernel of this characteristic rhetoric or ideological vision of the 60s may be found in a more fundamental reflection on the nature of cultural revolution itself, now independent of its local and now historical Chinese manifestation. The paradoxical, or dialectical, combination of decolonization and neocolonialism can perhaps best be grasped in economic terms by a reflection on the nature of another process whose beginning coincides with the general beginnings we have suggested for this period as a whole. This is a process generally described in the neutral but obviously ideological language of a technological revolution in agriculture, the so-called Green Revolution, with its new applications of chemical procedures to fertilization, its intensified strategies of mechanization, and its predictable celebration of progress and wonder-working technology, supposedly destined to free the world from hunger. The Green Revolution, incidentally, finds its Second World equivalent in Khrushchev's disastrous Virgin Lands experiment. But these are far from neutral achievements, nor is their export essentially pioneered by the Kennedys, a benevolent and altruistic activity. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, capitalist penetration of the Third World did not necessarily mean a capitalist transformation of the latter's traditional modes of production. Rather, they were for the most part left intact, merely exploited by a more political and military structure. The very enclave nature of these older agricultural modes in combination with the violence of the occupier and that other violence, the introduction of money, established a sort of tributary relation that was beneficial to the imperialist metropolis for a considerable period. The Green Revolution carries this penetration and expansion of the logic of capital into a new stage. The older village structure and pre-capitalist forms of agriculture are now systematically destroyed, to be replaced by an industrial agriculture whose effects are fully as disastrous as, and analogous to, the moment of enclosure in the emergence of capital in what was to become the First World. The organic social relations of village societies are now shattered, an enormous landless pre-proletariat produced, which migrates to the urban areas, as the tremendous growth of Mexico City can testify, while new, more proletarian, wage-working forms of agricultural labor replace the older collective or traditional kinds. Such ambiguous liberation needs to be described with all the dialectical ambivalence with which Marx and Engels celebrate the dynamism of capital itself in the Manifesto or the historical progress achieved by the British occupation of India. The conception of the Third World 60s as a moment when all over the world chains and shackles of a classical imperialist kind were thrown off in a stirring wave of wars of national liberation is an altogether mythical simplification. Such resistance is generated as much by the new penetration of the Green Revolution as it is by the ultimate impatience with the older imperialist structures, the latter itself overdetermined by the historical spectacle of the supremacy of another former Third World entity, namely Japan, in its sweeping initial victories over the old imperial powers in World War II. Eric Wolf's indispensable Peasant Wars of the 20th Century, 1969, underscores the relationship between possibilities of resistance, the development of a revolutionary ethos, and a certain constitutive distance from the more absolutely demoralizing social and economic logic of capital. The final ambiguity with which we leave this topic is the following: the 60s, often imagined as a period when capital and first world power are in retreat all over the globe, can just as easily be conceptualized as a period when capital is in full dynamic and innovative expansion, equipped with a whole armature of fresh production techniques and new means of production. It now remains to be seen whether this ambiguity, and the far greater specificity of the agricultural developments in the Third World, have any equivalent in the dynamics with which the 60s unfold in the advanced countries themselves. 2. The politics of otherness. If the history of philosophy is understood not as some sequence of timeless yet somehow finite positions in the eternal, but rather as the history of attempts to conceptualize a historical and social substance itself in constant dialectical transformation, whose aporias and contradictions mark all of those successive philosophies as determinate failures, yet failures from which we can read off something of the nature of the object on which they themselves came to grief, then it does not seem quite so far-fetched to scan the more limited trajectory of that now highly specialized discipline for symptoms of the deeper rhythms of the real or concrete 60s itself. As far as the history of philosophy during that period is concerned, one of the more influential versions of its story is told as follows: the gradual supersession of a hegemonic Sartrean existentialism, with its essentially phenomenological perspectives, by what is often loosely called structuralism, namely, by a variety of new theoretical attempts which share at least a single fundamental experience, the discovery of the primacy of language or the symbolic, an area in which phenomenology and Sartrean existentialism remain relatively conventional or traditional. The moment of high structuralism, whose most influential monuments are seemingly not philosophical at all, but can be characterized, alongside the new linguistics itself, as linguistic transformations of anthropology and psychoanalysis by Claude Lévi-Strauss and Jacques Lacan respectively, is, however, inherently unstable and has the vocation of becoming a new type of universal mathesis, under pain of vanishing as one more intellectual fad. The breakdown products of that moment of high structuralism can then be seen, on the one hand, as the reduction to a kind of scientism, to sheer method and analytical technique, in semiotics, and, on the other hand, as the transformation of structuralist approaches into active ideologies in which ethical, political, and historical consequences are drawn from the hitherto more epistemological structuralist positions. This last is of course the moment of what is now generally known as post-structuralism, associated with familiar names like those of Foucault, Deleuze, Derrida, and so forth. That the paradigm, although obviously French in its references, is not merely local can be judged from an analogous mutation of the classical Frankfurt School via problems of communication in the work of Habermas, or by the current revival or pragmatism in the work of Richard Rorty, which has a homegrown American post-structuralist feeling to it, Peirce after all having largely preceded and outclassed Saussure. The crisis of the philosophical institution and the gradual extinction of the philosopher's classic political vocation, of which Sartre was for our time the supreme embodiment, can in some ways be said to be about the so-called death of the subject, the individual ego or personality, but also the supreme philosophical subject, the cogito, but also the auteur of the great philosophical system. It is certainly possible to see Sartre as one of the last great system builders of traditional philosophy, but then at least one dimension of classical existentialism must also be seen as an ideology or a metaphysic, that of the heroic pathos of existential choice and freedom in the void, and that of the absurd, more particularly in Camus. Some of us also came to Marxism through dialectical elements in the early Sartre, he himself then turning to follow up this avenue in his own later, more Marxian work, such as the Critique of Dialectical Reason 1960. But on balance the component of his work that underwent the richest practical elaboration at other people's hands as well as his own was his theory of interpersonal relations, his stunning rewrite of Hegel's master/slave chapter, his conception of the look as the most concrete mode in which I relate to other subjects and struggle with them, the dimension of my alienation in my being for other people, in which each of us vainly attempts, by looking at the other, to turn the tables and transform the baleful alienating gaze of the other into an object for my equally alienating gaze. Sartre will go on, in the Critique, to try to erect a more positive and political theory of group dynamics on this seemingly sterile territory, the struggle between two people now becoming dialectically transformed into the struggle between groups themselves. The Critique was an anticipatory work, however, whose import and significance would not finally be recognized until May 1968 and beyond, whose rich consequences indeed have not even fully been drawn to this day. Suffice it to say, in the present context, that the Critique fails to reach its appointed terminus and to complete the projected highway that was to have led from the individual subject of existential experience all the way to fully constituted social classes. It breaks down at the point of the constitution of small groups and is ultimately usable principally for ideologies of small guerrilla bands, in a later moment of the 60s, and of microgroups, at the period's end. the significance of this trajectory will soon be clear. However, at the dawn of the 60s, the Sartrean paradigm of the look and the struggle for recognition between individual subjects will also be appropriated dramatically for a very different model of political struggle. In Frantz Fanon's enormously influential vision, The Wretched of the Earth 1961, of the struggle between colonizer and colonized, where the objectifying reversal of the look is apocalyptically rewritten as the act of redemptive violence of slave against master, the moment when, in fear and the anxiety of death, the hierarchical positions of self and other, center and margin, are forcibly reversed, and when the subservient consciousness of the colonized achieves collective identity and self-affirmation in the face of colonizers in abject fight. What is at once significant is the way in which what had been a technical philosophical subject, the problem of solipsism, the nature of relationships between individual subjects or cogitos, has fallen into the world and become an explosive and scandalous political ideology, a piece of the old-fashioned technical philosophical system of high existentialism breaking off and migrating outside philosophy departments altogether, into a more frightening landscape of praxis and terror. Fanon's great myth could be read at the time, by those it appalled equally well as by those it energized, as an irresponsible call to mindless violence. In retrospect, and in the light of Fanon's other, clinical work, he was a psychiatrist working with victims of colonization and of the torture and terror of the Algerian War. It can more appropriately be read as a significant contribution to a whole theory of cultural revolution as the collective re-education, or even collective psychoanalysis, of oppressed peoples or unrevolutionary working classes. Cultural revolution as a strategy for breaking the immemorial habits of subalternity and obedience which have become internalized as a kind of second nature in all the laborious and exploited classes in human history, such is the vaster problematic to which, today, Gramsci and Wilhelm Reich, Fanon, and Rudolf Barrow, can be seen as contributing as richly as the more official practices of Maoism. 3. Digression on Maoism. But with this new and fateful reference, an awkward but unavoidable parenthetical digression is in order. Maoism, richest of all the great new ideologies of the 60s, will be a shadowy but central presence throughout this essay, yet owing to its very polyvalence it cannot be neatly inserted at any point or exhaustively confronted on its own. One understands, of course, why left militants here and abroad, fatigued by Maoist dogmatisms, must have heaved a collective sigh of relief when the Chinese turn consigned Maoism itself to the ashcan of history. Theories, however, are often liberated on their own terms when they are thus radically disjoined from the practical interests of state power. Meanwhile, as I have suggested above, the symbolic terrain of the present debate is fully as much chosen and dictated by the right as by left survivors, and the current propaganda campaign, everywhere in the world, to Stalinize and discredit Maoism and the experience of the Chinese Cultural Revolution now rewritten as yet another gulag to the East. All of this, make no mistake about it, is part and parcel of the larger attempt to trash the 60s generally. It would not be prudent to abandon rapidly and without thoughtful reconsideration any of this terrain to the other side. As for the more ludicrous features of Western third-worldism, generally a kind of modern exotic or Orientalist version of Marx's revolutionaries of 1848, who anxiously conjure up the spirits of the Great Revolution of 1789 to their service and borrow from them names, battle cries and costumes too, these are now widely understood in a more cynical light, as in Regis Debray's remark, in France, the Columbuses of political modernity thought that following Goddard's La Chinoise they were discovering China in Paris, when in fact they were landing in California. 3. Most paradoxical and fascinating of all, however, is the unexpected and unpredictable sequel to the Sino-Soviet split itself, the new Chinese rhetoric, intent on castigating the Soviet bureaucracy as revisionistic and bourgeois, will have the curious effect of evacuating the class content of these slogans. There is then an inevitable terminological slippage and displacement. The new binary opposite to the term bourgeois will no longer be proletarian but rather revolutionary, and the new qualifications for political judgments of this kind are no longer made in terms of class or party affiliation but rather in terms of personal life, your relationship to special privileges, to middle-class luxuries and daches and managerial incomes and other perks. Mao Zedong's own monthly salary, we are told, was something in the neighborhood of $100 American. As with all forms of anti-communism, this rhetoric can of course be appropriated by the anti-Marxist thematics of bureaucracy, of the end of ideology and social class, and so forth. But it is important to understand how for Western militants what began to emerge from this at first merely tactical and rhetorical shift was a whole new political space, a space which will come to be articulated by the slogan "The personal is the political," and into which in one of the most stunning and unforeseeable of historical turns the women's movement will triumphantly move at the end of the decade, building a Yenin of a new and unpredictable kind which is still impregnable at the present moment. For the withering away of philosophy. The limit as well as the strength of the stark Fanonian model of struggle was set by the relative simplicity of the colonial situation. This can be shown in two ways, first of all in the sequel to the War of National Independence. For with the slave's symbolic and literal victory over the, now former, master, the politics of otherness touches its limit as well. The rhetoric of a conquest of collective identity has then nowhere else to go but into a kind of secessionary logic of which black cultural nationalism and, later on, lesbian separatism are the most dramatic examples. The dialectic of cultural and linguistic independence in Quebec province would be yet another instructive one. But this result is also contradictory, insofar as the newly constituted group, we here pick up Sartre's account in the Critique, needs outside enemies to survive as a group, to produce and perpetuate a sense of collective cohesion and identity. Ultimately, in the absence of the clear-cut Manichaean situation of the older imperialist period, this hard-won collective self-definition of a first moment of resistance will break up into the smaller and more comfortable unities of face-to-face microgroups, of which the official political sects are only one example. The gradual waning of the Fanonian model can also be described from the perspective of what will shortly become its structuralist critique. On this view, it is still a model based on a conception of individual subjects, albeit mythical and collective ones. It is thereby both anthropomorphic and transparent, in the sense in which nothing intervenes between the great collective adversaries, between the master and the slave, between the colonizer and the colonized. Yet even in Hegel, there was always a third term, namely matter itself, the raw materials on which the slave is made to labor and to work out a long and anonymous salvation through the rest of history. The third term of the 60s is, however, rather different from this. It was as though the protracted experiences of the earlier part of the decade gradually burned into the minds of the participants a specific lesson. In the United States, it was the experience of the interminable Vietnam War itself. In France, it was the astonishing and apparently invincible technocratic dynamism, and the seemingly unshakable inertia and resistance to de-Stalinization of the French Communist Party, and everywhere, it was the tremendous expansion of the media apparatus and the culture of consumerism. This lesson might well be described as the discovery, within a hitherto antagonistic and transparent political praxis, of the opacity of the institution itself as the radically trans-individual, with its own inner dynamic and laws, which are not those of individual human action or intention, something which Sartre theorized in the Critique as the practico-inert, and which will take the definitive form, in competing structuralism, of structure or synchronic system, a realm of impersonal logic in terms of which human consciousness is itself little more than an effect of structure. On this reading, then, the new philosophical turn will be interpreted less in the idealistic perspective of some discovery of a new scientific truth, the symbolic, than as the symptom of an essentially proto-political and social experience, the shock of some new, hard, unconceptualized, resistant object which the older conceptuality cannot process and which thus gradually generates a whole new problematic. The conceptualization of this new problematic in the coding of linguistics or information theory may then be attributed to the unexpected explosion of information and messages of all kinds in the media revolution, which will be discussed in more detail in the following section. Suffice it to remark at this point that there is some historical irony in the way in which this moment, essentially the third technological revolution in the West, electronics, nuclear energy, in other words, a whole new step in the conquest of nature by human praxis is philosophically greeted and conceptually expressed in a kind of thought officially designated as anti-humanist and concerned to think what transcends or escapes human consciousness and intention. Similarly, the second technological revolution of the late 19th century, an unparalleled quantum leap in human power over nature, was the moment of expression of a whole range of nihilisms associated with modernity or with high modernism in culture. In the present context, the Althusserian experiment of the mid to late 60s is the most revealing and suggestive of the various structuralisms, since it was the only one to be explicitly political and indeed to have very wide-ranging political effects in Europe and Latin America. The story of Althusserianism can be told only schematically here. Its initial thrust is twofold: against the unliquidated Stalinist tradition, strategically designated by the code words Hegel and expressive causality in Althusser's own texts, and against the transparence of the Eastern attempts to reinvent a Marxist humanism on the basis of the theory of alienation in Marx's early manuscripts. That Althusserianism is essentially a meditation on the institutional and on the opacity of the practico-inert may be judged by the three successive formulations of this object by Althusser himself in the course of the 60s, that of a structure in dominance or structure a dominante, in for Marx, that of structural causality, in Reading Capital, and that of ideological state apparatuses, in the essay of that name. What is less often remembered, but what should be perfectly obvious from any rereading of for Marx, is the origin of this new problematic in Maoism itself, and particularly in Mao Zedong's essay on contradiction, in which the notion of the complex, already given over determined conjuncture of various kinds of antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions is mapped out. The modification that will emerge from Althusser's process of theoretical production as it works over its Maoist raw materials can be conveyed by the problem and slogan of the semi-autonomy of the levels of social life, a problem already invoked in our opening pages. This formula will involve a struggle on two fronts: on the one hand, against the monism or expressive causality of Stalinism, in which the levels are identified, conflated, and brutally collapsed into one another. Changes in economic production will be the same as political and cultural changes, and, on the other, against bourgeois avant-garde philosophy, which finds just such a denunciation of organic concepts of totality most congenial, but draws from it the consequence of a post or anti-Marxist celebration of Nietzschean heterogeneity. The notion of a semi-autonomy of the various levels or instances, most notably of the political instance and of the dynamics of state power, will have enormous resonance, outstandingly in the work of Nikos Poulantzas, since it seems to reflect, and to offer a way of theorizing, the enormous growth of the state bureaucracy since the war, the relative autonomy of the state apparatus from any classical and reductive functionality in the service of big business, as well as the very active new terrain of political struggle presented by government or public sector workers. The theory could also be appealed to justify a semi-autonomy in the cultural sphere as well, and especially a semi-autonomous cultural politics, of a variety that ranges from Goddard's films and Situationism to the Festival of May 1968 and the Yippie movement here, not excluding, perhaps, even those forms of so-called terrorism that aimed, not at any classical seizure of state power, but rather at essentially pedagogical or informational demonstrations, example forcing the state to reveal its fundamentally fascist nature. Nonetheless, the attempt to open up a semi-autonomy of the levels on one hand, while holding them all together in the ultimate unity of some structural totality, with its still classical Marxian ultimately determining instance of the economic, tends under its own momentum, in the centrifugal force of the critique of totality it had itself elaborated, to self-destruct, most dramatically so in the trajectory of Hindus and Hearst. What will emerge is not merely a heterogeneity of levels henceforth. Semi-autonomy will relax into autonomy tout court, and it will be conceivable that in the disintegrated and schizophrenic world of late capitalism the various instances may really have no organic relationship to one another at all, but, more important, the idea will emerge that the struggles appropriate to each of these levels, purely political struggles, purely economic struggles, purely cultural struggles, purely theoretical. Struggles may have no necessary relationship to one another either. With this ultimate meltdown of the Althusserian apparatus, we are in the, still contemporary, world of microgroups and micropolitics, variously theorized as local or molecular politics, but clearly characterized, however different the various conceptions are, as a repudiation of old-fashioned class and party politics of a totalizing kind, and most obviously epitomized by the challenge of the women's movement, whose unique new strategies and concerns cut across, or in some cases undermine and discredit altogether, many classical inherited forms of public or official political action, including the electoral kind. The repudiation of theory itself as an essentially masculine enterprise of power through knowledge in French feminism, see in particular the work of Luce Irigaray, may be taken as the final moment in this particular withering away of philosophy. Yet there is another way to read the density of Althusserianism, a way that will form the transition to our subsequent discussion of the transformation of the cultural sphere of the 60s, and this involves the significance of the slogan of theory itself as it comes to replace the older term philosophy throughout this period. The discovery of the symbolic, the development of its linguistic-related thematics, as example in the notion of understanding as an essentially synchronic process, which influences the construction of relatively ahistorical structures, such as the Althusserian one described above, is now to be correlated with the modification of the practice of the symbolic, of language itself in the structuralist texts, henceforth characterized as theory, rather than work in a particular traditional discipline. Two features of this evolution, or mutation, must be stressed. The first is a consequence of the crisis in, or the disappearance of, classical canon of philosophical writings, which necessarily results from the contestation of philosophy as a discipline and an institution. Henceforth, the new philosophical text will no longer draw its significance from an insertion into the issues and debates of the philosophical tradition, which means that its basic intertextual references become random, an ad hoc constellation that forms and dissolves on the occasion of each new text. The new text must necessarily be a commentary on other texts. Indeed, that dependence on a body of texts to be glossed, rewritten, interconnected in fresh ways will now intensify if anything, yet those texts, drawn from the most wildly distant disciplines, anthropology, psychiatry, literature, history of science, will be selected in a seemingly arbitrary fashion, Mumford side by side with Antonin Artaud, Kant with Sada, Pre-Socratic Philosophy, President Schreiber, a novel of Maurice Blanquet, Owen Lattimore on Mongolia, and a host of obscure Latin medical treatises from the 18th century. The vocation of what was formerly philosophy is thereby restructured and displaced, since there is no longer a tradition of philosophical problems in terms of which new positions and new statements can meaningfully be proposed. Such works now tend toward what can be called metaphilosophy, the very different work of coordinating a series of preggiven, already constituted codes or systems of signifiers, of producing a discourse fashioned out of the already fashioned discourse of the constellation of ad hoc reference works. Philosophy thereby becomes radically occasional, one would want to call it disposable theory, the production of a meta-book, to be replaced by a different one next season, rather than the ambition to express a proposition, a position, or a system with greater truth value. The obvious analogy with the evolution of literary and cultural studies today, with the crisis and disappearance of the latter's own canon of great books, the last one having been augmented to include the once recalcitrant masterpieces of high modernism, will be taken for granted in our next section. All of this can perhaps be grasped in a different way by tracing the effects of another significant feature of contemporary theory, namely its privileged theme in the so-called critique of representation. Traditional philosophy will now be grasped in those terms, as a practice of representation in which the philosophical text or system, misguidedly, attempts to express something other than itself, namely truth or meaning, which now stands as the signified to the signifier of the system. If, however, the whole aesthetic of representation is metaphysical and ideological, philosophical discourse can no longer entertain this vocation, and it must stand as the mere addition of another text to what is now conceived as an infinite chain of texts. Not necessarily all verbal daily life is a text, clothing is a text, state power is a text, that whole external world, about which meaning or truth were once asserted and which is now contemptuously characterized as the illusion of reference or the referent, is an indeterminate superposition of texts of all kinds. Whence the significance of the currently fashionable slogan of materialism, when sounded in the area of philosophy and theory. Materialism here means the dissolution of any belief in meaning or in the signified conceived as ideas or concepts that are distinct from their linguistic expressions. However paradoxical a materialist philosophy may be in this respect, a materialist theory of language will clearly transform the very function and operation of theory, since it opens up a dynamic in which it is no longer ideas, but rather texts, material texts, which struggle with one another. Theory so defined, and it will have become clear that the term now greatly transcends what used to be called philosophy and its specialized content, conceives of its vocation, not as the discovery of truth and the repudiation of error, but rather as a struggle about purely linguistic formulations, as the attempt to formulate verbal propositions, material language, in such a way that they are unable to imply unwanted or ideological consequences. Since this aim is evidently impossible to achieve, what emerges from the practice of theory, and this was most dramatic and visible during the high point of Althusserianism itself in 1967-68, is a violent and obsessive return to ideological critique in the new form of a perpetual guerrilla war among the material signifiers of textual formulations. With the transformation of philosophy into a material practice, however, we touch on a development that cannot fully be appreciated until it is replaced in the context of a general mutation of culture throughout this period, a context in which theory will come to be grasped as a specific, or semi-autonomous, form of what must be called postmodernism generally. V. The adventures of the sign. Postmodernism is one significant framework in which to describe what happened to culture in the 60s, but a full discussion of this hotly contested concept is not possible here. Such a discussion would want to cover, among other things, the following features: that well-known post-structuralist theme, the death of the subject, including the creative subject, the auteur, or the genius, the nature and function of a culture of the simulacrum, an idea developed out of Plato by Deleuze and Baudrillard to convey some specificity of a reproducible object world, not of copies or reproductions marked as such, but of a proliferation of trompe-l'oeil copies without originals. The relation of this last to media culture of the Society of the Spectacle, Debord, under two heads: 1. The peculiar new status of the image, the material, or what might better be called the literal, signifier, a materiality or literality from which the older sensory richness of the medium has been abstracted, just as on the other side of the dialectical relationship, the old individuality of the subject and his/her brush strokes have equally been effaced, and, 2. The emergence, in the work's temporality, of an aesthetic of textuality, or what is often described as schizophrenic time, the eclipse, finally, of all depth, especially historicity itself, with the subsequent appearance of pastiche and nostalgia art, what the French call le mode rétro, and including the supersession of the accompanying models of depth interpretation in philosophy, the various forms of hermeneutics, as well as the Freudian conception of repression, of manifest and latent levels. What is generally objected to in characterizations of this kind is the empirical observation that all these features can be abundantly located in this or that variety of high modernism. Indeed, one of the difficulties in specifying postmodernism lies in its symbiotic or parasitical relationship to the latter. In effect, with the canonization of a hitherto scandalous, ugly, dissonant, amoral, antisocial, bohemian high modernism offensive to the middle classes, its promotion to the very figure of high culture generally, and perhaps most important, its enshrinement in the academic institution, postmodernism emerges as a way of making creative space for artists now oppressed by those henceforth hegemonic modernist categories of irony, complexity, ambiguity, dense temporality, and, particularly, aesthetic and utopian monumentality. In some analogous way, it will be said, high modernism itself won its autonomy from the preceding hegemonic realism, the symbolic language or mode of representation of classical or market capitalism. But there is a difference in that realism itself underwent a significant mutation. It became naturalism and at once generated the representational forms of mass culture. The narrative apparatus of the contemporary bestseller is an invention of naturalism and one of the most stunningly successful of French cultural exports. High modernism and mass culture then develop in dialectical opposition and interrelationship with one another. It is precisely the waning of their opposition, and some new conflation of the forms of high and mass culture, that characterizes postmodernism itself. The historical specificity of postmodernism must therefore finally be argued in terms of the social functionality of culture itself. As stated above, high modernism, whatever its overt political content, was oppositional and marginal within a middle-class Victorian or Philistine or Gilded Age culture. Although postmodernism is equally offensive in all the respects enumerated, think of punk rock or pornography, it is no longer at all oppositional in that sense. Indeed, it constitutes the very dominant or hegemonic aesthetic of consumer society itself and significantly serves the latter's commodity production as a virtual laboratory of new forms and fashions. The argument for a conception of postmodernism as a periodizing category is thus based on the presupposition that, even if all the formal features enumerated above were already present in the older high modernism, the very significance of those features changes when they become a cultural dominant, with a precise socio-economic functionality. At this point it may be well to shift the terms, or the code, of our description to the seemingly more traditional one of a cultural sphere, a conception developed by Herbert Marcuse in what is to my mind his single most important text, the great essay The Affirmative Character of Culture, 1937. It should be added that the conception of a public sphere generally is a very contemporary one in Germany in the works of Habermas and Negd and Kluge, where such a system of categories stands in interesting contrast to the code of levels or instances in French post-structuralism. Marcuse there rehearses the paradoxical dialectic of the classical, German, aesthetic, which projects as play and purposefulness without purpose a utopian realm of beauty and culture beyond the fallen empirical world of money and business activity, thereby winning a powerful critical and negative value through its capacity to condemn, by its own very existence, the totality of what is, at the same time forfeiting all ability to social or political intervention in what is, by virtue of its constitutive disjunction or autonomy from society and history. The account therefore begins to coincide in a suggestive way with the problematic of autonomous or semi-autonomous levels developed in the preceding section. To historicize Marcuse's dialectic, however, would demand that we take into account the possibility that in our time this very autonomy of the cultural sphere, or level or instance, may be in the process of modification, and that we develop the means to furnish a description of the process whereby such modification might take place, as well as of the prior process whereby culture became autonomous or semi-autonomous in the first place. This requires recourse to yet another, unrelated, analytic code, one more generally familiar to us today, since it involves the now classical structural concept of the sign, with its two components, the signifier, the material vehicle or image sound or printed word, and the signified, the mental image, meaning, or conceptual content, and a third component the external object of the sign, its reference or referent henceforth expelled from the unity and yet haunting it as a ghostly residual. After effect, illusion or ideology. The scientific value of this conception of the sign will be bracketed here since we are concerned, on the one hand, to historicize it, to interpret it as a conceptual symptom of developments in the period, and, on the other, to set it in motion, to see whether changes in its inner structure can offer some adequate small-scale emblem or electrocardiogram of changes and permutation in the cultural sphere generally throughout this period. Such changes are already suggested by the fate of the referent in the conditions of possibility of the new structural concept of the sign. A significant ambiguity must be noted, however, theorists of the sign notoriously glide from a conception of reference as designating a real object outside the unity of signifier and signified to a position in which the signified itself or meaning, or the idea or the concept of a thing becomes somehow identified with the referent and stigmatized along with it. We will return to this below. Saussure, at the dawn of the semiotic revolution, liked to describe the relationship of signifier to signified as that of the two sides, the recto and verso, of a sheet of paper. In what is then a logical sequel, and a text that naturally enough becomes equally canonical, Borges will push representation to the point of imagining a map so rigorous and referential that it becomes coterminous with its object. The stage is then set for the structuralist emblem par excellence, the Mobius strip, which succeeds in peeling itself off its referent altogether and thus achieves a free-floating closure in the void, a kind of absolute self-referentiality and auto-circulatory from which all remaining traces of reference, or of any externality, have triumphantly been effaced. To be even more eclectic about it, I will suggest that this process, seemingly internal to the sign itself, requires a supplementary explanatory code, that of the more universal process of reification and fragmentation at one with the logic of capital itself. Nonetheless, taken on its own terms, the inner convulsions of the sign offer a useful initial figure of the process of transformation of culture generally, which must in some first moment, that described by Marcuse, separate itself from the referent, the existing social and historical world itself, only in a subsequent stage of the 60s, in what is here termed postmodernism, to develop further into some new and heightened, free-floating, self-referential autonomy. The problem now turns around this very term, autonomy, with its paradoxical Althusserian modification, the concept of semi-autonomy. The paradox is that the sign, as an autonomous unity in its own right, as a realm divorced from the referent, can preserve that initial autonomy, and the unity and coherence demanded by it, only at the price of keeping a phantom of reference alive as the ghostly reminder of its own outside or exterior, since this allows it closure, self-definition, and an essential boundary line. Marcuse's own tormented dialectic expresses this dramatically in the curious oscillation whereby his autonomous realm of beauty and culture returns upon some real world to judge and negate it, at the same time separating itself so radically from that real world as to become a place of mere illusion and impotent ideals, the infinite, and so on. The first moment in the adventures of the sign is perplexing enough as to demand more concrete, if schematic, illustration in the most characteristic cultural productions themselves. It might well be demonstrated in the classical French Nouveau Roman, in particular the novels of Rob Grillet himself, which established its new language in the early 1960s, using systematic variations of narrative segments to undermine representation, yet in some sense confirming this last by teasing and stimulating an appetite for it. Because an American illustration seems more appropriate, however, something similar may be seen in connection with the final and canonical form of high modernism in American poetry, namely the work of Wallace Stevens, which becomes, in the years following the poet's death in 1956, institutionalized in the university as a purer and more quintessential fulfillment of poetic language than the still impure, read, ideological and political, works of an Eliot or a Pound, and can therefore be numbered among the literary events of the early 60s. As Frank Lentricchia has shown, in After the New Criticism, the serviceability of Stevens's poetic production for this normative and hegemonic role depends in large measure on the increasing conflation, in that work, of poetic practice and poetic theory. This endlessly elaborating poem displays the theory of poetry as the life of poetry. Stevens is therefore a locus and fulfillment of aesthetics and aesthetic theory fully as much as the latter's exemplar and privileged exegetical object. The theory or aesthetic ideology in question is very much an affirmation of the autonomy of the cultural sphere in the sense developed above, a valorization of the supreme power of the poetic imagination over the reality it produces. Point 4 Stevens's work, therefore, offers an extraordinary laboratory situation in which to observe the autonomization of culture as a process, a detailed examination of his development, something for which we have no space here, would show how some initial set toward or attention to a kind of poetic pensée savage, the operation of great preconscious stereotypes, opens up a vast inner world in which little by little the images of things and their ideas begin to be substituted for the things themselves. Yet what distinguishes this experience in Stevens is the sense of a vast systematicity in all this, the operation of a whole set of cosmic oppositions far too complex to be reduced to the schemata of structuralist binary oppositions, yet akin to those in spirit, and somehow preggiven in the symbolic order of the mind, discoverable to the passive exploration of the poetic imagination, that is, of some heightened and impersonal power of free association in the realm of objective spirit or objective culture. The examination would further show the strategic limitation of this process to landscape, the reduction of the ideas and images of things to the names for things, and finally to those irreducibles that are place names, among which the exotic has a privileged function, Key West, Oklahoma, Yucatan, Java. Here the poetic totality begins to trace a ghostly mimesis or analogon of the totality of the imperialist world system itself, with third world materials in a similarly strategic, marginal, yet essential place, much as Adorno showed how Schoenberg's 12-tone system unconsciously produced a formal imitation of the total system of capital. This very unconscious replication of the real totality of the world system in the mind is then what allows culture to separate itself as a closed and self-sufficient system in its own right, reduplicating and, at the same time, floating above the real. It is an impulse shared by most of the great high modernisms, as has been shown most dramatically in the recent critiques of architectural modernism, in particular of the international style, whose great monumental objects constitute themselves by protecting a proto-political and utopian spirit of transformation against a fallen city fabric all around them and, as Venturi has demonstrated, end up necessarily displaying and speaking of themselves alone. Now, this also accounts for what must puzzle any serious reader of Stevens's verse, namely the extraordinary combination of verbal richness and experimental hollowness or impoverishment in it, the latter being attributable as well to the impersonality of the poetic imagination in Stevens, and to the essentially contemplative and epistemological stance of the subject in it, over and against the static object world of his landscapes. The essential point here, however, is that this characteristic movement of the high modernist impulse needs to justify itself by way of an ideology, an ideological supplement which can generally be described as that of existentialism, the supreme fiction, the meaninglessness of a contingent object world unredeemed by the imagination, etc. This is the most uninteresting and banal dimension of Stevens's work, yet it betrays along with other existentialisms, example Sartre's tree root in Nausea, that fatal seam or link that must be retained in order for the contingent, the outside world, the meaningless referent, to be just present enough dramatically to be overcome within the language. Nowhere is this ultimate point so clearly deduced, over and over again, as in Stevens, in the eye of the blackbird, the angels, or the sun itself, that last residual vanishing point of reference as distant as a dwarf star upon the horizon, yet which cannot disappear altogether without the whole vocation of poetry and the poetic imagination being called back into question. Stevens thus exemplifies for us the fundamental paradox of the autonomy of the cultural sphere. The sign can become autonomous only by remaining semi-autonomous, and the realm of culture can absolutize itself over against the real world only at the price of retaining a final tenuous sense of that exterior or external world of which it is the replication and the imaginary double. All of this can also be demonstrated by showing what happens when, in a second moment, the perfectly logical conclusion is drawn that the referent is itself a myth and does not exist, a second moment hitherto described as postmodernism. Its trajectory can be seen as a movement from the older Nouveau Roman to that of Solers or of properly schizophrenic writing, or from the primacy of Stevens to that of John Ashbery. This new moment is a radical break, which can be localized around 1967 for reasons to be given later, but it is important to grasp it as dialectical, that is, as a passage from quantity to quality in which the same force, reaching a certain threshold of excess, in its prolongation now produces qualitatively distinct effects and seems to generate a whole new system. That force has been described as reification, but we can now also begin to make some connections with another figural language used earlier. In a first moment, reification liberated the sign from its referent, but this is not a force to be released with impunity. Now, in a second moment, it continues its work of dissolution, penetrating the interior of the sign itself and liberating the signifier from the signified, or from meaning proper. This play, no longer of a realm of signs, but of pure or literal signifiers freed from the ballast of their signifieds, their former meanings, now generates a new kind of textuality in all the arts, and in philosophy as well, as we have seen above, and begins to project the mirage of some ultimate language of pure signifiers, which is also frequently associated with schizophrenic discourse. Indeed, the Lacanian theory of schizophrenia, a language disorder in which syntactical time breaks down and leaves a succession of empty signifiers, absolute moments of a perpetual present, behind itself, has offered one of the more influential explanations and ideological justifications for postmodernist textual practice. Such an account would have to be demonstrated in some detail by way of a concrete analysis of the postmodernist experience in all the arts today, but the present argument can be concluded by drawing the consequences of this second moment, the culture of the signifier or of the simulacrum, for the whole problematic of some autonomy of the cultural sphere which has concerned us here. For that autonomous realm is not itself spared by the intensified process by which the classical sign is dissolved, if its autonomy depended paradoxically on its possibility of remaining semi-autonomous, in an Althusserian sense, and of preserving the last tenuous link with some ultimate referent, or, in Althusserian language, of preserving the ultimate unity of a properly structural totality, then evidently in the new cultural moment culture will have ceased to be autonomous, and the realm of an autonomous play of signs becomes impossible, when that ultimate final referent to which the balloon of the mind was moored is now definitively cut. The breakup of the sign in mid-air determines a fall back into a now absolutely fragmented and anarchic social reality. The broken pieces of language, the pure signifiers, now fall again into the world, as so many more pieces of material junk among all the other rusting and superannuated apparatuses and buildings that litter the commodity landscape and that strew the collage city, the delirious New York of a postmodernist late capitalism in full crisis. But, returning to a Marcusean terminology, all of this can also be said in a different way. With the eclipse of culture as an autonomous space or sphere, culture itself falls into the world, and the result is not its disappearance but its prodigious expansion, to the point where culture becomes coterminous with social life in general. Now all the levels become acculturated, and in the society of the spectacle, the image, or the simulacrum, everything has at length become cultural, from the superstructures down into the mechanisms of the infrastructure itself. If this development then places acutely on the agenda the neo-Gramscian problem of a new cultural politics today in a social system in which the very status of both culture and politics have been profoundly, functionally, and structurally modified, it also renders problematic any further discussion of what used to be called culture proper, whose artifacts have become the random experiences of daily life itself. 6 in the Sierra Maestra. The preceding section will, however, have been little more than a lengthy excursion into a very specialized, or elite, area, unless it can be shown that the dynamic therein visible, with something of the artificial simplification of the laboratory situation, finds striking analogies or homologies in very different and distant areas of social practice. It is precisely this replication of a common diachronic rhythm or genetic code which we will now observe in the very different realities of revolutionary practice and theory in the course of the 60s in the Third World. From the beginning, the Cuban experience affirmed itself as an original one, as a new revolutionary model, to be radically distinguished from more traditional forms of revolutionary practice. Foucault theory, indeed, as it was associated with Che Guevara and theorized in Regis Debray's influential handbook Revolution in the Revolution, 1967, asserted itself, as the title of the book suggests, both against a more traditional Leninist conception of party practice and against the experience of the Chinese Revolution in its first essential stage of the conquest of power, what will later come to be designated as Maoism, China's own very different revolution in the revolution, or great proletarian cultural revolution, will not become visible to the outside world until the moment when the fate of the Cuban strategy has been sealed. A reading of Debray's text shows that Foucault's strategy, the strategy of the mobile guerrilla base or revolutionary foyer, is conceived as yet a third term, as something distinct from either the traditional model of class struggle, an essentially urban proletariat rising against a bourgeoisie or ruling class, or the Chinese experience of a mass peasant movement in the countryside, and also has little in common with the Fanonian struggle for recognition between colonizer and colonized. The Foucault, or guerrilla operation, is conceptualized as being neither in nor of either country or city. Geographically, of course, it is positioned in the countryside, yet that location is not the permanently liberated territory of the Yan'an region, well beyond the reach of the enemy forces of Chiang Kai-shek or of the Japanese occupier. It is not indeed located in the cultivated area of the peasant fields at all, but rather in that third or non-place which is the wilderness of the Sierra Maestra, neither country nor city, but rather a whole new element in which the guerrilla band moves in perpetual displacement. This peculiarity of the way in which the spatial coordinates of the Cuban strategy is conceived has, then, immediate consequences for the way in which the class elements of the revolutionary movement are theorized. Neither city nor country, by the same token, paradoxically, the guerrillas themselves are grasped as being neither workers nor peasants, still less, intellectuals, but rather something entirely new, for which the pre-evolutionary class society has no categories, new revolutionary subjects, forged in the guerrilla struggle indifferently out of the social material of peasants, city workers, or intellectuals, yet now largely transcending those class categories, just as this moment of Cuban theory will claim largely to transcend the older revolutionary ideologies predicated on class categories, whether those of Trotskyist workerism, Maoist populism and peasant consciousness, or of Leninist vanguard intellectualism. What becomes clear in a text like Debray's is that the guerrilla Foucault, so mobile as to be beyond geography in the static sense, is in and of itself a figure for the transformed, revolutionary society to come. Its revolutionary militants are not simply soldiers to whose specialized role and function one would then have to add supplementary roles in the revolutionary division of labor, such as political commissars and the political vanguard party itself, both explicitly rejected here. Rather, in them is abolished all such pre-evolutionary divisions and categories. This conception of a newly emergent revolutionary space situated outside the real political, social, and geographical world of country and city, and of the historical social classes, yet at one and the same time a figure or small-scale image and prefiguration of the revolutionary transformation of that real world, may be designated as a properly utopian space, a Hegelian inverted world, an autonomous revolutionary sphere, in which the fallen real world over against it is itself set right and transformed into a new socialist society. For all practical purposes, this powerful model is exhausted, even before Che's own tragic death in Bolivia in 1967, with the failure of the guerrilla movements in Peru and Venezuela in 1966, not uncoincidentally, that failure will be accompanied by something like a disinvestment of revolutionary libido and fascination on the part of a first world left, and the return, with some leavening of the newer Maoism, to its own current situation in the American anti-war movement and May 1968. In Latin America, however, the radical strategy that effectively replaces Foucault theory is that of the so-called urban guerrilla movement, pioneered in Uruguay by the Tupamaros. It will have become clear that this breakup of the utopian space of the older guerrilla Foucault, the fall of politics back into the world in the form of a very different style of political practice, indeed one that seeks to dramatize features of state power, rather than, as in traditional revolutionary movements, to build toward some ultimate encounter with it, will be interpreted here as something of a structural equivalent to the final stage of the sign as characterized above. Several qualifications must be made, however. For one thing, it is clear that this new form of political activity will be endowed, by association, with something of the tragic prestige of the Palestinian liberation movement, which comes into being in its contemporary form as a result of the Israeli seizure of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in 1967, and which will thereafter become one of the dominant worldwide symbols of revolutionary praxis in the late 60s. Equally clearly, however, the struggle of this desperate and victimized people cannot be made to bear responsibility for the excesses of this kind of strategy elsewhere in the world, whose universal results, whether in Latin America, or with COINTELPRO in the United States, or, belatedly, in West Germany and Italy, have been to legitimize an intensification of the repressive apparatus of state power. This objective coincidence between a misguided assessment of the social and political situation on the part of left militants, for the most part students and intellectuals eager to force a revolutionary conjuncture by voluntaristic acts, and a willing exploitation by the state of precisely those provocations suggests that what is often loosely called terrorism must be the object of complex and properly dialectical analysis. However rightly a responsible left chooses to dissociate itself from such strategy, and the Marxian opposition to terrorism is an old and established tradition that goes back to the 19th century, it is important to remember that terrorism, as a concept, is also an ideology of the right and must therefore be refused in that form. Along with the disaster films of the late 1960s and early 1970s, mass culture itself makes clear that terrorism, the image of the terrorist, is one of the privileged forms in which an ahistorical society imagines radical social change. Meanwhile, an inspection of the content of the modern thriller or adventure story also makes it clear that the otherness of so-called terrorism has begun to replace older images of criminal insanity as an unexamined and seemingly natural motivation in the construction of plots, yet another sign of the ideological nature of this particular pseudo-concept. Understood in this way, terrorism is a collective obsession, a symptomatic fantasy of the American political unconscious, which demands decoding and analysis in its own right. As for the thing itself, for all practical purposes it comes to an end with the Chilean coup in 1973 and the fall of virtually all the Latin American countries to various forms of military dictatorship. The belated re-emergence of this kind of political activity in West Germany and in Italy must surely at least in part be attributed to the fascist past of these two countries, to their failure to liquidate that past after the war, and to a violent moral revulsion against it on the part of a segment of the youth and intellectuals who grew up in the 60s. 7. Return of the ultimately determining instance. The two breaks that have emerged in the preceding section, one in the general area around 1967, the other in the immediate neighborhood of 1973, will now serve as the framework for a more general hypothesis about the periodization of the 60s in general. Beginning with the second of these, a whole series of other, seemingly unrelated events in the general area of 1972 to 74 suggests that this moment is not merely a decisive one on the relatively specialized level of Third World or Latin American radical politics, but signals the definitive end of what is called the 60s in a far more global way. In the First World, for example, the end of the draft and the withdrawal of American forces from Vietnam, in 1973, spell the end of the mass politics of the anti-war movement, the crisis of the New Left itself, which can be largely dated from the breakup of SDS in 1969, would seem related to the other break mentioned, to which we will return below, while the signing of the common program between the Communist Party and the New Socialist Party in France, as well as the wider currency of slogans associated with Eurocommunism at this time, would seem to mark a strategic turn away from the kinds of political activities associated with May 1968 and its sequels. This is also the movement when, as a result of the Yom Kippur War, the oil weapon emerges and administers a different kind of shock to the economies, the political strategies, and the daily life habits of the advanced countries. Concomitantly, on the more general cultural and ideological level, the intellectuals associated with the establishment itself, particularly in the United States, begin to recover from the fright and defensive posture that was theirs during the decade now ending, and again find their voices in a series of attacks on 60s culture and 60s politics, which, as was noted at the beginning, are not even yet at an end. One of the more influential documents was Lionel Trilling's Sincerity and Authenticity, 1972, an Arnoldian call to reverse the tide of 60s countercultural barbarism. This will, of course, be followed by the equally influential diagnosis of some 60s concept of authenticity in terms of a culture of narcissism. Meanwhile, in July 1973, some rather different intellectuals, representing various concrete forms of political and economic power, will begin to rethink the failure in Vietnam in terms of a new global strategy for American and First World interests. Their establishment of the Trilateral Commission will at least symbolically be a significant marker in the recovery of momentum by what must be called the ruling classes. The emergence of a widely accepted new popular concept and term at this same time, the notion of the multinational corporation, is also a symptom, signifying, as the authors of Global Reach have suggested, the moment when private business finds itself obliged to emerge in public as a visible subject of history and a visible actor on the world stage. Think of the role of ITT in Chile when the American government, having been badly burned by the failure of the Vietnam intervention, is generally reluctant to undertake further ventures of this kind. For all these reasons it seems appropriate to mark the definitive end of the 60s in the general area of 1972 to 74. But we have omitted until now the decisive element in any argument for a periodization or punctuation of this kind, and this new kind of material will direct our attention to a level or instance which has hitherto significantly been absent from the present discussion, namely the economic itself. For 1973 to 74 is the moment of the onset of a worldwide economic crisis, whose dynamic is still with us today, and which put a decisive full stop to the economic expansion and prosperity characteristic of the post-war period generally and of the 60s in particular. When we add to this another key economic marker, the recession in West Germany in 1966, and that in the other advanced countries, in particular in the United States, a year or so later, we may well thereby find ourselves in a better position more formally to conceptualize the sense of a secondary break around 1967 to 68 which has begun to surface on the philosophical, cultural, and political levels as they were analyzed or narrated above. Such confirmation by the economic level itself of periodizing reading derived from other, sample levels or instances of social life during the 60s will now perhaps put us in a better position to answer the two theoretical issues raised at the beginning of this essay. The first had to do with the validity of Marxist analysis for a period whose active political categories no longer seem to be those of social class, and in which in a more general way traditional forms of Marxist theory and practice seem to have entered a crisis. The second involved the problem of some unified field theory in terms of which such seemingly distant realities as third world peasant movements and first world mass culture, or indeed, more abstractly, intellectual or superstructural levels like philosophy and culture generally, and those of mass resistance and political practice, might conceptually be related in some coherent way. A path-breaking synthesis of Ernest Mondale, in his book Late Capitalism, will suggest a hypothetical answer to both these questions at once. 5 The book presents, among other things, an elaborate system of business cycles under capitalism, whose most familiar unit, the 7 to 10 year alternation of boom, overproduction, recession, and economic recovery, adequately enough accounts for the midpoint break in the 60s suggested above. Mondale's account of the worldwide crisis of 1974, however, draws on a far more controversial conception of vaster cycles of some 30 to 50-year periods, each cycles which are then obviously much more difficult to perceive experientially or phenomenologically insofar as they transcend the rhythms and limits of the biological life of individuals. These Kondratiev waves, named after the Soviet economist who hypothesized them, have, according to Mondale, been renewed 4 times since the 18th century, and are characterized by quantum leaps in the technology of production, which enable decisive increases in the rate of profit generally, until at length the advantages of the new production processes have been explored and exhausted and the cycle therewith comes to an end. The latest of these Kondratiev cycles is that marked by computer technology, nuclear energy, and the mechanization of agriculture, particularly in foodstuffs and also primary materials, which Mondale dates from 1940 in North America and the post-war period in the other imperialist countries. What is decisive in the present context is his notion that, With the worldwide recession of 1973–74, the dynamics of this latest long wave are spent. The hypothesis is attractive, however, not only because of its abstract usefulness in confirming our periodization schemes, but also because of the actual analysis of this latest wave of capitalist expansion, and of the properly Marxian version he gives of a whole range of developments that have generally been thought to demonstrate the end of the classical capitalism theorized by Marx and to require this or that post-Marxist theory of social mutation, as in theories of consumer society, post-industrial society, and the like. We have already described the way in which neocolonialism is characterized by the radically new technology, the so-called Green Revolution in agriculture, new machinery, new farming methods, and new types of chemical fertilizer and genetic experiments with hybrid plants and the like, with which capitalism transforms its relationship to its colonies from an old-fashioned imperialist control to market penetration, destroying the older village communities and creating a whole new wage labor pool and lumpenproletariat. The militancy of the new social forces is at one and the same time a result of the liberation of peasants from the older, self-sustaining village communities, and a movement of self-defense, generally originating in the stabler yet more isolated areas of a given third world country, against what is rightly perceived as a far more thoroughgoing form of penetration and colonization than the older colonial armies. It is now in terms of this process of mechanization that Mondale will make the link between the neocolonialist transformation of the Third World during the 60s and the emergence of that seemingly very different thing in the First World, variously termed consumer society, post-industrial society, media society, and the like. Far from representing a post-industrial society, late capitalism constitutes generalized universal industrialization for the first time in history. Mechanization, standardization, overspecialization, and parcelization of labor, which in the past determined only the realm of commodity production in actual industry, now penetrate into all sectors of social life. It is characteristic of late capitalism that agriculture is step by step becoming just as industrialized as industry, the sphere of circulation example credit cards and the like just as much as the sphere of production, and recreation just as much as the organization of work. LC 387. With this last, Mondale touches on what he elsewhere calls the mechanization of the superstructure, or, in other words, the penetration of culture itself by what the Frankfurt School called the culture industry, and of which the growth of the media is only a part. We may thus generalize his description as follows: late capitalism in general, and the 60s in particular, constitutes a process in which the last surviving internal and external zones of pre-capitalism, the last vestiges of non-commodified or traditional space within and outside the advanced world, are now ultimately penetrated and colonized in their turn. Late capitalism can therefore be described as the moment when the last vestiges of nature which survived on into classical capitalism are at length eliminated, namely the third world and the unconscious. The 60s will then have been the momentous transformational period when this systemic restructuring takes place on a global scale. With such an account, our unified field theory of the 60s is given: the discovery of a single process at work in first and third worlds, in global economy, and in consciousness and culture, a properly dialectical process in which liberation and domination are inextricably combined. We may now therefore proceed to a final characterization of the period as a whole. The simplest yet most universal formulation surely remains the widely shared feeling that in the 60s, for a time, everything was possible, that this period, in other words, was a moment of a universal liberation, a global unbinding of energies. Mao Zedong's figure for this process is in this respect most revealing. Our nation, he cried, is like an atom. When this atom's nucleus is smashed, the thermal energy released will have really tremendous power. 6. The image evokes the emergence of a genuine mass democracy from the breakup of the older feudal and village structures, and from the therapeutic dissolution of the habits of those structures in cultural revolutions. Yet the effects of fission, the release of molecular energies, the unbinding of material signifiers, can be a properly terrifying spectacle, and we now know that Mao Zedong himself drew back from the ultimate consequences of the process he had set in motion, when, at the supreme moment of the Cultural Revolution, that of the founding of the Shanghai Commune, he called a halt to the dissolution of the party apparatus and effectively reversed the direction of this collective experiment as a whole, with consequences only too obvious at the present time. In the West, also, the great explosions of the 60s have led, in the worldwide economic crisis, to powerful restorations of the social order and a renewal of the repressive power of the various state apparatuses. Yet the forces these must now confront, contain, and control are new ones, on which the older methods do not necessarily work. We have described the 60s as a moment when the enlargement of capitalism on a global scale simultaneously produced an immense freeing or unbinding of social energies, a prodigious release of untheorized new forces, the ethnic forces of black and minority, or third world, movements everywhere, regionalisms, the development of new and militant bearers of surplus consciousness in the student and women's movements, as well as in a host of struggles of other kinds. Such newly released forces do not only not seem to compute in the dichotomous class model of traditional Marxism, they also seem to offer a realm of freedom and voluntarist possibility beyond the classical constraints of the economic infrastructure. Yet this sense of freedom and possibility, which is for the course of the 60s a momentarily objective reality, as well as, from the hindsight of the 80s, a historical illusion, can perhaps best be explained in terms of the superstructural movement and play enabled by the transition from one infrastructural or systemic stage of capitalism to another. The 60s were in that sense an immense and inflationary issuing of superstructural credit, a universal abandonment of the referential gold standard, an extraordinary printing up of ever more devalued signifiers. With the end of the 60s, with the world economic crisis, all the old infrastructural bills then slowly come due once more, and the 80s will be characterized by an effort, on a world scale, to proletarianize all those unbound social forces that gave the 60s their energy, by an extension of class struggle, in other words, into the farthest reaches of the globe as well as the most minute configurations of local institutions, such as the university system. The unifying force here is the new vocation of a henceforth global capitalism, which may also be expected to unify the unequal, fragmented, or local resistances to the process. And this is finally also the solution to the so-called crisis of Marxism and to the widely noted inapplicability of its forms of class analysis to the new social realities with which the 60s confronted us. Traditional Marxism, if untrue during this period of a proliferation of new subjects of history, must necessarily become true again when the dreary realities of exploitation, extraction of surplus value, proletarianization, and the resistance to it in the form of class struggle all slowly reassert themselves on a new and expanded world scale, as they seem currently in the process of doing. 1984. 9. Foreword to A. J. Jameson. On Meaning, Selected Writings in Semiotic Theory. A. J. Jameson is the last of the great thinkers and theoreticians of French structuralism and post-structuralism to be translated into English and presented to the American public, and perhaps in many ways the most difficult and forbidding, bristling with scientificity, as these texts are, and breaking out at all points into that graphics of formalization, equations, schemata, nonverbal symbols of variables and invariables, that always seems to the humanist to draw a boundary across which one looks with frustration at the forbidden promised lands of mathematics or symbolic logic, or of musical theory. We need, not one, but many, introductions to the semiotics. This volume, which richly and substantially covers the whole range of Jamason's interests and practical work, is already endowed with an excellent account of the theory, as it were from the inside and on its own terms, an account that makes it clear that Jamason's pastures belong to us, that they are not on the far side of some hard scientific discipline but occupy a whole terrain of narrative, meaning, discourse, ideological connotation, which is scarcely distinct from the privileged areas of study of any responsible literary or cultural criticism today, nor either from those areas of the contemporary social sciences and philosophy that have followed us into the great new problematic of representation itself. What a rather different kind of introduction needs to show, however, is how the interested outsider can navigate this conceptuality and occasionally beach and camp with profit and stimulation within it. My own testimony is that of a fellow traveler of Griamasian semiotics, with a deplorable nonchalance toward its orthodoxies, but also a passionate interest in the ongoing development and dynamic of this new discipline, whose capacity to produce fresh problems, and urgent, exciting problems at that, is not the least sign of the deeper truth and rightness of its starting point. Indeed, we have reached a paradoxical moment in the development of this particular semiotics. There are of course many other kinds, in which, some 20 years after the inaugural texts of a kind of research sometimes denounced as ahistorical and universalizing in some bourgeois analytic scientific fashion, has now begun not merely to reflect on its own history but also and above all to discover the deeper historicity of its own inner logic of development and of the dynamic whereby a local concept, modified at its saturation point and at the moment of diminishing returns, in its turn proves to demand the enlargement and subsequent modification of the entire conceptual field of which it was a part. The consequence is that in Griamasian semiotics, in some intense and original new way, concepts bear a date and are historical in their very essence, not, to be sure, in the crude and multiple chronologies of calendar years, but on the intrinsic calendar of the unfolding of the semiotic problem field itself, and this is something very different from the older periods of a philosopher's thinking, the thoughts of some younger Hegel or Marx, or of the Heidegger before and after the Care, etc. Nor is the matter of the inner date, the inner chronological mark, merely to be thought in terms of some vague provisionality. Later, more rigorous formulations taking the place of earlier hypotheses. In Griama's work all the formulations early and late are interesting and in some sense valid in themselves, only their intelligibility is incomplete without a keen awareness of the moment of each, of the time of the problematic as a whole, of the shape and point in the life cycle of this particular exploding galaxy in which that technical term pulsates with its brightest life. I will put this in a different way and in a different language by saying that the genius of Griama's, the privileged form of his intelligence, has always seemed to me to lie in his extraordinary sense of precisely this tendential development of the problem field itself, and in those magisterial lessons in which he situates this or that concrete or local analysis, shows what it solves and how it modifies things, and above all designates the directions in which future work is to be done, in which future work is now to be done, this extraordinary perpetual present of the problematic itself. Not all theory, nor all philosophy, surely, works in this way, although Metz was able to occupy a similar position and do something analogous for a certain extraordinarily productive moment in film theory, and it is not a matter of prophecy either, nor of the fatalistic and hyper-lucid sense of limits. We're eventually going to have to confront the problem of nature again, or base and superstructure, of what used to be called consciousness. It would also, in my opinion, be incorrect to detect authority, and authoritarianism, at work in this master's surveillance of the multiple fields of research and his staying on top of the multiple tempos of research and the minutiae of the various laboratories under supervision. It is not exactly a matter of the inventive parceling out of new thesis topics, nor any willful and arbitrary channeling of the disciple's energies into the byways closest to the ideologue's heart, and least menacing for his project. What reigns here, at its best, is what Hegel called Die Sache selbst and its objective dynamics and tendencies. Griama's superintendence is an effacement of self before those and a watchful patience, a nurturing alertness, for their moments of ripeness and their specific, uneven, semi-autonomous temporalities. This narrative reading of the semiotic record is thus obviously for me the most exciting way in which to use it. But for most beginners it will equally obviously not be the first one. I must therefore propose more accessible alternatives and will suggest that we bracket the whole question of science and scientificity in Griama's and think of the body of texts that follow, as we do for other structuralisms or post-structuralisms, as a code, an idiolect, a theoretical private language among many others resonating through the airspace of the contemporary public sphere. Let us therefore initially think of the concepts of Griamasian semiotics rather as a specific nomenclature, as a fresh and idiosyncratic, arbitrary, violent, often unlovely renaming of a whole space and collection of objects already familiar to us under other names and in different installations or perspectives, actants, narrative contracts, narrative programs, isotopies, modalizations, cataphora, and finally that peculiar act of nomination, the semiotic square, that is less a name than a visual articulation, a new hieroglyph, which then carries its terminology within itself like so many articulated organs, deixis, the complex term, the neutral term, and so on. I will be so bold as to suggest that, besides trying to grasp the conceptual links between all these terms as signs and moments of a whole project, we outsiders, or interlopers who resist the invitation to join the discipline and to become semioticians, that is, to convert to the entire Griamasian code, and to abandon the other ones as so many false religions and false gods, should also feel free to bricolate all this, that is, in plainer language, simply to steal the pieces that interest or fascinate us, and to carry off our fragmentary booty to our intellectual caves. The dishonesty of the suggestion, in our current penal code it bears the name eclecticism, is not as fundamental as it may at first seem, for we will find ourselves obliged, in the fullness of time, to return to the central laboratory complex for conceptual spare parts and missing tools or instruments. I have omitted, from my list of key terms or favorite neologisms, what is apparently the basic concept of them all, the inaugural terminological complex, the founding nomenclature, the very language of the sign, that bewildering proliferation of syllables that, beginning with the seme, fans out into sememes and lexemes, and seems to describe some central space around the initial program of a structural semantics. But just as I believe that the early book bearing this title is absolutely the wrong place to begin one's exploration of Griamas, so also I think that the scholastic problems turning on the seme itself, although constituting both the absolute presuppositions of Griamasian semiotics and its highest and most self-conscious moment of reflection on its own procedures, are also best postponed or suspended, and this, not only on account of their philosophical complexity, and their polemic and interdisciplinary relationship to other contemporary linguistic theories, but also for other reasons, which can be, I think, fairly clearly specified. As for the matter of a starting point, the more practical one would be the initial text or object of study of the semiotics, which is Propp's morphology of the folk tale, and the process of semiotic reduction to which Griamas, following a classic critique by Levi Strauss, subjects it. In contrast, the philosophical point of departure of the semiotics and the problem of the sign itself are paradoxical in their very nature, something that has been splendidly formulated by Jean Petitot-Cocorda in an excellent recent book. Griamasian epistemology is a direct consequence of the fact that its object is the form of meaning, and that, in its very presence, meaning is by definition non-objectifiable. Meaning is not a phenomenon available to the senses. Qua meaning it is imperceptible. This veritable foundational aporia demands the conception of a conceptual descriptive theory, one that is metalinguistic and a construction, and that is based on undefinables. Point 1. This is to say that a semiotic reduction, as I will call the central operations of Griamasian analysis, aims at rewriting a verbal or linguistic text into more fundamental mechanisms of meaning, as, for example, in the analysis of modalizations, which reduce a word I wish to use here strongly, and positively which reduce, then, a given text to the more primary modes of wanting, knowing, or doing, vouloir, savoir, pouvoir. When such reduction has been achieved, however, all we have are other words and other meanings, another text, a set of terms that, although redolent of an apparently more primary everyday speech and of simpler and more ultimate verbal gestures, are open to all the drift and force fields of philosophy and psychology, that is to say, of texts and linguistic and conceptual operations, if anything even more complex than the original verbal object to be thereby reduced. This infinite regress of the metalanguage across its fatal intertexts is only too well known and is normally solved, that is, arrested, by the reification of the words we find remaining in that explanation with which we agree to stop, Wittgenstein, in other words, by the creation of some new and privileged philosophical or theoretical code or system. This is not, I think, exactly what Greimas does, although it can certainly look that way, and Greimmasian semiotics can very easily be misread or misunderstood as one more system of some kind. Yet it is not by means of words that one gets out of words, to paraphrase Ponge. On the other hand, if it helps, we can certainly think semes and sememes in terms of the slack traditional notion of thematics, clusters of deeper themes within a conceptual complex, a more subatomic logic of subconcepts at work in the official thought, which then itself finds embodiment, or manifestation, in some discursive entity of a verbal kind, which may be a page from a philosophical treatise, but just as easily a cookbook recipe or a short story, or a scientific textbook or whatever. The notion of thematics, however, is unsatisfactory even if provisionally practical because it marks a regression from linguistic terminology to a terminology of consciousness and ideas, and also because that mythology of a non- or pre-linguistic consciousness then fatally positions us in a world in which the subject is divided from the object, and the themes from their referent, and in which, therefore, texts, and in particular the texts of culture, are optional and subjective. Everyone knows the guilty relief afforded by the discussion of the themes of Faulkner. Say the word conveniently sets them all back inside his head like so many private obsessions, comfortably recontained and emptied of their meaning, again that problematical word, transformed into mere psychological projections. It is therefore permissible to begin to grasp the semiotics in terms of the more familiar notions of the various kinds of thematic criticism, provided we ultimately reach that later stage in which we see it rather as a powerful substitute and alternative for such psychologizing methods, with which it is radically incompatible. The semes indeed actively organize the world itself, which is unthinkable in any independence from them. To put it this way, however, is to find ourselves back in the philosophical and metaphysical perplexities we began by trying to bracket, to avoid, or to postpone. Petito's discussion, however, from which I quoted, moves in a different direction by designating the crucial passage in which Greimas himself affects and describes his own decisive swerve. The production of meaning is meaningful only if it is the transformation of a meaning already given. The production of meaning is consequently a signifying endowment with form miscellaneous and for me indifferent to whatever content it may be called on to transform. Meaning, in the sense of the forming of meaning, can thus be defined as the possibility of the transformation of meaning. DS. 15. These pronouncements can now be paraphrased as follows: we can ignore the static or philosophical problem of meaning and its relationship to language, along with the infinite regress of metalanguages that seems to result whenever we try to isolate the meaning of a certain verbal complex, only to find ourselves producing yet another text in its place. And the reason we can ignore this problem is that that static moment of the apparent presence of meaning in a text is a mirage or an optical illusion. Meaning is never there in that sense, or rather it is an always already given, to borrow a different metalanguage, in the process of transformation into another meaning. It is now this process of transformation of the production of meaning that is the object of semiotics and its only possible object, meaning as such having proved to be a reification or a deceptive afterimage of some kind. With this step, however, not only has a decisive reformulation of the very problematic of semiotics and signs been made, but a new problem generated, and along with it a whole new field and conceptuality come into being, which is none other than that of narrative and narrative theory. But in this first step narrative merely registers the phenomenon of change, transformation, production, modification, etc., which, falling out of the objects registered by static modes of thought and analysis, is here identified as the scandal of the event, of temporal originality, or even of catastrophe in René Thom's sense. Greimmasian semiotics will then become preeminently that school of contemporary theory that argues for something like a primacy of narrativity. Narrativity is here something a little more than a new object of study, or even a privileged, or the privileged, object of study. Were this a question of philosophical or metaphysical propositions, the implication would be that of the primacy of narrative as a mode of thinking, or of a claim as to the profound narrativity of all thinking, including the apparently cognitive or specialized abstract. Such propositions, which find their inspiration in Levi Strauss's path-breaking work on the structure of myth and the nature of pensée savage, or preconceptual, perceptual science, are not the appropriate form in which to characterize the interest and originality of narrative semiotics. Indeed, were one to assimilate such philosophical assertions to semiotics, it might easily be observed that in that case they only seem to hold for early Griamas, and that in recent years the semiotics has tended, quite explicitly and programmatically, away from narrativity in the direction of modalization, evidently a more cognitive or grammatical, but at any rate a more abstract, focus than that of the whole problematic of events, actors, exchanges, and transfers, which obtain throughout what one may therefore call the narratological period of semiotics. It is better, therefore, to underscore a more complex dialectic in this work between the narrative and the cognitive. In effect, each is used to undermine the seeming primacy or priority of the other when this last is dominant either by virtue of the nature of the text under study or of the drift and tendencies of some dominant methodology. Thus paradoxically, what has been loosely called the priority of narrative was at first staged in narrative analysis proper, in Levi Strauss, in Prop, and in Griama's fertile and inaugural rewriting of Prop, and then later in a host of small studies, culminating in the comprehensive and monumental Maupassant as a reduction of a properly narrative surface, myth, fairy tale, short story, to a complex interaction of cognitive traits. Point 2 Narrative is thereby triumphantly demonstrated to be a form of thinking, but at a heavy price, namely, its rewriting, reduction, or transformation back into abstract thinking and its tokens or counters. To be sure, in these forms of semiotic analysis, the articulation of cognitive features and their interplay and implication is far more detailed and complex than anything we had hitherto possessed in traditional literary criticism, where the status of the cognitive was at best allowed to include the opinions of the author, the prejudices of the age, including its readership, the operation of enormous and vague Weltanschauungen, the association with some equally vague conception of the history of ideas, or the intervention of this or that novel concept, most frequently drawn from the history of the sciences, e.g., entropy. Rhetorical criticism, Kenneth Burke, elaborately decoded the surface moves of the text, but in a non-narrative fashion, which failed to integrate the extraordinary intuitions of its conception of deep structure. Burke's dramatism in hindsight has much in common with Griamasian actential and positional analysis. Meanwhile, although Fry's archetypal criticism was historically epoch-making in its reassertion of the centrality of narrative as such, one cannot say that cognitive content, as such, emerged as a central problem for this approach. An older Marxist criticism, finally, sought to enlarge the narrow literary conception of ideas to include political and social positions, progressive/reactionary, class ideologies, but in spite of the extraordinary narrative self-consciousness of Marx himself, in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, it is clear that most of these studies, even those of Lucien Goldman, worked with a naive view of the dynamics and structure of narrative proper. Of the entire older tradition, therefore, one wants to say, using the language of theater people, that for all its intermittent philosophical brilliancies, it lacked technique, and it is precisely this analytic technique that Griamasian semiotics at last triumphantly unveiled and made available. Still, as I have suggested, the reduction of narrative to an intricate microscopic play of semes and sememes, couched in what remains a cognitive language of abstract themes, far from securing the triumph of some universal metaphysics of narrativity, might well be said to do the contrary and to absorb the last remnants of some seemingly irreducible narrative discourse back into the cognitive. For example, the two seemingly ultimate atomic units of pure or primary narrative, that stubbornly anthropomorphic remnant that is the character or the actor, and that abstractly unthinkable fact of the matter that is time, change, event, act, catastrophe. To these ultimate narrative strongholds Griamasian semiotics lays elaborate siege, and virtually the most interesting moment of the semiotic adventure is this particular engagement, which at length, by way of conceptions such as the Actant and exchange reduces these subjects and verbs, these last bits of narrative grammar, to effects of a microsemiotics of a radically different, cognitive order. As we shall see shortly, the semiotic square emerges as the unified field theory of this rewriting procedure. Yet it is a two-way street. If narratives are transformed back into something that still distantly resembles a cognitive dynamic, overtly cognitive texts, philosophy, science, and the like are thereby opened up and made vulnerable to a now more properly narrative analysis. This is the other pendulum swing of the dialectic of Griamasian semiotics, which will now decode and unmask the seemingly abstract, in its various disciplinary discourses, as the covert operation of narrative programs and schemata of all kinds, so that the movement of an abstraction or a concept through rigorous philosophical argument becomes readable and visible as the procession of a character through multiple trials and perils, menaced by its conceptual adversaries and aided and abetted by magical helpers who are no less mythic than those of Propp's peasant stories. Kant thereby becomes the first great modern novelist. Even the humble cookbook is unmasked as the locus, not merely of storytelling, but also of alchemical transmutation, and at this point, the very concept of narrative expands to become coterminous with the entire universe of texts itself, without thereby in any way undermining the specificity of the cognitive. For the operation is not to be confused with a, sometimes necessary, work of demystification, wherein a set of ostensible abstractions is shown to be myth or irrational figuration. In all the bad senses, to demonstrate the narrativity of philosophical thinking is not to discredit its conceptual or intellectual claims, if only because, as we have seen, that very much deeper narrative structure can then itself in turn be rewritten as a new form of micro-thinking or of cognitive microphysics. The essentials of the semiotic position lie, not in some ultimate metaphysical choice between the narrative and the cognitive, but rather in the constant process whereby the one is ceaselessly displaced by the other, until this last, become dominant in its turn, is ripe for its own inverse and reciprocal humiliation. This accounts for my own reluctance to feel that the swing away from narrativity to theories of modalization represents anything like a final victory, in Griama's work, of the cognitive over the narrative. Yet this dialectic is visible only if we vigilantly bear in mind the bracketing of the ultimate philosophical problems with which we began the suspension of the question of a final metalanguage, and the operative fact of life of the semiotics that must use a seemingly cognitive language to identify and name semes that are, however, neither cognitive nor narrative, but best described, in peditos language, as non-definables. Dialectical language, however, seems to me to offer another practical way out of this philosophical impasse in the concept of the mediation, for the process I have been describing would seem most adequately characterized by a ceaseless two-way mediation between two types of language, neither of which can be permitted to become dominant or to take on metaphysical priority. This is why I have also felt that some enlarged version of the traditional concept of ideology, which plays only the most limited and mechanical role in Griama's texts, might well be appealed to at this point, both as a way of specifying the nature of these semiotic analyses and operations and also as an occasion for evaluating them and suggesting their wider implications. To this end, indeed, I have suggested that ideology, in some more comprehensive sense, be grasped as a twofold or amphibious reality, susceptible of taking on two distinct and seemingly incompatible forms at will, which are very precisely our old friends the narrative or the cognitive. That ideology in the narrower sense is a mass of opinions, concepts, or pseudo-concepts, worldviews, values, and the like, is commonly accepted, that these vaguely specified conceptual entities also always have a range of narrative embodiments, that is, indeed, that they are all in one way or another buried narratives, may be less widely understood and may also open up a much wider range of exploration than the now well-worn conceptual dimension of the ideology concept. Yet it was not to replace the cognitive by the narrative that my proposal was made, but rather to coordinate both by way of a definition that insisted on their necessary alternation. Ideology is then whatever in its very structure is susceptible of taking on a cognitive and a narrative form alternately. The relevance of these proposals for Griama's work turns on the whole matter of the so-called elementary structure of signification, or, in other words, the famous semiotic square, for many of us the supreme achievement of Gramscian semiotics. Here finally we find opened up the black box through which narrative is somehow converted into cognition and vice versa. Finally we have the equations, we can witness the processes of transfer, which need no longer be posited mystically since it is visible before us. I will return to this matter of the visible and of space at the conclusion of the present remarks. How this can be so, however, obviously demands yet another simplified exercise in the explanatory capacities of the square, whose canonical form is herewith reproduced. The enumeration of the advantages of the square can begin at once with the observation that it is a decisive enlargement on the older structural notion of the binary opposition. $1 versus $2 is clearly just such a binary opposition, or in the language of philosophical logic a contrary, that is, a strong opposition, white versus black, male versus female, but one that the square now reveals to encompass far more than two available positions. It immediately implies, for example, the two supplementary slots of what logic calls a contradictory, where $1 and $2 are the simple negatives of the two dominant terms, but include far more than either, thus non-white includes more than black, nominally more than female. Meanwhile, the two compound or synthetic positions of S and $, offer still greater conceptual enlargements, S standing as a complex or utopian term, in which the opposition of white and black might be transcended, mestizo, for example, whereas $, stands as the neutral term, in which all of the privations and negations are assembled, colorless, for example. Finally, the transversal axes map the place of tensions distinct from the principal or binary one, while the synthesis hypothetically proposed by uniting the two sides of the square, white plus non-black, designates alternative conceptual combinations. The entire mechanism then is capable of generating at least 10 conceivable positions out of a rudimentary binary opposition, which may originally have been no more than a single term, example white, which proves to be internally defined by a hidden opposition we articulate by promoting the concealed pole black to visibility. I have suggested that other traditions may find this schema interesting if they entertain the hypothesis that it constitutes a virtual map of conceptual closure, or better still, of the closure of ideology itself, that is, as a mechanism, which, while seeming to generate a rich variety of possible concepts and positions, remains in fact locked into some initial aporia or double bind that it cannot transform from the inside by its own means. However this may be, it seems appropriate to conclude this introduction with an outsider's observations on the multiple uses and interests of this mechanism. A few initial remarks ought to concern its proper use, that is, to offer some warnings about what it can and cannot do. The square does offer, I believe, a kind of discovery principle, but of a special type, and it cannot be guaranteed to replace intelligence or intuition. Indeed, insofar as it can often be called on simply to map thoughts and interpretations arrived at in other, seemingly less technical, fashions, it is appropriate at the outset to stress its initial pedagogical function. One can, in other words, very properly use this visual device to map out and to articulate a set of relationships that it is much more confusing, and much less economical, to convey in expository prose, and these humbler pedagogical capacities of the semiotic square may not be the least index of its importance. As for its heuristic value, however, experience testifies that you must blacken many pages before you get it right and that a number of key decisions intervene in the process. One lists a variety of entities to be coordinated. It is a list that must never be considered final, nor should the nature and nomenclature of the entities be foreclosed. It is desirable, even, on my view, necessary, that seemingly aberrant or marginal, minor, eccentric entities be enumerated, since it is their place in the scheme of things, and their very presence, which is the most interesting of the problems the square can be called upon to solve. As for operative decisions or moments, I will mention three that seem to me crucial. The first is the inaugural decision, not merely about the terms of the binary opposition to be expanded and articulated in the square as a whole, but also, and above all, the very order in which those terms are arranged. it makes a fundamental difference, in other words, whether the founding binary is ordered as white versus black, or as black versus white. The square is in that sense not symmetrical but temporal or positional, and the placement of the terms, obviously this initial formulation will already imply something like dominant/subordinate, center/margin, self/other, like that of mathematical equations, or the lobes of the brain, or right and left hand, is not indifferent but actively determinant in astonishing ways, that very astonishment playing its own part in the unexpected lessons we find ourselves learning in this process. The second important recommendation is that the four primary terms, S1, S2, $1, $2, need to be conceived polysemically, each one carrying within it its own range of synonyms, and of the synonyms of its synonyms none of them exactly coterminous with each other, such that large areas of relatively new or at least skewed conceptuality are thereby registered. Thus, for example, in Hayden White's conception of metonymy, two relatively distinct semes are encompassed, that of reduction, scientific or mechanistic explanation, determinism, and that of separation. This term thus includes a fruitful terrain for dialectical slippage, such that its reductive aspect may allow it to stand in opposition to the visionary and representational plenitude of metaphor 3. Its other identity as sheer disjunction or separation then allows it unexpectedly to be coordinated with, or against, synecdoche as the reintegration of the separated and the construction of new wholes. This will to embrace the slippage within terms is here a practical recommendation, like handicraft rules of thumb or inherited wisdom, but it also opens up a dizzying perspective of the subatomic universes, a prospect of what a very different semiotician, Umberto Eco, following Peirce, calls infinite semiosis, in which each of the four primary terms of the square threatens to yawn open into its own fourfold system, down into the infinite divisibility of semiotic nature. A final warning must be directed to the peculiar nature of the fourth term, the negation of the negation, $2. This must be, when the operation is successful, the place of novelty and of paradoxical emergence. It is always the most critical position and the one that remains open or empty for the longest time, for its identification completes the process and in that sense constitutes the most creative act of the construction. Once again, it is simply a matter of experience that the first three terms are relatively given and demand no great acts of intellection, but the fourth one is the place of the great leap, the great deduction, the intuition that falls from the ceiling, or from heaven. Yet this is something that here can be only mythically conveyed, as in that system of apocalypses foretold by Mayan religion, which, fourfold in a relatively universal fashion, only springs apart from Western paradigms unexpectedly in its fourth moment. The world, for the Mayans, will end in fire, as for us, a second time around, the world will be destroyed by water, as for us, yet a third time, and it will be destroyed by air, hurricanes. And it will also be destroyed a fourth time, by jaguars. Which, formerly the stars in the heavens, take on their new carnivorous form and drop upon the earth to devour the human race. So also with J.G. Ballard's early and haunting end of the world tetralogy, by water, the drowning world, by fire, the burning world, by air or hurricane, the wind from nowhere, and then, by turning into crystal, the crystal world. The semiotic square is thus not static but dynamic. The significance of positionality within it is only one index of the way in which it can just as easily be considered to map a temporal process as to register a conceptual blockage or paralysis. Indeed, the latter can most often be grasped as the very situation that motivates the former, namely, the attempt, by rotating the square and generating its implicit positions, to find one's way out of the conceptual or ideological closure, out of the old or given into which one is locked somehow desperately to generate the novelty of the event, or of breakthrough, or of the novum. Yet to see the square as the very image of closure itself tends to encourage some pessimism about the possibilities of escaping from it in any other way than the Hegelian one. One does not resolve a contradiction, rather, by praxis, one alters the situation in such a way that the old contradiction, now dead and irrelevant, moves without solution into the past, its place taken by a fresh and unexpected contradiction, which may or may not be some advance on the older aporias or ideological imprisonment. Yet the very gestalt properties of the square, its capacity to be indifferently static or dynamic, are what accounts for its powerful mediatory capacity. It can, in other words, reduce a narrative in movement to a series of cognitive or ideological, combinatory positions, or it can rewrite a cognitive text into a desperate narrative movement in which new positions are generated and abandoned, and in which terms ceaselessly amalgamate in order to achieve the release of this or that ideal. Synthesis, and release from their warring and antagonistic, structural fragmentary nature. I have offered elsewhere illustrations of possible applications of the square to problems of narrative analysis. These unorthodox efforts may serve to suggest ways in which the two planes of narrative characters, or, better still, systems of characters, and cognitive complexes or contradictions can be coordinated and transcoded into one another. Point 4. Here I will briefly sketch a sample of the analysis of a cognitive or theoretical text, Hayden White's meta-history, which is, to be sure, in a way pre-prepared, insofar as this text is itself already organized around a fourfold set of categories, the four tropes of metaphor, metonymy, synecdoche, and irony. This first system of categories is then multiplied by three more, a typology of worldviews, drawn from Stephen Pepper, formism, mechanicism, organicism, and contextualism, Fry's emplotments, romantic, tragic, comic, and satirical, and finally Mannheim's categories of ideology, anarchist, radical, conservative and liberal. In practice, it may be suggested that the set of, as it were, vertical layers in fact tends to amalgamate into two groups of coordinated features. The tropes and Pepper's world hypotheses function as alternate languages for the same characteristics, whereas the emplotments and the modes of ideological implication also tend to function synonymously. Yet within each of the two groups, which roughly correspond to the structure of a given history and to its metaphysical connotation, or reception, respectively, we already find that creative slippage I have referred to, the possibility of passing from one term to another by way of a shift in these levels. The earlier example of metonymy illustrates a shift from the tropological sense of this term to its conceptual, or world hypothetical, sense. What remains an open question is whether the two groups of categories need always function in unison, or whether one might not imagine a dissonance, that is, a contradiction, between, say, the tropological mechanism and the emplotment or ideological message. This is something White seems to foresee, without, however, drawing any explicit conclusions from the possibility. Point 5. White's book seeks to do, at least, two things. First, to reassert the historical and cognitive claims of the so-called philosophers of history, Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, who have, in the traditional canon of historiography, been assigned a lower and more amateurish status by the historians themselves, in contrast to real or practicing historiographers, of whom this book deals with four, Michelet, Ranke, Tocqueville, and Burckhardt. What meta-history in fact achieves is a good deal less modest than this, since the thrust of the argument tends toward the assertion that in fact the philosophers of history are better historians than the historiographers. How the text generates this position will then be one of the questions an articulation by the semiotic square needs to answer. The other function of meta-history, which is specifically limited to the 19th century historical imagination, is to demonstrate not merely the relevance of the conceptual typologies already enumerated but their cyclical function, in a rhythm that begins in naive metaphor or romanticism, passes through the negative or metonymic, mechanistic stage of reduction, begins to reclaim a larger totalizing construction in the new unities of synecdoche, and finally, in the moment of irony, comes to a self-consciousness of its own linguistic or tropological procedures that signals a new crisis of the historical imagination and may be expected, by way of the great Baconian ricorso, to swing around again into a fresh belief, a fresh metaphoric or romantic moment with which the cycle can begin all over again on a heightened level. Indeed, it is this rebirth of historiographic belief that White calls for in his concluding pages, which speak out of the moment of irony and its crisis. What is peculiar, however, is that the moment of irony, meta-history, takes two distinct forms. The crisis of the 19th century reaches as it were two distinct paroxysms simultaneously: the bad irony of Burckhardt, serene and aestheticizing. The philosophy of Croce is in effect a more elaborate double of this position, and the good or strong irony of Nietzsche, from within which Hayden White clearly speaks, even though Hegel and Marx were to have been rehabilitated more or less on equal grounds with the author of the Genealogy of Morals. These intricate moves are, however, not random ones, nor are they in any way the mere results of the personal opinions or ideological predilections of the meta-historian. The pattern is indeed a very logical one, which can be clarified and articulated by the operation of the semiotic square as the various possible terms and positions of meta-history are mapped onto it. The diagram attempts to respect as much as possible the comminatory richness and intricacy of the text, very specifically including what I have called the slippage within the terms, that is their multiple semic content or the co-presence of various levels and codes within each. What should be clear from this initial mapping onto the semiotic square is that the four historians each present, in all their differences, the spectacle of unison between all the levels, and that indeed it is this very absence of inner tension or contradiction that accounts for the author's evaluations of them, itself a form of irony, not to say contempt, save in the case of Tocqueville, where a certain tragic honesty carries conviction, but where, it should be noted, this univocal position also ultimately disintegrates under its own momentum into a Burckhardt-type irony and nihilism, which itself as yet another univocal ideological position then is subjected to the full force of the meta-historian's irony. This last must therefore be of a different type, and it is precisely the advantage of the semiotic square to hold open other conceivable positions, which have not yet been secured in our diagram, and which are the so-called compound terms, the complex and neutral terms S and $, and the deictic axes in which the lateral sides of the square also designate possible syntheses. Before demonstrating those, however, it is worth noting the strategic function, already referred to, involved in the choice of an initial binary opposition. The story, as anyone would naturally tell it, and as Hayden White himself initially maps it in his diagram of the levels in meta-history, is one in which an initial metaphoric consciousness disintegrates into a metonymic or negative moment of determinism and random mechanistic causality. 6 That negative crisis is then on anyone's stereotypical narrative paradigm slowly overcome by synecdochic reconstruction, only to be sapped and vitiated by a new kind of disintegration and a new kind of crisis. That of ironic self-consciousness, and of the sense that even the synecdochic solution was itself only fictional and linguistic, at which point, as I have already said, the entire system turns over and swings back into a new cycle of metaphoric reaffirmation. But this corresponds neither to the order of the chapters nor to the comminatory logic of the work itself, in which romance is followed by comedy, and metaphor by synecdoche, rather than by metonymy. Thus, we have mapped the semiotic square around a quite unexpected binary opposition, not the familiar one of metaphor versus metonymy, but some new constitutive tension between metaphor and synecdoche, a tension that must necessarily be conceptualized as the antagonism between two forms of unity, an initial metaphoric or representational one, Michelet's great ecstatic moments of national unity in the Revolution and more specifically of the Fêtes de la Fédération of June 1790, and a synecdochic one, the construction of more artificial social unities, built up from their separate parts, in the form of rank as institutions, church, nation, etc. The point I wish to stress is that the square will not work any other way. The reader may now wish to test this assertion by experiment, and that only this arrangement of the terms will generate the essentials of meta-history, a book about which we have therefore learned something new, namely, that its deepest subject, the fundamental contradiction it is concerned to resolve, is not that of meaning versus non-meaning, or belief versus causality, metaphor versus metonymy, the traditional way of mapping the 19th century crisis of faith, but rather the tension between two incompatible visions of the social, neither of which, ecstatic revolutionary spontaneousness and the slow permanency of the great social institutions, seems satisfactory. I must also add a word about the question of the fourth term, also raised earlier. It is clear that, although the word itself is scarcely fresh or surprising, irony is the great magical term on which the text turns, and that its combinatorial mechanisms aim fully as much at producing this extraordinary position from across a wide range of meanings and uses. The slippage in this fourth term is far greater than in any of the others, as they simply register it as an object of study and one attitude among others. We may now rapidly conclude the mapping of the square, whose complex and neutral terms can be loosely designated as historical optimism and pessimism respectively, a language whose slackness need not detain us long, since both are clearly logically impossible positions that the movement of the work rejects. S is a conceivable but impossible synthesis, dollar is merely the empty wiping out of that content and the place of the global, mechanical negations of both terms of the initial opposition. It is therefore to the lateral, or deictic, syntheses that we turn our attention. Here indeed the great philosophers of history find their positions, which have been generated by the inner logic of the square itself. Both Hegel and Marx, White tells us, achieved syntheses of tragedy and comedy. History is a comedy, all of whose individual moments are tragic. Nietzsche, meanwhile, begins with an identification of tragedy and comedy, which luminously eclipse each other and in their indistinction give rise to something else, which will be an ironic sense of the powers of language that now once again releases the great metaphoric energies. Note how it is very precisely the semiotic slippage between romance and metaphor that enables this ultimate moment to be something more than a mere synthesis of romance and satire. With this, the combinational movement of the book is exhausted and a message emerges: the priority of Hegel, Marx, and Nietzsche over the univocal historians, and after that, perhaps, the more tentative priority of Nietzsche over the other two positions insofar as Nietzsche includes their moments of tragedy and comedy and then projects further new and original possibilities, metaphor and irony, properly linguistic or reflexive moments, out of the earlier pair. Returning now to the nature of the semiotic square itself, it seems clear that its emergence from the dynamic of Grimmesian semiotics betokens some profound spatiality in the system in general. This is something that has been recognized by Petitot in the book already mentioned, which sets out indeed to achieve nothing less than a grounding of Grimmesian semiotics in the spatial, he calls it positional or topological, premises of René Thom's catastrophe theory. What interests me is not the viability of that enterprise, nor how one might resolve this persistence of the irreducibly spatial within semiotics in some new and enlarged philosophical system, but rather the historical fact of its emergence in our society, where it is by no means the only example or symptom of a period intellectually given over to space in a way radically different from the preceding generation of the modernists, in thrall to temporality. All the structuralisms are deeply spatial in one way or another, and not merely in their rhetoric or modes of presentation, although the fact, previously mentioned, that we find these diagrams today more pedagogically convincing and persuasive than the corresponding linguistic expressions and developments of them is surely not insignificant either. Alone of the great philosophers, Henry Lefebvre has posited a genuine new philosophy of space, and this on a historicist basis, namely, the tendential spatialization of late capitalism, and, one might wish to add, using a concept not foreseen in Lefebvre's work, of the postmodern. That Grimmesian semiotics should be true in some sense, or at any rate, pragmatically, richly usable and full of practical development, and at the same time stand as a profound historical symptom of the nature of the age, I find no difficulty in reconciling, the latter the structure of the late capitalist global system constituting something like the conditions of possibility for the conceptualizing and articulation of the new theoretical system. Perhaps this may also offer yet another new and unexplored terrain for the development of semiotics itself, not the semiotics of space, already a local region of Grimmesian semiotics in which work is currently being done, but the space and spatialization of semiotics itself and the dynamics of this new positional or topological horizon of meaning and of our thought. At any rate, it is an honor for me to be associated with this first panoramic view of the semiotic adventure to be presented to the English-speaking public. 1987. 10. On the sexual production of Western subjectivity. The issue of radical evil, particularly for those for whom evil is a theological concept, and worse yet, for those for whom the concept of evil is itself the root of all evil, needs to be sorted out into three distinct topics: the experience of guilt as the deeper accompaniment of human existence, the current ethical and ideological concern with limits and finitude, and finally the equally current anxiety about irrepressible violence, which it might be better to specify, if we really need to, as violence to the other, which is to say also, about the other as the occasion for violence. All of these topics are in these forms metaphysical. Their boundless abstraction and timelessness needs to be closed back in by social and historical content, something that would clearly threaten to remove them from the philosophical domain altogether, were not the very fact of such philosophical abstraction itself a historical issue to be faced socially. It is easy enough to see how concepts of otherness issue, as in Levinas, from the social and historical experience of ethnic minorities. It is a little more difficult to grasp one of the themes of the following reflections: how the social equally exploits the initially meaningless fact of biological gender for its own purposes. Current anxieties about violence are, however, surely to be analyzed, not in terms of human nature, nor even of nihilism, so much as in relationship to the corrosive effects of late capitalism on all inherited social systems and on all forms of social legitimation, very much including its own. The realities of violence are not particularly controlled by a return to this or that anthropology, whether it posits the inherent aggressivity of some putative human nature or on the other hand this or that psychological repression or deviation of a better kind. If one wants to be constructivist about it, then it is preferable to affirm, with the Brecht of man ist man, that people can be turned into anything, and to take it from there. Finitude, meanwhile, is an exceedingly suspicious category in the current anti-utopian climate, where it is called upon, among other things, to reinforce market rhetoric and to encourage the renunciation of revolutionary politics and the collective project of social transformation, while co-opting the ecological discourse of the Promethean destruction of nature. But surely it would be just as Promethean to develop a correct collective exploitation of natural energies. Guilt is, however, our primary theme here, for it seems inescapable in any comprehensively experienced human destiny and yet unacceptable in any theological formulation, which is to say in any formulation at all, since a non-theological conception of guilt has never seemed plausible. Heidegger tried to offer one, but had to fall back on the mere empirical fact of our feeling of guilt, the call of conscience, which then at once flips over dialectically into a thesis about the human condition as such. In Sartre, the fact of guilt remains but is perhaps more satisfactorily secularized as the unjustifiability of our own, my own, existence. When the conductor asks for it, I have no ticket, even though everyone else seems to have one. But this still posits a conductor, and the requirement of justifiability as given in advance. Nor is it satisfactory to derive guilt from some related yet independent phenomenon, such as sexuality, for that would amount to displacing the problem of substantialism and transferring the implication of some human essence from guilt itself to the sexual drive. What seems certain is that guilt has always been able to reinforce itself by leaning, enclitically, as Freud might say, on sexuality, and the reverse also often seems to be true. In what follows, I want to see sexuality not as an autonomous phenomenon with some fundamental phenomenological meaning of its own, but rather as a phenomenon that must always mean something, even though the meaning is always constructed after the fact, and in the service of a host or system of other meanings, and which must always somehow conjoin with another, equally unstable and unpredetermined phenomenon in order to take on the appearance of a fact as such. This is the sense in which, as with guilt, it would be vain to try to decide whether sexuality was evil or, much more rarely, good, but also to deplore the recurrence of such attempts at decision as are inherent in the very structure of this phenomenon, which must mean something even though it cannot, and which thus perpetually solicits judgment and ethical evaluation even where this last is impossible, thereby reinforcing ethics itself and lending it the content of its own lack. Saint Augustine offers a particularly privileged place in which to interrogate this process of construction. With him are traditionally associated two kinds of historical origination. The first is the invention of the modern autobiographical text, the second is a grim form of determinism and of the affirmation of the absolute sinfulness of human beings since the fall, which is less often openly acknowledged to be the fundamental moment of the invention of modern or Western sexuality, as well as something both guilty and obsessive and, we are told, radically different from the way sexuality has been lived and theorized in other cultures. The title of Augustine's autobiographical text, Confessions, which does not yet have its modern institutional sense here, suggests a link between these two inventions. Meanwhile, the contemporary theoretical concern with the autobiographical text on the one hand and the construction of the subject or subjectivity on the other, along with the post-contemporary Dasein of the formative power of textuality itself, as though the autobiographical text could very well itself construct subjectivity as such, tend to encourage the introduction of Western subjectivity or the Western subject as a third term in this investigation, between the new discourse and the promotion of a new way of looking at sexuality that is also necessarily a new kind of sexuality in itself. A reading of Peter Brown's biography Augustine of Hippo, 1967, however, suggests that Augustine was also original in yet another way from these, for in the hindsight of the great ideological struggles of the 60s and 70s we can now suddenly recognize in Brown's Augustine the quintessential political intellectual, and in particular the turncoat or apostate on the order of the American Trotskyists of the Cold War. 1 Augustine was first a sympathizer of what we would today call the extreme or extra-parliamentary left, taking the pagans of his period to constitute something of an ideological right. The Manichaeans, of which he was for a while one, indeed, practiced and preached an implacable secession from Roman, or as we would now say, bourgeois, society. Their doctrine of the absolute evil of the body and sexuality constituted a practical and literal negation of that society, insofar as the cessation of sexual intercourse would clearly enough spell the end of the world as such. Augustine was tempted by this intransigence and absolutism, this implacable refusal to compromise with actually existing society, as that was organized around the family, and one may assume that he had sympathy with the Manichaean emphasis on sexuality, even though his own personal experience of sexuality was, so to speak, a positive one. What unites these opposing practical evaluations of sexuality, however, is the way in which sexuality becomes both the very center of life and its most fundamental concern. After that displacement and reorganization, it does not matter much whether you condemn or welcome it. Augustine's official conversion to Christianity then brings a practical modification that eventually requires a theoretical revision, for his entry into the Church means a commitment to precisely that social fabric, including the family of the Church believers and the institution of marriage with its implications about sexuality, that the Manichaean ideology repudiated absolutely. Augustine now passes from an extreme left minority opposition to a position within the state itself and an adhesion to society as such, or at least to its Christian population. But in his case, the apostasy is not seen as a simple changeover of ideological allegiances, but is most often presented to us as an evolution or development in his own thought. This is because although, as is so often the case with ex-communists, the Manichaeans now become the principal ideological enemy and are understood to pose the most fundamental danger to the Church as such, his reply to them takes the form of absorbing and preempting some of their own program, co-opting the antisexuality impulses for the benefit of the Church. Augustinism, the doctrine of absolute determinism and also of the sexual nature of the fall, will square this circle and constitute the very special ideological invention of this particular late Roman intellectual. What is less clear from this account, which relies on Peter Brown's biography, is the symbolic meaning and significance of the sexual motif itself and the social basis for its ideological centrality. This is something that Brown's new work, The Body and Society, 1988, now luminously clarifies, as we shall see in what follows, which may also be considered an extended book review. 2 But several questions remain. One has to do with the way the conceptual inventions and solutions of a mere intellectual can be understood as modifying the entire culture and life practices of a population, not to speak of contaminating the inheritance of innumerable generations of what we now sometimes call the West. The recourse to genius or intellectual or philosophical brilliance is an idealistic convention that has nothing illuminating to offer social history. On the other hand, any general theory about such influence will be speculative, even though one is always necessary as a conceptual and methodological starting point. The other question has to do with the constitution of the intellectual as such. It is immediately obvious, even confining ourselves to the West, that Augustine's intellectual landscape, Greek as well as Roman, swarms already with all the flora and fauna of what we call intellectuals today, and that he can scarcely be thought to be a pioneer in that sense. But Augustine's ideological mission, and the uncanny resemblance of his discursive struggles to those within the left in modern times, makes it tempting to explore the possibility that as an ideological turncoat and defector, locked in a fundamental struggle within an ideology or worldview itself locked in struggle with an older one, Augustine pioneered some of the features of the modern intellectual that may not have been in evidence in the life practices of the Stoa, for example, or of the Babylonian priesthood or the Chinese Mandarin elite. For to the structure of his ideological mission must also be added that this period generally is the one in which the Catholic priesthood, by way of the institution of celibacy, has begun socially to differentiate itself from the laity. It knows competition from the various monastic traditions, which are not yet orders exactly, and at the same time has begun since Constantine to be associated with state power, so that its doctrinal debates are also immediately bureaucratic ones. For all these reasons, then, Augustine's trajectory is likely to be suggestive and enlightening to us today, and endows Brown's new history with an additional kind of interest. It should be added that it also places in perspective the various contemporary efforts, such as Foucault's abortive one, to produce a history of sexuality, and with this topic we return to the fundamental question at issue here, namely what sexuality may be thought to be that so many people have conceived of writing histories of it. If a narrative can be organized around sexuality as such, in other words, no matter whether sexuality is a kind of actant or agent, or on the other hand a result, situation, dilemma, it must be constituted as something, as a kind of object, in order for its metamorphoses to be thus tracked. This is, I think, something rather different from what Foucault had in mind when he formed the project of showing the emergence of a modern, Western, concept of sexuality that corresponded to a newly sexualized subjectivity. Unfortunately, what remains of his attempt is a brilliant demonstration of the breakdown of the Greek or classical sexual practices, followed by a very traditional idealistic account of the influence of Christianity on the emergent new ones. 3 In older histories of ideas, from Hegel on into the modern history of science, ideas, and concepts, which have their bottom line in religion considered as a cultural formation, are always the ultimately determining instances, something Foucault avoided in his other histories by nimble footwork and prestidigitation, but which is here only too painfully evident. What seems, rather, to have been influential in these final volumes of Foucault's life work is the ideological motif whereby repression is definitively, and rather perversely, consigned to the infernal region reserved for outworn and idealistic Dasein, but also a prophetic new theme in which Foucault unexpectedly reinvents at least one constructivist variety of ethics, le souci de soi, probably modeled on Greenblatt's self-fashioning, in which the counterclaims of radicals and traditionalists today, queer theory on the one hand and the revival of the older philosophical disciplines, very much including ethics and political theory, on the other, have seemed to enjoy a miraculous reconciliation. Foucault's abortive trilogy, however, does not overtly claim to make a statement about modern sexuality, nor even to offer phenomenological materials for its eventual history, which demands that we be able to separate the concept of sexuality from some unnamed yet unavoidable reality, whether one wishes to call it an instinct in Freud's very rigorous sense or not, that can be conceptualized and theoretically positioned in a great variety of ways, from relatively more nature-wachsige conventions, where it is an activity among others, to a charged and valorized centrality in which everything of significance in life must pass in one way or another through its circuits. Meanwhile, the culturally constructed value accorded to sexuality can also be borrowed and invested in the construction of other kinds of values, such as political symbolism or class consciousness, as for example, when 19th-century workers, or 20th-century racial minorities, are considered to be sexually other in an association with the bestial or the animalic. Yet clearly enough these two kinds of constructions, that of the meaning of sexuality in and of itself and that of its symbolic role in other social realms of ideology and practice, are closely associated and interdependent. Meanwhile, this view also presupposes a point of departure for which, either ontologically or in reality, sexuality has no pre-given significance, even though something corresponding to it is always present in human reality and always imperiously demands interpretation or the construction of that significance. In other words, on this view, not even Freud is right exactly, however much we are inclined to choose Freud's as our own contemporary construction of sexuality, and however much his doctrine of instinct as unbound representations may correspond to the entry point adopted here. Yet Freud gave us the crucial clue, when speaking of that prescient dream analysis of an obscure tribe of Indians, who had discovered that all dreams had sexual meanings, except for the sexually explicit dreams themselves, which meant something else. Is it possible, by the same token, that sexuality as an overt theme always bears an ideological message of a secondary kind that concerns anything but sexuality? At any rate, I take it that something like this is what also marks Peter Brown's starting point in The Body and Society when, evoking the classical context, he tries to demystify our stereotypes of Roman licentiousness, as does Foucault, by insisting strongly on the way in which, for the ancients, sexuality was a space in which a master demonstrated his fitness to rule either household or empire, by exercising restraint and discipline over his own physical inclinations. This pagan code of sexual behavior and moderation will continue to be that of moderate Christians later on, from Paul himself to Clement and long after. Bass, 51, 134-135. However, the point about the analysis of any ideology and the various doctrines relating to sexuality will be seen to be so many ideologies, or, if you prefer, components of distinct ideologies, is that its symbolic significance is not given in itself, intrinsically, like a belief whose positive content may be evaluated on its own merits, but lies very precisely in its reactive character, and can only be deciphered in terms of what it opposes or resists, seeks to displace or to modify. Seen from this perspective, sexual doctrines take on non-sexual social meanings. Indeed, we will see that these meanings, which officially turn on the matter of salvation, in fact all rehearse dilemmas about the form of society itself. We will thus be led to argue that religion is a figural form whereby utopian issues are fought out, in the absence of scientific or secular political codes, in contradistinction to Weber's notion that religions essentially manage the fear of death, which ends up privileging an existential and indeed a metaphysical conception of human nature as the bottom line for sociology. But the foundation of sociology should surely be the social itself, and the sociality of such drives and impulses, not some non- or antisocial human experience on which the social, in this case religion as a collective institution, is supposedly founded. The crucial historico-philosophical issue at stake in the analysis of early Christian sexuality lies in the historiographic dilemma presented by periodization generally, namely that of the break, the radical discontinuity, or alternatively the continuity and deeper identity to be established between any two periods. Is Christian sexuality, which is to say our own, modern sexuality, with its burden of sin and guilt, its obsessive nature, its omnipresence and enforcement of notions of the unclean, radically different from the practices of ancient Rome and thus of the classical world in general? Or in other words, since, as we have seen, Christian sexuality is a figure for contemporary Western but now worldwide Americanized sexuality, is a sexuality radically different from our own conceivable, whether in the past or in the future. Foucault's was the most revealing struggle with this unanswerable narrative dilemma, unanswerable in several ways, since on the one hand the positing of continuity or break is a methodological decision in the void that precedes all interpretation of the record and the evidence, and makes the latter's interpretation possible for the first time, but unanswerable also since, to deprive sexuality of this omnipresent modern power and meaning by positing it as radically other and different is to assign it a secondary or marginal position in human life and therefore to make it into something very different from what we call sexuality. Foucault understood this very well, and therefore sometimes described his project as the history of the emergence or the invention of sexuality as such, in the way in which others will also speak of the invention of homosexuality, but this way of speaking about it then tends fatally to thrust the now foreground construct sexuality into the realm of the history of ideas, where it has become a kind of concept, rather than an ambiguous reality both distinct from and at one with the idea or the interpretation that a culture makes of it and then lives in its practices. More than that, Foucault's temperamental inclination to what he grandly baptized transgression makes for a good deal of arbitrariness in these deliberately depersonalized pages, where he seems to have realized that he was drawing much more closely to his own personal experiences than ever before, and where his reputation now threatened to make any statement on such dangerous terrain into a kind of program or personal manifesto, something not really diffused by reflexivity, as when he claims here to be dealing with the emergence of ethics as well. He need not have been wrong about that, although the ethical extends back into the classical materials he had to deal with, but to say so does not prevent this ostensible history from looking like a new ethics in our own climate of reaction, as I have already observed. Arbitrariness and perversity, as opposed to perversion, however, here means something as predictable and inveterate as the refusal of what is taken to be current dasein. Thus Foucault opposed the humane bourgeois philanthropic psychiatry of the early 19th century in favor of spatial segregation, and even capital execution, as in the famous pages on Damiens, he ruled out the dominant modern concept of repression and hermeneutics generally, which proved none too easy to do without when it came to his own attempt to evoke resistance in a carceral world in which the latter seemed unthinkable. Here, in his late volumes, it is an inevitable reflex that he should at once repudiate the conventional notion that Christianity brings with it a wholly new and repressive attitude toward a sexuality that in classical times was either serene or orgiastic and Neronian, depending on one's stereotype. Foucault will therefore at once insist that the repressive, the inclination to master the sexual impulses and to valorize abstinence and control, was no less present in classical antiquity. He thereby creates a supplementary problem for himself, since his theme, the historical originality of Christian sexuality, thereby risks disappearing altogether, and since his very project of chronicling the emergence of something called sexuality demands the form of a break and a discontinuity that it is ironic and startling to witness him here renouncing, even though, or perhaps because, he had himself become something of the very theoretical and master philosopher of the break as such and of the historiographic discontinuity. Brown solves this problem better than Foucault, but perhaps because he is not working at the same historico-philosophical distance, at the same level of grand abstraction, as his master. The latter's project of distancing and defamiliarizing sexuality, indeed, still took the form of doing something new with this unitary named concept and experience, whereas Brown can shatter it, to use Foucauldian rhetoric, and divide it up into a multiplicity of ideological practices that no longer seem appropriately housed under the generality that in Foucault still bears their name. In particular, Brown's solution is more persuasive, when it comes to the very first moment in the differentiation of pagan and Christian sexuality. Paganism meant the affirmation of mastery over the self, the empire, the family, and the woman. So far so good, and Foucault and Brown are at one in this account, which explains why a certain mastery over one's sexual impulses will also here be part of the arsenal of classical masculinity. But Brown's topic is not merely sexuality, it is asceticism and abstinence as such, a far more thoroughgoing repression of the body than anything to be found either in Marcus Aurelius or in the classically oriented Christians of the day, such as Clement of Alexandria. Thus, however propitious ascetic attitudes may find the relative sexual sobriety of the classical pagan ideal, another supplementary interpretation is needed for this new step, which is very far from being a simple intensification of the older practices. Sociologists of small group formation, which very much includes the emergence of sects in the early stages of a world religion, have observed the functional presence of characteristic forms of content that both affirm solidarity with the new small group and in effect burn the bridges to the old society and old institutions, for it is clear that total abstinence and continence constitutes just such a content, whereby the dust of the old, fallen society, of Babylon, is shaken off the feet, and at the same time the practitioner is marked as radically different and unsociable, as someone beyond the pale. It seems indeed that during the 2nd and 3rd centuries after Christ, the Roman world was riddled with just such patterns of secession, its cities filled with people who opted out in one way or another and left the social institutions, some of them believing that the end of the world was approaching. This plausible explanation of the form of the behavior of certain believers in the early Christian period does not, however, fully account for its content and, in particular, for the symbolic choice of sexuality as a realm in which such a statement of secession can best be made. Looked at in this way and from the standpoint of this kind of question, Roman or classical attitudes toward sexuality do not seem particularly relevant. That Roman mastery or restraint includes a specifically medical ideology, a belief in the debilitating influence of sexual intercourse and its capacity to drain the subject of power. The fiery body was a fragile reservoir from which vital energy might leak away. Its fires had to be carefully banked up if they were to last. Frequent sexual activity was frowned upon, does not particularly prepare the terrain for the extremes of Christian renunciation in this period, which seem to have wholly different motivations, save in classically minded thinkers like Clement, Bass, 18. Indeed, Foucault, who most strongly predicates his analysis of classical sexuality on just such notions of power and mastery, so that the essential contradiction in such an ideology is unsurprisingly to be found not in heterosexual practice, but in the problem of the submission of the partner of the same sex, who ought in principle to be a mirror image of such mastery, is led to identify the disintegration of the classical system in the new and more equal status of women in late Roman society, which clearly poses a threat to the operation of the classical sexual system as a whole. But how to explain this new status of women, if it is to be given the value of a cause? The most obvious solution that proposes itself is that of Simone de Beauvoir, for whom the juridical status of women determines their social role, yet the heightened juridical status of women in Roman society, as opposed to Greece or Oriental societies, surely preceded Christianity and ought to have been operative in the earlier period. Brown's explanations, more satisfying, return to the dynamics of small groups and emergent sects. In one external sense, of course, the one that links sexuality with procreation, to abstain from sexuality is more than symbolically to bring about the end of the present age and of the world itself. Such abstinence amounts to more than a sign or mark of difference. It is itself a powerful and active weapon in the literal and physical undermining of society as such, and Brown's pages are haunted by a science-fictional vision, an anticipation of some dark ages, in which countryside is deserted and the city falls silent, as in his remarks on John Chrysostom, at a later period and a rather different, post-apocalyptic context. John elevated the Christian household so as to eclipse the ancient city. He refused to see Antioch as a traditional civic community, bound together by a common civic patriotism, expressed by the shared rhythms of collective festivity. He made no secret of the fact that he wished the theater, the hippodrome, even the busy agora, to fall silent forever. The Antioch of his dearest hopes was to be no more than a conglomeration of believing households, joined by a common meeting place within the spacious courtyards of the great church. He wished the doors of the Christian house to swing to, shutting out the murmur of a late classical metropolis. To him, the public life of Antioch was a devil's garbage tip, piled high outside the simple walls of Christian houses. Bass, 313. How much the more intense is such radical secession, which saps the fabric of the ancient social system, in a period in which the end of the world is felt to be imminent and there is no longer any point in the preservation of even Christian households or marriages and families. Here radical abstinence is both an expression of the hope of the millennium and an act designed to bring it about. Still, this is only one of the levels of significance of chastity taken as a symbolic act in its own right, and a relatively external one, which has more to do with the consequences of sexuality than with its inner essence. A further meaning returns us to the dynamics of ideology as a move in a cultural struggle between groups. This one has to do with Roman asceticism, but in quite the reverse of the approach that sought for continuities between such classical sobriety and the even more pronounced repudiation of the body in certain Christianities. For on the new view, it is precisely this general similarity or family likeness between the two sexual ideologies that demands some more radical differentiation, at least on the part of the extreme Christian sects. It is in order to affirm the break with classical Stoicism, in order to endow the new practices with what today is called a sense of identity, that the Christian groups push forms of classical restraint so far that their effects are reversed, and what was to lend the household and the family something of the dignity of the empire itself now undermines both and threatens to extinguish them. Self-control no longer has the same kinds of associations and connotations when it aims at the achievement of radical self-mutilation and the utter obliteration of natural and inevitably recurrent impulses. Yet we observe here a textbook example of the forms that ideological struggle with the class enemy tends to take, an appropriation of the other's privileged thematic space, a radical reversal of its meanings and oppositions, a process whereby a pre-existing symbolic act is inverted. But it is not only from and against the pagans that these early Christians must symbolically and ideologically differentiate themselves, it is also against the Jews and against Judaism, from which their own religion springs. Indeed, Judaism seems to have exerted its own kind of fascination over the earliest converts. It was pagan converts, and not the local Jews, who put pressure on Paul to adopt Jewish customs. They wished to become like Jews, rather than creatures condemned to ritual invisibility. Bass, 59. But this is the period of the diaspora, in which exiled Jewish communities must very strongly reorganize themselves around the emergent institution of the rabbi as social leader. With the destruction of the temple and the strengthening of the synagogue and the house of study, Judaism was fast on its way to becoming a religion of the book and of the sanctified, married household. Bass, 61. Under these circumstances and in this specific new historical context, there can be no question of a privileging of abstinence and renunciation for a Judaism that needs to flourish by way of large families and patriarchal order. Such abstinence, then, is for the early Christians doubly overdetermined, for in the new context, it can also mean radical differentiation from Judaism as well and from the new Jewish form of society. Sexual extremism then includes the bonus of this double differentiation from pagans and Jews alike. But now it becomes interesting to set this system in motion and to introduce historical time into its operation, for it transpires that there are rhythms and cycles, not to say fashions, in asceticism, and these cycles are strictly correlated with the political climate of the not yet converted empire, and in particular with its systematic and gruesome campaigns of persecution against the Christian minorities. For in this period there exists a more potent way of making the world end, and a more vivid sign of ideological and group commitment, than sexual abstinence and renunciation, and that is martyrdom itself, which becomes periodically available to the faithful. Thus, continence, though a marked feature of Christian prophecy, remained a secondary feature. It was a preoccupation that tended to rise to the fore in Christian literature at times when the prospect of violent death was less immediate. Bass, 69. Continence is thus a substitute for an unavailable martyrdom, in a situation in which you do not wish to wait for the state and its rigors but can take the initiative yourself. It is thus symbolic martyrdom and self-chosen immolation, and at the same time it furnishes a kind of individual test or trial whereby the believer's commitment can be challenged, with results that are finally as public as any capital execution. This symbolic substitution thus initiates the space of self-examination, which will be so crucial in the construction of subjectivity, even though it here remains in rudimentary or virtual state. For the realm of subjectivity is here occupied by a rather different, and still very exterior and objective, kind of phenomenon, namely the state of prophecy. It has an instrumental relationship to sexual abstinence in the sense in which, along with fasting and sleep deprivation, the latter places the body in a situation receptive to visions and prophetic efflatus. It is a cleansing process that enables the spiritual transfiguration of which prophecy is a sign. Yet this instrumental use of sexual asceticism stands in contradiction with the obsessive denial and violent repression that began to emerge in the use of continence as a reliable instrument for destroying the world itself, and which will become, after the end of the waiting period, the principal ideology of the sexually extreme sects. We have thus here, in the early period, a number of levels of significance, or, if another terminology is preferred, several different types of libidinal investment that coexist with respect to the use of this particular ideological or fantasy apparatus that is the interpretation of chastity, or the interpretation of sexuality that gives rise to the desire called chastity. These investments include a social or analogical pole, in the expectation of the imminent end of the world, and a moral or individual one in the purification of the self with a view toward prophecy. In class terms, the motif becomes a means of differentiating early Christians from pagans or Jews of the same period, while formally or narratively, the enforcement of continence takes the shape of a test and can also substitute for martyrdom in periods of calm and tolerance, I am tempted to say in non-revolutionary periods as opposed to those in which public tumult around such issues is productively articulated. But any synchronic analysis of an ideology such as this one is also a moment in a historical configuration that is subject to change. Moreover, that change sometimes results from effects and achievements forthcoming within the system itself, and it is precisely this kind of unintended change that is most often called dialectical. Two of the crucial results of continence, for example, have to do with inheritance, for in these extreme situations of renunciation and chastity, and at least until the end of the world, there will be no heirs to whatever property the individual saints in question may still have. This issue, along with the damage to the institution of the family as such, will obviously constitute the fundamental objection, the word is perhaps too weak, of what we may call worldly or centrist Christians to this sexual or extrafamilial extremism. On the other hand, the problem undergoes a dialectical inversion when it is a question of women's or widows' inheritance, that type of fortune, which tends to be appropriated by the Church itself, now determines a more positive evaluation of celibacy as far as women are concerned. Meanwhile, whatever the traditional juridical status of women in classical Rome and its effect on their social powers, the possession of such fortunes available to the Church, along with the new kind of equality with men that the practice of celibacy brings with it, leads to fundamental changes in the social situation itself in which these practices evolve. Bass, 145 ff. 150, 332. Now we need to look at some new meanings of sexuality before confronting the problem produced by Foucault about the relationship between sexuality in its increasingly modern sense and the constitution of an, equally modern, subjectivity. From the positions already outlined as the hope of an immediate end of the world, read, an impending revolution, utopia, recedes what may at least be called political sects if not outright parties begin to emerge, whose likeness to extreme left sectarianism in modern times I wish very much to stress. Like these last, such sexual sectarianism is based not merely on ideological commitment, not merely on a choice of Christianity, or revolution, as a collective solution, but also on a passionate and personal impatience for individual reward or fulfillment, for a present taste of future satisfactions. Here the per et der militant lives morally in his own present and by way of his own practices what everyone will live in paradise. Compare the Western Maoist repudiation of Soviet bourgeois and corrupt life ways, and the refusal of the extra-parliamentary left to join bourgeois governments or to participate in alliances within the system, to govern under fallen pre-evolutionary conditions. Brown's analysis of these varied sects, complicated by the cultural differences articulated by geography, the extremism of Syrian Christianity in general, as opposed to that of Italy, Alexandria, or North Africa, all differentiated culturally from one another, is very relevant here indeed. It raises the question of intellectual inheritance, in the links groups like the Marcionites and the Encratites have with the older Gnostic philosophies, and also that of social determination, in the rise of Manichaeanism and its rivalry with Orthodox Christianity in the West. It has been suggested, by analysts of Islam, I believe, that all these groups steer an uneasy ideological course between polytheism, toward which Manichaeanism would clearly tend, and the kind of insipid deism of the classical period, which is threatened most explicitly by Arianism. But at least some of the enthusiasm for these proto-political movements will depend on the investment of energies they offer. For young activists with purist and dogmatic political obsessions, sexual extremism offers satisfactions and a sectarian following that would not be available by a conversion to the norms of an institutional church after the fashion of Augustine. Sexuality here becomes the acid test of this kind of extreme commitment. The achievement of continence becomes a matter of immediate individual, spiritual, gratification at the same time that it can stand as an equally immediate publicly verifiable sign of political commitment. On the other hand, the new stabilization, the resumption of the boring old time of daily life and the social routine, what Gregory of Nyssa will call tainted time, opens up some rather different possibilities for continence, namely the ultimate emergence, over several centuries, of an institutional double standard in which celibacy can be practiced by the clergy, and needs to be, fulfilling other institutional requirements, in particular that of differentiating priests from the faithful. Generally, while the followers can continue to reproduce and live in families, under whatever strict codes for restraint and practices are devised in the new situation, Bass, 297. Before we get that far, however, we must observe the emergence of yet a third social and institutional possibility in the Desert Fathers themselves, a third possibility then projecting itself into the far future in the form of the orders, as those are distinguished from both clergy and laity alike. This is a specific exploration of the possibilities of continence in and for itself, in a situation in which, as Brown puts it, a particular form of heroism, linked to a particular form of sexual renunciation, the preservation of a virgin state in the strict sense, increasingly caught the imagination of all Christians. Bass, 159. The philosophical developments that run parallel to this, in Origen and then in Plotinus and Neoplatonism, tend not only to produce small study groups, rather than sects on the one hand, or collective movements, or even institutions, on the other, but also to deflect the sexual emphases toward the grossness of the body in general, in such a way as to give the matter of food and eating, particularly the devouring of animal flesh, an equally central role. This subtheme itself merits attention, for later on, when these have acquired a more open social significance, eating will be recoded in terms of poverty, want, and famine, and new versions of Adam's fall will circulate, in which the apple will stand for greed in a famine-filled world, or even more interestingly as a hot lust for land and for property, as opposed to Augustine's definitive sexual reading of the first disobedience, in On Marriage and Concupiscence, Bass, 220, 336. The desert now represents a new space beyond the present age, neither city nor village, neither this world nor the next, a new kind of imaginary scene that then ends up restructuring the imaginary itself. The myth of the desert was one of the most abiding creations of late antiquity. It was, above all, a myth of liberating precision. It delimited the towering presence of the world, from which the Christian must be set free, by emphasizing a clear ecological frontier. It identified the process of disengagement from the world with a move from one ecological zone to another, from the settled land of Egypt to the desert. It was a brutally clear boundary, already heavy with immemorial associations. Bass, 216. This new space now opens up a positive term in which the opposition between worldliness and continence can develop. It puts an end to a situation in which a refusal of worldliness remains a mere will to negation within a single framework that can only be resisted by the image of its absolute coming to an end in apocalypse. The new space of the desert, non-worldly yet real, now puts an end to a dilemma that hitherto offered no solution other than through drastic rituals that promised total transformation, through the formation of small, inward-looking groups of the redeemed, or, in 3rd century Syria, through adopting the disturbing rootlessness of the religious vagabond, Bass, 216. Thus, the new space now within the world, rather than outside it, or in the future will eventually allow asceticism to be institutionalized, in various ways, as we shall see. Such institutionalization will obviously be judged as a compromise, a capitulation, or a sellout by the extreme left groups of sexual absolutists. It will also allow the attitudes towards sexual renunciation to be slightly modified. Augustinism is here foreshadowed not merely by the sharpened awareness of sexual fantasy, sexual desire, being, now treated as effectively coextensive with human nature, Bass, 230, but also in the practice of self-examination and introspection that result from the lifelong necessity for this heightened vigil, and for the tangible occasion of keeping track of sexual thoughts that are clearly stimulated by the very act of searching for them, thereby very much contributing to a construction of subjectivity in some new and modern sense, which at one and the same time goes hand in hand with the latter's institutionalization. Yet the emergence, in the form of the desert, of a competing real space to that of the fallen social world itself also leads to novel evaluations and interpretations of sexuality that will develop in wholly new directions in the centuries to come. In particular, the practice of collective confession, the inner world must be turned inside out. Nothing must linger in it that could not be placed unhesitatingly before others. Bass, 231, will now mark sexual experiences as the very locus of the private, the secret, the personal. As such, the continuance of sexual dreams and emissions serve to warn the monk, of the presence within his heart of a more faceless lingering desire, the wish to possess experiences of his own. Bass, 231. We are well placed in the contemporary period, after a renewed examination of the construction of subjectivity and selfhood as a form of private property par excellence, William James, to grasp the historic originality of this first emergence of the private or personal realm, and its immediate coincidence with images of property. Such a figural connection will then almost at once in the same period allow a modulation in the meaning of abstinence, toward some new social solidarity with the poor, with those who have nothing. Continence can now become, not heroism or the election of the pure revolutionary group, but rather a form of social poverty. Indeed, the working out of a real social space from which to confront that of the world and its resultant institutionalized double standards and compromises not merely enables, but positively demands a new investment of signification in the practices of continence, which must now, as opposed to fallen sexual practices, mean something more articulated than a mere absolute or extremist blanket refusal. So it is, for example, that in Gregory of Nyssa we find a well-nigh existential view of the function of fallen sexuality that is reminiscent of certain contemporary critiques of consumerism. For him, the passion for the world, which continence rebukes and overcomes, can be analyzed as an occultation of death and the death anxiety. It was by the accumulation of wealth, by the retaining of power, above all, by marriage and the search for direct and palpable in the form of sons and daughters, with all the social arrangements which dynastic continuity implied for members of the upper classes, that human beings sought to remedy the discontinuities inflicted on them by death. Bass, 301. Gregory's is thus already a reinterpretation of sin in terms of class, but only partially so. And this may also be the moment in which to repeat some reservations about Max Weber's supremely influential and pioneering sociology of religion in general. Despite the rich variety of his typology, he is led in several places to the, perhaps sociologically impossible, definition of religion as having in general the social function of offering institutional consolation for death in suffering. It should be noted that his studies of ascetic practices, unlike the ones here considered, do not go around behind the emergence of modern sexuality and raise the issue of the meaning and historical originality of this last. But this way of positioning the ultimate need for religion outside the diverse historical manifestations of the social results, as does Gregory's analogous, but perhaps more subtle, viewpoint, in an ambiguously existential reading. Suffering is a social phenomenon, which is susceptible to class analysis. Death is an absolute or existential matter, which transcends the historical altogether. Thus an emphasis on this last will lead out of sociology and history into something that is after all in the strictest sense the domain of religion itself, which was, however, the phenomenon to be interpreted. An emphasis on suffering as a social phenomenon, however, permits a determination in terms of historical and cultural variables. Thus the tradition itself tends to take two distinct forms. On the one hand, and as it were in preparation for the Augustinian climax, Gregory's subtle analyses of human or tainted time offer rich existential documents. The present human experience of time was an experience of tainted time. It was a factious time, created within the self by unrelieved anxieties. It showed itself in the form of a perpetual, unquiet extension of the soul into an unknown and threatening future. For Gregory, the clock whose tick measured off most inexorably and most audibly the passing of tainted time was the clock of marriage. He saw human time as made up of so many consecutive attempts to block out the sight of the grave. Bass, 297. This is virtually the Heideggerian Zarga, or existential care, avant la lettre, and offers new hermeneutic instructions for decrypting the movements of subjectivity, the paradox being that such forms of close interpretive attention also end up producing the very subjectivity they are supposed to measure and analyze. On the other hand, we have new kinds of demotic readings of the fall in terms of property itself, most notably in terms of food. It was widely believed, in Egypt as elsewhere, that the first sin of Adam and Eve had been not a sexual act, but rather one of ravenous greed. In this view of the fall, greed and, in a famine-ridden world, greed's blatant social overtones, avarice and dominance quite overshadowed sexuality. Bass, 220. And later, in the 6th century, the author of the Book of Degrees believed that Adam had fallen because he had looked around him in paradise with a hot lust for the land. He wished to possess its rich soil. He had wished, through property, to replace God as creator. He had set about creating economic wealth by labor, and had wished to pile up the physical wealth of progeny by intercourse. Bass, 336. This powerful counter-interpretation, so modern in its reading of sexuality in terms of categories of property and economic production, is clearly out-trumped and finally vanquished by the triumphant hegemonic thought of Augustine, for whom sexuality becomes the mode of explanation rather than the thing to be explained, and in whose canonical works subjectivity as such displaces the social and the economic. It is an ideological triumph that must surely be accounted for by the social victory of the Church and the requirements of its new institutionalization. Thus, Ambrose will invent Mariolatry as a way of justifying the centrality of the theme of virginity in the later ideological developments. In general, however, what confronts any institutionalized political body, whether the Catholic Church or the Communist Party, is the requirement of making a large place for all those ordinary humans who are not saints and cannot live by extremes and absolutes, and also of ideologically expelling those groups whose extremism and absolutism risk alienating this or that fundamental component of their larger social and class compromise. The sexual extremists, on the one hand, and these newly emergent spokesmen for the poor on the other, are both excellent examples of the kinds of tendencies any centrist power structure will necessarily have to fend off and if necessary excommunicate. But such strategic necessities are not mere matters of power or politicking, they require ingenious and original ideological solutions, of which, for this period, it is Augustine who is the supreme figure. It is widely understood that Augustine is the virtual inventor, and only begetter, of that unique sexual puritanism that distinguishes Christianity from the other religions. This doubtful achievement, along with the gloomy fatalisms of Augustinian predestination, equally an original conceptual achievement of this fertile ideologue, have led it to be supposed, in the stereotypicality of the popular mind, that Augustine must necessarily be counted among the radicals. Nothing is, however, further from the truth. if he comes to seem the very epitome of the modern intellectual as such, this is because of the way in which Augustine is called upon to invent the practices of the intellectual for the first time, owing to the triumph of the Church, associated with state power. He is the first, in the attack on Donatist heresy, to call down the forces of institutional violence and physical repression upon his ideological enemies, whom the state literally wipes out. But to grasp Augustine as a political intellectual, rather than as a philosopher or theologian, or a writer, is to grasp him as a kind of centrist or compromiser, and thereby to understand the functionality of his doctrine in a more satisfactory way than seems offered by the history of ideas or of Weltanschauungen. For from this perspective, it is the very radical or extremist appearance of that doctrine that enables practical compromises to take place. That radical appearance, of course, he is able to derive from his Manichaean formation, which trains him in the deployment of a whole rhetoric of the evils and sinfulness of physicality. What needs to be repudiated, in the Manichaean perspective, is the threat to Trinitarian monotheism posed by this worldview's vision of the eternal struggle between good and evil, between the spirit and the flesh, with its undesirable utopian implication that the triumph of the spirit is somehow conceivable. In a Gnostic scenario, for such utopian perspectives always lead to political activism and to political extremes. Augustine, however, will come to represent the newly emergent status quo of the institutional church, and the fundamental thrust of his ideological polemics against all kinds of adversaries, who differ as greatly among themselves as the Manichaeans do from the Pelagians, or the Arians from the Donatists, remains throughout the repression of extra-institutional political activism. The Manichaean tradition will allow Augustine to single out the terrain of the fallen body itself as a field of ideological struggle. His originality is to have seen that the stark opposition between the condemnation of the flesh in Gnosticism and Manichaeanism and its affirmation as God's creation, later, the Pelagians and Julian, could be cut across and resolved in a new way by the foregrounding of sexuality as such, that is to say, in contemporary terminology, by its very production or construction as a new kind of phenomenon, the indirect and momentous result of Augustine's emphasis on the psychological momentum behind. The sexual drive was to destroy the neat compartments with which Christians of an earlier age had tended to contain the anxieties raised by the sexual components of the human person. Bass, 418-19. The term psychological must also be retained, for it is the link between sexuality and psychology or subjectivity that is very centrally part of the solution here, so that the necessity of confronting ideological enemies whose positions are in themselves essentially contradictory will lead to a novel solution that opens up a novel kind of space, as opposed to that of the end of the world in the early centuries, that of a new inner world or subjectivity that is also a kind of absence of the world, even though it leaves this last virtually intact. For Augustine must on the one hand oppose the Donatists, who stand for the notion of a perfectible community of the true faithful or elect, even if this is no longer as in earlier centuries the extremist ideology of the sectarian small group, as Brown argues, 218-19, it still threatens the very vocation of the Church as a mediatory institution in a necessarily imperfect world, yet it is precisely to that vocation that Augustine is committed. He must therefore argue for necessary imperfection on the level of human collectivities. Yet the conventional ideological countermove to this one is also fraught with ideological peril and must equally be resisted, that consists, clearly enough, in repositioning perfectibility in the individual, a solution which the Pelagians will propose. But this leads to a different kind of extremism and utopianism, and threatens to undermine the institutional church in a different but no less alarming way, by awakening a thirst for the purely individual extreme solution. Sexuality can now also solve this problem, by way of its unique constitution by Augustine as that privileged space in which the fall is detectable and the corruption of the will alone visible. For sexuality quite literally, by way of involuntary erection and equally involuntary impotence, can always be appealed to demonstrate that our will is corrupt and necessarily and constitutively imperfect. Bass, 416-17. Paradoxically, This allows Augustine to assert both with and against Pelagian optimism that the body before the fall, including prelapsarian sexuality, was essentially good, since it was God's creation. The Gnostic and Manichaean temptation to spiritual mysticism is thereby at once excluded. Meanwhile, the fallen will also explains why Donatist conceptions of a perfected community are also vain, and therefore why, on both individual and collective planes, an institution like the Church is required to supplement human frailty. The price to be paid for this remarkable solution is a twofold one. On the one hand, now sexuality will exist in and of itself and not as the mere sign of something else, and this is what is meant by its production or constitution, its autonomization, Bass, 432-33. For in earlier periods sexuality is always allegorical of the cosmos in one way or another, and in ways wildly differing among themselves it does not exist contingently in its own right, but is always pressed into service as a symbolic expression of other, more autonomous, metaphysical themes. But the thematics of the fall and of will do not function in this way in Augustine. Rather, these last come themselves to be symbolic expressions of the new entity called sexuality. In Augustine's mind, sexuality served only one, strictly delimited purpose. It spoke, with terrible precision, of one single, decisive event within the soul. It echoed in the body the unalterable consequence of mankind's first sin. It was down that single, narrow, and profound shaft that Augustine now looked, to the very origins of human frailty. Bass, 422. Paradoxically, this seeming extremism of an obsessive focus on the new sexuality as such then allows Augustine to revert to the worldly tolerance of late Roman or pagan restraint and compromise in sexual practices, particularly for the married. Bass, 426. Thus, as so often in the ideological realm, the extremist rhetoric masks a practical consent to the status quo. Along with sexuality, however, there comes into being that other new thing, which has been signaled by the very language of the private or of subjectivity as such. For the other price to be paid, or if you prefer the other name for this particular price to be paid, is the opening up of an inward space in which contradictions that cannot be resolved in practical reality can somehow be conjured, the space of a new inwardness, which the existence of sexuality as a permanent thread will also bring into being. For the kind of self-examination that began to be organized by the Desert Fathers will here shed the ambiguities that invested when it is a question for locating doubtfully identified sins, and will now offer a foolproof area for the organization of a check that always infallibly brings into being the very object it is supposed to search for. To look for sexual temptations is tantamount to creating or producing them, to awakening them there even where they did not previously appear. Sexuality now allows the practice of a permanent self-examination, which itself also predicates the permanent existence of that new thing called the self, of which Augustine is notoriously the inventor. Sexuality guarantees the omnipresence of a fallen will that can equally permanently be addressed by attention to a verifiable yet inward self, all the while in the outer social world the double standard of church and laity, congregation, and the monastic orders, is set in place. In this deeper and more fundamental, in all senses more original and originary, subjective turn, we can find verified the conviction everywhere present in modern political culture that the preoccupation with the subjective necessarily withdraws creative energies from the social and from praxis and ends up ratifying the status quo of a fallen and corrupt present age. The modern intellectual is constituted at precisely this point, with the mission equally precisely to constitute the self as such, as an ideological solution. On the other hand, it is also from this same perspective that we may look back at the sorry history of sexual politics and sexual extremism, as these are acted out in the various forms of an ideal of continence or radical abstinence. The story of sexuality as a semi-autonomous instance raises the seemingly Foucauldian question of what things would be like once sexuality, like humanism and man, again disappeared, and indeed the question of whether it is exactly this that we have in mind today as we approach such questions historically. but it also raises the question of the intellectual as such and sharpens the dilemma whose intolerable alternatives take the form of the compromise of the turncoat and the apostate on the one hand, whose first momentous figure is Augustine himself, and of the absolute or purist politics of the extremist sects on the other. 1996. 11. Space and congestion. Koolhaas and S. M. L. XL. Quantity has had a bad name for some time, despite Engels's first law of dialectics, or was it Hegel's, or Stalin's? The transformation of quantity into quality. Whatever is good about this or that individual big thing always seems to get explained by reference to some other feature, and not its sheer magnitude. Meanwhile, sheer numerousness multiplicity as such is often filed away in some other category, as though demography were not subject to the same thought processes as Mount Everest or the Pacific Trench. Yet the face of Deng Xiaoping, intent and pedagogical, on the inside end paper of Koolhaas's impressively square and massive new tome reminds us that lots of people are fully as sublime in Kant's sense as mountain ranges, giant hot dogs, non-stop dancing records, or the age of the universe. As its title suggests, S. M. L. XL is something of a manifesto for bigness, as well as being a rewriting of Learning from Las Vegas in an utterly new non-humanist idiom. 1 But bigness is so familiar and banal that it doesn't seem to explain anything any longer, to solve the mystery of Koolhaas's work buildings as well as books by saying that it is big, or great, simply because he wants to think big and build big constructions simply because he wants to promote bigness is not very satisfying. Somehow. Could you have a small thought of bigness, for example? Or can you think big by the mere taking of a thought? Strange reflections that end up having some family likeness to the ontological proof of the existence of God, who exists simply because existence is a necessary component of your idea of his perfections in the first place. It would be as misleading to describe S. M. L. XL as a record of the achievements of Koolhaas's Office for Metropolitan Architecture, OMA, as it would be to call it a marvelous picture book, albeit of non-coffee table format, although there is a little of both those things in it. Perhaps not really about architecture at all in the first place. It is a bravura performance by the invisible cameraman, Bruce Mau, who has chosen Rem's work as the pretext for his own delirious, and very satisfying, bookmaking. But you might equally well think of it as an architectural autobiography, or even, on the other hand, a cunning exercise in planned chaos, among other things, many other things, a book without an index or table of contents. There runs through it the institutional thread all the disciplines are supposed to have learned to respect. In this case, what is the architectural profession today? Is architecture in some radically new kind of crisis? How to characterize the role or mission of the architect today, after modernism, for example? A non-architect may well initially be more interested in the architect's point of view on daily life, not so much what the architect does as an architect. The opening shots of office space production or project graphs do that, however, but rather what the world looks like narratively and novelistically when it is an architect who is moving through it. Indeed, the cover tells us that S. M. L. XL is a novel, which is just about as misleading as the other characterizations I tried out at the beginning of this paragraph. Not the architect as hero, as in Ayn Rand, but the architect's experience of the passing or insignificant detail. Are the reading notes Rem's own, or OMA's, for example? Is one supposed to read dutifully through all of these? They are, to be sure, all very interesting, but they are there essentially to give you something else to do with yourself when the principal business of the page, visual or textual, has lost your attention for the moment. As in Rem's buildings, these are among the multitudinous other things, large or small, that are also supposed to be going on, and that we mistakenly call, which I have mistakenly called, chaos, but that we had also better no longer call complexity either, since that is too formal and modernist a word for the way we live now or the way Koolhaas thinks we ought to reconcile ourselves to living, although reconcile is surely too mild a word for what he has in mind. At any rate, Whatever the point of view this architectural novel happens to confront, the focus is not on beautiful buildings or on epiphanies, rather, there is a separation between two dimensions, on the one hand the micro-categories of non-eventful everyday time. The novelist or dramatist normally uses space as a stage or scene for an event to happen in. Here, spatiality not being reserved for the unusual or exception, we need a different set of categories. Nothing ever happens here, yet the air is heavy with exhilaration. On the other hand, a macro-narrative that we are asked to learn, getting the contract. Competition, the program, whether we win or lose out, dear diary, do we want to win this competition or not? It is the success or failure plot of the bestseller, the privileged narrative form of the market and big business, yet here oddly inflected in a variety of new directions. The book is a success story. Oma does finally go to Lille, the small projects barrel forward into 21st century urbanism. Yet the really stupendous things here are failures unbuilt, at least so far: the Zeebrugge Sea Terminal, the Tres Grande Bibliothèque, the Karlsruhe Art and Media Center, each unfolding over 50 or 60 pages, according to a new type of narrative form, the description of the project, a slideshow in real life that becomes something better than a film within a book itself, while at length, a conception of the city begins to evolve in which the building of buildings like this slowly ceases to be the Ayn Rand type of success to the degree to which this enormous manifesto finds itself scandalously arguing for the wholesale tearing down of everything every 25 years or so, at which point the competitions, getting the contract, etc., stop looking like the architectural specification of some more general success or failure story, what they might have looked like in Zola, for example. And now somehow seem on the point of offering a new paradigm altogether that we do not yet seem fully to understand or to imagine the application of. To put it another way, this is a vanguard operation without the avant-garde vision or mission, a powerfully future-oriented material imagination without a future in any traditional sense of the word, dystopia as utopia, perhaps, but at an intensity that dissolves the usual overtones or connotations of both those words all at once. At any rate, this is no conventional narrative or logbook of projects, rather it envelopes and includes all those, along with cartoons, collages of images, journal entries, and even narrative myths of the Platonic type. Like its predecessor, Delirious New York, published in 1978, and this year reissued, but without its delirious illustrations, and also cannibalized in part within S, M, L, XL, it wishes to be a retroactive manifesto that rewrites the past according to another, hitherto unnoticed, only recently excavated, agenda, a rediscovered Habermasian unfinished project that can now be pursued and continued. Yet it is also a record of the discontinuous historical situations that succeed each other as convulsively as small, medium, large, and unexpectedly turn a past into the anticipation of what used to be an impossible future. This is the face of bigness, about which Koolhaas has said that he wrote it up historically in the US because there was no conceivable possibility of putting it into practice in an ancient Europe and small-scale Holland. Suddenly, with the new Europe and a new post-urbanistic urbanism, the aesthetic that had been cryogenically preserved like a time capsule in delirious New York. Bigness emerged like a sudden iceberg from the mist of deconstructivist discourse and imposed itself as a political, economic, artistic necessity to defrost earlier ambitions and to explore the redesign and demystification of architecture, this time experimenting on ourselves. With the cluster of the very big library, ZKM, the Karlsruhe project, and the Zeebrugge terminal, it seemed that the impossible constellation of need, means, and naivete that had triggered New York's miracles had returned. Besides Manhattan, however, there are two other significant influences on this act of the spatial imagination, the Berlin Wall and John Portman's Atlanta, alongside which, as the slideshow of what are already more momentous than individual buildings expands into dimensions that wish to displace and cancel ordinary conceptions of city space or of urbanism, as such full-dress essays make their appearance, on Singapore or La Défense, on the Bijlmermeer housing development in Amsterdam, or on globalization as such. Globalization is indeed the other crucial historical force of which S, M, L, XL wishes to be the document and the record, if not the symptom. Mises' travels and exile, here phantasmatically narrated as the adventures of the material components of the Barcelona pavilion through the vicissitudes of the war years, the evocation of Japan as the space of otherness and construction beyond Europe or the US. These are still relatively static expressions and evocations of a new global situation that consists in sheer relationship, in action at distance, in overlapping global force fields, or international gene splices, as Koolhaas himself puts it. Architects today work in a frenzy of international travel. Michael Graves' 40 buildings in Japan are indeed offered as something of prototype for chaos itself, but at that level, we have to do merely with an interesting biographical fact, or an exhausting one, as the case may be. It is the sheer existence of Japan or the US that changes the situation of the architectural New Europe, whether you travel to them physically or not, whether or not you sample their cultural styles. In fact, Japanese megastructures of the 1950s and 60s are detonators as crucial for Koolhaas as the New York skyscrapers about which he has so eloquently and pointedly written. We cannot, yet, map out the interrelationships of late capitalist globalization with anything like the figurative distinctness of the older modernist foreign affairs. So delirious New York was already to be grasped as a transcultural event, a theory that was itself the result of transnational contact, or of the cross-wiring of two radically different local situations, that of Manhattan and that of a Holland preeminently characteristic of Europe in general, smallness, classical monuments you cannot remove. Its argument involved a unique repositioning of freedom and necessity, along with a brutal severing of the expressive links architects have traditionally attempted to maintain between outside and inside, core and envelope, a problem exacerbated by the enormous proportional increase in the service space required by large buildings. Koolhaas's reading of the lessons of the past selects two crucial features of Manhattan's evolution for our attention in the more desperate urban and architectural contemporary situation, the laying out of the street grid in 1811, and the invention of the elevator in the 1850s, both, in very different ways, supply a purely mechanical limit or developmental technique that allows one to ignore this relationship altogether. This is not yet another version of the conception of art so many modernists were fond of reviving, the constraints, for example of a certain verse form, that forced the artist who embraced them into genial invention the advantages of making a virtue out of necessity. Here what is meant is the liberating power of forgetting about the necessity altogether. Once you have your rigid city blocks, once the elevator allows you to build upward without having to respect the old limits of nature, the sky's the limit, and you can indulge a different kind of delirious freedom. It is this lesson of bigness that S, M, L, XL now extrapolates into urbanism itself, or rather the former urbanism, for here what is effaced is precisely that tension constitutive of the whole architectural tradition hitherto, the incommensurability between thoughts about an individual building and thoughts about the urban fabric as a whole, if it really ever was one. Koolhaas has many outrageous things to say in this spirit, which ought to scandalize us, which need to be scandalous or we will not be getting our money's worth. If you don't see how the proposal for a light urbanism undermines all the classical values we have been trying to associate with what remains of the city, then these texts have gone flat and the projects themselves stand littered about us like so many open bottles of stale beer. The projects are not the answer, for one thing, and to point to the artistic grandeur of the C-terminal or the Tres Grande Bibliothèque as a consolation prize for what Koolhaas proposes to do to the city in general would amount to a containment and a neutralization of this text and its virulence, a trivialization dressed up in the art appreciation trappings of yesteryear. The attack on humanism has lost its programmatic appeal in recent years, except for Jesse Helms, but perhaps we can revive it one last time in order to measure the enormity of the destruction Koolhaas proposes and the ideological achievement of his thoughts of bigness here taken to their logical conclusion. To be sure, Le Corbusier, in his Plan Voisin, rehearsed the sheer triumphalism of the modernist new by suggesting that Paris might be scraped away, Rem's expression, and replaced by several rows of gigantic skyscrapers. The supreme impertinence was also a Pyrrhic victory, the notion of a new beginning starting from scratch, the tabula rasa had been taboo ever since Le Corbusier's operation closed the book on the question of the new beginning for generations to come. The coming into being of La Défense now changes the picture insofar as it saves rather than destroys Paris. Rem dixit, each eyesore realized there has prevented an invasion of the center. But now comes the subversive proposal, how many of these buildings deserve eternal life? We analyzed this question in numerical terms and discovered that if we laundered the site in 5-year increments by simply erasing all buildings over the age of 25, vast areas would gradually be liberated, older buildings of merit or of sentimental value being preserved as a kind of 20th century Acropolis. We need to be attentive to the language here, vast areas would be liberated, the emphasis finally, and the radical innovation being staged here, lies in the idea of the area, not the prospect of putting some newer building in the place of a still fairly new one, and then of repeating the process 25 more years down the line, but in the laying open of a strip or a band, the beach beneath the sidewalk, as the students of May 1968 liked to put it, in a wall slogan dear to Koolhaas. A band or strip that can then coexist and be dramatically juxtaposed to strips or bands of different textures and characteristics, as in the rotations of medieval agriculture. It is a design and a program that OMA then dramatically proposed to carry out in their idea for a new city at Malun-Senart. As with the Manhattan Grid, the idea was not to imagine new forms of architectural being, but rather to abstain from architecture. Through a process of elimination, we arrived at an almost Chinese figure of void spaces that we could protect from contamination by the city, and then we said, the rest we will surrender to chaos. Together, the bands define an archipelago of residue, the islands of different size, shape, location. A system of bands, inscribed on the site like an enormous Chinese figure, instead of a city organized through its built form. Malun-Senart will be formless, defined by the system of emptiness that guarantees beauty, serenity, accessibility, identity regardless or even in spite of its future architecture. Suggestive formal ideas, these, and surely it is the idea of new forms that we crave, and whose short supply tends to be masked by the profusions of late capitalism and the postmodern, a word used only once here, although very affirmatively. But we have to chasten this aesthetic excitement with the reminder that for Koolhaas the city of the future is not the new Rotterdam or the sight line out from Napoleon's Arc de Triomphe, it is Singapore, along with the prophecy of innumerable Asian neo-cities of the future, patterned on the Singapore model. This is the sense in which East Asia is to S, M, L, XL what the domain of the American skyscraper was to delirious New York. Even Koolhaas's terminal notation about the island city-state, Singapore mantra, don't forget to confirm your return flight, authorizes us to mix in a quotient for grimness here. It is a grimness we need to retain for the final summing up of this multi-page journey, the supreme manifesto on the so-called generic city, in which it is affirmed, among other things, that the contemporary airport is the exemplary microcosm of the new urban form, as well as its strongest vehicle of differentiation. Those who follow contemporary fashion in denigrating the placelessness of the contemporary airport, along with the contemporary motel, will find this just the right note to approach the concentrated scandal of the generic city, which has a whole checklist of impertinences in store for us. The generic city presents the final death of planning. Why? Not because it is not planned, but its most dangerous and most exhilarating discovery is that planning makes no difference whatsoever. Each generic city is a petri dish or an infinitely patient blackboard on which almost any hypothesis can be proven and then erased. The infinite sequence of these hypotheses is in and of itself the richness of the Koolhaas/OMA conception of chaos, which the generic city is designed to liberate. Anything goes, we have been liberated by the grid or the band, Rambaud's Commune revised, il faut être absolument postmoderne. But to do so means not abolishing history, for I fear that S, M, L, XL is history in the making, as they say, but the nostalgia for history. Regret about history's absence is a tiresome reflex. It exposes an unspoken consensus that history's presence is desirable. But who says that is the case? A city is a plane inhabited in the most efficient way by people and processes, and in most cases the presence of history only drags down its performance. Fair enough, and a utopian reminder to boot. Probably we will all need a little time to decide if this is the way we really want to wake up out of the well-known nightmare. What is undeniable is that the authority with which Koolhaas speaks, in so many different graphic voices, springs from the resonance of a future within these projects and ideas. Is OMA an avant-garde movement, and have we not been taught, ever so recently, that a belief in innovation and in the future, in the novum, is a characteristic of modernism and of avant-garde movements, which is no longer available to us? Most recently, the tired regret about history without a future has been countered by enthusiasm for a future without history. My own feeling is that the enthusiasm needs to be separated from the theory, which is generally only the former's rationalization, and examined in its own right. The tangible works and theories of works that we are offered here can only enhance and intensify the activity of the observer. Koolhaas offers us lessons in how to break down the doors of impossible situations, how to turn dilemmas and contradictions into sources of new productivity. We need be in no hurry to classify OMA's projects as a style or an aesthetic, particularly since it was the end of those things that spelled the dilemma and the block in the first place. Let us first read this big book as the mimesis of radical choice, decisiveness, cutting through the knots, inventing new solutions, that is, as a story that must always exhilarate. 19962. 12. Future City. The project on the city assembles research from an ongoing graduate seminar directed by Ram Koolhaas at the Harvard School of Design. Its first 2 volumes, The Great Leap Forward, an exploration of the development of the Pearl River Delta between Hong Kong and Macau, and The Guide to Shopping have just appeared in sumptuous editions from Taskin. 1. These extraordinary volumes are utterly unlike anything else one can find in the print media, neither picture books nor illustrated text. They are in movement like a CD-ROM, and their statistics are visually beautiful, their images legible to a degree. Although architecture is one of the few remaining arts in which the great auteurs still exist, and although Koolhaas is certainly one of those, the seminar which has produced its first results in these 2 volumes is not dedicated to architecture but rather to the exploration of the city today, in all its untheorized difference from the classical urban structure that existed at least up until World War II. Modern architecture has been bound up with questions of urbanism since its 18th and 19th century beginnings. Siegfried Gideon's modernist Summa, Space, Time, and Architecture, for example, begins with the Baroque restructuration of Rome by Sixtus V and ends with the Rockefeller Center and Robert Moses's Parkways, even though it is essentially a celebration of Le Corbusier. And obviously Le Corbusier was both an architect and, with the Radiant Cities, Chandigarh, and the Plan for Algiers, an urban planner. But although the project testifies to Koolhaas's commitment to the question of the city, he is not an urbanist in any disciplinary sense, nor can the word be used to describe these books, which also escape other disciplinary categories, such as sociology or economics, but might be said to be closest to cultural studies. The fact is that traditional, or perhaps we might better say modernist, urbanism is at a dead end. Discussions about American traffic patterns or zoning, even political debates about homelessness and gentrification, or real estate tax policy pale into insignificance when we consider the immense expansion of what used to be called cities in the Third World. In 2025, we are told in another Koolhaas collective volume, the number of city dwellers could reach 5 billion individuals. Of the 33 megalopolises predicted in 2015, 27 will be located in the least developed countries, including 19 in Asia. Tokyo will be the only rich city to figure in the list of the 10 largest cities. 2. Nor is this a problem to be solved, but rather a new reality to explore, which is, I take it, the mission of the project on the city, 2 further volumes of which are so far projected, one on Lagos, Nigeria, and one on the classical Roman city as prototype. Volume 1 of the project, Great Leap Forward, interprets the prodigious building boom in China today. Almost 9,000 high-rises built in Shanghai since 1992, not so much in terms of some turn or return to capitalism, but rather in terms of Deng Xiaoping's strategy to use capitalism to build a radically different society, infrared rather than red. The concealment of communist, red ideals, to save utopia at a moment when it was being contested on all sides, when the world kept accumulating proofs of its ravages and miseries. Infrared copyright, the ideology of reform, is a campaign to preempt the demise of utopia, a project to conceal 19th-century ideals within the realities of the 21st century. Those who believe that the market is a reality, anchored in nature and in being, will have difficulty grasping such a proposition, which from their perspective will be dispelled either by an outright conversion to capitalism or by economic collapse. But consider the architectural perspective. We witness thousands upon thousands of buildings constructed or under construction which have no tenants, which could never be paid for under capitalist conditions, whose very existence cannot be justified by any market standards. We here follow the outlines of housing communities in the Pearl River Delta area which are being projected for a future quite unlike those researched by Western speculators or banks and funding institutions in the capitalist world. Indeed, the four communities explored here are something like four different utopian projections: Shenzhen, a kind of alternate or double of Hong Kong; Dongguan, a pleasure city; Zhuhai, a golfing paradise; and the old center, Guangzhou, Canton, a kind of strange palimpsest, in which the new is superimposed on an already existing traditional economic center. It is an extraordinary travelogue into the future, and gives a more concrete sense of China today and tomorrow than most guidebooks, and many real tours. I Proteus Goes Shopping. The guide to shopping is something altogether different, both in style and intent. Consumption is, to be sure, a hot topic, but this is no conventional study of it. Indeed, the question of what this book is: an extraordinary picture book, a collection of essays on various urbanistic and commercial topics, a probe of global space from Europe to Singapore, from Disney World to Las Vegas, a study of the shopping mall itself, from its first ideologues all the way to its most contemporary forms, corresponds to the more general ambiguity of its object. Even if we stick to the initial characterization of that object as shopping, what kind of categorization is that? Is it a physical one, involving the objects to be sold? Is it psychological, involving the desire to buy the objects in question? Or architectural, having to do with the spatial originality of those malls which, famously, trace their ancestry back to Walter Benjamin's 19th-century arcades, if not, as some of the time charts in this book suggest, back to the 7000 BCE city of Kitulhoyuk, founded for the trade of commodities, or perhaps the invention of the retail trade in Lydia in the 7th century BCE. Or are we talking here about the globalization of consumption, consumerism? Or the new trade routes and production and distribution networks involved in such globalization? Or the businessmen who organize those? And what about the new technologies evolved for commerce since Kitulhoyuk? The prodigious increase in size of the merchandising companies and conglomerates, some of them larger than many foreign countries? What about shopping and the form of the contemporary city, if there is one? Significantly, Kohlhaas's collective project changed its name from the Project for what used to be the city to the plainer and more optimistic Project on the City. To which may be added the question, is a new kind of space emerging: control space, junk space? And what does all this imply for the human psyche and human reality itself? The first theoretician of advertising, Edward Bernays, was Freud's nephew. What does it imply for the future and for utopia? I am probably forgetting some of the other modulations of this protean topic, but it will be clear that it mobilizes, alongside the obvious, and obviously anticipated, areas of architecture and urbanism, such heterogeneous disciplines as psychoanalysis and geography, history and business, economics and engineering, biography, ecology, feminism, area studies, ideological analysis, classical studies, legal decisions, crisis theory, etc. Perhaps this kind of immense disciplinary range is no longer quite so astonishing in a postmodern era, in which the law of being is the differentiation, and in which we are most interested in how things overlap and necessarily spill across the disciplinary boundaries. Or, if you prefer, in the postmodern the distinction between the old, specialized disciplines is constitutively effaced and they now fold back on each other. In the most interesting studies from Deleuze and Guattari's Thousand Plateaus to Cairo's Power Broker, from Empire to Rembrandt's Eyes, from Benjamin's Arcades to the Geschichte und Eigenschaften of Knecht and Kluge, let alone S, M, L, XL, or even space, time, and architecture. Theory is here mostly eschewed, although Baudrillard is mentioned once, I believe, but you must not let that tempt you into thinking that this is a non-theoretical piece of cultural journalism, let alone a coffee table picture book. It is, as the enumeration above might also suggest, a collective volume, although not in the sense that experts of the various disciplines mentioned above are somehow judiciously assembled and their contributions sampled in turn. This makes it embarrassing for a reviewer to single out specific names, although Shi Tsung Liang has the most, and also the most philosophically reflective, chapters, with Chihuahua Judy Chung a close follow-up for more concrete discussions. As for Koolhaas, his role seems to have been mostly organizational, that is to say, like certain versions of the deity, nowhere and everywhere all at once, save for an astonishing appearance in his own name, which will be discussed at the proper moment. 2. After them all. I will try to put the theory back into all this, but it would first be better to work through some of the detail of the layers or strata of the book, whose alphabetical table of contents is quite misleading in this respect and, thus, a veritable tour de force in its own right. For a few previews on the mall are the way in here, they will return, far more developed, in a variety of contexts later on. But it is as though the shopping mall is the spatial and architectural wedge into this immense topic. Few forms have been so distinctively new and so distinctively American, and late capitalist, as this innovation, whose emergence can be dated to 1956, whose relationship to the well-known decay of the inner city rise of the suburb is palpable, if variable, whose genealogy now opens up a physical and spatial prehistory of shopping in a way that was previously inconceivable, and whose spread all over the world can serve as something of an epidemiological map of Americanization, or postmodernization, or globalization. So the mall focuses the inquiry and serves as the frame for the prodigious enlargement of all this later on. Meanwhile, pages of chronologies, color-coded cross-referencing systems and innumerable thematic indexes already train us in the rhizomatic form of that enlargement, while a first set of comparisons between retail areas all over the world, and between national GDPs and retail revenues of the top corporations, help us begin to map the process in our minds and to form a picture, not only of the relative hierarchies of globalization, but also of a view of shopping that will shortly become, dare I say, not merely a political but also a metaphysical issue. At once, however, we are pulled up short, and a fundamental difference between this work and the proliferation of new and excellent cultural studies volumes on shopping, malls, consumption, and the like, becomes clear. Before we even get to the thing itself, we come upon the mall in crisis, losing money and tenants, and on the verge of replacement, by what? Benjamin took his snapshot of the 19th century arcade at the moment of its decay and thereby developed a whole theory about history, that you could best understand the present from the standpoint of an immediate past whose fashions were already just a little out of date. Crisis puts us on notice that we have here to do not merely with the archaeology or prehistory of shopping, nor even its present, but rather its future. Whatever the future of the mall as such, however, there's lots of trash out there. Many cavernous old malls are dinosaurs that can't compete with the convenience of drive-up value retailers in power centers or strips to which one now needs no doubt to add eBay. Something has evidently happened to the preconditions for the existence of malls in the first place. But what were those preconditions? As in Aristotelian causality, they come in a variety of forms and shapes. The physical or engineering preconditions are staged for us at once, in the very first letter of this ABC of shopping, namely, air conditioning, to which we will return shortly in a more appropriate place. As for the prehistory, we have certainly been treated, in recent years, to a host of interesting predecessor forms, if not generally going as far back as Kittelhoyuk. Most notably the arcade itself, essentially developing in the early 19th century and reaching its crisis in the 1850s and 60s, exactly the moment when the next form comes along, the modern department store, whose emergence Zola immortalized in Au Bonheur de Dames. Ladies' Delight is a fictionalized version of real-life names like Au Printemps and La Samaritaine, which have also been exhaustively studied in recent years, for their urbanistic as much as their commercial consequences. For one thing, they are roughly contemporaneous with Haussmann's immense transformation of Paris. As for our form now falling into decay in its turn, we will come to it in a moment, indeed we will even put names and faces to it. Like a novel or a poem, it actually has an inventor or author, although the inventor of a whole genre is a more appropriate parallel, something one does not come across very often. 3 delirious technologies. First, we leap ahead to measure the scope and transformations of this protean form into airports, for example, which have now, all the new ones, also become shopping malls, into museums, finally into the city itself. The older city center blighted by suburbs and the new supermarkets, and then the malls themselves now, with postmodernity and gentrification, catches up, not only by housing huge new malls within itself, but by becoming a virtual mall in its own right. Indeed, something fundamental begins to happen to it, as is fitting in a volume from the Project on the City. In 1994 the mall officially replaced the civic functions of the traditional downtown. In a New Jersey Supreme Court case regarding the distribution of political leaflets in shopping malls, the court declared that shopping malls have replaced the parks and squares that were traditionally the home of free speech, siding with the protesters who had argued that a mall constitutes a modern-day Main Street. But if this return of shopping to the city has been nothing short of triumphant, the authors find themselves obliged to add, to be saved, downtowns have had to be given the suburban kiss of death. Back now to preconditions, could the barcode itself, the universal product code, be one of these? Analyze its functions, and one begins to see how the statistics it immediately provides the retailer transform the whole structure of inventory, resupplying, marketing, and the like. Brand names may well be more of a cultural consequence of this kind of shopping than a precondition, for their zones, the flagship boutiques, mark the sacred precincts of the last global religion, capitalist consumerism. They also underscore a new kind of dynamic, itself consumerized under the Singapore logo co-opetition, which celebrates the tide that lifts everybody's boats, including those of the competitors. But with this we are off on a tour of the world, or rather shopping's world tour, as it touches one spot after another and gets transformed by the local culture. Singapore is an old fascination of Kohlhaas's, CS, M, L, XL, but its dynamics remain an extraordinary object lesson not only in development, but also in the way in which a city-state fits first into the region and then into the world itself. The Crystal Palace takes us back to origins once again, and to the signature of an individual, Joseph Paxton. The Depato, or Japanese department store, flings us, if not into the future, then at least into an extraordinary cultural mutation, intimately connected with the logic of Tokyo's growth along the various private railroad lines that fan out from the world's third largest city. And finally, Disney himself. For no study of any innovations in this area can be complete without a comprehensive recognition of everything, all the various things, from a new urbanism to a new kind of shopping, a new kind of globalization, a new kind of entertainment industry, even a new kind of utopia itself that Walt invented. Indeed, perhaps Disney and Disneyfication is better studied in this new comparatist and globalized context than as a sport or typically American singleton. But what about the mall itself, its space for example? There is a psychology of space in the mall, the patch, the corridor, the matrix, just as there is an ecology of the thing. And here the preconditions flow back in with a vengeance, Not only air conditioning and its very interesting history, more zany inventors and creative and obsessive dreamers, but also the escalator. The elevator had been a crucial operator in Kohlhaas's early book on the skyscraper landscape, Delirious New York, with its momentous consequences for shopping space and building possibilities. This whole rich section takes up some 30 pages. And also, somewhat later on, the skylight and the sprinkler system, not to speak of the way the new space can hide its service systems out of sight, and not even to mention the precursor technologies, counter, display window, mirror, and mannequin. But let us get on into the ideologies of the matter, for here at last we rise from the body to the soul. Poor Jane Jacobs, for example, is cast as something of a Hegelian ruse of history in her own right for defending the fundamental features of a true city experience against the various urban and architectural modernisms, and thereby enumerating the ingredients by which shopping could stand in for urbanity and creating a city light that became the model for resuscitating America's ailing downtowns. This seems a little harsh, but it is certain that Jacobs, credited by many architects and urbanists as triggering the postmodern revolution in their field, is no anti-capitalist and lays a good deal of stress on small business. But with Victor Gruen we are at origins, we can't call it ground zero anymore. What about Harold Bloomian genius? For the mall was his brainchild, and it is certain that our experience of contemporary American space or non-space is to a certain degree disalienated by finding out that someone had the idea for all this, and that it is not just some weird accumulation of market historical accidents but the result of human production. To stress Gruen's achievement, however, is also at once to set off the canonical reaction and to recall, voluntarily or not, how few of the great modernists ever designed such things, let alone theorized them in the first place, whereas they have become a staple of the postmodernists. It is also to impose some reflection on that contemporary auteur who is the garish or mass cultural equivalent of all these loftier aesthetic projects, and a true phenomenon in his own right, John Jerd, builder of Horton Plaza in San Diego and much else. The high art/mass culture split becomes unavoidable here too, as much as in every other contemporary cultural field. But just as we are about to reflect a bit on that, and to go on to other related global phenomena, the Lipo Group in Indonesia, a return to the old Venturi, Scott Brown notion of learning from Las Vegas, and a rich interview with the authors, feminism too, women and shopping are an old and scurrilous topic, artificial landscapes, the relation of all this to psychology and psychoanalysis, the European resistance to the mall and its Americanizing consequences, and many other interesting topics. Raised by the second half of the alphabet, suddenly we come upon a black hole, generating prodigious energies in all directions. For down with the junk space virus. It is Rem Koolhaas's contribution, Junk Space, an extraordinary piece of writing that is both a postmodern artifact in its own right, and a whole new aesthetic perhaps, if not a whole new vision of history. In the light of this serried text, we must pause and rethink the entire project. But first we have to look at the writing itself, whose combination of revulsion and euphoria is unique to the postmodern in a number of instructive ways. We knew Koolhaas was an interesting writer in this, comparable to any number of distinguished contemporary architects. His books, in particular Delirious New York and S. M. L. XL, combine formal innovation with incisive sentences and characteristically provocative positions. But no single text in those books prepared us for this sustained and non-stop performance of the built space, not just of the contemporary city, but of a whole universe on the point of fusing into a kind of all-purpose indeterminate magma. This goes much further than the querulous culture-critical complaints about standardization, or Americanization. It starts with junk as the classical remainder, what is left over after the dialectic, or after your psychoanalytic cure. If space junk is the human debris that litters the universe, junk space is the residue mankind leaves on the planet. Very soon, however, junk space becomes a virus that spreads and proliferates throughout the macrocosm. Angular geometric remnants invading starry infinities, real space edited for smooth transmission in virtual space, crucial hinge in an infernal feedback loop, the vastness of junk space extended to the edges of the Big Bang. But this by itself could be little more than Baudrillard or television theory. The critique of virtuality as a promise, like the passing critique of Deleuzian flows. The point of the exercise is rather to find synonyms, hundreds upon hundreds of theoretical synonyms, hammered one upon the other and fused together into a massive and terrifying vision, each of the theories of the postmodern or the current age becoming metaphorical to the others in a single blinding glimpse into the underside. Junk space exposes what previous generations kept under wraps. Structures emerge like springs from a mattress, exit stairs dangle in didactic trapeze, probes thrust into space to deliver laboriously what is in fact omnipresent, free air, acres of glass hang from spidery cables, tautly stretched skins enclose flaccid non-events. As a tendency, junk space has been around for some time, at first unrecognized, again, like a virus undetected. Architects thought of junk space first and named it megastructure, the final solution to transcend their huge impasse. Like multiple Babels, huge superstructures would last through eternity, teeming with impermanent subsystems that would mutate over time, beyond their control. In junk space, the tables are turned, it is subsystems only, without superstructure, orphaned particles in search of framework or pattern. All materialization is provisional, cutting, bending, tearing, coating. Construction has acquired a new softness, like tailoring. It would be too simple to say that architecture and space are here metaphors for everything else, but this is no longer architectural theory, nor is it a novel whose point of view is that of the architect. Rather it is the new language of space which is speaking through these self-replicating, self-perpetuating sentences, space itself becoming the dominant code or hegemonic language of the new moment of history, the last, whose very raw material condemns it in its deterioration to extinction. Aging in junk space is non-existent or catastrophic, sometimes an entire junk space, a department store, a nightclub, a bachelor pad turns into a slum overnight without warning, wattage diminishes imperceptibly, letters drop out of signs, air conditioning units start dripping, cracks appear as if from otherwise unregistered earthquakes, sections rot, are no longer viable, but remain joined to the flesh of the main body via gangrenous passages. These alarming Alzheimer-like deteriorations are realizations of the nightmare moments in Philip K. Dick, when reality begins to sag like a drug hallucination and to undergo vertiginous transmutations, revealing the private worlds in which we are trapped beyond time. But these moments are no longer terrifying, they are in fact by now rather exhilarating, and it is precisely this new euphoria that remains to be explained. The Empire of Blur. To be sure, Koolhaas means no more than perpetual renovation, and not only the tearing down of the old but also the perpetual recycling to which the once noble, and even megalomaniacal, vocation of the master builder has been reduced. Anything stretched limousines, body parts, planes turns into junk space, its original concept abused. Restore, rearrange, reassemble, revamp, renovate, revise, recover, redesign, return the Parthenon marbles, redo, respect, rent, verbs that start with reproduce junk space. This is the disappearance of all the originals, no doubt, but along with them, of history itself. The only certainty is conversion continuous, followed, in rare cases, by restoration, the process that claims ever new sections of history as junk space. History corrupts, absolute history corrupts absolutely. Color and matter are eliminated from these bloodless grafts, the bland has become the only meeting ground for the old and the new. We are henceforth in the realm of the formless, Rosalind Krauss, out of Baudeley, but formlessness is still form, the formless also a typology. It is not quite the anything goes of the new generation of computer-generating blob architects, Greg Lynn, Ben van Berkel. In fact, the secret of junk space is that it is both promiscuous and repressive. As the formless proliferates, the formal withers, and with it all rules, regulations, recourse. Shades of Marcuse and repressive tolerance. Junk space is a Bermuda Triangle of concepts, a petri dish abandoned. It cancels distinctions, undermines resolve, confuses intention with realization. It replaces hierarchy with accumulation, composition with addition. More and more is more. Junk space is overripe and undernourishing at the same time, a colossal security blanket that covers the earth in a stranglehold of care. Junk space is like being condemned to a perpetual jacuzzi with millions of your best friends. A fuzzy empire of blur, it fuses high and low, public and private, straight and bent, bloated and starved to offer a seamless patchwork of the permanently disjointed. There are no doubt still trajectories with their magical moments. Postmodernism adds a crumple zone of viral poche that fractures and multiplies the endless front line of display, a peristaltic shrink wrap crucial to all commercial exchange. Trajectories are launched as ramp, turn horizontal without any warning, intersect, fold down, suddenly emerge on a vertiginous balcony above a large void. Fascism without dictator. From the sudden dead end where you were dropped by a monumental, granite staircase, an escalator takes you to an invisible destination, facing a provisional vista of plaster, inspired by forgettable sources. There are also, in this churning pseudo-temporality of matter ceaselessly mutating all around us, moments of rare, of breathtaking beauty. Railway stations unfold like iron butterflies, airports glisten like cyclopic dewdrops, bridges span often negligible banks like grotesquely enlarged versions of the harp. To each rivulet its own Calatrava. But such moments are scarcely enough to compensate for the nightmare, or to make the hallucinations all worthwhile. Cyberpunk seems to be a reference to grasp at here, which like Koolhaas, only ambiguously cynical seems positively to revel in its own, and its world's, excess. But cyberpunk is not really apocalyptic, and I think the better coordinate is Ballard, the Ballard of the multiple and oft-worlds, minus the Byronic melancholy and the rich orchestral pessimism and Weltschmerz. For it is the end of the world that is in question here, and that could be exhilarating if apocalypse were the only way of imagining that world's disappearance. Whether we have to do here with the bang or the whimper is not the interesting question. It is the old world that deserves the bile and the satire, this new one is merely its own self-effacement, and its slippage into what Dick called kipple or gubble, what L. Egan once described as the buildings melting. They were getting soggy and shaky, like jello left out in the sun. The corners had already run down the sides, leaving great creamy smears. Someone once said that it is easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism. We can now revise that and witness the attempt to imagine capitalism by way of imagining the end of the world. 6. Breaking back into history. But I think it would be better to characterize all this in terms of history, a history that we cannot imagine except as ending, and whose future seems to be nothing but a monotonous repetition of what is already here. The problem is then how to locate radical difference, how to jump-start the sense of history so that it begins again to transmit feeble signals of time, of otherness, of change, of utopia. The problem to be solved is that of breaking out of the windless present of the postmodern back into real historical time and a history made by human beings. I think this writing is a way of doing that, or at least of trying to. Its science fictionality derives from the secret method of this genre, which in the absence of a future focuses on a single baleful tendency, one that it expands and expands until the tendency itself becomes apocalyptic and explodes the world in which we are trapped into innumerable shards and atoms. The dystopian appearance is thus only the sharp edge inserted into the seamless Mobius strip of late capitalism, the punctum or perceptual obsession that sees one thread, any thread, through to its predictable end. Yet this alone is not enough. A breaking of the sound barrier of history is to be achieved in a situation in which the historical imagination is paralyzed and cocooned, as though by a predator's sting, no way to burst through into the future, to reconquer difference, let alone utopia, except by writing yourself into it, but without turning back. It is the writing that is the battering ram, the delirious repetition that hammers away at the sameness running through all the forms of our existence, space, parking, shopping, working, eating, building, and pummels them into admitting their own standardized identity with each other, beyond color, beyond texture, the formless blandness that is no longer even the plastic, vinyl, or rubber of yesteryear. The sentences are the boom of this repetitive insistence, this pounding on the hollowness of space itself, and their energy now foretells the rush and the fresh air, the euphoria of a relief, an orgasmic breaking through into time and history again, into a concrete future. Such is then the secret of this new symbolic form, which Koolhaas is not the only one of our contemporaries to mobilize, but few do it better. To come back now slowly, to re-enter as in a decompression chamber the more prosaic world of shopping that was the take-off point for this delirious adventure, is also to search for the occasion, for what triggered it off, what provoked such a monumental and truly metaphysical reaction. It was in fact given to us early on, in an offhand sentence of Shi Tsung Liang, at the end of a more restrained and focused account of the commercial transformation of the globe, which is, after all, the topic of the present volume. In the end, there will be little else for us to do but shop. The world in which we were trapped is in fact a shopping mall, the windless closure is the underground network of tunnels hollowed out for the display of images. The virus ascribed to junk space is in fact the virus of shopping itself, which, like Disneyfication, gradually spreads like a toxic moss across the known universe. But what is this shopping we have been on about for so long, and the authors even longer? Theoretically, it comes in many packages, and predictably we can shop around for our favorite theoretical version or brand name. The tradition of Western Marxism called it commodification, and in that form the analysis goes back at least as far as Marx himself, in the famous opening chapter of Capital on commodity fetishism. The 19th century religious perspective is Marx's way of foregrounding a specifically superstructural dimension in the market exchanges of capitalism. He understood the metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties of the commodity as the way in which the labor relationship is concealed from the buyer, the shopper, and he thereby grasped commodification as an essentially ideological operation, a form of false consciousness which has the specific function of masking the production of value from the bourgeois consumer. George Lukács's philosophical classic, History and Class Consciousness, the inaugural text of so-called Western Marxism, develops this analysis on the larger plane of the history of philosophy itself, resituating commodification at the center of the more general overall social process of mental as well as physical reification. After World War II, however, the ideological orientation of this theme takes a somewhat different turn, at a moment when the sale of commodities and luxury items beyond those of simple subsistence or social reproduction becomes generalized throughout the increasingly more prosperous First World areas of Western Europe and the United States, and eventually Japan. At this point, the situationists and their theoretician guide aboard invent a new perspective on commodification in their dictum that the final form of commodity fetishism is the image. This is the takeoff point for their theory of so-called spectacle society, in which the former wealth of nations is now grasped as an immense accumulation of spectacles. With this perspective, we are much closer to our current assumptions, or Dasein, namely that the commodification process is less a matter of false consciousness than of a whole new lifestyle, which we call consumerism and which is comparable rather to an addiction than a philosophical error or even an ill-advised choice of political parties. This turn is part of the more contemporary view of culture as the very substance of everyday life, itself a relatively new post-war concept, pioneered by Henry Lefebvre. The images of the Guide to Shopping are thus images of images, and should thereby enable a new kind of critical distance, something they do conceptually by returning the notion of the commodity to its original situation in the commercial exchange. What we do with commodities qua images, then, is not to look at them. The idea that we buy images is already a useful defamiliarization of the notion, but the characterization whereby we shop for images is even more useful, displacing the process onto a new form of desire and situating it well before the actual sale takes place when, as is well known, we lose all interest in the object as such. As for consumption, it has been volatilized altogether in this perspective, and, as Marx feared, has become altogether spiritual. Materiality is here a mere pretext for our exercise of the mental pleasures, What is any longer particularly material in the consumption of an expensive new car one drives around the local streets and has washed and polished as frequently as one can? In the end, there will be little else for us to do but shop. Does this not reflect an extraordinary expansion of desire around the planet, and a whole new existential stance of those who can afford it and who now, long since familiar with both the meaninglessness of life and the impossibility of satisfaction, construct a lifestyle in which a specific new organization of desire offers the consumption of just that impossibility and just that meaninglessness? Indeed, perhaps this is the right moment to return to the Pearl River Delta and Deng Xiaoping's postmodern socialism, in which getting rich no longer means actually making the money, but rather constructing immense shopping malls, the secret of which lies in the fact that to shop does not require you to buy, and that the form of shopping is a performance which can be staged without money, just as long as its appropriate spaces, or in other words junk space, have been provided for it. 20,033. 13. Mark Angenot and the Literary History of a Year. As I wanted to say something about an unusual 19th century literary history, a uniquely idiosyncratic literary and cultural history of the 19th century, I found myself wishing that I could also say something a little more general about literary histories and also about the 19th century. I have been interested in literary history as a form or genre for some time, without being able to observe the crystallization of a theory, or to discern the outlines of a model. I found myself reflecting on a number of key texts: Marx's 18th Brumaire, Barthes's Writing Degree 0, Adorno's philosophy of modern music, that I wanted to call dialectical histories or historiographies, without it being clear, to me, how the concept of the dialectical was meant to function. Was it to be a methodological signal about a certain procedure such histories always needed to perform on the pre-existing stereotypes of history that they came into the world to correct, reverse, overcome, or undermine in one way or another? But then in that case these were to be thought of as exemplary texts, which could be imitated by other historians and replicated for other historical periods and other kinds of historical content. Leaving aside the question of whether the dialectic should really be thought of in that way as a method at all, I also wondered whether we needed copies of these unique narratives exactly, even if it should prove possible to reproduce them at all. For what tends to make all theoretical or philosophical questions of genre boring and intolerably old-fashioned is the persistence in them of the schema of the universal and the particular, or the general and the individual, or, worse yet, the genus and the species. But ours is an age peculiarly allergic to universals. Whether for all that it is a nominalist age exactly is another question. At any rate, problems, which like this generic one invite us to rehearse the old formulas of the universal and the particular without challenging them in any way, tend to be discarded en route like so much excess baggage, if not ties that choke or unnecessary overgarments. Was the 19th century more inclined to give universals the benefit of the doubt than we are? It is a question that might well go to the heart of the matter, and one to which I will return. The solution to the question of literary history will only come at the price of disposing of this issue of generic universals in one way or another. I have always appreciated Claudio Guillen's idea that the genres form unique historical conjunctures, and that texts are not to be classified in individual generic categories like items dropped in a box, but rather that each unique text is to be grasped as an individuality presided over by a generic constellation like so many stars in the sky. 1. The genre is not a classification scheme but an idea. The text comes into a world in which that idea also has a certain prestige and needs to be reckoned with. Thus, the individual text is about the generic idea, just as it is also about a certain number of other things. But how you negotiate this about is another problem altogether. I would like to short-circuit the model of the universal and the particular in a different way, or rather I want to suggest that these unique historiographic performances that interest me are characterized by just such a capacity, and that they somehow all do exactly that. They neutralize the concept of universals by problematizing the practice of historiography as such, without abandoning it altogether. For the latter is the one kind of solution to our problem that will do us no good, namely, a principled repudiation of historical narrative altogether, on the grounds that we cannot think of any way of justifying it philosophically. What distinguishes these literary histories formally is that they call into question, absolutely and by their own practice, the very notion of doing literary history at all, but they do so by way of a literary historiography that does not provide a model and cannot be repeated. There is a rhetorical term for this, I believe, the hapax legomenon, which designates a category for which there exists only a single item or specimen, a universal for which there is only one particular. Such literary histories give you history, and then they acknowledge the problem as such, that of historiography, that of universal genres, but they do away with it by historicizing it, and by offering one final historical narrative that explains why the problem can never be solved, that is to say, why no model of literary history can be given, why you cannot imitate this one, which however is a kind of literary history. In short, they show us how you can have it both ways, find the very notion of literary history problematized as the age always thought it should be, and yet have a historical paradigm in the process. If this way of doing literary history, and of not doing it, makes any sense at all, then we probably need to add on another generic question. For the lowest level of all literary history is the manual, which, sewn together with a few threadbare concepts about influences and the evolution of forms, essentially furnished names, titles, and dates. Even in an age that has problematized the name, death of the author, and the title, textualization of the older work of art, what it has done with the date may well be the topic of this discussion. Even under such conditions, we probably still need to look things up from time to time. Will these lofty new self-destructing meta-histories do that for us, and can they be put to basely practical uses of that kind? I think so, at least selectively, and I imagine that the facts they furnish along these lines also have something to do with the problem of the canon, or at least that they furnish counter-canons, alternate lists, and dates, that problematize the categories of all those things as well and foreground a historical construction of such literary and cultural facts in the first place. So much for literary history, at least for the moment. Now we need to see if we can say something about the 19th century, which may in fact be the same topic, since the past, the various pasts, resolve themselves more or less into little more than that, provided you understand the literary in the largest sense of documentation, archives, and the like. Yet this is one specific archival past among many, and we ought to find something specific and distinctive to say about it. It is true that 20th century history, even 20th century literary history, has tended to eat away at this idea of a 19th century one until there seems to be very little left of the latter. When you enlarge the notion of modernity, for example, you end up drawing a whole collection of formerly 19th century phenomena into it, which now come to be seen as incomplete or emergent precursors or ancestors of their full 20th century forms. In the same way, industrialization, so 19th century a thing once upon a time, comes to be seen as a preparatory stage for Fordism, if not post-Fordism altogether, while the emergence of the 19th century press now comes to seem but a pallid foreshadowing of our own media, Napoleon III a feeble anticipation of the great modern 20th century dictators, the various arts of the last century little more than a trial run for the triumphant moderns of the beginning of our own. It was not always so. Here is Ezra Pound on Ulysses. The end, the summary, of a period. That period is branded by Latour du Pin in his phrase Age of Usury. The catharsis of Ulysses, the joyous satisfaction, was to feel that here was the job done and finished, the diagnosis and cure was here. The sticky molasses-covered filth of current print, all the fugs, all the feeders, the whole boil of the European mind, had been lanced point to. I believe that Kenner somewhere marvels at this characterization of Ulysses, and we might want to as well, but there is the disgust with the 19th century, which begins with Balzac and at once reveals itself to be an immense junk shop full of dusty or broken objects, mildewed textiles, antiquated furniture that has to be thrown out, insalubrious dank passageways that have to be torn down to let the sun in, eccentric people and publishing houses full of cranky and eccentric books and ideas. for which a satire very different from the joyous and social 17th and 18th century kind was needed. This century then seems to end with Céline's mort à credit, while most French characterizations of it will project the 19th century as the century of that object of disgust par excellence, the bourgeoisie, and its mode of values and way of life. Alongside this, I would like to set a rather different exhibit, Roland Barthes' well-documented taste for the 19th century and its leisurely realistic novels, a nostalgia for this extraordinary bourgeois century and its secular furnishings and occupations, which reminds us that in France the 19th century may be thought to have outlasted formal chronology for very long indeed, perhaps all the way to the onset of the Fifth Republic. I am unable to say which camp Walter Benjamin belongs in, who certainly gave a whole decade of his last years to a virtual immersion in this 19th century from which, however, he also claimed he longed to awake. This imminent awakening stands like the wooden horse of the Greeks within a Troy of dreams. 3-1 has the same question to pose to the Surrealists, whose March Auxiliary Puces is itself one immense 19th century in which the Balzacian talisman is perhaps to be found, and then lost again. But does anyone still need to awaken from the 19th century? And do we still need to lance the boil of its sickening, nauseating bourgeois culture? I do think that this remains the best way to live with the 19th century, this impossibility of indifference, this obligation to feel either nostalgia or disgust, if not both alternately and in rhythms that somehow define the present for you as well. At any rate, the book I want to talk about in this article very much keeps faith with this unavoidable alternation. It is the 1889 of Marc Angenot, a cube of some 1,200 pages printed in Montreal in the centenary year of the title, and therefore perhaps not so well known as it ought to be, nor so readily available in American libraries. But it is already, I believe, a classic if anything ever was, and an intervention which, if it does not exactly blast open the continuum of history in Benjamin's revolutionary spirit, then at least makes it impossible for us to go on living with this late 19th century in the traditional way, if there ever was a traditional way. As for the form of this literary history, however, it belongs to an identifiable if uncommon subgenre that we may call the story of a year. Of its various exemplars, I only want to mention here James Chandler's recent book on 1819, The Peterloo Year, which has the formal interest for us of a reflexive history. He argues, indeed, that the very idea of a dated situation, the concept of a year as a category in its own right and a specific marker of cultural history as such, dates from precisely this year which is his subject point, for we will eventually want to ask ourselves whether anything of this reflexivity, this auto-designation, characterizes Angenot's own work. On one level the question merely has to do with the year itself. Is it a decisive year, as the year of Peterloo certainly was, or is it merely representative, and might one not have dipped into the stream of time 1,000 days earlier or later? It is certain that many interesting things happen in Angenot's year, the centenary of the French Revolution, for example, and the Universal Exposition, the opening of the Eiffel Tower and the flight and suicide of General Boulanger, across the Channel the mystery of Jack the Ripper, and closer to home the first publications of two unknown writers, Henry Bergson with Les Duns Immediates de la Conscience, and Maurice Barrès with Un Homme Libre, the double love-death suicide at Mayerling of the Archduke Rudolph of Habsburg and his lover, and the appearance of one of the climactic novels of Zola's Rougon-Macquart series, La Bête Humaine. Enough to fill up any year, you will say, particularly if, as is customary, we add that it is the year of birth of Charlie Chaplin, Adolf Hitler, Martin Heidegger, and Jean Cocteau, but precisely something similar could be said about any year. I am afraid, every year is crammed full of just such astonishing and forgotten, yet unforgettable, actualite, a concept to which we will return. So we must presumably be careful not to refy the date in question, not to allow our arbitrarily chosen methodological frame to turn into this or that watershed, turning point, beginning, or ending of something. We must also distinguish Angenot's year from other such stories by an implacable methodological decision. 1889, subtitled Un état du discours social, concludes a scholarly project that involved reading every text published in France during that period, including a systematic review of journals and periodicals, parliamentary debates, the Belgian press, a sampling of cookbooks, and so on and so forth. I forgot to say that 1889 was also the year that saw the first bande dessinée. Aingenot's decision, however, analogous to Barth's in Système de la Mode, excludes everything that is not written and printed. Thus, the concept of discours social is distinguished from cultural studies generally by its omission of cultural practices and non-linguistic texts of all kinds, although the words that go with the music allow Aingenot a first significant probe of the café concert. I think that this methodological choice also ties him closely to the surface of Lachaud's imprimé. Attitudes, conscious and unconscious, are certainly revealed throughout these analyses, but objective spirit, or what Sartre liked, for the 19th century, to call objective neurosis, is never allowed to organize itself into an autonomous and free-floating social object of some kind, even though the terminology of ideology, Dasein, hegemony, and the like is certainly pressed into service. And we will want to examine it shortly. At any rate, a project of this magnitude would certainly seem to qualify Aingenot for the medal of a hero of social discourse, if one existed. The Italians call an uomo coraggioso a heroic trencherman, who is able, like Herr Jacob Schmidt or the climbers of Mount Everest, to put away anything in front of him, simply because it is there. The Chinese meanwhile respect and envy the strong stomach, the infinite reading capacity and experience, of the Mandarin, a commitment perhaps more ambiguous in the West, where it can also be an occasion for disgust and nausea, as Aingenot's opening invocation of Bavard et Picouchet suggests. But as I recall, Bavard and Picouchet, while occasionally exhausted, astonished, or in despair, never themselves feel nausea at their task, a reaction reserved for author and reader, as it perhaps is in the case of 1889, which lances the boil of 19th-century ideology as comprehensively as Pound thought Ulysses did, yet another coupe synchronique which takes on a somewhat different interest in this context. For this is perhaps the modernist, rather than the postmodern, strategy, to let history define itself as a totality of the cross-section, an immense yet ultimately limited inventory of everything that is the case. Postmodern cultural historiography tends rather to be fancifully diachronic, I would think, and by the choice of an outlandish theme Virilio's take on velocity, let us say to pick out a chronological trajectory as bizarre as any Garcia Marquez family tree. These trajectories are anti-representational with a vengeance, and I am tempted to say that their very power depends on the arbitrariness of their theme or starting point. To them also applies Aingenot's denomination of the artifact, the construction, or modeled entity, a characterization which for him holds for any partial or limited corpus. Tout travail historique qui isole un champ cultuel, un genre, un complexe discursif fut en reinscrivant à l'arrière-plan l'esquisse d'une culture globale produit un artefact dont l'apparent cohesion resulte d'un aveuglement auxiliary flux interdiscursifs qui circulant et auxiliary règles topographiques qui établissent, sous diverses contractances, un coexistence générale descriptibles. 5. On the other hand, we may also wonder whether the synchronic method does not equally determine false perspectives of its own, most notably the baleful Foucauldian totality, in which the positing of the airtight system projects a well-nigh nightmarish closure. But let's first outline Aingenot's account of the preoccupations of this particular year, which begin, unsurprisingly, with French chauvinism and xenophobia, with the concept of the national language and all the legitimations and illegitimations that entails accents and foreigners, illiteracy and cultural distinction, the narcissisms of class amid the universalizing of fetishisms of the grande nation, as those significantly range from revolutionary republicanism to older and newer forms of reaction, along with fear of Germany, contempt for perfide Albion, malaise in the face of Americanization, a word already in use in that period, apparently, along with the whole iconology of imperialism, higher and lower races, the mission civilisatris and so forth, Agenot instructively reminds us that the first opposition to Jules Ferry's imperialism comes from the right rather than the left. This sink of unwholesome representations inspires some mixed feelings on which I want to dwell for a moment. First of all, I would have liked to have all this identified from the outset as bourgeois culture par excellence, at the first truly secular moment of the first truly bourgeois state, leaving Holland aside. Surely all the French literature of interest to us, at least since the Revolution, has always held precisely this bourgeois culture in scorn and loathing. Even Flaubert, who found so much of it within himself, was able to repudiate it by way of self-loathing. But I think that Agenot's position, like the more global Foucauldian one I alluded to, forbids him to acknowledge any negativity or critique or distance which would somehow feel outside the system. To be sure, he cannot take a diachronic nor even a sociological view of this mass of textual data, and must therefore omit the interpretive identification I have offered between a certain culture and a certain social class. But more than that, and the example of Flaubert could certainly be pressed into service for this alternative view, the possibility of negating the system is either programmed into the system itself and thereby remains part and parcel of it, or it is a retrospective illusion, obvious enough for us today but not available to the contemporaries. Meanwhile, what of that retrospective viewpoint which is necessarily ours, and for which most of this constellation of attitudes lumped together no doubt as nationalism will be caricatural and scarcely invite sympathy or comprehension? Republicanism itself, the Jacobin tradition, has not had a very good press in recent times, and as for left attitudes or even what Americans call liberal ones, Agenot has an unpleasant surprise in store for us in his companion volume, L'Utopie collectiviste, which patiently elaborates the analogous interrelated stupidities of the Second International in the same period. I want to add something else, however, which is that this first anatomy of French cultural identity, as we might say nowadays, is for Agenot not merely a set of ideologies among others, it is the very subject position of all the enunciations that make up the social discourse of 1889. And it occurs to me that literary or cultural histories rarely begin in this fashion. With an account of the collective or hegemonic subject position, we are generally given some facts of social history, some of the ideas in the air, a few of the great debates and the great cultural issues or problems, but the collective space from which such judgments and acts and works flow remains empty and indeterminate, unless we decide to objectify and externalize it, and identify it with the ruling class. We can again see from the outside. Meanwhile, a deep and inveterate, dare I say patriotic, populism has generally prevented American intellectuals from painting so absolute a picture as this one of universal bêtise. Now I want to go on to sketch in the three basic directions in which this immense historiographic tour de force develops. They are a general sense of twilight and decline, in this fin de siècle, a perplexed awareness of the increasing saturation of social space with media information, in this period of newspapers and what Agenot calls publicistique, and finally an omnipresent and dominant form of thinking and writing which he calls le romanesque general, and which narrativizes information and reality in some well-nigh universal fashion, and which is novelistic, not because it comes from novels, but rather, the other way round, because the very rich novelistic production of the period feeds on it as its raw material and transforms it ceaselessly into its own cultural commodities. The decline of the West, and more significantly and urgently the decline of France itself and the innumerable threats to French civilization and culture, is for Agenot, and long before Spengler, the dominant of 1889, a kind of collective cultural hypochondria. We will see shortly why the medical figure is not a gratuitous one here. We may of course want to observe that things are no different today, and to hazard the guess that some such collective national self-doubts were endemic in France ever since the loss of the race with England. Agenot's characterization of the causes for this collective anxiety, of the situation to which it is a response, and it should be understood that strictly speaking, according to the premises of the analysis of social discourse, he cannot posit a cause, but merely reconstruct the situation on the basis of so many symptomatic discourses, is a loosely Deleuzian one. If I am more hesitant about his use of the word deterritorialization, it is on the one hand because of the more joyous and liberatory feeling the word seems to have among Deleuzians, and on the other because it is not clear to me whether it means much more than secularization, Weberian Entsäuberung, or whatever other sociological cliché one wishes to summon up for the malaise that is inspired by developing capitalism and commodification. Nor does it have to mean any more than that, since the word is simply meant to designate the inaccessible and itself enigmatic or mysterious source of a generalized anxiety which, as an effect, is more palpable in these texts than any supposed cause. Or rather, the litany of supposed and hypothesized causes makes up the very substance and fabric of this social text, for which Angenot coins the word anxiogene. The inventory is rich and Sauveur-Rouse. The etiologies range from racial degeneracy to neurasthenia, from symbolism to syphilis, from the press and political veniality to various modern technological developments, such as cremation, a hot topic in this period. The anti-Semitisms have a field day, laying the groundwork for the Dreyfus case, only a few short years down the road, but anti-clericalism is also highly developed, along with the predictable emergence of a secessionist Roman Catholic culture, even more intensely aware of decadence than the secular culture all around it. Here we may make a link with the conception of the novelistic or the narrative, for the conception of decline offers the interpretive framework in which all kinds of facts and events, scandals, new cultural movements, fashions, ideas and pronouncements, can be read and understood. Reality, but as we shall see in a moment, it would be more accurate to say actuality is scrutinized for the signs of decay, and it is only in terms of this rewriting, this larger historical dramatization and narrativization, that things find their most satisfying meanings. This emergence of the category of the signs of the times, this obsessive symptomatology of current events and social developments, this is, I think, one of the phenomena Angenot has in mind when he invokes le Romanesque general. At the same time, the omnipresent feeling of this decadence offers an instructive context for new kinds of literary or cultural interpretation. Consider, for example, the list of figural synonyms that proliferate in order to translate all the shades of this feeling: gotchis, kreis, nude, crepuscule, shoot, abime, effondrement, dissolution, chaos, catastrophe, etc. 1889, 37-45. If one considers high literature to be a working over of this primal raw material of ideology as which Bakhtin described social language itself, a transformation of that raw material into a tangible object, as Althusser suggested, not merely an object of what used to be called aesthetic value, but also an object on which a critical position can be taken and which can offer itself for analysis, then perhaps new perspectives became available for a rethinking of this period. Mallarmé's great shipwreck, for example, the immense naufrage of his poetic hero, can in that case be taken less as a questionable and melodramatic symbol of some kind, part of the poetic bric-a-brac of the fin de siècle, and something closer to a working over of just this ideology of the shipwreck and the catastrophe so deeply inscribed in the language and collective ideology of this anxious period, yet something a little more than a mere remedy against anxiety, no doubt, and perhaps a little less than a full-blown ideological analysis or self-awareness. Meanwhile, on an even more massive scale, no one can doubt the kinship with the pattern of baleful heredity that gives Zola's Rugen-Macquart cycle its organizational pretext, whether any critical distance can also be attributed to this fundamental ideology of decline and fall is a question to which we must also return further on. Heredity, symptomatology, so many symptoms of the fin de siècle Weltanschauung, we are tempted to say, without asking ourselves whether the word symptom is not itself profoundly symptomatic. And indeed the other omnipresent feature of the ideology of decline lies in the prestige of medical discourse as a privileged mode of interpretation throughout this whole period. The balefulness of the medical is something we have long since learned, from Foucault and so many others. That it rests on apprehensions about the body and sexuality has also become obvious, so that it may be less popular to observe that such apprehensions are no longer quite so important in our culture, Le dispositif de médicalisation de l'exégèse sociale qui est bien soutenu par l'hégémonie 1889, na plus grand devenir mais d'autres autorités technocratiques prendront la relève, 1889, 1112. We are thus again confronted with the outmoding to the point of caricature of what contemporaries must have taken to be an existential characteristic and an evidence of daily life. What are we to do with errors of this kind, which are scarcely amenable to any imaginative act of the historical understanding? The medical is at any rate a cluster of ideologies which can in one way be studied in relative isolation. Indeed, Angenot has devoted a spin-off volume, called Le Cru et Le Phasant, to just that, and it is one of his best and most readable texts. Here, however, he has a methodological warning for us. Il semble, que les caractéries du discours médical sur l'histoire par exemple ne sont pas interconditionnées ni intelligibles dans leur immanence. L'histoire, le discours de Charcot et d'autres sur l'histoire, parle d'autres choses que d'un désordre neuropathologique, de même que les discours de la polichinelle boulevardière parlant d'autres choses encore que d'un prostitutionnel et de chronique du demi-monde. Ainsi encore, le discours de terreur sur la masturbation, orchestré par les médecins, se lire dans un intertexte ou, par déplacement et condensation, il fait homologue de la grande angoisse économique du gaspillage, de la dette publique, du déficit budgétaire, de la logerie d'esthétiques décadence, etc. 1889, 1080. These mobile allegories, in which figures from one field offer themselves as tangible bodies for the spirits of another, at the same time that as with the medical doctrines of suggestion they do double duty as certified scientific explanations, Angenot has theorized in terms of discursive migrations, which one could ideally be in a position to map out according to their seasonal or sectorial rhythms, 1889, 903. Clearly the medical sector is here and in this period a privileged one, which we cannot examine further in detail, save to add this interesting footnote on the development of the notion of the unconscious. Ce qui me semble se produire en 1880 to 1890, date à laquelle la notion dans son imprécision devient à la mode chez les savants, c'est que l'inconscient va se séparer de l'instinct, de l'activité végétative, dont il est encore proche chez von Hartmann, de ce que chez l'individu relevé de l'espèce dont il est membre, ou encore du moins de habitude, conduite, pour se mettre à designer cette chose qui relevant l'hypnose, la suggestion, un monde d'affections purement vitales dont nous ne. Perc Evans que le retentissement car elles sont hors du moi, mais le moi sympathise avec elles, pour reprendre les termes de main de Byron dont les Français, par chauvinisme, font un précurseur. 1889, 421-22. The privilege indeed of the medical figuration lies in the migration along with it of various levels of the body itself. Thus on the one hand the dense realities of the individual body come to reinforce and to solidify the more disembodied figures of economic or social phenomena, while at the same time the concrete anxieties about the individual body itself add urgency to the more general national ones. Angenot points out that the omnipresent Darwinism of this period is scarcely drawn from Darwin himself, but rather from a long tradition of social Darwinism avant la lettre from Hobbes to Spencer. At any rate, it is certain that lived experiences of bodily illness, fever, deterioration, and even occasional convalescence, add power and content to the vaster collective and narrative fantasies of social Darwinism and a general crepuscular and anthropic mood. 1889, 876. But now we face a significant problem, one which is both empirical, in the sense of the historical data themselves, and theoretical, in terms of our models. For is this not this belle époque which is also a fin de siècle, the well-known apotheosis of the bourgeois doctrine of progress, of triumphant Victorianism and of utopias of wonder-working machinery in the far future, the golden age of European supremacy nourished in different degrees by the different nation-states, to be sure, by the certainty of infinite perfectibility and a historical telos as straight as an arrow? How then to imagine the coexistence of this euphoric doctrine of the bourgeoisie as the very goal and end of history with the other darker visions that Agenat documents in so much detail, and which seep, omnipresent, throughout all the fields and divisions of labor of social discourse? It will be too easy, but not at all wrong, to pronounce the word dialectic and to posit some profound identity of identity and non-identity between these two registers of value, which can only seem incompatible to the logician and the positivist. On the other hand, the appeal to the dialectic is not meant to shut down explanation in some premature and facile way, but rather to authorize the invention of new models, and this is, I believe, what we find in Agenat. It will come as no surprise that in a work of this range, which seeks to organize so varied an array of contents, the theoretical interventions must be punctual and concentrated, intent on sorting out the irrelevant meanings of a term like ideology or marking references to theoretical authorities from Bakhtin to Bourdieu, but above all to the Montreal school of social discourse, of which the present work is something like a monument. I will, at the risk of greatly oversimplifying it, hazard my own version of Agenat's theoretical solution to the problem we have raised, progress versus decadence, which involves, I believe, a crucial distinction between ideology, which is to say ruling class ideology, and hegemony in this textual sense of the omnipresent Dasein, the totalité du dicible, du narrable, de l'argumentable d'une société donnée. Le réseau complexe de relations interdiscursives qui ensure tout innocence, tout récit et leur donne du sens, 1889, 627. In addition, it should be noted that hegemony, in this sense, knows its own dual logic of identity and difference, deux tendances. Dont elle un rassemble de facteurs de cohésion, de répétition métonymique de recurrence, de co-intelligibilité, l'autre de facteurs de spécialisation, de dissimulation, de migration par avatars, 1889, 1096. This use of the term hegemony will perhaps surprise those who thought of Gramsci's idea in terms of social power rather than culture strategy. It suffices to recall Agenat's insistence on the policing function of hegemony generally, which controls not merely the channels of communication but the very forms of expression themselves and rules on what can alone be said. Hegemony in this form, as the Foucauldian omnipresent system, is really at one with the totality of social discourse in the sense in which nothing other than itself could possibly have been enunciated there. In that case, ruling class ideology will be something somewhat different, and perhaps not altogether coterminous with discourse at all, and something closer to those mythological entities the sociologists used to call values. In the present instance, we have to do with the great official ideologies of Jacobinism and republicanism and of progress. These are the class ideologies of a triumphant bourgeoisie, and they offer positive visions of the world, and indeed, I am tempted to say, properly utopian ones, on which other future and different utopias will nonetheless have to draw. But they do not in that sense inform everyday discourse. La Dasein reflète les luttes de classes sous forme de leurs resultants et occultations dans les discours. L'idéologie dominante, officielle, est au contraire chargée d'une mémoire, de la préservation religieuse de plus anciens et plus légitimes préceptes idéologiques de la classe régnante, avec un bricolage, un mise à jour toujours précaire. L'idéologie dominante récapitule et adapte partie-élément l'ontogènèse évolutive de formes idéologiques de cette classe, esprit de lumières, jacobinisme, libéralisme, humanitarisme quarante-huitard, Saint-Simonisme, positivisme. Elle doit enfin remplir synchroniquement sa fonction de légitimation du pouvoir et de ses politiques. Elle a de monopoles, dans l'appareil scolaire par exemple et joue un rôle d'opérat qu'il lui conserve un statut officiel. Mais elle a aussi un lourdeur spécifique, elle est constamment pénétrée par la Dasein et obligée de composer avec elle et ses themes charges d'actualité. Le rapport entre l'idéologie dominante et les effets déstabilisants de l'hégémonie est d'autant plus problématique que l'idéologie républicaine doit à la fois consolider et remotiver de theses anciennes tout en faisant face à de temps obscurs où son amour de la patrie est contesté par les forces nationalistes bolangistes, son prétendu souci d'égalité par la montée de socialismes, de syndicalismes, sinon du féminisme, et son axiomatique du progrès par le concert décadentiste de lettres. Et de sciences. 1889, 732. We are familiar with the prevailing narrative of bourgeois ideology, whose most influential versions can be found in Lukács's work on the one hand and in Sartre's L'Idiot de la Famille on the other. Both posit the ways in which the universalizing doctrine of the revolution liberté, égalité, fraternité which permits the class alliances that bring the bourgeoisie to power is increasingly undermined and ideologically discredited by the emergence of a new class whose presence will become inescapable by the time of the revolution of 1848. This narrative, which underscores the failure of nerve, the internalized guilt, and the symbolic self-maceration of ruling class or bourgeois intellectuals after 1848, is less effective in dealing with the persistence or survival of the ruling class ideology. Angenot's more complex model thus has some advantages in accounting for the ideological double-bind of the period, certain both of its destiny progress and of its fate decadence. Meanwhile, we must also recall the oft-quoted remarks of Marx about the bourgeois revolutionaries of 1848. This is itself a two-stage narrative in which the revolutionaries of 1789 are filled with anxiety about the historical originality of their situation and their project, and give themselves courage by wearing ancient revolutionary costumes, while those of 1848 imitate this masquerade as a kind of fancy dress ball and simulate, not the historical confrontation with the new, but rather the affect that resulted from it, a representation of revolutionary anxiety rather than the thing itself. This is, I believe, the sense in which Angenot can deny the word ideology in its positive sense to the textual hegemony of 1889. Ideology is in that sense the consciousness of a rising class, the ensemble of its values, its slogans, its utopian visions, and there can thus be a genuinely bourgeois ideology only as long as the bourgeoisie remains an active social class in that sense. But this is no longer the case in the period in question here. La vision du monde crépusculaire avec son pathos anxiogène, son ressentiment, ses mandats de reterritorialisation, chant le d'une idéologie bourgeoise, chuan en y trouver que dans le saint-simonisme, qui aurait aimé glorify l'effet capital jusque dans ses conséquences. L'hégémonie thématique qui domine en 1889 pretend aimer de tout son cursi et que la société moderne vient fatalement désagréger, dégrader, déconstruire. Amat rice de progrès, mais adoré par les décadences et les morbidités, nostalgique de axiologies pré-capitalistes. La vision du monde fin de siècle se présente comme un vaste dénégation qui cherche à réinstituer dans la superstructure le capitalisme a pour vocation et dissoudre. 1889, 350. This is also the sense in which Angenot reinterprets his own findings in the light of the question of modernity. La modernité, perque dans ses dominances culturelles opérantes, c'est le retour obstiné, bien que métamorphique, de mêmes résistances au moderne, avec toutes sortes de formations de compromis qui neutralisent le novum en feignant de lui faire place. Le discours social moderne reste en dénigration du monde moderne. 1889, 1112. The discursive complex of this period then, with its various modernisms, is a substitute for bourgeois ideology and a systematic defense against modernity as such. In principle, this new and more complex theory of ideology, and its distinction from hegemony, ought to open up new perspectives on the periods that follow this one, whose modernities have so often been understood to cancel this era out and indeed to break their oppressive ties with this 19th century altogether. Whether Angenot's synchronic form allows us to glimpse those perspectives is a question we will only be able to raise after returning to his story rapidly to set in place its other two basic themes, that of the omnipresence of journalism and publicistique, and that of the dominance of the Romanesque general, the narrative or novelistic paradigm. The conception of the latter owes much to the work, no longer widely read or influential, I think, of Charles Greville, and participates in a more general post-structuralist suspicion of narrative that ranges from the general anti-communist critique of Marxian ideas of a telos of history all the way to Screen Magazine's denunciation of the ideological effects of Hollywood-type storytelling. I do prefer the latter to the former, not so much because I want to defend providential conceptions of history in general. I agree with Angenot that telos generally means the teleological perspective of a specifically bourgeois notion of progress, but rather because I think that it is in the reduction of events to their individual dimension, as in Hollywood, that the vice of such storytelling lies. The collective also demands its forms of narrative, and it will have been clear that I want to consider 1889 itself as a kind of narrative of a new type. But this is, I think, not Angenot's view, for whom the gnoseology of the generalized novelistic is an apparatus of resistance to other cognitive procedures. 6. Je pense que le romanesque est dominant au XIXe siècle. Le discours social classique avait et oratoire, le XXe siècle devait être structural, nomothetic et relativist. Les champs scientifiques en 1889 mettent de l'avant un paradigme expérimental, moniste, organiciste, évolutionniste. Il faut tout une étude pour montrer combine les textes savants demeurent pendant perméable à la narration expressive romanesque. 1889, 198. The stakes of this particular form of ideology critique need to be spelled out. It offers a research program of the greatest interest, particularly at a moment when the pendulum of intellectual fashion has begun to swing back towards some generalized valorization of narrative as such. At the same time, it directs our attention toward the contamination of 19th-century discourse in general by the narratives of journalism, to which I will return in a moment. But it would also seem to harbor a deeper hidden indictment of the aesthetic itself, insofar as one identifies that with narration. We will examine the analysis of poetry later on in connection with journalism. Space permitting, this would be the place to stage a debate about the work of Zola, so supremely representative, particularly in Angenot's account, of the Dasein of contemporaneous social discourse. And it is certain that La Bête Humaine, with its multiple allusions to precisely the actualities of 1889, seems to fulfill the doubtful program Angenot ascribes to the novelist of this period. Le roman canonique fonction comme fournisseur bénévole de prestigieuses narrations anxiogenes répondant auxiliary inquietudes dominants. Dans essai logique global, il est au service du dispositif d'interprétation de la conjoncture, ancilla dazi. Dans la topologie interdiscursive, le roman opère la met en connexion d'une série de themes journalistiques venus de faits divers par exemple, et de theses et axiomes venus d'ésotérismes médical, philosophique et scientifique. Il s'agit de connecter l'actualité transitoire et la vérité éternelle. Le regard romanesque, en concurrence avec le regard médical et neurologique, voit alors une société de détrix roulant vers toutes les déchences et confirmans et que tout le monde redoute. 1889, 836. This is no doubt very much the sense in which the Zola of La Bête Humaine can also show un joli flair doxique, la littérature à la mode en étant souvent un cocktail habile de topoi régules par une protestation crépusculaire et confusionniste. 1889, 900. But then this text no longer presents much similarity to the novel admired by Deleuze and Barthes and by Michel Serres, and for which I myself have a great fondness, I should add. I hope the divergence does not revive the ancient aesthetic problematic, however, in which literary value somehow derives from its unpredictable, that is to say, its natural energies, Kant's notion of genius as we learn the detail of the period ever more closely, Zola's text seems to grow more and more transparent, we recognize more and more of its borrowings from actuality and the essential banality of its content. Zola's own intentions then take on form and seem to denounce their own vulgarity and sensationalism, and what was at first a kind of strange and inhuman, meteoric apparition dissolves into a host of the most futile and obvious literary gestures. This is then contextualization with a vengeance, in which the contextualized object ends up being completely volatilized by the ever more completely researched context and by our own fuller knowledge. In that case, the task of the historian is truly to obliterate the past, to work through it in such a way that we no longer have to repeat it, very much in the spirit of Freud's talking cure, and to free us in a joyous and Nietzschean forgetfulness. Let the dead bury the dead, we shall see in a moment whether poetry fares any better. And indeed with this particular novelist we are in any case very close to that immense new continent of journalism and of publicistique about which 1889 also has so much to tell us, the new bourgeois public sphere, not as it ought to have been, but as it really was. The statistics document an explosion in publications during this period, less in terms of book publishing, which showed a 20% increase over the preceding 20 years, than in newspapers and periodicals. Thus, from 36 daily papers in Paris in 1870, the augmentation is such that by the year 1889 there are some 135, plus all kinds of specialized or ephemeral periodicals. Angenat takes an inventory of the division of labor represented by the genres of papers and their various kinds of columns, as well as the pressures on and tendencies of this writing, 1889, 1104. The bulk of his extensive treatment of the press is, however, divided into what may be called the objective and the subjective dimensions of time phenomenon. Objectively, what must be described is the way in which the press produces a whole new set of categories, or constructs them. If you prefer a less historical language, these categories are not directly ideological, nor are they purely imaginary or arbitrary. Rather, they offer schemata, to use the Kantian term, for organizing experience as such and for deciphering the world. Henceforth, indeed, the interpretation of the world, the understanding of it, is condemned to pass through such categories, and this obligation, which cannot be circumvented, is another feature of the concept of hegemony. Thus, la publicistique prodit du entites discursives querelles, l'actualité du temps et du journal de débats en est basque celle de la presse à un sou, and by the same token, as we still know very well today, the struggle to characterize public opinion is often more important than the attempt to influence it, if indeed that notion has any coherent meaning when we are dealing with what Sartre would call a serial phenomenon par excellence. 1889, 505. As for actualite, the power to determine and classify what happens as such is a more subtle and intangible, yet perhaps even more significant new force that reaches even more deeply into private life and has its say in the way people tell themselves their own biographical stories. L'actualité sce qui prodit la rencontre inattendue sur un table de dissection doxique de real improvisabilité de la nécessité idéologique. 1889, 597-98. Indeed, it seems possible that the novel, whose external links with the press we have seen in naturalism, but which also mutates into a new psychological or intuitive genre in this period, will discover a whole new and perhaps more modern vocation when it begins to take as its deeper content the very categories of experience and event as such. As for the more obvious public forms of such categories, we need only think of the concept of the affair, as, along with the scandal, it organizes information from the social sphere, and 1889, Hood affairs ayant touts un composante de mystère et de horreur occupant les journaux, to grasp the shaping power of this new form of writing, 1889, 611. Its subjective dimension would then be constituted by the awareness people in general have of its historical novelty, that is to say, their willingness to act on the basis of what is perceived as a fundamental change. But how to decide whether this is a subjective or objective matter? In one of the most interesting episodes of his exploration, indeed, Agenot comes to the matter of poetic production in this period, which can itself be thematized as it were objectively and subjectively, in the explosion of little magazines and esoteric presses on the one hand, and in the quality and themes of the poems on the other. The picture one gets from Agenot's materials is one of an increasing saturation of public space by the public discourse of journalism and publicistique, such that there is no longer any room for poetry as an autonomous discourse, or rather that poetry must open a space for itself, a hermetic space, outside the public sphere, or claiming to stand outside it, and ideologically disdaining everything marked popular or public, without that disdain necessarily taking on political and aristocratic or anti-popular overtones. The model is the one with which we have become familiar in Bourdieu's sociology, namely that the primal driving force of every intellectual activity is to secure an institutional space in which it can exist and perpetuate its existence. Once it thus rationalizes its own specialized activities, rationalization being used here in a non-Weberian and psychological sense, once it can motivate its own existence, then it can turn its attention to the content with which it is allegedly concerned. The Bourdieu approach is thus more than a mere sociology of the intellectuals themselves, but also cuts deep into the structure of the various specialized discourses. That is, for example, the spirit in which Agenot describes the related crisis of philosophy, whose traditional concerns have now been replaced by the rise of experimental psychology in a neighboring discipline, so that little more than a watered-down Kantian ethics is left over for the philosophers until Bergson appears, with the splendor of the rising sun, and signals the possibility of a counter-attack on experimental psychology in general and thus of an eventual reconquista. Poetry cannot pull it off in quite the same way, although its situation is equally imperiled. Vers 1880, le discours social ni produit plus rien, ni époque, ni vision d'avenir, ni tragique meme, qui puisse être reconnu par le poète comme potentiel de sublime. Le problème est alors de savoir ce qui reste à faire. Car la poésie, malgré son haut degré de discrimination sélective, se nourrissait du discours social. Il restate en effet qu'elle aventure de la folie ou l'auto-représentation de la forme. 1889, 818. This diagnosis, however, would seem rather to hold for literature in general. The poets themselves need to pursue a more specifically linguistic strategy and to talk themselves into believing that they can locate some non-social linguistic space, some pure language outside of social discourse. Le mandat chu en tétonnant se donna un cercle vers l'en les symbolos, les décartards, consistait à créer dans le discours social quelque chose qui eut l'air de n'en pas souvenir. S'il en veut voir une telle opération dans ses diversités révélatrices, il faut considérer globalement non seulement le hermétisme de Mallarmé, mais aussi les flippeteries du décadent, la wagnerisation de la prose de Paladin, les pastiches de la Pléiade chez les électeurs de l'école romaine, les divers proceeds, abstrus et abscons, de travestissement du discours social qui, dans leur concomitance manifestant la crise de l'être et l'acquit d'une autarcie, impossible et nécessaire, du poétique. La poésie rompt les ponts non par subversite, mais par fidélite à son mandat traditionnel qui menace et qui Mallarmé allegories comme le journal. 1889, 817. For anyone who, like me, wishes to grasp literature and its forms in relation to the situation it confronts at a given historical moment, such an analysis is plausible indeed, and I don't wish to question it. But I do think it is important to point out that, in the very spirit of the Bourdieu analysis and in the light of the practical preconditions and requirements of his own project, Agenot has to think and show this. If the poets were, in other words and as it were, in real life, to be granted some space and some language outside social discourse, then the very constructural principle of 1889 would be called back into question. Le discours social would no longer be a totality, and could no longer function as an absolute horizon. But it certainly does so, and we need only to observe, as proof, the fateful re-emergence of the august theological language that always tends to accompany the glimpsed emergence of that unrepresentable thing, the totality itself. In eum mur et sumus, dit Saint Paul, en lui nous evaluons et nous sommes. Le discours social est le medium oblige de la communication et de la rationalité historique, de même qu'il est instrument du prestige social pour certains, au même rang que la fortune et le pouvoir. En lui se formulant et se diffusant tous les sujets imposés, Bourdieu, d'une époque donnée. Pourquoi conque ouvrir la bouche ou prendre la plume, le discours social et toujours déjà là avec ses genres, ses themes et ses préconstruits. Il va falloir se faire entendre à travers cette rumeur, ce brouhaha, cette facticide omniprésente. Nul ne peut se flatter de parler dans un vide, mais toujours en réponse à quelque chose. On songera à cet et ego, moi aussi j'ai quelque chose à dire, si perceptible chez les jeunes poètes, résalis à perdre coûte que coûte de l'ennui. 1889, 1087. Thus with a grand historical gesture, we find ourselves back in the universal stupidity of Flaubert, the ineluctable dizziness at human imbecility, the inevitable nausea of the social world and the world of speech itself. Thy hand, great anarch, lets the curtain fall. And universal darkness buries all. 7. This perspective then inevitably exacerbates a question whose relevance it disputes in advance, and that is the question of the novum, of possible innovation, of the chance to say something new, or, at least for the historian, to glimpse something new in the process of emergence. I have said that for Angenot the glimpse of novelty is a retrospective illusion, we know which seeds have grown and which have not, but this is a knowledge denied the contemporaries locked in their present of time. There is an exception to this historical closure, and it suggests that if the better cannot be identified here, then at least the worst can be identified. This is the solidification of any number of the elements of this Dasein into a proto-fascism to come. It is a crystallization that will take place, unsurprisingly, around the name of Maurice Barrès, and what is constitutive of this grim novum is unexpectedly the falling away of all the pathos of the ideology of decline, at the same time that all its historical assumptions are retained, but now cynically and joyously. Simon et moi nous comprimes alors notre haine de étrangers, de barbares. Ille did, mais ne dogmatise pas, il affiche la désinvolture d'une composition humoresque, and digression et fragments. C'est le contraire de l'enquête systématique de positifs naturalistes. Barrès réclame un lecteur qui ne se prend pas pour un imbécile, qui devine autant qu'il lit. Le méprise ferme l'ethos du roman et c'est un sentiment nouveau en littérature. Méprise de femme, par exemple, mais sans avoir à le dissimuler derrière de pausierieuses argumentations évolutionnaires. En tout cela, Maurice Barrès c'est la nouveauté, un nouveau chant, cynique et allègre. Le texte de Barrès représente la véritable originalité. 1889, 842. It is a breath of fresh air that will not particularly cheer the contemporary reader, a lone example of subversion and undermining that will not particularly help revitalize those concepts. In conclusion, I want to deduce another place of the novum and the modern, of historical change, which is not identified in the text as such. I have already suggested some of the formal contradictions involved in the choice of a single year, in particular the problem of reconciling its representative status with the inevitable uniqueness of its contents. The perspective of Flaubertian satire serves to transform that existential uniqueness. Occasionally, in a kind of science-fictional mode, names from the future are invoked: Proust, Kafka, Joyce, Musil, which can alternately serve as examples of method and of le recensement et l'interrogation acabée des recus, but also, no doubt, of the fresh air to be breathed in when we break this stifling historical window, and reach, what? A new age? An age of critical and satiric self-consciousness? 1889, 1111, 1085, yet this startles one by positioning self-consciousness or reflexivity in another temporal world, an alternate universe, later on, over the horizon of our sight, which has been so oppressively limited to this year and this age, this 19th century. I wish therefore to ask two questions, the first of which has to do with modernism in its more Anglo-Saxon sense and with the classical modernists in question. Is it possible that if we knew as much about their archive and their context as Aingenotte knows about 1889, the texts of Proust or Joyce or Musil would also be observed to disintegrate into a tissue of stupidities and commonplaces, those of Joyce into masses of the most obvious intentions? Is it enough that the writers of this later modernist generation shun Zola's lust for the sublimation of the fate diverse into literature, and his untimely, or even unholy, avowal of la parente qui existe aujourd'hui entre les reportages et les romans, 1889, 785. But surely the Daza of an age can suffuse the literary text in many other ways than in that of overt allusion, and in any case, the fascination with the new realm of actuality is surely itself to be thought of as a kind of dawning self-consciousness. Aingenotte himself quotes any number of sources indeed who fasten on the journalistic phenomenon grasped as a historical novelty and innovation for further proof of the decline of the West, 1889, 1095. Is it only this insertion into the Romanesque of the period that deprives the writers of 1889 of their credentials as self-conscious critics and observers of the tendencies of the age? Meanwhile, insofar as here finally le discours social is inseparable from the masse de l'imprime, which is to say, of journalism, is this not a secret autoreferentiality of Aingenotte's text itself to have thus designated its own precondition, its own conditions of possibility and production? These questions are not merely the desperate objections one grasps at in order to find something critical to say about an achieved project of this magnitude, they are also the desperate attempts to keep the lid from closing, to forestall the grim closure of the synchronic and the definitive imprisonment in the past. Must literary history make antiquarians of all of us? Or does 1889 in reality not perform the more Nietzschean function of letting us forget the 19th century once and for all? 2004. 14. On Cultural Studies. The desire called cultural studies is perhaps best approached politically and socially, as the project to constitute a historic bloc, rather than theoretically, as the floor plan for a new discipline. The politics in such a project are, to be sure, academic politics, the politics within the university, and, beyond it, in intellectual life in general, or in the space of intellectuals as such. At a time, however, when the right has begun to develop its own cultural politics, focused on the reconquest of the academic institutions, and in particular of the foundations and the universities themselves, it does not seem wise to go on thinking of academic politics, and the politics of intellectuals, as a particularly academic matter. In any case, the right seems to have understood that the project and the slogan of cultural studies, whatever that may be, constitutes a crucial target in its campaign and virtually a synonym for political correctness, which may in this context be identified simply as the cultural politics of the various new social movements, anti-racism, anti-sexism, anti-homophobia, and so forth. But if this is so, and cultural studies is to be seen as the expression of a projected alliance between various social groups, then its rigorous formulation as an intellectual or pedagogical enterprise may not be quite so important as some of its adherents feel, when they offer to begin the left sectarian warfare all over again in the struggle for the correct verbal rendering of the cultural studies party line. Not the line is important, but the possibility for social alliances that its general slogan seems to reflect. It is a symptom rather than a theory. As such, what would seem most desirable is a cultural studies analysis of cultural studies itself. This also means that what we require, and find, in the recent collection Cultural Studies, edited by Lawrence Grossberg, Carrie Nelson, and Paula Atriachler, is merely a certain comprehensiveness and general representativity, something 40 contributors would seem to guarantee in advance, and not the absolute impossibility of the thing being done some other way or staged in a radically different fashion. Point 1. This is not to say that absences from or gaps in this collection, which essentially reprints the papers delivered at a conference on the subject held in Urbana-Champaign in spring 1990, are not significant features deserving of comment, but the comment would then take the form of a diagnosis of this particular event and the idea of cultural studies it embodies, rather than of a proposal for some more adequate alternative, conference, idea, program, or party line. Indeed, I should probably lay my cards on the table at once and say that, as important, indeed, as theoretically interesting, as I think it is to discuss and debate the matter of cultural studies right now, I don't particularly care what ultimate form the program ends up taking, or even whether an official academic discipline of this kind comes into being in the first place. That is probably because I don't much believe in the reform of academic programs to begin with, but also because I suspect that once the right kind of discussion or argument has taken place publicly, the purpose of cultural studies will have been achieved anyway, regardless of the departmental framework in which the discussion has been carried out. And I specifically mean this remark to have to do with what I take to be the most crucial practical issue at stake in the whole matter, namely the protection of the younger people writing articles in this new field, and their possibility of tenure. I guess I also have to say, against definitions, Adorno liked to remind us of Nietzsche's dismissal of the attempt to define historical phenomena as such, that I think we already know, somehow, what cultural studies is, and that defining it means removing what it is not, removing the extraneous clay from the emergent statue, drawing a boundary by instinct and visceral feel, trying to identify what it is not so comprehensively that finally the job is done whether a positive definition ever ends up emerging. Whatever it may be, it came into the world as the result of dissatisfaction with other disciplines, not merely their contents but also their very limits as such. It is thus in that sense post-disciplinary, but despite that, or perhaps for that very reason, one of the crucial ways in which cultural studies continues to define itself turns on its relationship to the established disciplines. It may therefore be appropriate to begin with the complaints from allies in those disciplines about the neglect by an emergent cultural studies of aims they consider fundamental. 8 further sections will deal with groups, Marxism, the concept of articulation, culture and libido, the role of intellectuals, populism, geopolitics, and, in conclusion, utopia. It's not my field. The historians seem particularly perplexed by the somewhat interminable relationship of the cultural people to archival material. Catherine Hall, the author of one of the more substantive pieces in this collection, a study of the ideological mediation of English missionaries in Jamaica, after observing that if cultural history isn't a part of cultural studies, then I think there's a serious problem, goes on to say that the encounter between mainstream history and cultural studies in Britain has been extremely limited, cs. 272, 271. That could, of course, fully as much be the problem of mainstream history as of cultural studies, but Carolyn Steedman goes on to examine the matter more pointedly, suggesting some basic methodological differences. Collective versus individual research is only one of these. Group practice is collective. Archive research involves the lone historian, taking part in an undemocratic practice. Archive research is expensive, of time and of money, and not something that a group of people can practically do, anyway, cs. 618. But when she tries to formulate the distinctiveness of the cultural studies approach in a more positive way, it comes out as text-based. The cultural people analyze handy texts, the archival historian has to reconstruct, laboriously, on the basis of symptoms and fragments. Not the least interesting part of Steedman's analysis is her suggestion of an institutional, and more specifically educational, determinant in the emergence of the text-based method. Was the culture concept as used by historians, actually invented in the schools, between about 1955 and 1975? In Britain, we do not even have a social and cultural history of education that allows us to think that this might be a question. CS 619 to 620. She does not, however, say in which discipline such a research question might properly belong. Steedman also suggestively names Burckhardt as a precursor of the new field, no one else does, and she briefly engages with the new historicism, whose absence from these pages is otherwise very significant indeed, save for a moment in which Peter Stollybras denies having any kinship with the rival movement. For the new historicism is surely basic competition and, on any historical view, a kindred symptom with cultural studies in its attempt to grapple analytically with the world's new textuality, as well as in its vocation to fill the succession to Marxism in a discreet and respectable way. It can of course be argued that cultural studies is too busy with the present and that it cannot be expected to do everything or to be concerned with everything, and I suppose there is a residual afterimage here of the more traditional opposition between the contemporary concerns of students of mass or popular culture and the tendentiously backward-gazing perspective of literary critics, even where the canonized works are modern and relatively recent in time. But the most substantial pieces in this collection besides Catherine Hall's essay, these include Lotte Mani's study of widow burning, Janice Radway's essay on the Book of the Month Club, Peter Stollybras's investigation of the emergence of Shakespeare as an auteur, and Anna Zamir's account of the rhetoric of the 1956 Hungarian uprising are all historical in the archival sense and do tend to stand out like sore thumbs. They ought to be welcome guests, so why does everyone feel awkward? Sociology is another allied discipline, so close that translation between it and cultural studies seems at best difficult if not altogether impossible, as Kafka once observed about the analogous kinship of German and Yiddish. But did not Raymond Williams suggest in 1981 that what is now often called cultural studies is better understood as a distinctive mode of entry into general sociological questions than a reserved or specialized area, quoted, CS 223? Still, this cross-disciplinary relationship seems to present analogies with that to history, text-based work over here, professional or professionalized research over there. Simon Fritha's complaint is emblematic enough to be quoted in full. Now what I've been talking about up to now is an approach to popular music which, in British terms, comes not from cultural studies but from social anthropology and sociology, and I could cite other examples, like Mavis Baden's 1990 work on how women become rock musicians. One reason I find this work important is because it focuses on an area and issue systematically, and remarkably, neglected by cultural studies, the rationale of cultural production itself, the place and thought of cultural producers. But what interests me here, which is why this paper is now going to be a different narrative altogether, is something else, compared to the flashy, imaginative, impressionistic, unlikely pop writing of a cultural studies academic like, say, Ian Chambers. The dogged ethnographic attention to detail and accuracy is, as Dick Hebdige once remarked of my sociological approach in contrast to Chambers, kind of dull. CS 178. Janet Wolfe suggests more fundamental reasons for this tension. The problem is that mainstream sociology, confidently indifferent if not hostile to developments in theory, is unable to acknowledge the constitutive role of culture and representation in social relations, CS 710. Only it turns out that the feeling is mutual. Post-structuralist theory and discourse theory, in demonstrating the discursive nature of the social, operate as license to deny the social, CS 711. Quite properly, she recommends a coordination of both, an approach which integrates textual analysis with the sociological investigation of institutions of cultural production and of those social and political processes and relations in which this takes place, CS 713, but this does not do away with the discomfort still felt in the presence of the beast, any more than Cornel West's suggestion that the main advantage of cultural studies is that familiar old thing called interdisciplinary. Cultural studies becomes one of the rubrics used to justify what I think is a highly salutary development, namely interdisciplinary studies in colleges and universities, CS 698. This term spans several generations of academic reform programs, whose history needs to be written and then reinscribed in it in some cautionary way. Virtually by definition it is always a failure, but one sense is that the interdisciplinary effort keeps taking place because the specific disciplines all repress crucial but in each case different features of the object of study they ought to be sharing. More than most such reform programs, cultural studies seem to promise to name the absent object, and it does not seem right to settle for the tactical vagueness of the older formula. Perhaps, indeed, it is communication that is the name required. Only communications programs are so recent as to overlap in many ways, including personnel, with the new venture, leaving only communications technology as a distinguishing mark or a feature of disciplinary separation, rather like body and soul, or letter and spirit, machine and ghost. It is only when a specific perspective unifies the various items of study of communications as a field that light begins to be shed, on cultural studies as well as on its relations with communications programs. This is the case, for example, when Jody Berland evokes the distinctiveness of Canadian communications theory as such, nor does this merely amount to some homage to McLuhan and his tradition and precursors, but emerges in a more contemporary form, in her paper, as a whole new theory of the ideology of entertainment as such. But she also makes it clear why Canadian theory is necessarily distinct from what she euphemistically refers to as mainstream communications research, by which U.S. communications theory is meant, CS 43. For it is clearly the situation of Canada in the shadow of the U.S. media empire that gives our neighbors their epistemological privilege and, in particular, the unique possibility of combining spatial analysis with the more traditional attention to the media. The concept of cultural technology helps us to understand this process. As part of a spatial production which is both determinant and problematic, shaped by both disciplinary and antidisciplinary practices, cultural technologies encompass simultaneously the articulated discourses of professionalization, territoriality, and diversion. These are the necessary three-dimensional facets of analysis of a popular culture produced in the shadow of American imperialism. In locating their audiences in an increasingly wider and more diverse range of dispositions, locations, and contexts, contemporary cultural technologies contribute to and seek to legitimate their own spatial and discursive expansion. This is another way of saying that the production of texts cannot be conceived outside of the production of spaces. Whether or not one conceives of the expansion of such spaces as a form of colonialism remains to be seen. The question is central, however, to arriving at an understanding of entertainment that locates its practices in spatial terms. CS 42. What Berland makes clear is that attention to the situation of theory, or the theorist or the discipline, now necessarily involves a dialectic. As the production of meaning is located by Anglo-American media theory in the activities and agencies of audiences, the topography of consumption is increasingly identified as, and thus expanded to stand in for, the map of the social. This reproduces in theory what is occurring in practice. CS 42. The dramatic introduction of a geopolitical dimension, the identification of a certain cultural and communicational theory as Canadian, in sharp opposition to a hegemonic Anglo-American perspective, which assumes its own universality because it originates in the center and need not mark itself nationally, now radically displaces the issues of the conference and their consequences, as we shall see at greater length later on. On the other hand, it is unclear what kind of relationship to an emergent cultural studies is being proposed here. The logic of collective or group fantasy is always allegorical. Point 2. This one may involve a kind of alliance, as when the labor unions propose working together with this or that black movement, or it may be closer to an international treaty of some kind, like NATO or the new free trade zone. But presumably Canadian communications theory is not intent on submerging its identity altogether in the larger Anglo-American movement. Equally clearly, it cannot altogether universalize its own program, and ask for a blanket endorsement by the center of what is necessarily a situated and dependent or semi-peripheral perspective. I suppose that what emerges here is then the sense that at a given point the analysis in question can be transcoded or even translated, that at certain strategic junctures a given analysis can be read, either as an example of the cultural studies perspective, or as an exemplification of everything distinctive about Canadian communications theory. Each perspective thus shares a common object, at a specific conjuncture, without losing its own specific difference or originality. How to name or better to describe this overlap would then be a new kind of problem specifically produced by cultural studies theory. Nothing better dramatizes this overlap of disciplinary perspectives than the various icons brandished throughout these pages. The name of the late Raymond Williams, for example, is taken in vain by virtually everyone and appealed to for moral support in any number of sins, or virtues. Point 3 But the text that repeatedly resurfaces as a fetish is very much a book whose multiple generic frameworks illustrate the problem we have been discussing here. I refer to the study of English youth culture by Paul Willis, not present at this conference, incidentally, entitled Learning to Labor, 1977. This book can be thought of as a classic work in some new sociology of culture, or as a precursor text from the original Birmingham School, of which more below, or yet again as a kind of ethnology, something which now lights up as an axis running from the traditional terrain of anthropology to the new territory claimed by cultural studies. Here, however, what enriches the interdisciplinary problematic is the inescapable sense, it may also be so for the other disciplines, but can there equally well be overlooked, that if cultural studies is an emergent paradigm, anthropology itself, far from being a comparatively traditional one, is also in full metamorphosis and convulsive methodological and textual transformation, as the presence of the name of James Clifford on the cultural studies roster here suggests. Anthropology now means a new kind of ethnology, a new textual or interpretive anthropology, which offering some distant family likeness with the new historicism emerges fully grown in the work of Clifford and also of George Marcus and Michael Fisher, with the appropriate acknowledgement of the precursive examples of Geertz, Turner, and others. Thick description is then evoked by Andrew Ross, in his pioneering work on New Age culture, the more exhaustive, or deep, ethnographic study of cultural communities that has produced one of the most exciting developments in recent cultural studies, CS 537, while the very rhetoric of thickness, texture, and immanence is justified by a memorable period of John Fiske, which has the additional merit of bringing out some of the practical stakes of the debate, which are far from boiling down to a battle of mere disciplinary claims and counterclaims. I would like to start with the concept of distance in cultural theory. Elsewhere I have argued that distance is a key marker of difference between high and low culture, between the meanings, practices, and pleasures characteristic of empowered and disempowered social formations. Cultural distance is a multidimensional concept. In the culture of the socially advantaged and empowered, it may take the form of a distance between the art object and reader/spectator. Such distance devalues socially and historically specific reading practices in favor of a transcendent appreciation or aesthetic sensibility with claims to universality. It encourages reverence or respect for the text as an art object endowed with authenticity and requiring preservation. Distance may also function to create a difference between the experience of the artwork and everyday life. Such distance produces ahistorical meanings of artworks and allows the members of its social formation the pleasures of allying themselves with a set of humane values that in the extreme versions of aesthetic theory, are argued to be universal values which transcend their historical conditions. This distance from the historical is also a distance from the bodily sensations, for it is our bodies that finally bind us to our historical and social specificities. As the mundanities of our social conditions are set aside, or distanced, by this view of art, so, too, are the so-called sensuous, cheap, and easy pleasures of the body distanced from the more contemplative, aesthetic pleasures of the mind. And finally this distance takes the form of distance from economic necessity. The separation of the aesthetic from the social is a practice of the elite who can afford to ignore the constraints of material necessity, and who thus construct an aesthetic which not only refuses to assign any value at all to material conditions, but validates only those art forms which transcend them. This critical and aesthetic distance is thus, finally, a marker of distinction between those able to separate their culture from the social and economic conditions of the everyday and those who cannot. CS 154. But the contents of the present volume do not particularly bear out Ross's claim, except for his own lucid study of that uniquely ambiguous interpretive community which is the new yuppie culture of the New Age people, whereas Fiske's clarion call does not so much lead us down the road to anthropology as an experimental discipline, and mode of writing, as to a whole new politics of intellectuals as such. Indeed, Clifford's own paper, a description of his exciting new work on the ethnology of travel and tourism, already implicitly redefines the polemic context by offering a displacement of the traditional ethnographic conception of fieldwork, ethnography, in the normative practices of 20th century anthropology, has privileged relations of dwelling over relations of travel. This squarely redefines the intellectual and the anthropologist ethnographer observer as a kind of traveler and a kind of tourist, and it now at once rewrites the terms of this conference, whose attempt to define that thing called cultural studies, far from being an academic and a disciplinary issue, in fact turns on the status of the intellectual as such in relationship to the politics of the so-called new social movements or microgroups, cs. 99. To put it this way is to make clear the discomfort necessarily triggered among many of the other participants by Clifford's modest proposal. Far from being mere tourists or even travelers, most of them want to be true organic intellectuals at the very least, if not something more, but what would that something more be exactly? Even the cognate notion of the exile or neo-exile, the diasporic intellectual invoked by Homi Bhabha, whose remarks on the Rushdie affair blasphemy is the migrant's shame at returning home, struck me as being extraordinarily pertinent and suggestive, proposes an intermittency or alternation of subject and object, of voice and substance, of theorist and native, which secures an equally intermittent badge of group membership for the intellectual that is not available to the white male. Clifford, or to the present reviewer either, cs. 62. Social groups, Popular Front or United Nations. But the desire called the organic intellectual is omnipresent here, although it is not often expressed as openly as it is by Stuart Hall himself when, in one of the grandest utopian moments of the conference, he proposes the ideal of living with the possibility that there could be, sometime, a movement which would be larger than the movement of petit bourgeois intellectuals, cs. 288. Here is what Hall says about Gramsci in this respect. I have to confess that, though I've read many more elaborated and sophisticated accounts, Gramsci's account still seems to me to come closest to expressing what it is I think we were trying to do. Admittedly, there's a problem about his phrase, the production of organic intellectuals. But there is no doubt in my mind that we were trying to find an institutional practice in cultural studies that might produce an organic intellectual. We didn't know previously what that would mean, in the context of Britain in the 1970s, and we weren't sure we would recognize him or her if we managed to produce it. The problem about the concept of an organic intellectual is that it appears to align intellectuals with an emerging historic movement, and we couldn't tell then, and can hardly tell now, where that emerging historical movement was to be found. We were organic intellectuals without any organic point of reference, organic intellectuals with a nostalgia or will or hope, to use Gramsci's phrase from another context, that at some point we would be prepared in intellectual work for that kind of relationship, if such a conjuncture ever appeared. More truthfully, we were prepared to imagine or model or simulate such a relationship in its absence, pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. cs. 281. The Gramscian notion, however, whose double focus structurally includes intellectuals on the one hand and social strata on the other, is most often in the present collection and in the present context not interpreted as a reference to alliance politics, to a historic bloc, to the forging of a heterogeneous set of interest groups into some larger political and social movement, as it was in Gramsci and still seems to be in this formulation by Stuart Hall. Rather, its reference here seems universally to be that of the identity politics of the new social movements, or what Deleuze calls microgroups. Certainly cultural studies has widely been felt to be an alliance space of just this kind, if not exactly a movement in the Gramscian sense, unless you understand its academic ambitions to achieve recognition and institutional sanction, tenure, protection from traditional departments and the new right as a politics, indeed the only politics specific to cultural studies as such. Point 4 Thus, it welcomes together feminism and black politics, the gay movement, Chicano studies, the burgeoning post-colonial study groups, along with more traditional aficionados of the various popular and mass cultures. They can also, in traditional academia, be counted as a kind of stigmatized and persecuted minority, and the various, mostly foreign, Marxist hangers-on. Of the 41 published participants, there is a relatively even gender distribution: 24 women, 21 men. There are 25 Americans, 11 British, 4 Australians, 2 Canadians, and 1 Hungarian and Italian, respectively. There are 31 white people, 6 black people, 2 Chicanos, and 2 Indians, from the subcontinent, and there seem to be at least 5 gay people out of the 40-some. As for the disciplines or departments themselves, they seem to fall out as follows: English takes the lion's share with 11, as might have been predicted. Communications, sociology, and art history are distant runners-up with 4 each. There are 3 representatives of humanities programs, 2 each from women's studies, cultural studies proper, history of consciousness, and radio, television, and film, while religion and anthropology have 1 representative each. But these, admittedly very impressionistic, breakdowns do not reflect the group, subgroup, or subcultural ideological positions very accurately. As opposed to only 4 traditional feminist papers, for example, there are at least 2 gay statements. Of the 5 black statements, 1 also raises feminist issues, or rather, it would be more accurate to say that Michelle Wallace's paper is a statement of a black feminist position as such, while 2 more raise national questions. One of the 2 Chicano papers is also a feminist statement. There are 10 recognizably mass cultural or popular cultural topics which tend to displace emphasis from identity issues to media ones. I indulge this exercise as much to show what seems to have been omitted from the cultural studies problematic as what is included in it. Only 3 papers seem to me to discuss the issue of group identity in any kind of central way, while Paul Gilroy's attack on the slogan, which he translates as ethnic absolutism, is best examined in another context, below, and of those only Elspeth Probin's intricately referenced essay makes a stab at a theory of collective identity, or at least of collective enunciation, as such, asking us to go beyond discrete positions of difference and to refuse the crisis mode of representation, to make the sound of our identities count as we work to construct communities of caring. CS 511. Such sounds seem to be rather wild ones, however, as when we are told how images of the self can work successfully to annoy, to enervate discursive fixities and extra discursive expectations. CS 506. But the papers by Cobina Mercer and by Marco Sanchez Tranquilino and John Tagg are already en route towards something rather different from classic identity theory. Mercer, indeed, opens a path-breaking exploration into the way in which the 60s image of black militancy was able to serve as a suggestive and a liberating model for the politics of other groups, while Sanchez Tranquilino displaces the more psychological or philosophical problematic of identity back onto the social matter of nationalism. What is at issue in this resurrection of the Pachuco in the late 1970s is the representation of militancy through the articulation of the Pachuco into the politics of identity of a nationalist movement. The problems here are the problems of all nationalisms. CS 562. Maybe so, but the nationalisms, let's better say the separatisms, are not present here. Feminist, lesbian, gay separatisms are not represented as such, and if there are still any black separatisms left, they are certainly not here either. Of the other ethnic groups, only the Chicanos are here, to represent themselves and perhaps stand in for some of those other movements, but not for the more traditional national ethnies, whose problems are interestingly different from these, as witness the debates about Greece as a minor culture. 5. While the post-colonials tirelessly make the point, as in the Homi Babha essay already referred to, that the diasporic fact and experience is the very opposite of one of ethnic separatism. This is to say, then, that this particular space called cultural studies is not terribly receptive to unmixed identities as such, but seems on the contrary to welcome the celebration, but also the analysis, of the mixed, per se, of new kinds of structural complexity. Already Bakhtinian tones were invoked to dispel the monologic, and is not cultural separatism the longing for a certain monological discourse? Clifford wishes not to assert a naive democracy of plural authorship, but to loosen at least somewhat the monological control of the executive writer/anthropologist, cs. 100, while Stollybrass's remarkable piece on the invention of Shakespeare replaces the modern single author with a network of collaborative relations, normally between two or more writers, between writers and acting companies, between acting companies and printers, between compositors and proofreaders, between printers and censors, such that there is also no single moment of the individual text, cs. 601. The problematic of the auteur then reminds us to what degree the narrative notion of a single, albeit collective, agency is still operative in many garden variety notions of identity, and indeed returns on the last page of this anthology in Angela McRobbie's stirring invocation of the mission of cultural studies in the 1990s to act as a kind of guide to how people see themselves, as active agents whose sense of self is projected onto and expressed in an expansive range of cultural practices. cs. 730. But that isolationist conception of group identity would at best open up a space for cultural studies in which each of the groups said its piece, in a kind of United Nations plenary session, and was given respectful, and politically correct, hearing by all the others, neither a stimulating nor a very productive exercise, one would think. The identities in question in the present volume are, however, mainly dual ones. For them black feminism is the paradigm, but also Chicana feminism, as in Angie Shabram-Derner-Sejan's lively essay. Indeed, I'm tempted to suggest that cultural studies today, or at least that proposed by this particular collection and conference, is very much a matter of dual citizenship, of having at least a dual passport, if not more of them. The really interesting and productive work and thought does not seem to happen without the productive tension of trying to combine, navigate, and coordinate several identities at once, and several commitments, several positions. It's like a replay of Sartre's old notion that the writer is better off having to address at least two distinct and unrelated publics at the same time. Once again, it is in Stuart Hall's reflective and wide-ranging remarks, as one of the precursors or founding figures of the older, Birmingham cultural studies, that the necessity for living with these tensions is affirmed as such, cs. 284. To be sure, in this particular passage he means the tension between text and society, between superstructure and base, what he calls the necessary displacement of culture out of the social real into the imaginary. But he had also before that recalled the tensions involved in multiple ideological influences and commitments, to Marxism but also to feminism, to structuralism or the linguistic turn, as so many distinct forces of gravity, which made up the richness of the school to respond to, rather than to achieve the final synthesis, iron out the contradictions, and flatten these multiple operations out into a single program or formula. The tensions between group identities, one would think, offer a more productive field of force than the interdisciplinary ambivalences discussed earlier, but all this then threatens to be flattened out and diffused in a rather different way by the competing disciplinary formula of postmodernism and its version of pluralism, a topic which is here on the whole systematically avoided and eluded, for a reason that now becomes obvious. Cultural studies as a substitute for Marxism. To stage a frontal assault on postmodernism as such, indeed, and to argue for the philosophical necessity of a cultural studies that was something other than a postmodern celebration of the effacement of the boundaries of high and low, the pluralism of the microgroups and the replacement of ideological politics with image and media culture, would require a reassessment of the traditional relationship of the general cultural studies movement with Marxism that evidently exceeded the ambitions of the present conference. Marxism is there for the most part evidently understood as yet another kind of group identity, but then of a very tiny group indeed, at least in the US, rather than as the kind of problematic and problem, which Stuart Hall evokes, the questions that Marxism as a theoretical project put on the agenda, questions which are what one meant by working within shouting distance of Marxism, working on Marxism, working against Marxism, working with it, working to try to develop Marxism, CS 279. Yet it would be all the more important to come to grips with these issues, insofar as, in the US, cultural studies, as Michael Denning has argued for its precursor and competitor American studies, can equally well be seen to be a substitute for Marxism as a development of it. 6 But not even Raymond Williams's strategic British reformulation of Marxism as cultural materialism receives attention here, nor have the Americans shown much anxiety in general about the problem of avoiding idealism. Nor is the political will implicit in the Birmingham group fully as much as in Williams generally in much evidence in these pages, about which it needs to be stressed again and again, for both, that cultural studies or cultural materialism was essentially a political project and indeed a Marxist project at that. When foreign theory crosses the Atlantic, it tends to lose much of its contextual political or class overtones, as witness the evaporation of so much of that from French theory. Nowhere is this process more striking, however, as in the current American reinvention of what was in Britain a militant affair and a commitment to radical social change. The usual American anti-Marxian litanies are, however, in the current volume only occasionally and perfunctorily intoned. A systemic transformation, which they do not, however, want to call postmodern for some reason, is evoked with gusto by Sanchez Tranquilino and Tagg. As long as the museum could be conceived as an ideological state apparatus, it was possible to imagine another place, another consciousness. Now, with the undermining of these categories and logics, both sides seem to have been flung out or sucked into a gravity-less space. Such forms of sociological explanation have themselves been caught in the internal collapse of the discipline they claim to critique. 556-57. There is fortunately very little of the silliest of the usual claims, that Marxism is anti-feminist or excludes women, but high feminism also seems enveloped in another familiar reproach, namely that cultural studies does not do grand theory anymore, in which massive, world historical problems are debated on such a level of generality that they cannot possibly be solved, a reproach that is specifically directed against Marxism, but seems also to secure the fairly thoroughgoing evacuation of any number of other grand theories and grand names besides feminism, psychoanalysis, Lacanianism, deconstruction, Baudrillard, Lyotard, Derrida, Virilio, Deleuze, Greimas, etc. With Raymond Williams but no longer with Gramsci, Brecht, or Benjamin an exception, and one of the still minimally operative icons of the new movement, C.S. Morris, 466. Still, it seems possible that as the noisiest detractors of grand theory are the Australians, this particular move may owe something to the idiosyncratic and anarchist roots of Australian radicalism. It is, indeed, from Australia that another even more sinister variant of this otherwise harmless anti-intellectualism comes, in Tony Bennett's specifically political and activist critique of Marxism. After hastening to accept the new social movements from his own reformist structures on political activity, he describes his position as follows. What it is to argue against are ways of conducting both of these aspects of political processes, alliances and single-issue politics, and of connecting them to one another, in ways which anticipate and are envisaged as paving the way for the production of a unified class, gender, people, or race as a social agent likely to take decisive action in a moment of terminal political fulfillment of a process assigned the task of bringing that agent into being. And it is to do so precisely because of the degree to which such political projects and the constructions which fuel them hinder the development of more specific and immediate forms of political calculation and action likely to improve the social circumstances and possibilities of the constituencies in question. CS 32. Lacan/Maup versus Gramsci versus Lenin. Bennett versus Lacan/Maup. The frame of reference is impossible to determine, particularly since no one, on the left, has ever believed in any unified class, gender, people, or race in the first place, and certainly not Gramsci, who has been summarily sent packing in the preceding pages as being no longer of much service politically, cs. 29. Bennett's is a genuine thought of the other, busy tracking down and denouncing the ideological errors of all these enemies on the left in the shrillest traditions of Althusserian hectoring. Nor does he seem to realize how obscene American left readers are likely to find his proposals on talking to and working with what used to be called the ISAs rather than writing them off from the outset and then, in a self-fulfilling prophecy, criticizing them again when they seem to affirm one's direst functionalist predictions. Cs. 32. The invitation to stop mouthing Marxist slogans, grand theory, and to enter the, presumably vaguely social democratic, government may have some relevance in a small country with socialist traditions, but it is surely misplaced advice here, and in any case quite impossible to fulfill. The tone of this essay, given pride of place for alphabetical reasons at the very opening of the volume, is remarkably misleading as to the spirit of the collection as a whole. What is more distressing is the ignorance it betrays about the structural differences of the various national situations today, one of the strong themes of the present volume and paradoxically one which the Australian contributors themselves play a central role in establishing, as we shall see shortly. But this particular formulation by Bennett leads on to the fundamental anti-Marxian stereotype, for the passage quoted can readily be translated back into the hoariest of all negative buzzwords, totalization, namely some kind of totalitarian and organic homogenization to which the Marxists are supposed to subject all forms of difference. In Sartre, however, this originally philosophical term simply meant the way in which perceptions, instruments, and raw materials were linked up and set in relationship to each other by the unifying perspective of a project. If you don't have a project or don't want one, it obviously no longer applies. I'm not sure whether this concept projects a model exactly, or is constructed according to the image of one, but I suspect it would not matter much, since conceptions of relationship, however they attempt to keep their terms distinct and separate, tend to slip into images of an undifferentiated mass. Witness the fortunes of the at least pop philosophical concept of the organic, which once designated the radical difference in function between the various organs. One of Marx's fundamental figures in the Grundrisse was that of metabolism, but now seems to mean turning them all into the same thing. The organic has thus, along with linear history, a construction I believe we owe to McLuhan, become one of the fundamental post-structural indices of error, at least until totalization came along. Of course, one can stop using these words for tactical reasons, and to abridge lexical and philological explanations such as this one, but surely on any dispassionate view the present collection is crammed full of various acts of totalization which it would serve no good purpose to track down and eliminate unless your aim is to return to that kind of Simon pure, solid color theorization which has, in connection with the politics of an unmixed identity, been argued to be incompatible with the essentially mixed nature of cultural studies in the first place. Articulation, a truck driver's manual. These acts of totalization are, however, camouflaged by a new figure, which unlike the Sartrean coinage of totalization itself has a respectable post-structural theoretical correctness about it, and which, like all figures, displaces the terms of the old one just slightly. This is the omnipresent concept of articulation, about which we urgently need a lexical entry in some larger ideological dictionary of the objective spirit of the period. Derived, like organic, from the body as a reference, it rather designates the bony parts and the connections of the skeleton, than the soft organic organs, and perhaps the rigor and mechanical quality plays some part in its current favor, but is then quickly transferred to speech, as in a very allegory of the linguistic turn itself. My sense is that we owe its compulsive use to Althusser, whose influence may then have had some effect on Foucault's even more compulsive figures of segmentation and spatial divisibility, with generalization via Ben Brewster's elegant English language reinvention, and Poulantzas's political extensions, along with Pierre-Philippe Rey's anthropology, thence to Hindus and Hirst, and on into a generalized theoretical lingua franca, shortly to be rejoined by such current favorites as to erase, circulation, constructed, and the like. What is less often remembered is that Althusser actually found this seemingly Althusserian and structuralist-sounding word in Marx himself, and specifically in the great unfinished program essay of August 1857, which was to have served as the introduction to the Grundrisse.7. Here Gleidrung designates the articulation of the categories, and realities, of production, distribution, and consumption among each other. In this form it is a suggestive model whose application remains to be explored. Meanwhile, it is important to stress the well-nigh independent and extraordinarily rich development of the concept of articulation by the Birmingham School itself, at a crucial moment in its history when the intersections of race, gender, and class became an urgent theoretical problem. Catherine Hall's formulation is here canonical. I don't think that we have, as yet, a theory as to the articulation of race, class, and gender and the ways in which these articulations might generally operate. The terms are often produced as a litany, to prove political correctness, but that does not necessarily mean that the forms of analysis which follow are really shaped by a grasp of the workings of each axis of power in relation to the others. Indeed, it is extremely difficult to do such work because the level of analysis is necessarily extremely complex with many variables in play at any one time. Case studies, therefore, whether historical or contemporary, which carefully trace the contradictory ways in which these articulations take place both in historically specific moments and over time, seem to me to be very important. CS 270-71. Perhaps the suggestion of what theory ought to be, we do not yet have a theory, gives a little too much aid and comfort to those who are allergic to grand theorizing, since one would have thought that the concept of articulation as referenced here is already very precisely a theory in its own right. It implies a kind of turning structure, an ion exchange between various entities, in which the ideological drives associated with one pass over and interfuse the other but only provisionally, for a historically specific moment, before entering into new combinations, being systematically worked over into something else, decaying over time in interminable half-life, or being blasted apart by the convulsions of a new social crisis. The articulation is thus a punctual and sometimes even ephemeral totalization, in which the planes of race, gender, class, ethnicity, and sexuality intersect to form an operative structure. Here is a fuller statement by Stuart Hall. The unity formed by this combination or articulation, is always, necessarily, a complex structure, a structure in which things are related, as much through their differences as through their similarities. This requires that the mechanisms which connect dissimilar features must be shown, since no necessary correspondence or expressive homology can be assumed as given. It also means, since the combination is a structure, an articulated combination, and not a random association, that there will be structured relations between the parts, i.e., relations of dominance and subordination. CS 579-80. In reality, a whole poetic is implicit in such analytic terminology, since the very representation of such complexes is always problematic. It is not merely the structure of the complex that is not given in advance, as, for example, whether race or gender happen to come first, which one stands as some provisional ultimately determining instance to the other. It is also the language in which the elements and their connections are to be described which must be invented. Descriptions of articulation are thus also necessarily autoreferential in that they must comment on and validate their own linguistic instruments, only preserving the flimsiest and most tenuous survival of an older figural content, the joints or bones operating together, the mechanical sense of sheer connection as such. Articulation thus stands as the name of the central theoretical problem or conceptual core of cultural studies, exemplified over and over again in this volume where it is less often foregrounded as such. It can be sensed at work in Constance Penley's rather more Freudian, and also Marxian, notion of lack, contradiction, substitution, and compensation formation, when, in her essay on women's Star Trek porn, she places on the agenda The fact that the women fans can imagine a sexual relation only if it involves a childless couple made up of two men, who never have to cook or scrub the tub, and who live 300 years in the future. I would also argue that Star Trek fandom in general is an attempt to resolve another lack, that of a social relation. Trek fan culture is structured around the same void that structures American culture generally, and its desire too is that fundamental antagonisms, like class and race, not exist. CS 495. But here the public/private or social/sexual articulation is grasped as a kind of dualism that folds the description back into more familiar Freudo-Marxisms like that of Deleuze and Guattari in the Anti-Oedipus. One can also represent articulation in terms of models and suggestive influences, as in Kobina Mercer's piece on the 60s, already mentioned, in which the black movement and the very ideological and libidinal structure of black militancy is articulated as a signifying chain that can be reproduced in other constituencies. That it is also a reversible connecting factor and can be rewired back into original new forms of racism is another point he makes forcefully, in a timely rebuke to a certain omnipresent cultural studies triumphalism. But articulation also implies and indeed grounds allegory as its fundamental expressive structure. Thus Janice Radway reminds us of the way in which mass or popular culture has consistently been fantasized as feminine. The rotating allegorical structures of collective fantasy are surely in fact the basic text of any approach to articulation as symptom or as political program, CS 513. But these dynamics of articulation will not be clarified until we more fully grasp the consequences implicit in seeing culture as the expression of the individual group. Culture and group libido. For culture, the weaker, more secular version of that thing called religion is not a substance or a phenomenon in its own right, it is an objective mirage that arises out of the relationship between at least two groups. This is to say that no group has a culture all by itself. Culture is the nimbus perceived by one group when it comes into contact with and observes another one. It is the objectification of everything alien and strange about the contact group. In this context, it is of no little interest to observe that one of the first books on the interrelationship of groups, the constitutive role of the boundary, the way each group is defined by and defines the other, draws on Irving Goffman's stigma for an account of how defining marks function for other people. In this sense, then, a culture is the ensemble of stigmata one group bears in the eyes of the other group, and vice versa. Point 8. But such marks are more often projected into the alien mind in the form of that thought of the other we call belief and elaborate as religion. But belief in this sense is not something we ourselves have, since what we do seems to us natural and does not need the motivation and rationalization of this strange internalized entity, and indeed the anthropologist Rodney Needham has shown that most cultures do not possess the equivalent of our concept, or pseudo-concept, of belief, which is thus unmasked as something the translators illicitly project back into non-imperial, non-cosmopolitan languages. Still, it happens that we also often speak of our own culture, religion, beliefs, or whatever. These may now be identified as the recuperation of the other's view of us, of that objective mirage whereby the other has formed a picture of us as having a culture. Depending on the power of the other, this alienated image demands a response, which may be as inconsequential as the denial whereby Americans brush off the stereotypes of the ugly American they encounter abroad, or as thoroughgoing as the various ethnic revivals whereby, as in Hindu nationalism, a people reconstructs those stereotypes and affirms them in a new cultural nationalist politics, something which is never the return to an older authentic reality but always a new construction, out of what look like older materials. Culture must thus always be seen as a vehicle or a medium whereby the relationship between groups is transacted. If it is not always vigilantly unmasked as an idea of the other, even when I reassume it for myself, it perpetuates the optical illusions and the false objectivism of this complex historical relationship. Thus the objections that have been made to pseudo-concepts like society are even more valid for this one, whose origin in group struggle can be deciphered. Meanwhile, to insist on this translation program, the imperative to turn concepts of culture back into forms of the relationship between collective groups, offers a more satisfactory way of fulfilling the objectives of the various forms of a sociological Heisenberg principle than does the current individualistic recommendation to reckon back in the place of the observer. In reality, the anthropologist other, the individual observer, stands in for a whole social group, and it is in this sense that his knowledge is a form of power, where knowledge designates something individual, and power tries to characterize that mode of relationship between groups for which our vocabulary is so poor. For the relationship between groups is, so to speak, unnatural. It is the chance external contact between entities which have only an interior, like a monad, and no exterior or external surface, save in this special circumstance in which it is precisely the outer edge of the group that all the while remaining unrepresentable brushes against that of the other. Speaking crudely then, we would have to say that the relationship between groups must always be one of struggle or violence, for the only positive or tolerant way for them to coexist is to part from one another and rediscover their isolation and their solitude. Each group is thus the entire world. The collective is the fundamental form of the monad, windowless and unbounded, at least from within. But this failure or omission of a plausible, let alone a natural set of attitudes whereby group relations might be conducted means that the two fundamental forms of group relationship reduce themselves to the primordial ones of envy and loathing, respectively. The oscillation back and forth between these poles can at least in part be explained by prestige, to use one of Gramsci's categories, an attempt to appropriate the culture of the other group, which as we have already seen in effect means inventing the culture of the other group, is a tribute and a form of group recognition, the expression of collective envy, the acknowledgement of the prestige of the other group. It seems likely that this prestige is not to be too quickly reduced to matters of power, since very often larger and more powerful groups pay this tribute to the groups they dominate, whose forms of cultural expression they borrow and imitate. Prestige is thus more plausibly an emanation of group solidarity, something a weaker group often needs to develop more desperately than the larger complacent hegemonic one, which nonetheless dimly senses its own inner lack of the same cohesion and unconsciously regrets its tendential dissolution as a group as such. Groupieism is another strong expression of this kind of envy, but on an individual basis, as members of the dominant culture opt out and mimic the adherents to the dominated. After all that has been said, it is probably not necessary to add that groupies are thus already in this sense potential or proto-intellectuals. As for group loathing, however, it mobilizes the classic syndromes of purity and danger, and acts out a kind of defense of the boundaries of the primary group against this threat perceived to be inherent in the other's very existence. Modern racism, as opposed, in other words, to postmodern or neo-racism, is one of the most elaborated forms of such group loathing inflected in the direction of a whole political program. It should lead us on to some reflection on the role of the stereotype in all such group or cultural relations, which can virtually by definition not do without the stereotypical. For the group as such is necessarily an imaginary entity, in the sense in which no individual mind is able to intuit it concretely. The group must be abstracted, or fantasized, on the basis of discrete individual contacts and experiences which can never be generalized in anything but abusive fashion. The relations between groups are always stereotypical insofar as they must always involve collective abstractions of the other group, no matter how sanitized, no matter how liberally censored and imbued with respect. What it is politically correct to do under such circumstances is to allow the other group itself to elaborate its own preferential image and then to work with that henceforth official stereotype. But the inevitability of the stereotypical and the persistence of the possibility of group loathing, racism, caricature, and all the rest it cannot but bring with it is not thereby laid to rest. Utopia could therefore, under those circumstances, only mean two different kinds of situations which might in fact turn out to be the same, a world in which only individuals confronted one another, in the absence of groups, or a group isolated from the rest of the world in such a way that the matter of the external stereotype, or ethnic identity, never arose in the first place. The stereotype is indeed the place of an illicit surplus of meaning, what Barthes called the nausea of mythologies, it is the abstraction by virtue of which my individuality is allegized and turned into an abusive illustration of something else, something non-concrete and non-individual. I don't join organizations or adopt labels, says a character in a recent movie. You don't have to, replies his friend, you're a Jew. But the liberal solution to this dilemma, doing away with the stereotypes or pretending they don't exist, is not possible, although fortunately we carry on as though it were for most of the time. Groups are thus always conflictual, and this is what has led Donald Horowitz, in the definitive study of international ethnic conflict, to suggest that although what he takes to be Marxism's economic or class account of such conflicts is unsatisfactory, Marx may have unwittingly anticipated a fundamental feature of modern ethnic theory in his notion of the necessarily dichotomous structure of class conflict as such. Ethnic conflicts, indeed, are for Horowitz always tendentially dichotomous, each side ending up incorporating the various smaller satellite ethnic groups in such a way as to symbolically reenact a version of Gramscian hegemony and Gramscian hegemonic or historic blocks as well. 9 But classes in that sense do not precede capitalism, and there is no single-shot Marxian theory of economic causality. The economic is most often the forgotten trigger for all kinds of non-economic developments. And the emphasis on it is heuristic and has to do with the structure of the various disciplines, and what they structurally occult or repress, rather than with ontology. What Marxism has to offer ethnic theory is probably, on the contrary, the suggestion that ethnic struggles might well be clarified by an accompanying question about class formation as such. Fully realized classes, indeed, classes in and for themselves, potential or structural classes that have finally by all kinds of complicated historical and social processes achieved what is often called class consciousness, are clearly also groups in our sense, although groups in our sense are rarely classes as such. Marxism suggests two kinds of things about these peculiar and relatively rare types of groups. The first is that they have much greater possibilities for development than ethnic groups as such. They can potentially expand to become coterminous with society as a whole, and do so, during those unique and punctual events we call revolutions, whereas the groups are necessarily limited by their own specific self-definition and constitutive characteristics. Ethnic conflict can thus develop and expand into class conflict as such, whereas the degeneration of class conflict into ethnic rivalry is a restrictive and centripetal development. Indeed, the alternation of envy and loathing constitutes an excellent illustration of the dialectic of class and group in action. Whatever group or identity investment may be at work in envy, its libidinal opposite always tends to transcend the dynamics of the group relationship in the direction of that of class proper. Thus, anyone who observed the deployment of group and identity hatred in the recent Republican National Convention, the race and gender hostility so clearly marked in the speeches and the faces of characteristic cultural counter-revolutionaries like Pat Buchanan, understood at once that it was fundamentally class hostility and class struggle that was the deeper stake in such passions and their symbolisms. By the same token, the observers who felt that symbolism and responded to the Republican right in kind can also be said to have had their smaller group and identity consciousness raised in the direction of the ultimate horizon of social class. The second point follows from this one, namely that it is only after the modulation of the ethnic into the class category that a possible resolution of such struggles is to be found. For, in general, ethnic conflict cannot be solved or resolved. It can only be sublimated into a struggle of a different kind that can be resolved. Class struggle, which has as its aim and outcome not the triumph of one class over another but the abolition of the very category of class, offers the prototype of one such sublimation. The market and consumption, that is to say, what is euphemistically called modernization, the transformation of the members of various groups into the universal consumer, is another kind of sublimation, which has come to look equally as universal as the classless one, but which perhaps owes its success predominantly to the specific circumstances of the post-feudal North American Commonwealth and the possibilities of social leveling that arose with the development of the mass media. This is the sense in which American democracy has seemed able to preempt class dynamics and to offer a unique solution to the matter of group dynamics discussed above. We therefore need to take into account the possibility that the various politics of difference, the differences inherent in the various politics of group identity, have been made possible only by the tendential leveling of social identity generated by consumer society, and to entertain the hypothesis that a cultural politics of difference becomes itself feasible only when the great and forbidding categories of classical otherness have been substantially weakened by modernization, so that current neo-ethnicities may be distinct from the classical kind as neo-racism is from classical racism. Point 10. However, this does not spell a waning of group antagonisms but precisely the opposite, as can be judged from the current world scene, and it is also to be expected that cultural studies itself as a space in which the new group dynamics develop will also entail its quotient of the libidinal. The energy exchanges or ion formations of articulation are not, indeed, likely to take place neutrally, but to release violent waves of affect, narcissistic wounds, feelings of envy and inferiority, the intermittent repugnance for the others' groups. And in fact this is precisely what we observe to be at work in some of the most remarkable papers in the present collection. Thus, in one of its most dramatic moments, Douglas Crimp traces a liberal tolerant practice of AIDS cultural politics through to the point at which it becomes clear that the photographic and video documentation in question, ostensibly intended to inspire pity and sympathy for what are always called the victims, in reality constitute phobic images, images of the terror at imagining the person with AIDS as still sexual, CE 130. This liberalism, then, comes with a price, namely the possibility for the liberal middle-class sympathizer to omit an imagination of the sick person as a sexual being. The implication is that a liberal tolerance for gays and lesbians generally requires this more fundamental imaginative repression of awareness of sexuality as such. Here the sexual or gender plane lends a powerful anticathexis or loathing to the social one, and enables a development of mass reaction and hatred that can be mobilized well beyond this particular target group and made available for alliance politics of a different and more alarming type. For loathing and envy are very precisely the effective expressions of the relations of groups to one another, as has been argued above, insofar as the object of cultural studies can be defined as the cultural expression of the various relationships groups entertain with each other, sometimes on a global scale, sometimes within a single individual. The semiotics of disgust and of group envy ought to play a larger part here than it does. In that respect, the central exhibit is a remarkable article by Laura Kipnis, whose title, Male, Desire and, Female, Disgust, Reading Hustler, does not make it clear enough that one of its central theses has to do with the way in which, following the spirit of Bourdieu's distinction, class consciousness here borrows the trappings of physical repugnance. The transcoding between the body and the social sets up the mechanisms through which the body is a privileged political trope of lower social classes, and through which bodily grossness operates as a critique of dominant ideology. The power of grossness is predicated on its opposition from and to high discourses, themselves prophylactic against the debasement of the low. CS 376. But Kipnis goes even further than this, and than Bourdieu himself, in the way in which, as is appropriate in dealing with a class consciousness that is by definition a relationship and a form of struggle, she takes on the intricate matter of the subject positions involved in this act of cultural aggression, in which, at least for openers, women are allegized as gentility and high culture and men, by way of what Jeffrey Klein calls a blue-collar urge, CS 391, as lower class. There is the further discomfort at being addressed as a subject of repression, as a subject with a history, and the rejection of porn can be seen as a defense erected against representations which mean to unsettle her in her subjectivity. In other words, there is a violation of the idea of the naturalness of female sexuality and subjectivity, which is exacerbated by the social fact that not all women do experience male pornography in the same way. CS 380. But this analysis of intercollective subjectivities and subject positions leads us virtually to the borderlines of a whole new field, which is no longer either anthropology or sociology in the traditional sense, but which certainly restores to culture its hidden inner meaning as the space of the symbolic moves of groups in agonistic relation to each other. One other essay, bell hooks representing whiteness in the black imagination, occupies this area as its own. Its account of the visceral fear of white people in the black imagination has something of the vividness of a work of art in its own right, not necessarily the highest compliment in the present context, I realize. Yet such a new field is neither so accessible nor so easy of realization as I may have unwittingly suggested. There are barriers, and they are not automatically overcome even by the least self-indulgent introspection or the most controlled autobiographical exploration. To see what these are we need to return to Marxism again. Indeed, the preceding section constituted a description of the forms taken by totalization in cultural studies. What has not yet been said is the role played by social class in cultural studies as currently constituted, which may not be an altogether obvious one, although it has been hinted at in passing. Free-floating intellectuals. Class here essentially takes two forms, in addition to the shifting and aleatory participation of a class factor in the various cultural constellations in question, as when class reappears in Kipnis's analysis of a pornographic cultural object, or is fantasized according to a gender allegory. The first form in which class reappears here, charged with an anxiety that is omnipresent in these pages, is through the inconspicuous backdoor of the role of the intellectual as such. Simon Frith designates it with some uncharitable bluntness when he says, "From my sociological perspective, popular music is a solution, a ritualized resistance, not to the problems of being young and poor and proletarian but to the problems of being an intellectual." CS 179. Nor is the professional reference to a sociological perspective an idle one, for it conveys a very different conception of the relationship of the intellectual to society than anything cultural studies could envisage, when indeed it is willing to conceptualize this embarrassing question, namely, what I am tempted to call the tragic sense of life of the great sociologists, from Weber and Veblen to Bourdieu, that glacial disengagement from social phenomena as such which is the very condition of the sociologist's disabused knowledge and which excludes any activist participation in the social, indeed any political commitment in the usual sense, on pain of losing the very insights, the very power of demystification, paid for by just this epistemological separation from the human. This is, I believe, a bourgeois, or pre-Marxist, view of the matter, but it expresses the conviction of a very real truth, which is none other than the Heisenberg principle of the status of the intellectual as observer, the sense that it is precisely that status itself a social reality and a social fact that intervenes between the object of knowledge and the act of knowing. Such sociology is in any case constituted by a passion for seeing through the ideologies and the alibis which accompany the class and group struggles of the social and entangle those in ever higher levels of cultural complexity. If now we become aware that such lucidity as to the real mechanisms of social relationship demands the price of a single white lie, a strategic blind spot in the area of the intellectual, the occupation of everything that is social about our own observer's viewpoint itself, the renunciation of social commitment, the attempt to surrender social knowledge from action in the world, indeed the very pessimism about the possibility of action in the world in the first place, will come to seem an act of atonement for this particular, structural, original sin. For the intellectual is necessarily and constitutively at a distance, not merely from her or his own class of origin, but also from the class of chosen affiliation. Even more relevant in the present context, she is also necessarily at a distance from the social groups as well, and the ontological security of the militants of the new social movements is deceptive, who were able to feel that because they were women, blacks, or ethnics, as intellectuals they counted as members of those peoples, and no longer had to face the dilemmas of the classic intellectual with his Hegelian unhappy consciousness. But we now know this is impossible, particularly since the question of the intellectual has been rewritten in the new paradigm as the problem of representation as such, about which there is some agreement that it is neither possible nor desirable. On the older paradigm, however, the intellectual was most lucidly conceived of as what Sartre called an objective traitor, an impersonal and unintentional Stalinist crime for which no solution can be found, but only expiation or bad faith. Where Sartre was always closest to Marxism was in this conviction that when you cannot resolve a contradiction, it is best and most authentic to hold onto it in wrenching self-consciousness, or at least, that is preferable, as anything else always is, to repression and the artificial working up of this or that form of good conscience. This is not inconsistent with a utopian position, in which, with Stuart Hall, we can try to act as though the group whose organic intellectual we try to be already existed, or, remembering that other remark of Gramsci that everyone is an intellectual, we can also suffer the class and blood guilt of the contemporary intellectual situation, in the hopes of some future abolition of classes altogether, and thus, with them, of everything now conflicted about the smaller groups now buffeted by the force field of class struggle. In the light of this dilemma, Foucault's ad hoc invention of the category he calls the specific intellectual seems trivial, while beyond it, the old Maoist solution itself seems a tragic impossibility, in which by going back to the factory or the field the intellectual is promised some remerzion in the group which will cleanse him of that particular original sin which is the crime of being an intellectual. But this is also called populism, and it remains very much alive, not least in these pages. The negative symptom of populism is very precisely the hatred and loathing of intellectuals as such, or, today, of the academy that has seemed to become synonymous with them. 11 It is a contradictory symbolic process not unlike Jewish anti-Semitism, since populism is itself very precisely an ideology of intellectuals, the people are not populist, and represents a desperate attempt on their part to repress their condition and to deny and negate its facts of life. In the cultural studies area, it is of course the name of John Fiske that has primarily been associated with a certain populist stance toward culture. Politics have never been far below the surface in my attempt to think critically about the relationships between dominant and subordinated habit uses in cultural theory. I hope we can narrow the gap and increase the travel between them, because by doing so I believe we can help change the relationship between the academy and other social formations, in particular those of the subordinate. Many of those living within such subordinated formations find little pertinence between the conditions of their everyday lives and academic ways of explaining the world. It is in none of our interests to allow this gap to grow any wider, particularly when we consider that many of the most effective recent movements for social change have involved allegiances between universities and members of repressed or subordinated social formations. CS 164. Here and throughout a few hardy souls dare to express the opinion that academics are also people, but no one seems particularly enthusiastic about the prospect of undertaking an ethnology of their culture, fearing perhaps rightly the anxieties and the dreariness of such self-knowledge, which Pierre Bourdieu has unremittingly pursued in France. But after all, there is a way in which populism and anti-intellectualism are, as specifically one even wants to say, an exceptionally American matter. The primary reproach to Fiske's work lies elsewhere, and seems to turn very precisely on the ambiguity of culture or the superstructure about which Stuart Hall warned, on its tendency, as an object, to displace itself away from the social, to reaffirm its semi-autonomy, to instantiate a necessary delay, something décentré about the medium of culture, which always escapes and evades the attempt to link it, directly and immediately, with other structures, CE 284. Fiske's work builds on this very gap, affirming the presence of economic oppression and social exploitation, at the same time that it reads culture as a set of resources to fight against those constraints. CS 157. The fear is not only that, as with Marx's supposedly infamous view of religion, that fight may be only an imaginary one. 12 It is even more the suspicion that it is the intellectual himself who may here be using the celebration of mass culture as a ritual to conjure his particular structural distance and to participate, like Edward Curtis, in the dances and solidarity of the ethnic tribe itself. Interestingly, one of the really interesting textual studies in this collection, William Warner's paper on Rambo, affirms the operativity of pain in this mass cultural text, as a way in which the American public assuages its guilt at the loss of the war by way of images of the physical suffering of its hero. In general, a little more attention to the negative emotions, in popular culture as well as in its analysis, would have enhanced the credibility of this volume. but it is Michelle Wallace who raises these issues most sharply in her exploration of the ironies of representation in the micropolitics of cultural studies, after repudiating the claims of others to represent black feminism, and after describing the tensions within it between subversion and institutionalization, or commercial stardom, as in the actors of The Color Purple. She goes on to problematize the thing itself, following Gayatri Spivak's famous query, "Can the subaltern speak?" What I am calling into question is the idea that black feminism, or any program, should assume, uncritically, its ability to speak for black women, most of whom are poor and silenced by inadequate education, healthcare, housing, and lack of public access. Not because I think that black feminism should have nothing to do with representing the black woman who cannot speak for herself, but because the problem of silence, and the shortcomings inherent in any representation of the silenced, need to be acknowledged as a central problematic in an oppositional black feminist process. CS 663. This modesty, along with Cornel West's forthright call to the participants to recognize and acknowledge themselves as American intellectuals, and to take up the burden of American cultural history, which, along with American studies, is also strangely absent here, may offer the most satisfactory way of working through or working out the dilemma of the cultural intellectual. It is, however, not the only one, and surely the most innovative treatment of the intellectual in this conference lies in the new model of the intellectual as fan. Some of the most exciting work being done in cultural studies, as you know, is ethnographic, and positions the critic in some respects as a fan. C.S. Ross, 553. It is at least a somewhat more attractive image and role than that of the groupie of 60s vintage, and implies the transformation of group or ethnic identity, to which the groupie was attracted as a moth to the flame, into practices and performances which one could appreciate like a not unparticipatory spectator. This surely reflects the properly postmodern transformation of ethnicity into neo-ethnicity, as the isolation and oppression of groups is lifted up, in a properly Hegelian Aufhebung, which preserves and cancels that at one and the same time, into media acknowledgement and the new reunification by the image. But it is not an unproblematical solution either, for the new fan is something like a fan of fans, and both Constance Penley, in her account of Star Trek culture, and Janice Radway, in her classic book on the romance, are careful to document the distance that has to be overcome between the real fans and their academic ethnographer. Simon Frith goes even further than this. If, as is variously suggested in this book, fans are popular, or organic, intellectuals, then they may well have the same anxieties about being fans, and take comfort from the same myths, as the rest of us. CS 182. This is to underscore a peculiarly Derridian turn in the transformation of the people into fans, where the first of these was a primary substance, calmly persisting in its essence, and exercising a powerful gravitational effect on the insubstantial intellectuals who fluttered near it. The new version opens up a hall of mirrors in which the people itself longs to be a people and be popular, feels its own ontological lack, longs for its own impossible stability, and narcissistically attempts, in a variety of rituals, to recuperate a being that never existed in the first place. That would, to be sure, lead us on to a more psychoanalytic view of groups and ethnic conflict, perhaps along the lines proposed by Slavoj Žižek, but it would also considerably dampen the enthusiasm of populist intellectuals for a collective condition not much better than their own. All of which supposes that the people in question still somehow refers to that television-watching, beer-drinking population of middle to lower class job holders, or unemployed, who, black or white, male or female, are generally fantasized to constitute some larger fundamentally ethnic social reality. But what if it were otherwise? Indeed, Megan Morris remarks ominously, this process does not extend to involvement with the one figure who in fact remains, quite unredeemably other the bureaucrat. CS 465. Andrew Ross, meanwhile, seems at various moments in his contribution to realize that what is more ambiguous, for a cultural studies public, about his own object of study, New Age technoculture, is that the New Age people may not really any longer be popular in this populist sense, but rather, far more fatefully, middlebrow. Indeed, the originality and importance of Janice Radway's work in progress on the Book of the Month Club lies in its promise to show the very construction of the middlebrow as such, and the social and political function of that construction as a kind of repression or displacement of the popular. Finally, in one of the truly chilling and comical moments in this conference, Ian Hunter describes just this ultimate first contact with the bureaucratic other. The problem with aesthetic critique and with cultural studies to the degree that it is still caught in its slipstream is that it presumes to comprehend and judge these other cultural regions from a single metropolitan point, typically the university arts faculty. To travel to these other regions, though to law offices, media institutions, government bureaus, corporations, advertising agencies, is to make a sobering discovery: they are already replete with their own intellectuals. And they just look up and say, well, what exactly is it that you can do for us? CS 372. Populism as Dasein. One cannot, however, leave the matter of populism without a final, more general complaint, which touches on a few of the theoretical and verbal rituals of this ideology. Raymond Williams's keywords being so crucial a reference throughout, it might be desirable to think of a companion volume, to be called Buzzwords, and which one imagines looking, for our era, something like Flaubert's twin dictionary of received ideas and Saussure of commonplaces. Failing that, one might propose as a form of philosophical hygiene that for 10 years or so we simply stop using the two words, power and the body. Nothing is more disembodied than such references to the body, except where, as in Laura Kipnis's article on Hustler already referred to, or in Douglas Crimp's, it generates some real visceral effects. Materialism is scarcely achieved by the corporeal litany, which seems if anything to be a sop thrown to the, admittedly, materialist culture of the masses under Bourdieu's watchful eye. The materialism of the body is the 18th century mechanical materialism and is fashioned on the medical model, whence the role of Foucault in both these obsessional conducts. It should not be confused with a historical materialism that turns on praxis and on the mode of production. But in a more general way, we must be very suspicious of the reference to the body as an appeal to immediacy. The warning goes back to the very first chapter of Hegel's Phenomenology. Even Foucault's medical and penal work can be read as an account of the construction of the body which rebukes premature immediacy. In any case, structuralism and psychoanalysis both work energetically at the demystification of the illusions of bodily intimacy most strongly suggested by desire. The theme of torture does not refute this but rather confirms it by making the wordless individual bodily experience the most isolated of all and the most difficult to access. But the fascination today with pornography, torture, and violence is the sign of the loss of that immediacy and the longing for the impossible physically concrete, rather than the proof by the zeitgeist that it lies all around us ready to hand. In fact, what lies all around us are rather images and information stereotypes of the body, which are themselves the most powerful source of interference when it comes to a full phenomenological approach to the body itself. This last is therefore a theme that is always to be historically problematized, and never taken as an interpretive code in its own right, at least not for us, here and now. As for power, about which it is frequently suggested in these pages that it is what cultural studies is all about, share a commitment to examining cultural practices from the point of view of their intrication with, and within, relations of power. It is an even more dangerous and intoxicating slogan for intellectuals, who thereby feel themselves closer to its reality than they may actually be. C.S. Bennett, 23. My sense is that interpretations in terms of power must come as punctual demystifications, de-idealizations, and involve thereby a certain shock, a painful rebuke to our own habits of idealization in the first place. Certainly the realm of culture is a privileged space for such shock effects, for given the amphibiousness of the superstructures, and that tendency to be displaced away from their context of which Stuart Hall spoke, the revelation, at this or that historical point, that culture is socially functional, that it stands in thrall and service to the institutions, and that its veneer of the aesthetic or of leisure time, the restorative or even the utopian, is false, and allure this kind of timely reminder can only be a healthy one, particularly for cultural intellectuals. But if everything is power, then we neither require that reminder, nor can it retain any of its demystificatory force, which also had the benefit of calling us into question as intellectuals in the process. In that case power is as satisfactory an explanation as the virtue dormitive of opium. If it is everywhere, then there is not much point talking about it. Foucault could do so only because as a historian he sought to trace out the emergence of a new scheme of modern power. What is indeed the advantage in stigmatizing the power of that corporate bureaucrat who made his unexpected appearance in these pages a moment ago? Wouldn't it be more useful to look at the structure of the multinational corporations themselves, with a view toward determining the mode of influence and production of a properly corporate culture? But there is a confusion when the individual experience of domination, in acts of racism or machismo, authoritarianism, sadism, conscious or unconscious personal brutality, is transferred to social phenomena which are a good deal more advanced and complicated than that. Conrad and Zeleny indeed pointed out some time ago that the realm of experience of capitalist cultural production is a relatively old-fashioned or underdeveloped, retrogressive enclave within late capitalism. 13 It harkens back to the entrepreneurial moment, elsewhere in corporate society long since vanished and present only as nostalgia. The yuppie rhetoric of the market is thus a cultural symptom which demands textual analysis in its own right. It is therefore not surprising that a kind of feudal picture of personal domination and subordination is sometimes carried over into the faceless corporate universe, but in that case it is a text to be analyzed, rather than an interpretive code still useful in the deciphering of other contemporary social texts. Forms of personal or symbolic brutality, however, probably tending to reflect an absence of power in the social sense, rather than its acting out. But by way of this anachronism, a whole liberal political theory and ideology then pours into cultural studies, and other disciplines, for the rhetoric of power carries a good deal more in its baggage a repudiation of economic analysis, for example, a kind of forthright anarchistic stance on the thing itself, the unholy marriage between the heroism of dissidence and the realism of talking to the institutions. The problematic of power, as systematically reintroduced by Weber and then much later by Foucault, is an anti-Marxist move, designed to replace analysis in terms of the mode of production. That opens up new fields and generates rich and fascinating new material, but users should be aware of its secondary ideological consequences, and intellectuals should above all be wary of the narcissistic intoxications of its knee-jerk invocation. The geopolitical imperative. This is then the moment, not merely to say what ought to be done in the void left by these two buzzwords, and in the ideological loose ends at which the critique of populism may well leave us, but also to show how in fact many of the papers in this collection are already moving in just that direction. This is the fundamentally spatial dimension of cultural studies, already underscored by Jody Berland, which can at first be sensed in the discomfort with American parochialism and exceptionalism tactfully voiced by some of the foreigners. Thus Stuart Hall, who pronounces himself dumbfounded. The enormous explosion of cultural studies in the U.S., its rapid professionalization and institutionalization, is not a moment which any of us who tried to set up a marginalized center in a university like Birmingham could, in any simple way, regret. And yet I have to say, in the strongest sense, that it reminds me of the ways in which, in Britain, we are always aware of institutionalization as a moment of profound danger. CS 285. And we have already seen some of the Australians reflecting on the different meaning and significance of cultural institutions in the US, which unlike their own are mostly private, without necessarily drawing differential consequences. But see also Graham Turner on Australian and Canadian differences, CS 644 to 645. To talk about it this way seems to introduce the theme of the nation as such, which indeed becomes a significant preoccupation here, but that may be too restricted and misleading. It is rather a specific global constriction that Megan Morris has in mind in a splendid and illuminating outburst. This exchange makes me realize that I haven't been explicit enough about why Eurocentrism should worry me at a rudimentary level at a conference like this. It's a restlessness I have, rather than a position I can expound, and maybe it came through in my speech rather than in the text of my paper. I'm restless about the map of cultural studies being constructed at this conference, about what's not on that map, rather than what is. We've talked about local and global relations in a world where Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, or Indonesia simply don't exist, certainly not as forces in emergent structures of world power. The one time I heard somebody mention the Pacific Rim, it turned out to be a way of talking about relations between North and Central and South America, another way of staying on the American land mass, not a way of crossing the ocean. I'm not making a plea for inclusiveness. It's just that certain globalizing structures have potential, if only on the economic level, to affect people's lives everywhere in the future, and they aren't centered now in quite the same old doubled way, UK/USA, or USA/USSR, that traditional critiques of Eurocentrism sometimes Eurocentrically assume. To ignore this seems to me to be a political error. CS 476. There is much to be said about this moment, in some ways one of the climaxes of the conference. One might remark that Eurocentrism does not quite seem the word anymore for what is surely an American parochialism, even if informed by European canonical perspectives, and very much imbued with the return of the repressed of a scarcely unconscious Anglophilia after the Francophilia of the preceding moment of high theory. These are now the perspectives of an American NATO view of the world, for which the old Europe is not much more significant for us than Birmingham for the new U.S. cultural studies. Europe and Britain are surely live-wire issues for the Australians, and even the Canadians here, more than they are for the Americans, and perhaps this is a deeper undertone and implication of Megan Morris's reproach, that we are not sufficiently worried about our European and Oedipal link, we are too complacent about it. But in the same sense, the new Pacific Rim culture she celebrates here may be a different kind of liberation for Australia than for Americans intent on at least sharing it with the Japanese. And she dismisses Latin America, an oversight remedied by Donna Haraway, whose picture of an analogous Pacific culture it is instructive to juxtapose at this point. I grew up in a town in Colorado where I thought the Atlantic Ocean began somewhere in Kansas and that anything that happened east of Kansas City counted as the East Coast. And I know Cornell grew up in California, but I think maybe you've been in the East too long. Paul's Atlanticist reformulation of African heritage, African culture, and African Americans reformulated a lot of issues for me. But it's a California statement I want to make. It has to do with seeing the world in relationship to Latin America, Central America, Mexico, living in conquest territory, so that it almost seems like Quebec is part of California rather than part of the world you're talking about. It's the sense of the Pacific. I think of Bernice Johnson Reagon's speech on coalition politics, which took place at a West Coast women's music festival and is an absolutely canonical text in U.S. feminism and in the constructions of the category, women of color, but also of a feminist cultural politics and a vision of a new world cultural politics. None of this is caught by the tendency to build the world as black/white and America/Britain, with a little bit of Australia and Canada thrown in. This particular global mapping leaves out these really crucial questions. CS 703. All of which may seem to confirm the Clifford view of cultural studies as a model based on travel and tourism, but this would be to neglect deeper and more interesting tensions, those for example expressed in a sharp exchange between Morris and Paul Gilroy, whose remarkable proposal to acknowledge and reconstruct a properly black Atlantic culture seems on first glance to present some symmetrical analogies to the Pacific Rim vision. But Gilroy has a somewhat different agenda. The specificity of the Black Atlantic can be defined on one level through this desire to transcend both the structures of the nation-state and the constraints of ethnicity and national particularity. We have already seen that Gilroy's is an explicit repudiation of the politics of identity or of cultural separatism, CS 194-195. But Gilroy can, and must, resist the divisive pull of a celebration of British or US cultural exceptionalism, even when that is staged in terms of the exceptionalism of Black British or African American culture. The great floating descente or archipelago of the Caribbean is there to authorize such resistance. Perhaps, however, the Australians and the Canadians cannot so easily jettison the determinant problem and category of the nation, as Jody Berland thinks. The reason I refused the idea of identity in terms of a historical tradition in the struggle around communications was that, in Canada, it's both impossible and compulsory to talk about the problem of identity. It's a complete double bind. One has to talk about it constantly because it's a problem, but you can't talk about it because as soon as you start you're in danger of imposing a singular definition on something which isn't singular at all. CS 52. The discomfort seems to have to do in part with the words nation and national, which evidently still vehiculate the baggage of the older autonomous nation-state and give rise to the apprehension that one is still talking about the national culture, the national topoi, as Morris calls them in her interesting sketch of the Australian version of these, the national allegories, in a kind of separatist or cultural nationalist way. For that structural allergy of cultural studies to the unmixed which I mentioned above, this is clearly decisive, and it plays a greater role in Gilroy's reaction than in Morris's remarks. But it should be added that autonomy is the great political question of the postmodern age, communism itself foundered on the impossibility of autarky, even of socialism in several countries, in the multinational era. We should thus see nationalism, not as the vice and the toxic symptom of the immediate post-World War II era, but rather as itself a kind of nostalgia for a social autonomy no longer available for anyone, while nation today ought to be used as the word for a term within a system, a term which ought now always to imply relationality, of a more than binary type. Indeed, it is the need for some new relational discourse on these global and spatial matters which makes itself felt through such uneasy debates. Point 14. The new requirement is not, as with the multiple subject positions and, as it were, the internal structural problems of cultural identity, a matter of articulation, so much as it is one of the superposition of incommensurable dimensions. Morris quite rightly asks us to think of cultural studies as a discipline capable of thinking the relations between local, regional, national, and international frames of action and experience, but the word representation might be even more suggestively substituted for the notion of merely thinking those relations, CS 470. It is then curious that she should so insistently refuse the model offered by David Harvey in his splendid Condition of Postmodernity. It need not be the final word on anything, to be sure, but it is one way of mapping the new global system from which we can begin. Indeed, she says herself that her alternate models use similar economic arguments to Harvey's, but maybe the Marxism is just a bit too much, and perhaps it is Eurocentric as well. CS 474. Indeed, in one remarkable moment she seems to be attributing the seemingly futile battle cry for England and Marxism to Terry Eagleton, something the Irish comrades need never hear about. CS 455. Still, hers is far and away the richest and most stimulating discussion both of a national cultural self-representation and of the urgent international dimension still missing from cultural studies. It is embarrassing that none of the Americans thinks any of these thoughts, which Clifford, to be sure, echoes in a more reflective/contemplative way. Conclusions and Utopia. It is time to sum up the lessons of this book, the lessons I have learned from this book, something best done in the form of future tasks, of an agenda, although not necessarily an agenda for cultural studies in the narrower institutionalized or would-be disciplinary sense we have also seen emerging from this collection. That agenda would include groups, articulation, and space, and it would also open a new entry, so far mostly blank, for commodification and consumption. The phenomenon of group struggle in bell hooks and in Mercer, for example, reminds us that, no less than for class, cultural texts, when properly decoded, can always be expected to constitute so many messages in this symbolic process, and to stand as so many distinct strategic or tactical moves in what is an enormous agon. It is therefore clear that the hermeneutic appropriate to social class also demands to be applied here, in a situation in which stable cultural objects, works, or texts, are to be rewritten as dialogically antagonistic moves in struggle between groups, which very specifically includes the achievement of group consciousness as one of its aims, moves which tend to express themselves effectively in the form of loathing or envy. This methodology no longer seems quite so useful when, as in so many of the contributions here, the phenomenon of group relationship is interiorized, and becomes a matter for mixed feelings, multiple subject positions, productive schizophrenia, or unhappy co-consciousness, it being understood that all these things can characterize the collective condition of a group as well. Here, then, the model of articulation seems again to reimpose itself, and we pass from the dialectical, in the case of intergroup struggle, to the structural, in this particular field, which is that of group interrelationship, intragroup phenomena, or the construction of larger molar group units. The poetics of this moment also seems relatively distinct from that of the first one, where a text could be translated into a symbolic and strategic value which it possessed simultaneously with its surface value or organization. Here translation takes the form of transcoding, or synonymity within a given term, for it is the possibility of any given term to bear several distinct meanings at the same time that allows the sharing of a text between several distinct codes, and the groups whose language they constitute. Here group connection is enabled by the transfer of a crucial semet or atom, which binds the codes together momentarily by way of its own polysemousness. But these first two zones of meaning and analysis are still safely contained within cultural studies, now understood as some vast popular front or populist carnival. The third dimension emerges only when we reach the edge of that and look out upon the true other, the bureaucrat or corporate figure who stands in late capitalism itself and its now global institutions. It is because this other can no longer be assimilated into the structures previously described that relations with it must be modeled on an external or spatial mode, and demand a kind of geographical analysis for which we have as yet no particularly adequate language. My implication that it will turn out to be neither dialectical nor structural is little more than an impression and a possible starting point. This is then the moment when our own social role and status as intellectuals returns with a vengeance, since it is a role which is mediated by geopolitics, its value conferred by the world system itself and by our positioning within it. It then returns upon our individual readings and analyses to enforce a new requirement of geographic reflexivity or geopolitical self-consciousness, and to demand the validation of some account of the national situation from within whose standpoint the analysis has been made, it being understood that national is now merely a relational term for the component parts of the world system, which might also be seen as the superposition of various kinds of space, local and regional as well as national, the geographical block as well as the world system itself. In that case, U.S. cultural studies, as here, would have to sign its address a little more self-consciously to its contributions. But who says the U.S. says global capitalism itself, and the move on into the culture of that, and the dynamics of that truer other than any of the microgroups at play here, demands the return to some form of commodity analysis, of which save for Jody Berlin's suggestive pages on the ideology of entertainment there is little enough trace here. Perhaps, in a kind of populist way, it is felt that to treat these cultural products as commodities about to be swept off in the purely formal process of consumption is somehow to demean them and to diminish their dignity, to overlook their other social and group functions, outlined above. But that need not be the case for an analysis of the right complexity, although it is certain that for consumption, as a culture and a collective form of addiction, the act of consumption is an empty one, indifferent to the specific contents of a given object and thus relatively unpropitious for an analysis that would want to do it justice in substantive detail. Still, conflict, alienation, reunification, what used to be called the inauthentic, have to be given their due. Nothing truly interesting is possible without negativity. Error or ideology, false appearance, are also objective facts that have to be reckoned back into truth. The standardization of consumption is like a sound barrier which confronts the euphorias of populism as a fact of life and a physical law at the upper reaches of the spectrum. Beyond that lies utopia, also secretly at work everywhere in these pages, wherever the most obscure forms of enjoyment and group celebration or narcissism are to be found. But it must also be named, without which its half-life decays with unbelievable speed on exposure to the smog-filled light and polluted air of current reality. Donna Haraway names it here, in an essay of such range and complexity that I cannot do it justice here, let alone in these concluding pages. Suffice it to say that in an immense wheeling and slowly rotating movement, she designates a succession of radically other or alternative spaces to aspects of our own: the rainforest to our social space, the extraterrestrial to our physical one, the biomedical microcosm to our still conventional bodies, and the science-fictional macrocosms to our still conventional minds. Let these utopias then move as a kind of starry firmament over this collection, as indeed over cultural studies in general. 1993. 15. The end of Tempi Erliti. After the end of history, what, one no further beginnings being foreseen, it can only be the end of something else. But modernism already ended some time ago, and with it, presumably, time itself, as it was widely rumored that space was supposed to replace time in the general ontological scheme of things. At the very least, time had become a non-person and people stopped writing about it. The novelists and poets gave it up under the entirely plausible assumption that it had been largely covered by Proust, Mann, Virginia Woolf, and T.S. Eliot, and offered few further chances of literary advancement. The philosophers also dropped it on the grounds that although Bergson remained a dead letter, Heidegger was still publishing a posthumous volume a year on the topic. And as for the mountain of secondary literature in both disciplines, to scale it once again seemed a rather old-fashioned thing to do with your life. Was aber die Zeit? What is time? A secret insubstantial and omnipotent. A prerequisite of the external world, a motion intermingled and fused with bodies existing and moving in space. But would there be no time, if there were no motion? No motion, if there were no time? What a question! Is time a function of space? Or vice versa? Or are the two identical? An even bigger question. Time is active, by nature it is much like a verb, it both ripens and brings forth. And what does it bring forth? Change. Now is not then, here is not therefore, in both cases motion lies in between. But since we measure time by a circular motion closed in on itself, we could just as easily say that its motion and change are rest and stagnation, for the then is constantly repeated in the now, the there in the here. Hans Castorp turned these sorts of questions over and over in his own mind. Point 2. In any case, neither phenomenology nor Thomas Mann offered promising starting points for anything calculated to fire the imagination. What clearly did so, however, was the spatial alternative. Statistics on the volume of books on space are as alarming as the birth rate of your hereditary enemy. Point 3. The rise of the intellectual stock of architecture accompanied the decline of belles lettres like a lengthening shadow. The opening of any new signature building attracted more visitors and media attention than the newly published translation of the latest unknown Nobel Prize winner. I would like to see a match between Seamus Heaney and Frank Gehry, but it is at least certain that postmodern museums have become at least as popular as the equally postmodern new sports stadia, and that nobody reads Valerie's essays anymore, who talked about space beautifully from a temporal point of view but in long sentences. So the dictum that time was the dominant of the modern, or of modernism, and space of the postmodern means something thematic and empirical all at once, what we do, according to the newspapers and the Amazon statistics, and what we call what we are doing. I don't see how we can avoid identifying an epochal change here, and it affects investments, art galleries, building commissions, as much as the more ethereal things also called values. It can be seen, for example, in what has happened to what used to be called the Système des Beaux-Arts, or the hierarchy of the aesthetic ideal. In the older, modernist, framework, the commanding heights were those of poetry or poetic language, whose purity and aesthetic autonomy set an example for the other arts and inspired Clement Greenberg's paradigmatic theorization of painting. The system of the postmodern, which claims not to have one, is uncodified and harder to detect, but I suspect it culminates in the experience of the space of the city itself, the renovated and gentrified post-urban city, the new crowds and masses of the new streets, as well as from a music that has been spatialized by way of its performance frameworks as well as of its delivery systems, the various boomboxes and walkmans that inflect the consumption of musical sound into a production and an appropriation of sonorous space as such. As for the image, its function as the omnipresent raw material of our cultural ecosystem would require an examination of the promotion of photography, henceforth called postmodern photography, from a poor relation of easel painting into a major art form in this new system of things. But such descriptions are clearly predicated on the operative dualism, the alleged historical existence, of the two alternatives. The moderns were obsessed with the secret of time, the postmoderns with that of space, the secret being no doubt what André Malraux called the absolute. We can observe a curious slippage in such investigations, even when philosophy gets its hands on them. They begin by thinking they want to know what time is and end up trying more modestly to describe it by way of what Whitman called language experiments in the various media. So we have renderings of time from Gertrude Stein to Husserl, from Mahler to Le Corbusier, who thought of his static structures as so many trajectories. We cannot say that any of these attempts is less misguided than the more obvious failures of analytic cubism or Siegfried Gideon's relativity aesthetic, for maybe all we do need to say is contained in Derrida's laconic epitaph on the Aristotelian philosophy of temporality. In a sense, it is always too late to talk about time. 5. Can we do any better with space? The stakes are evidently different. Time governs the realm of interiority, in which both subjectivity and logic, the private and the epistemological, self-consciousness and desire, are to be found. Space, as the realm of exteriority, includes cities and globalization, but also other people and nature. It is not so clear that language always falls under the aegis of time. We busily name the objects of the spatial realm, for example, while as for sight the inner light and literal as well as figurative reflection are well-known categories of introspection. Indeed, why separate the two at all? Did not Kant teach us that space and time are both a priori conditions of our experience or perception, neither one to be gazed at with the naked eye and quite inseparable from each other? And did not Bakhtin wisely recombine them in his notion of the chronotope, recommending a historical account of each specific space-time continuum as it gelled or crystallized? But it is not so easy to be moderate or sensible in the force field of modernism, where time and space are at war in a Homeric combat. Indeed, each one, as Hegel said about something else, desires the death of the other. You have only to look again at those pages in which the Bard of Davos goes to the movies. They even took Karen Karstedt to the Bioscope Theater in Platz one afternoon, because that was something she truly enjoyed. Being used to only the purest air, they felt ill at ease in the bad air that weighed heavily in their lungs and clouded their minds in a murky fog, while up ahead on the screen life flickered before their smarting eyes, all sorts of life, chopped up in hurried, diverting scraps that leapt into fidgety action, lingered, and twitched out of sight in alarm, to the accompaniment of trivial music, which offered present rhythms to match vanishing phantoms from the past and which, despite limited means, ran the gamut of solemnity, pomposity, passion, savagery, and cooing sensuality. The actors who had been cast in the play they had just seen had long since been scattered to the winds. They had watched only phantoms, whose deeds had been reduced to a million photographs brought into focus for the briefest of moments, so that, as often as one liked, they could then be given back to the element of time as a series of blinking flashes. Once the illusion was over, there was something repulsive about the crowd's nerveless silence. Hands lay impotent before the void. People rubbed their eyes, stared straight ahead, felt embarrassed by the brightness and demanded the return of the dark, so that they could again watch things, whose time had passed, come to pass again, tricked out with music and transplanted into new time. 301 to 302, 6. Under these circumstances, the best we can do in the way of synthesis is to alert ourselves to the deformation of space when observed from the standpoint of time when observed from the standpoint of space. The great structuralist formula itself, the distinction between the synchronic and the diachronic, may be offered as an illustration of the second deformation, and is always accompanied by a label that warns us not to confuse the diachronic with time and history, nor to imagine that the synchronic is static or the mere present, warnings most often as timely as they are ineffective. Even if such a shift from a temporal to a spatial dominant be acknowledged, however, it would seem momentous enough to demand further explanation. The causal or historical hypotheses are here neither evident nor plausible. Why should the great age of Western imperialism, for example beginning with the Conference of Berlin in 1885, it is more or less contemporaneous with the flourishing of what we call modern art, be any less spatially impressionable than that of globalization today? By much the same token, why should the stressed and harried followers of today's stock market listings be any less temporally sensitive than the residents of the first great industrial cities? I want to suggest an account in terms of something like existential uneven development. It fleshes out the proposition that modernism is to be grasped as a culture of incomplete modernization, and links that situation to the proposition about modernism's temporal dominant. The argument was suggested by Arno Mayer's Persistence of the Old Regime, which documents a counterintuitive lag in the modernization of Europe, where, even at the turn of the last century and the putative heyday of high modernism, only a minute percentage of the social and physical space of the West could be considered either fully modern in technology or production, or substantially bourgeois in its class culture. 7 These twin developments were not completed in most European countries until the end of World War II. It is an astonishing revision, which demands the correction of many of our historical stereotypes. In the matter that concerns us here, it will therefore be in the area of an only partially industrialized and defeudalized social order that we have to explain the emergence of the various modernisms. I want to conjecture that the protagonists of those aesthetic and philosophical revolutions were people who still lived in two distinct worlds simultaneously, born in those agricultural villages we still sometimes characterize as medieval or pre-modern. They developed their vocations in the new urban agglomerations with their radically distinct and modern spaces and temporalities. The sensitivity to deep time in the moderns then registers this comparatist perception of the two socio-economic temporalities, which the first modernists had to negotiate in their own lived experience. By the same token, when the pre-modern vanishes, when the peasantry shrinks to a picturesque remnant, when suburbs replace the villages and modernity reigns triumphant and homogeneous over all space, then the very sense of an alternate temporality disappears as well, and postmodern generations are dispossessed, without even knowing it, of any differential sense of that deep time the first moderns sought to inscribe in their writing. It is an explanation, however, which does not yet include the macroeconomic level of the world system and its temporalities. Imperialism and colonization must evidently have their functional relationship to the uneven development of town and country in the metropolis itself, without imposing any particularly obvious priority of time over space. And as for globalization, it was precisely on the strength of some new spatial dominant and some new experience of spatiality that its structural distinction from an older imperialism had been argued in the first place. But one of the fundamental determinants of that new experience can be found in the way imperialism masks and conceals the nature of its system, a structural camouflage to which the communicational rationality of globalization no longer has to resort. Its opacities are of a different type altogether. For one thing, the imperial powers of the older system do not want to know about their colonies or about the violence and exploitation on which their own prosperity is founded, nor do they wish to be forced into any recognition of the multitudinous others hidden away beneath the language and stereotypes, the subhuman categories, of colonial racism. 8 Not so very long ago, remarked Jean-Paul Sartre in a famous phrase, the earth numbered 2,000 million inhabitants, 500 million men, and 1,500 million natives. 9 Later on, I will argue that the momentous event of decolonization, the transformation of these natives into men, is a fundamental determinant of postmodernity. The gendered term also reminds us that the story could also be told in terms of the other half of the human race and of the liberation and tendential recognition of women in this same period. As far as modernism is concerned, however, the epistemological separation of colony from metropolis, the systematic occultation of the colony from metropolis, the systematic occultation of the colonial labor on which imperial prosperity is based, results in a situation in which, again using a Hegelian formula, the truth of metropolitan experience is not visible in the daily life of the metropolis itself, it lies outside the immediate space of Europe, in the colonies. 10 The existential realia of the metropolis are thus severed from the cognitive map that would alone lend them coherence and re-establish relationships of meaning and of its production. The new daily life is thereby rendered at best enigmatic and at its most extreme absurd, in the philosophical sense, while abstract knowledge of the colonial situation and its worldwide economic structure necessarily remains abstract and specialized. The colonial laborers and producers have no direct experience of the advanced world for which their exploitation is responsible. Modernism can be positioned as a reproduction of the abstractions to which metropolitan phenomena have been reduced at the same time that it seeks to recomplete those after-images in a formal way and to restore, but also purely formally, something of the life and vitality, the meanings, of which they have been deprived. If something like this faithfully characterizes the situation of modernism and the incomplete modernization that it expresses, then it becomes clearer how that situation changes when we pass from imperialism to present-day globalization. What could not be mapped cognitively in the world of modernism now slowly brightens into the very circuits of the new transnational cybernetic. Instant information transfers suddenly suppress the space that held the colony apart from the metropolis in the modern period. Meanwhile, the economic interdependence of the world system today means that wherever one may find oneself on the globe, the position can henceforth always be coordinated with its other spaces. This kind of epistemological transparency no doubt goes hand in hand with standardization and has often been characterized as the Americanization of the world, if not its Disneyfication. The attribution is not misleadingly incorrect but omits the way in which the new system also transmits oppositional tendencies and their messages, such as the ecological movement. Paradoxically, like the anti-globalization movement itself, these are political developments predicated on the damage done by globalization at the same time that they are themselves enabled by it. At any rate, this new transparency of the postmodern world system, which resorts to new techniques of distortion by way of a suppression of history and even, as we shall see, of time and temporality itself, now also explains the shift from the abstract and initiatory forms of modernism to what look like more popular and representational kinds of art and writing, and music, in postmodernity, a shift often and widely considered to be a return to realism and figuration. But I think that postmodernism is not really figurative in any meaningful realist sense, or at least that it is now a realism of the image rather than of the object, and has more to do with the transformation of the figure into a logo than with the conquest of new realistic and representational languages. It is thus a realism of image or spectacle society, if you will, and a symptom of the very system it represents in the first place. Yet these forms are clearly more popular and democratic, or demotic, more accessible, than the older Hermetic high modernisms, and this is perfectly consistent with the thesis of an immense expansion of culture and of cultural literacy and the cultural realm itself in the postmodern period. The place of culture and its consumption is radically different in the new global dispensation than it was in the modernist period, and one can register a different kind of transnational flow of imagery and music, as well as of information, along the networks of a new world system. So far, however, we have not yet set in place the mediations that are capable of linking up these two levels of the individual subjectivities, of the artists as well as of the dwellers in the everyday, and of the larger macro systems as those move from an old-fashioned colonial administration of vast territories by means of armies and bureaucracies, essentially by the Europeans and to a lesser extent by the United States and Japan, to some new organization of power and exploitation in the form of transnational corporations and banks and by way of capital investment. Each of these descriptive levels contains its own structural contradictions, but there are other tensions and dissonances that emerge only when we seek to relate the two. This is the sense in which the dialectic of the local and the global has seemed to displace traditional oppositions between the public and the private, if not, in the era of the death of the subject, those most ancient and classical ones of all, between the particular and the universal, if not indeed between the subject and the object itself. Such mediations are presentational techniques fully as much as they are empirical facts. They furnish the tropes for innumerable postmodern histories or newer historical narratives and are to be found in abundance in the varied investigations of what is called cultural studies. We might, for example, have dramatized the waning of concepts and representations of production by way of the displacement of old-fashioned industrial labor by the newer cybernetic kind, a convulsive shift in our cognitive mapping of reality that tends to deprive people of their sense of making or producing that reality, to confront them with the fact of pre-existing circuits without agency, and to condemn them to a world of sheer passive reception. To insist on the mediation of the labor process is thus to dispel the banal and apolitical conception of a service economy, but also to insist on the epistemological and cultural consequences of this shift, consequences insufficiently foregrounded by the current language of some opposition between Fordism and a newly flexible capitalism. For myself, I have long felt that one of the most effective mediations to be constructed between the cultures of postmodernity and the infrastructure of late capitalist globalization was to be found in the peculiar phenomenon of finance capital, as that has been revived and transformed in present-day society, where for most people it seems to loom larger than production itself, at least on their television screens. 11 Finance capital suggests a new type of abstraction, in which on the one hand, money is sublimated into sheer number, and on the other hand a new kind of value emerges, which seems to have little enough to do with the old-fashioned value of firms and factories or of their products and their marketability. The recent business failures like Enron seem to suggest that the value of a given stock cannot long be separated from the profitability of the firm it is supposed to represent or express, but I think they demonstrate the opposite, that under the conditions of finance capital stock value has a decidedly semi-autonomous status with respect to its nominal company, and that, in any case, postmodern profitability is a new category, dependent on all kinds of conditions unrelated to the product itself, such as the downsizing of employees at the demand of banks and investment institutions and the draining of the company's assets, sometimes fatally, in order to inflate dividends. This new kind of abstraction can be correlated with postmodernism in art along the lines suggested above, namely, that the formal abstractions of the modernist period which corresponded to the dialectic of value of an older monopoly stage of capitalism are to be radically distinguished from the less palpable abstractions of the image or the logo, which operate with something of the autonomy of the values of present-day finance capital. It is a distinction between an object and its expression and an object whose expression has in fact virtually become another object in its own right. Most significant for us in the present context, however, is the impact of the new value abstractions on everyday life and lived experience, and this is a modification best articulated in terms of temporality, rather than image theory. For the dynamics of the stock market need to be disentangled from the older cyclical rhythms of capitalism generally, boom and bust, accumulation of inventory, liquidation, and so forth, a process with which everyone is familiar and that imprints a kind of generational rhythm on individual life. This process, which also creates the impression of a political alternation between left and right, between dynamism and conservatism or reaction, is of course to be sharply distinguished from the far longer cycles of the so-called Kondratiev waves, 50 or 60-year periods that are as it were the systole and diastole of the system's fundamental contradiction, and that are, by virtue of their very dimensions, less apparent to those biological individuals we also are. From both these temporal cycles, then, is to be distinguished the newer process of the consumption of investment as such, the anxious daily consultation of the listings, deliberations with or without your broker, selling off, taking a gamble on something as yet untested, one imagines a Whitmanesque list opening up, expansive, celebratory, reveling in the ideology of democratic participation. The narrowing and the urgency of the time frame need to be underscored here, and the way in which a novel and more universal microtemporality accompanies and as it were condenses the rhythms of quarterly profit-taking, and is itself intensified in periods of crisis and uncertainty. The futures of the stock market, whether in the literal and traditional sense of investments in crops and other seasonal goods not yet in existence, or in the more figurative sense of derivatives and speculations on the company reports and the exchange listings, these futures come to be deeply intertwined with the way we live our own individual and collective futures generally, in a period in which careers are no longer stable and layoffs a seemingly inevitable hazard of professional and managerial as well as proletarian levels of society. By the same token, the new rhythms are transmitted to cultural production in the form of the narratives we consume and the stories we tell ourselves, about our history fully as much as about our individual experience. It is scarcely surprising that the historical past has diminished accordingly. To be sure, the recent past is always the most distant in the mind's eye of the historical observer, but deficiencies in the high school history books are scarcely enough to account for the alarming rate at which a somewhat more remote past is in the process of being evacuated. The media's exhaustion of its raw material of events and information is not alien to the process. Any modification of the past, no matter how minute, will then inevitably determine a reorganization of the future, but the keenest observers of the immediate post-war period, in the moment of what may now be called late modernism, can scarcely have anticipated that wholesale liquidation of futurity of which the revival of Hegel's End of History was only an intellectual symptom. 12 Confusion about the future of capitalism, compounded by a confidence in technological progress beclouded by intermittent certainties of catastrophe and disaster, is at least as old as the late 19th century, but few periods have proved as incapable of framing immediate alternatives for themselves, let alone of imagining those great utopias that have occasionally broken on the status quo like a sunburst. Yet a little thought suggests that it is scarcely fair to expect long-term projections or the deep breath of great collective projects from minds trained in the well-nigh synchronic habits of zero-sum calculation and of keeping an eye on profits. Such propositions seem to imply or posit a fundamental gap or dialectical leap between older and newer forms of communication. Leaving aside the question of technological determinism, there is still an argument to be made about the radical distinction between informational conduits from the telephone back to the semaphore or the smoke signal, whose infrastructure can be found as deep as the astonishing reaches of the Neolithic trade routes, and the cybernetic technologies of the present, whose novelties and innovations play a basic causal role in any definition of the postmodern, on any social level. I do think it is possible to devise a phenomenological description of the communicational act that registers such differences and their structure. On the telephone, people can no doubt give tips on future developments and place tentative orders, but these messages must still coexist with the body of paper itself, the bills of exchange or lading, the weight of documents, the very bundles of paper money itself, as the last makes its cumbersome way laboriously around the world. Speculation on such bills is another matter. It is no longer a question of buying things but rather of juggling whole labor forces. One can electronically substitute one entire national working class for another, halfway around the globe, wiping out industry after industry in the home country and dissipating accumulated months of value-producing labor overnight. By the same token, the very bills themselves can quickly be reduced to worthless scraps by trading against the currency in question and reducing its former value to the approximate zero of undesirability on the world's currency markets. But this is something new, and it again documents the wholesale replacement of the old subject-object relationship, the logic of reference, with a new one, which might better be called the semiotic or, indeed, the logic of the signifier. I put it this way to underscore another fundamental symptom of the process, which is the projection out of the new media of a whole new set of ideologies appropriate to their dynamics, namely, the new communicational and linguistic or semiotic philosophies that have in the 20th century seemed to consign several thousand years of traditional philosophical history to obsolescence on the grounds that it left out the centrality of language. This is probably not the right way to handle the matter of truth and error in philosophy, but for the moment it is sufficient to shake ourselves into a certain, truly philosophical, wonderment at the extraordinary proliferation of theories of communication, which, no doubt, like everything else, from Nietzsche on, have come to dominate official thinking today, not merely in philosophy, but also in sociology, in political philosophy, and perhaps even in biology and evolution, with their notions of DNA as a code and of the virus as a messenger. At least, indeed, from the first stirrings of the notion of intersubjectivity in the 1920s all the way to Habermas and the full-blown structuralism's 13, what I will call the ideology of communication has come to blanket the field and to discredit any philosophical representations that fail to acknowledge the primacy and uniqueness of language, the speech act, or the communicational exchange. Yet any linguistic philosophy ought to be in an excellent position to grasp the purely representational, dare one even say aesthetic, nature of philosophy and its systems and propositions, and minimally to conclude that they cannot exactly be correct or incorrect. One would not want to deny its moment of truth to the communicational philosophies either, provided it is understood that they have discovered those truths as the latter were in the process of historical development and emergence. Communicationality has emerged as the central fact of world society in the course of a historical process, the very one to which we have been referring here, namely, the transfiguration of capitalism into its third, late, or postmodern stage. What one must say is not that ideologies of communication are somehow true in the absolute, or by virtue of human nature, as the speaking animal, but rather that they have become true historically to the degree to which contemporary capitalism is increasingly organized on a communicational basis. But to position language at the center of things is also to foreground temporality, for whether one comes at it from the sentence or the speech act, from presence or the coeval, from comprehension or the transmission of signs and signals, temporality is not merely presupposed but becomes the ultimate object or ground of analysis. What I have here been calling space therefore risks becoming a misnomer. Always and everywhere we have rather to do with something that happens to time, or perhaps, as space is mute and time loquacious, we are able to make an approach to spatiality only by way of what it does to time. Predictably, the end of temporality is one of those things, and we need to begin the inventory of its forms. I read into the record, for example, the reaction of an astute listener to an earlier version of these speculations. In Japan, she said, the cell phone has abolished the schedule and the time of day. We don't make appointments anymore, we simply call people whenever we wake up. Older habits of clock time are thereby eclipsed, the signifier of the single day called into question, some new non-chronological and non-temporal pattern of immediacies comes into being. We might have also mentioned the streamlining of television news whereby, apparently for the benefit of a new youth public, current events are provided throughout the program in a crawl that summarizes the latest current events, so precious time need not be wasted in waiting for the coverage in question. Impatience is probably not the right word for this promotion and transfiguration of the synchronic, any more than entertainment has much explanatory value when dealing with the appeal of mass culture. But the phenomenon does redirect us to the existential level of the matter, which in contemporary theory takes the form of the study of the quotidian or of everyday life. During the structuralist period, the existential, the realm of so-called lived experience, experience VQ, was deliberately displaced and marginalized, if not discredited altogether, as an essentially humanist inquiry, whose organizing categories, from alienation to experience itself, were philosophically flawed and complicitous with the various ideologies of the subject, the ego, and consciousness. Structuralism has come and gone, this particular debate has dried up altogether, along with the very denunciation of humanism itself, which could still come in handy from time to time, without having produced much in the way of conceptual results, as though in the meantime experience itself, or what used to be meant by it in reality, had also evaporated. Yet Althusser had one suggestive thing to say about time, which may be retained as a productive starting point, whatever consequences it was meant to have in his own arguments. This is the proposition that each mode of production generates its own unique and specific temporality. The premise no doubt posits the primacy of labor time, implying that the temporality of a given type of production has a more general influence on the way time is conceptualized and lived in the rest of the society. 14. It is a proposition we are probably generally inclined to take for granted when it comes to the difference between an agricultural society and an industrial one, but the principle here invites us to subtler differentiations for a whole range of distinct modes of production and, in particular, to construct mediations between the labor process generally and the more specific structures of feeling, to use Raymond Williams's inspired formula, that can be detected at work in cultural expressions and everyday life. The Althusserian suggestion is, to be sure, dangerous to the very degree to which it promotes a lapse into that very historicism he was concerned to denounce, some Spenglerian conflation of the various levels of a given historical period, in which a specific form of temporality becomes the hallmark of everything from architecture to statecraft, from mathematics to artistic style. Rather than a period style, therefore, it seems more desirable to stage the end of temporality as a situation faced by postmodernity in general and to which its artists and subjects are obliged to respond in a variety of ways. This situation has been characterized as a dramatic and alarming shrinkage of existential time and the reduction to a present that hardly qualifies as such any longer, given the virtual effacement of that past and future that can alone define a present in the first place. We can grasp this development more dramatically by thinking our way back to an age in which it was still possible to conceive of an individual, or existential, life as a biographical destiny. Destiny is to be sure something you can only perceive from the outside of a life, whence the idea, classically formulated by Mallarmé, that existence only becomes a life or destiny when it is ended or completed, tel tu en lui-même enfin l'éternité le change, as the poet put it in his evocation of a particularly blighted destiny. 15 Yet it is doubtful whether antiquity itself registered this radical transformation from the being for itself to the being for other people, to use Sartrean terminology, from personal consciousness to the alienation of destiny. The Greeks seem to have felt death more as a dialectical passage from quantity to quality. Then learn that mortal man must always look to his ending. And none can be happy until that day when he carries his happiness down to the grave in peace. 16. And perhaps the Christian insistence on the determining effect of the final moment, as in Dante, reflected something of the same sense of the belated unification of life and fate or destiny. But save for extraordinary moments of violence and irony such as the great political assassinations beloved of the media, my own feeling is that we do not live life in this classical fashion any longer. Whether it was ever authentic to see oneself as shaped by fate, whether Athenian tragedies that coordinate a blinding present of time with the revelation of destiny are to be taken as signs of a relationship to being we ought to envy, modern existentialism has certainly taught a very different lesson. Its insistence on our temporal imprisonment in the present discredits ideas of destiny or fate and renders the ancient view of biography alien to us. Perhaps we have come to associate the classical perspective with the violence and brevity of life in the ancient city-state, or perhaps our own attitudes on the subject are conditioned by the modern American concealment and sanitization of death. At any rate, this shift in conceptions of destiny and existence seems sufficient to qualify modern existentialism, the sense of a unique subjectivity and a unique existence in the present, as one plausible beginning for what we will characterize as the reduction to the present in postmodernity. But the function of this existential reduction was still a relatively positive and progressive one in the modern period, and the account of existentialism in terms of death is to that degree a misleading one, despite Heidegger's and Nazism's formation in the carnage of World War I and Sartre's relationship to the German occupation of France in World War II. What the innumerable holocausts of this period deconceal, to use an existential neologism, is not so much death and human finitude as rather the multiplicity of other people. It is the spectacle of that multiplicity of lives that is then starkly revealed by the horrors of the trenches or the mass executions, and not some metaphysical condition to be brooded over by priests and philosophers or impressionable adolescents. This is why we must link the positive political content of modern existentialism with demography rather than with modern warfare, and must identify its fundamental moment of truth not so much in the slaughter of the world wars as in the movement of decolonization that followed them and that suddenly released an explosion of otherness unparalleled in human history. Here too no doubt the first experience of the masses of the industrial big cities offered a foreshadowing of this world historical turning, yet those masses, a nation within the nation, as Disraeli famously called them, were still contained and concealed behind reassuring categories of caste and class, just as the subsequent incorporation of foreign colonies can be made acceptable in the mind of the colonizers by a variety of categories of race and biological inferiority. It is the explosive fact of decolonization that now sweeps these comfortable categories away and confronts me with an immense multitude of others, which I am called upon to recognize as equals or as freedoms. Point 17. But in our present context, the point to be made has to do with the impact of this recognition on the experience of the bourgeois self, for it is the proliferation of all these innumerable others that renders vain and inconsequential my own experience of some essence I might be, some unique life or destiny that I might claim as a privilege, or indeed as a form of spiritual or existential private property. The stripping away of that form of temporality, the security of the ego or the unique personal self, is comparable to the stripping away of universals in a nominalist age. It leaves me alone with my unique present, with a present of time that is anonymous and no longer belongs to any identifiable biographical self or private destiny. It is surely this demographic plebeianization of my subjectivity that is the achievement of existentialism, and that is prolonged into the post-structuralist campaign against the so-called centered subject, a progressive direction as long as the reduction to the present is conceived in this essentially political way and not translated back into interesting new forms of subjectivity as such. Point 18. But this is precisely what happens in the postmodern period, where the reformulation of depersonalization in terms of time, along with the failure of the worldwide revolutionary movements, leads to renewed privatization. I want to illustrate this process by way of two unrelated philosophical positions that both in one way or another posit a reduction to the present of which they are symptoms fully as much as theories. The first is the notion of ideal schizophrenia developed by Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari in their Anti-Oedipus. The other, less well known, is that of the aesthetic of suddenness, Plötzlichkeit, proposed and elaborated by the distinguished German critic Karl-Heinz Bauer, editor of the Merkur and a conservative polemicist of rare quality. The presentation of the ideal schizophrenic as the true hero of desire by Deleuze and Guattari is argued largely on the strength of the perpetual present attributed to this conceptual personage. Although Guattari was a psychiatrist, the ideal schizophrenic in question here is not the clinical patient or psychotic sufferer, but rather a sublimated composite of the latter's traits, which are in any case perpetual possibilities for any form of human reality. This absolute present is then a new kind of freedom, a disengagement from the shackles of the past, the family and, in particular, Freud's conception of the Oedipus complex, as well as from those of the future, the routine of the labor process under capitalism. The schizophrenic is here opposed to the ego fortress of the paranoid, the source of all fascisms and authoritarianisms, and thus becomes a political ideal as well as an ethical one. Deleuze tells us that he abandoned this notion of ideal schizophrenia in the face of the tragedies and devastation of the drug culture in the 1970s. He replaced it by a more interestingly collective concept, the nomadic horde or guerrilla band, which is of relevance here only if you diagnose anarchism as a kind of political or collective reduction to the present. Point 19. As for Deleuzean schizophrenia, however, the diagnosis is an ambiguous one and turns on the difficulty of distinguishing a critique from a projection. Insofar as the freedom from time is just that reduction to the present we have been examining, what looks like a critique of our social order and the conceptualization of an alternative to it, in the Anti-Oedipus, turns out in reality to be the replication of one of its most fundamental tendencies. The Deleuzean notion of schizophrenia is therefore certainly a prophetic one, but it is prophetic of tendencies latent within capitalism itself and not the stirrings of a radically different order capable of replacing it. Indeed, it is questionable whether Deleuze was ever interested in theorizing any alternative social order as such. Point 20. Besides the nomadic horde, I believe that another concept in the toolkit of late Deleuze can be seen as a variation on the ideal schizophrenic, and that is the enormously influential and also relatively incomprehensible theme of virtuality, which has been saluted as the first original philosophical conceptualization of the computer and cyberspace. This is as it were a different way of making the present self-sufficient and autonomous and independent in quite a different fashion from those dimensions of past and future from which the earlier concept also wanted to escape. but here the formative reference is to Bergson and not to the clinic. We will return to the consequences of this shift in registers in a moment. Turning now to Bauer, whose work is quite independent of the French post-structuralist context and is inspired both by German Romanticism and classical German philosophy, as well as by the still suspect writer on whom he wrote his first book, Ernst Jünger. His conception of suddenness is an openly temporal one and posits a theory of the specificity of the aesthetic on the basis of its sudden independence from past and future and of the emergence of a new temporal form beyond history. 21. It is an argument clearly indebted to Nietzsche but just as significantly to Adorno, in whose tradition Bauer also paradoxically stands. The concrete analyses and readings are of the greatest interest, but two other points need to be made about this position that very explicitly proposes a reduction of the aesthetic to the sheerest present of time. It is not always clear whether Bauer means thereby to characterize the aesthetic in a general way or to limit his theory to the more specifically modernist experience of art. The first point to be made is the, equally explicit, identification of suddenness or the aesthetic instant with violence as such and in particular with what we may call the aesthetic violence of Ernst Jünger. We may leave ideological judgments out of the discussion. We may even agree that this view of the aesthetic tends to translate violence into a specific form of temporality, under which a variety of nonviolent phenomena may also be ranged, rather than to translate the aesthetic itself into violence after the fashion, say, of the sacrificial violence of Baudelais. Still, the association of violence and an aesthetic reduction to the present will prove to be significant, as I will show in a moment. The other remark to be made about this aesthetics, explicitly directed against history and the political historicism of writers like Walter Benjamin, is simply this: even the possibility of stepping, for an instant, outside of history is a possibility that is itself profoundly historical and has its properly historical preconditions. But about both Deleuze and Bauer in their very different ways, it is now necessary to observe the following: whenever one attempts to escape a situatedness in the past and the future, or in other words to escape our being in time as such, the temporal present offers a rather flimsy support and a doubtful or fragile autonomy. It thus inevitably comes to be thickened and solidified, complemented, by a rather more metaphysical backing or content, which is none other than the idea of eternity itself. Indeed, if one traces Deleuzian virtuality back to its source in Bergson and in the strangest of all modern idealistic texts, Matter and Memory, one finds this temporal doubling of the present explicitly identified as eternity, as what is out of time altogether. In Bauer's case the reduction to the present becomes rather the Nietzschean one and finds its justification in the eternity of the famous eternal return. But in both these instances, getting out of time always overshoots the mark and ends up in a non-temporality I doubt we can accept today. It is only fair to add that this position also comes in as it were a materialist version, promoted by certain contemporary feminisms and with a decidedly radical or progressive character. For the reduction to the present, from this perspective, is also a reduction to something else, something rather more material than eternity as such. Indeed, it seems clear enough that when you have nothing left but your temporal present, it follows that you also have nothing left but your own body. The reduction to the present can thus also be formulated in terms of a reduction to the body as a present of time. This move explains the proliferation of theories of the body nowadays and the valorization of the body and its experience as the only authentic form of materialism. But a materialism based on the individual body, and encountered again in contemporary research on the brain and the philosophy of mind and on drugs and psychosis, is to be identified as a mechanical materialism descended from the 18th century Enlightenment rather than a historical and social materialism of the type that emerged from Marx and from a properly historical, 19th century, worldview. I hope it will not be misleading for me therefore to criticize this materialist emphasis on the body today as being fully as ideological as the timid spiritualisms I have already mentioned in connection with eternity. The confusion stems from the fact that ideologies of the body are for the most part politically progressive ones, and we can readily appreciate the kinds of realities they are concerned to denounce, beginning with torture and rape and running the gamut of all the forms of bodily suffering and abuse to which the present age has quite properly become sensitive. To criticize such a politics then places one in the same paradoxical situation occupied by a critique of the ideology of human rights, a position people assume to mean that you are somehow against human rights, whereas it is the concept of human rights as a political category and a political strategy that is thereby under discussion. The problem with the body as a positive slogan is that the body itself, as a unified entity, is an imaginary concept. In Lacan's sense, it is what Deleuze calls a body without organs, an empty totality that organizes the world without participating in it. We experience the body through our experience of the world and of other people, so that it is perhaps a misnomer to speak of the body at all as a substantive with a definite article, unless we have in mind the bodies of others, rather than our own phenomenological referent. It is hard to see how theories of gender could support such a one-body reference, which would seem rather to have its ideological kinship and prolongation in current trauma theory. Yet it is less the correctness or incorrectness of such theories that we are concerned with here. Indeed, I have already suggested that these are not the right categories with which to judge any intellectual position today, which must rather be evaluated in terms of the worldly experience it organizes and reflects as well as the ideological function it serves. In the case of the reduction to the present and to the body alike, it is more important to underscore the ways in which all these theories replicate the deeper tendency of the socio-economic order itself, which is a nominalistic one that seeks, in its uniquely historical death of the subject, to reduce the historical dimensions of existential experience as such. This is a diagnosis, however, that must not ground its political program in archaic forms or encourage nostalgia about the value of an older bourgeois-centered subject to which we can never return. But the general argument for this historical tendency of late capitalism needs to be completed by the juxtaposition of these philosophical and ideological symptoms with properly cultural ones, and it seems inevitable to make a first approach to the latter by way of mass culture and in particular in the form of current action films. One can indeed argue that such films have very recently indeed become a genre in their own right, with a canon one can find recapitulated on television every week of the year in replays of their most successful specimens: Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, Cliffhanger, Terminator, and so on, their relative antiquity not seeming to bode well for the future and development of this new genre. Indeed, this very devolution of a newly emergent genre is part of the story I will want to tell here, for it suggests the effects of an internal contradiction, which may or may not prove fatal. The alternate characterization of such films as violence pornography may simply be another expression of their form problem, which demands that they minimally evade the absolutely episodic nature of sexual pornography, whose intermittent closures are allowed to be a good deal more final. Yet this internal contradiction also makes for considerable difficulty in the choice of a representative illustration. What was to be demonstrated, as a consequence of the reduction to the present and to the body, was in other words the tension between the construction of a plot, overall intrigue, narrative suspense, and the demand for a succession of explosive and self-sufficient present moments of violence. The discussion of Bauer, indeed, had the merit of showing that there is a privileged relationship between violence as content and the closure or provisional autonomy of a temporal form. The demonstration would now have to show how the succession of such moments gradually crowds out the development of narrative time and reduces plot to the merest pretext or thread on which to string a series of explosions, much like a trailer or preview, as I've suggested elsewhere. But this means, for all practical purposes, that the better a given film suits our purposes here in the context of the present argument, the worse it has to be, it being understood that I have also excluded established genres, such as the horror film, which have their own distinctive histories and whose generic structure has evolved specifically to respond to analogous form problems. Fortunately, however, it cannot be denied that even in the realm of action films, especially in the realm of action films, some are better than others, and few prove my point as effectively as John de Bont's 1994 Speed, about which I will try to show that, contrary to expectation, its title does not designate temporality or velocity, nor change in time, nor even repetition any longer, but rather the absence of temporality altogether. It is a film in what I hope to be excused for calling three movements, organized around elevators, a city bus, and a subway respectively, but most of us probably only remember the bus ride, which occupies roughly half the movie and whose initial premise that there are buses in Los Angeles in the first place will offer an inaugural paradox. But the motif of the bus is crucial to the enterprise, for clearly enough any solution to this particular form problem demands that the formal requirement for non-stop action effects somehow be locked into place. On the level of something approaching a 0 degree of plot, this requirement is ingeniously secured by the mechanism of the bomb, which is activated as soon as the bus goes over 50 miles an hour and programmed to detonate if it should slacken to something under that speed thereafter. The speed control mechanism is thus itself already an allegory of the new form, which must never slow down at its own generic peril. I should add that the rest of the plot, organized around the madman and his motivations, is rather to be considered a narrative compensation and what the Russian formalists called motivation of the device than any genuine narrative material. Indeed, I take it as axiomatic that whenever mass culture resorts to maniacs, whether these be serial killers or terrorists of various kinds, it is by definition plugging its own gaps and holes with material that can by definition not really be motivated because it is equally by definition and in advance labeled as the non-rational and the incomprehensible. One has to go back to Robert Musil's Moosbrugger, the serial killer of the man without qualities, to find a madman we are expected somehow to understand, while as for terrorists, as soon as we do understand their motivation, they become political activists and can no longer be used as self-explanatory plot devices in mass culture. Yet behind the narrative device of the bomb's mechanism there lies an even more fundamental formal principle of such films, and that is something like a unity of place or, at least, a confinement within a closed space of some kind. The defining framework can be a high-rise building, an airport, an airplane, a train, an elevator, or, as here, a city bus. It can even approximate a whole city, as in earthquake, or indeed the earth itself as the meteor approaches. But the closure is formally essential in order to render escape impossible and to ensure the absolute saturation of the violence in question, like the walls within which a proper explosion can best be realized. Something peculiar then follows from this requirement. The closure now becomes allegorical of the human body itself, and reduction to the vehicle of closure in these films represents the reduction to the body that is a fundamental dimension of the end of temporality or the reduction to the present. But why bring allegory into the process at all? It is necessary in order to conceal the phenomenological limits of film as such, whose attempts at some literal reduction to the body, the close-ups in The Passion of Joan of Arc, for example, or even the corpses in Sakharov, take us in an utterly different direction, while remaining equally unrealizable. Film can only furnish kinetic images, but what is really at stake here is not the limits of film as a medium but rather those of phenomenology, which promised the existential body a corporeal plentitude on which it could not deliver. Point 22. Not only is such immediacy impossible philosophically, the work of both Hegel and Derrida constitute exhaustive if quite different demonstrations of the impossibility of such immediate experience, but we must also affirm that phenomenological plenitude is itself impossible on any level, let alone those of the body and of the present of time. So it is that the appeal to a reduction to those things is constantly undermined by fragmentation, and by a fragmentation bound to function allegorically insofar as it remains intent on telling us that each of its body parts is really the whole after all, just as it wants us to believe that its successive instants in time are really, each of them, time's livid final flame. But now the project of reduction fans out into a host of separate allegorical messages. The bus has momentum, but, as has already been said, that is not really time or temporality. On the contrary, it is the representation of temporality, threatened at every moment with some ultimate present of the bomb blast that can never take place. It has a driver, those are the eyes and the visuality of this dangerous journey. It even has fingers, the fingers of the specialist, engaged in that most delicate of all procedures, defusing the bomb. These scattered allegorical senses are enough to show that we will never reach the goal of this formal tendency, the reduction to the ultimate present of the body. Yet until now we have examined the allegorical body, as it were, the object of this narrative process, what about the mind or its subject pole? Here also, seeking immediacy and the eclipse of the temporal mind in physical terror, we only find a host of mediations. No one is quite so intent on engineering plans and their execution than the driver and her policeman assistant, but the allegorical clue is to be found elsewhere, in the epistemology of the process, for the madman watches all this on television by way of the even more fragmented and totalizing cameras on the news media helicopters circling overhead, and at the end we discover that he has had his own projected vision improbably built into the bus in the shape of a secret closed-circuit camera. All the communication, meanwhile, and the negotiations are carried on by cell phone, that seeming apotheosis of synchronous immediacy than which few technologies are more reliant on mediations of all kinds. The subject is therefore as bereft of plenitude as the object, the mind/body problem remains intact, immediacy is no more available on the side of perception than on that of corporeality. It would seem that the film has successfully managed to outweed its own form problem, thereby fortunately evading the only ultimate reduction to the body remaining to the medium, namely, the explosion of the movie theater itself. But why are the subway tracks unfinished? Why is the freeway itself uncompleted in one crucial area of 50 feet? Are we to understand from this that space, like temporality, can also come to an end? At any rate, it would seem that I have deconstructed my own argument, and far from demonstrating the end of temporality I have been able only to show the impossibility of such a demonstration. To be sure, the aesthetic virtue of any form problem, and in particular one so acutely limiting as this one, is to allow the exercise of ingenuity and even artfulness in its unexpected resolution and under the constraints of narrow and even impossible limits. But I suspect that the conclusion to be drawn lies elsewhere, for if, in this illustration, the lonely hour of the last instance never comes, what that shows is not that there is no last instance, but rather that, like the drive in psychoanalysis, it is ultimately never representable as such. Point 23. And this is the conclusion I should like to reach here. We have been throughout evoking a historical tendency, but a tendency is by definition never fully reached, or it would already have folded back into actuality itself. Let's follow the psychoanalytic model even further. The tendency also summons up complex patterns of resistance, such that what we are forced to observe in the form of its symptoms are precisely those patterns and not the unknowable tendency itself. This is what we are obliged to posit here, the historical tendency of late capitalism. What we have called the reduction to the present and the reduction to the body is in any case unrealizable. Human beings cannot revert to the immediacy of the animal kingdom, assuming indeed the animals themselves enjoy such phenomenological immediacy. There is a resistance to this pressure, which I hesitate to call natural for political as well as philosophical reasons, for the identification of such a tendency and the organization of resistance to it are not matters to be entrusted to any confidence in humanist reflexes. But one might also conclude on a rather different note, which has to do with moralizing judgments. To speak, as I have done in passing, of violence pornography is to use language that is not only conventionally moralizing but also conjures up the political positions of people with whom most of us would probably not wish to find ourselves identified. What was to have been proven was the very opposite of the moralizing culture critique, namely, that these cultural tendencies and symptoms are not ethical matters at all but rather the reflex of our social system and its economic structure. Violence pornography, in other words, grasped from the perspective outlined here as a reduction to the present and to the body, is not to be seen as a form of immorality at all but rather as a structural effect of the temporality of our socio-economic system, or, in other words, of postmodernity as such, of late capitalism. It is the system that generates a specific temporality and that then expresses that temporality through the cultural forms and symptoms in question. Moralizing is not a very effective way of dealing with those symptoms, nor indeed with the end of temporality itself. 2003